How's it going, folks? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to another Hooglandia Open here on Twitch. I am Jeff Hoogland, of course, and I'm joined by the wonderful Jim Davis, as always. How you doing this morning, Jim?
Pretty good, pretty good. Ready to rock and roll. There's snow on the ground, and now I'm inside. I'm warm, and we're ready to go.
As I say, your background is usually as it is, but it's extra festive for
Yeah,
today.
this is real. Actually, it's actually real ice today. A little chilly in here, but I'm gonna push through. Got my cool stuff shirt on, no coat over it. We're gonna rock and roll.
You're used to the cool because you have a lot of cool stuff.
.com.
Okay, so our tournament today is historic. As many of you, I'm sure, know, that is the non-rotating digital-only format on Magic Arena. And that differential there, that descriptor, digital-only format, for a long time hasn't really meant a lot on Magic Arena. But with the induction of Alchemy and more digital-only cards last month, it's really starting to be more meaningful. And while not all of those cards are going to make a splash, I think one card we're going to be on a lookout today in the feature match area for is definitely Inquisitor Captain, is one that's been making a little bit of a splash in Historic on the ladder.
Yeah, this card is really, really good. When I first read this card in my set review, I thought Company, collect the Company for sure. The deck building restriction for Company is basically written on the card. It's much more of like a Bloodbraid Elf that can be flickered, which is the huge, huge difference. Being able to copy this with clone effects, Glasspool Mimic, obviously the land's super easy to play, Soul Herder, just tons of great flickery effects you can play with this card, Ephemerate. And it takes the card from being, just Bloodbraid Elf, good value creature to an absolute engine.
Yeah, if people that haven't played Historic since this card's been released, there's decks that play things like Mirror Image and Glasspool Mimic that this card can frequently end up putting double digits worth of power into play for 4 mana in a single turn. It's some of the powerful things we're going to be looking for from this one.
Yeah, some serious high roll potential where you can hit this and roll into a clone, into a clone, into a clone, into a Soul Herder, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you have all this power in play from one card. And the floor is pretty high too. The floor is Bloodbraid Elf, and the ceiling is 15 power in play over many, many bodies.
Yep. Yeah, and with because it's just an enters play effect as opposed to that cast trigger like you mentioned with Bloodbraid Elf, if you low roll the first time, you get another shot to high roll again with those other extra blink effects that are in the format.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think this is a card to watch. And it's an interesting part of this the digital only stuff is the fact that they're going to be a little more active, maybe not as active as we would like based on their recent announcement, but a little more active when it comes to just tweaking cards. And we see this in other games. If you play StarCraft and the battle cruiser's too good, well, they go in and reduce 10 hit points on it or whatever little tweak they need to do that they can't do in paper. Now we have the ability to do this on Arena, which is super cool. So if this card is a little too good, maybe they tweak it back a little bit. Maybe it is a cast trigger rather than a comes into play trigger. Who really knows? It's a very, very open space. A lot of cool things you can do with it.
Yeah, definitely. And I honestly think the biggest thing that I'm excited about from Historic potentially being this digital only format embraced like Alchemy is that it's not even just dialing down things that are too good, but there's a lot of things in this format that's like, oh, that's my favorite like B or C tier deck. It's like this close. And you drop the casting costs on a key card or up the stats on a creature that's important to it, and suddenly this deck list that's not quite good enough can turn into something that's a very powerful contender in the format.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the thing is that it can be a really small thing too, 1 point of toughness, maybe one keyword ability, throw first strike on a creature, but just a little bit short, whatever it is. And it's a really, really wide scope because Magic is a lot different than most digital games in that most digital games are trying to be really, really flat. In StarCraft, it wants to have a perfect balance of everything being balanced all the way, whereas Magic cards aren't really designed like that. Some cards are just meant to be draft commons and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different spaces where they can push a knob here, turn it a little bit there, change a number here. And then the options are almost limitless as far as options for going up like that. So it's a really, really open design space and a really, really a thing we haven't really considered in the history of Magic over the last 25 years.
So it looks like for our tournament today, we're going to have over 150 competitors duking it out for not only, let's talk about the tournament. We haven't mentioned this yet. We've been talking about formats and stuff that are exciting. This tournament is our first set championship qualifier for our Hooglandia tournaments here. Not only our Hooglandia tournament, but also a variety of other tournaments that are going to be coming up on MTG Melee. We'll be awarding a invite to their first place competitor direct to an upcoming set championship for a official Wizards event. I'm really excited about this. I think one of the things Magic has done well for a long time that they moved away from a little bit, and I'm excited to see them get back to, is this kind of organic grassroots tournament structure where you play your PTQs or your PPTQs or whatever, and it builds up into this bigger thing.
Right. It's the moneymaker effect, where, the big thing for poker being so big back in the 2000s was, a player who just played some random $20 online qualifier, won that, and then won another qualifier, and then one other qualifier, went to the World Series and won the World Series. And there's a real feeling of like, that could be me. And which is really one of the most important things, I think, overall in the entire OP structure is having this feeling of like, well, if I have a good day and things go right, that could be me holding that huge trophy at the end of the year. And that's a really, really important thing.
Yeah, and I know it's just a little thing, and obviously we don't have any inside information, but I am excited to see what their bigger organized play structure ends up looking like, because I feel like this first push with stuff on MTG Melee is a step back in the right direction.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely my article on cool stuff Inc. from last Friday actually was about kind of like, how coverage has been in the last, few years. And then of course Cedric stepping down from Star City and the SG tour kind of waning and stuff. And, real fondness for that era of Magic of, playing in qualifiers, playing in SG tour, playing in these events, building up. And, I would love to see that come back in a reasonable capacity.
All right, well, it looks like our competitors are getting down into the feature match area, and their matches are getting started. One thing that I will comment on for our regular viewers at home is that even our primary feature day is going to be a little bit delayed. So this is a live tournament, but our coverage is going to be running about 5 to 10 minutes behind the matches actually being played for a tournament integrity perspective. In the past, we've always used the honor system with these being more casual focused events, but with there being a little bit more prizing on the line with the greater invite structure, we want to make sure that there's no incentive for players to gain an advantage that they shouldn't have. So we're going to get our players underway and we'll dive right in. It looks like we're going to get to watch some Abzan humans versus is this Black-Red Arcanist here for the first round. D Beard versus Dean Suffy. So if we can pull some deck lists up here for those players.
Humans is definitely an archetype that's gained a lot as time has gone on. There's always a card here, a card there. General Kudrov back from Ikoria.
Yep.
Recently Adeline.
They got Thalia and Thalia's Lieutenant.
Yeah, and Esper Sentinel's a big one too, because like the deck was really lacking in one drops. With no Aether Vial in the format, no Champion of the Parish, kind of just lacking that early play on turn one to kind of push things forward. And Sentinel's a great one for that. And some pretty cool stuff happening in here with Glint Sleeve Siphoner, which is a human, pretty awesome energy card that hasn't seen too much play recently. And a couple of the new ones here, Hopeful Initiate, and a cool new training card. And of course, Inquisitor Captain. Card is really good. This deck isn't doing anything fancy with Inquisitor Captain. There's no real tricks to it, but it's just a good card. It's just Bloodbraid Elf. It's just a very, very solid curve topper, good card advantage. Always hits a spell. Pretty sweet.
All right, well, let's go ahead and head down on in here. It looks like our humans player has kept a pretty reasonable 7 here on the play. Our red-black player may be debating a mulligan. Their hand's probably pretty reasonable. Remember, this is an open deck list tournament, so they know that Unholy Heat is going to play really nicely for them here as a cheap piece of removal.
Yeah, I would say I agree. The closed deck list, this is a little sketchy, but on the open deck list plan with the Heat into an Arcanist into a flashback Heat, hopefully pretty solid. A little land heavy, but reasonable.
One card that I really like from our humans player here, this has always been kind of a pet card of mine in Historic, is we've got that copy of Glint Sleeve Siphoner as a possible 2-drop here. Kind of the closest thing we have to a Dark Confidant that draws extra cards every turn in this format.
Yeah, and it's combat ready too. I mean, it has menace as well, so it's definitely a card that can grab a counter or two from Thalia's Lieutenant and get in and deal some damage. And again, that card draw effect, just having the cards that in your almost all creature deck that can accrue advantage is really, really important.
We see a pretty heads-up play from our humans player leading on Thalia as their potential 2-drop. This denied the Unholy Heat on turn 1 since Thalia makes that cost 2, and now it trades tempo even with what would normally be a pretty efficient removal spell.
Spellbinder comes down here. I'm going to muck this hand up pretty badly. Arcanist costing 4 here is going to be pretty ugly. Supplier and Croxer are both fine, but getting Arcanist online was a big draw to his hand. The Unholy Heat having that recurring damage removal engine.
On DWB side, for our humans player, their hand is kind of exactly where they want to be in this matchup. Not only collected company potentially put multiple bodies into play, but Inquisitor Captain is guaranteed multiple bodies into play. Just want as much card advantage and 2-for-1s as possible when you're playing against these kind of grindy mid-range decks like Rakdos tends to be.
Absolutely, and I think that the DWB is happy they don't have their 4th land yet because it means they have all gas. This is the kind of game where, like, if they were to draw 5 or 6 lands, they missed out on a threat or 2, answered 1-for-1, they might at a point they just can't do anything else too. So a little Magistrate here short on lands, but totally fine. Be very happy to be in.
We see Dean leaning even further into their card advantage, choosing to keep that Glintsleeve Siphoner and ditching the higher attack Spellbinder, knowing that they just want the ability to draw as many cards as possible here.
Absolutely. A great draw on Sentinel, too, now allowing a double spell on this turn. So double spelling, has a good board, and has 2 great cards in hand in the wonderful spot where a land or a spell is good off the top. Kolaghan's command for Dean, pretty nasty, though, here. Obviously, can take out both the Dark Confidant and the Esper Sentinel, or the Flyer if necessary. Kroxa is looming as well, and 15 life is a reasonable amount to work with. So Kolaghan's command, a pretty big pickup.
Now, worth noting that we're going to need to pay an extra mana for that K command unless we want the opponent to be able to draw cards. So probably worth putting in an untapped land here to deny that, so you get that pure 2-for-1. 2 life isn't necessarily free in a matchup like this, though, where every point matters.
Interesting absence in the Abzan deck is no Aether Hubs, which is usually the card seen in concert with Glintsleeve Siphoner, even just as a way to get that first extra energy, so you can immediately draw a card. Is a 3-color deck, but obviously the mana requirements on it are a little iffy aside from Siphoner. So Siphoner has to do its own work here in order to trigger.
Yep. And this is, these missed land drops might give our Rakdos player the breathing room they need to press an advantage here. See, Kroxa lit up there, able to escape from the graveyard this turn should it want to. He's going to have to clear everything, but he's going to put a 6/6 into play, which is a big stat line on this board.
Yeah, missing on Adeline was definitely a huge spot. We see a black land, a green land, and a dual land. The pathways are good, but there are limitations to them. They only tap for 1 color. Once you make your choice, you're locked in. So kind of an issue there. No double white, and couldn't play the Adeline.
Really good sequencing from our red-black player here, choosing to lead on the Kroxa before the Thoughtseize. You don't want your opponent to know when they're discarding to Kroxa they're about to lose their other best card to Thoughtseize.
This is a big draw step for DWB. He needs a land here for this captain, and draws Lieutenant and the land.
And we found the land. Can Captain drag us kicking and screaming back in here? Inquisitor Captain's going to go ahead and pop up. It'll put 2 cards into hand. We get to put one of them into play. Okay. The Glintsleeve generates an energy here, which means when this other one attacks, we're going to get to draw an additional card next turn. Impressive little card advantage engine ticking.
Yes, great spot to be, and not a very good draw for Dean here. Go blank. Not exactly the matchup we're looking for that card in.
Yep. Go Blank, actually, I think a very good choice in the metagame. It not only attacks opposing hands in the Brandy matchups, but it's also main deck graveyard hate when you're playing against things like Phoenixes, but really not where you want to be against something that's playing to the board like humans.
Yeah, and it fits the shell of a deck too. Lightning was a card played in Jund decks back in the day. If you're playing a resource game, a Mind Rot effect isn't the worst thing to have in your matches where it's not going to be that good.
Okay, couple of blanks here. Oh, I guess they're not fully blank though, huh? This is a menacing Hive of the Eye Tyrant that gets to come across.
Yeah, this is pretty big, honestly, because with both Glintsleeves having Menace,
is
only able to
lethal?
kill one of them.
Because we can only block one thing here, right? Because everything's spooky scary.
That's right. Yep, you're actually absolutely correct. It's exactly lethal.
Yeah, really seeing that evasion keyword come across. I really like, from a design choice for a long time, Black always had fear or intimidate as keywords that they use. I like the move to menace as a kind of pseudo evasion that gives people more chance for counterplay with blocking.
For sure, yeah, and less taxing versus different colors too. It always feels bad when you're like, you have a fear creature in play and they just happen to be playing black, and you're like, all right, well, my card isn't doing what I hoped it would do when I built my deck. So.
Yep. We see our Arcanist player very quickly reach for their discard spells to cut those here. Thoughtseizes and Inquisitions coming out. I imagine Witch's Vengeance is going to be a card we see come in, as well as other cards that play to the board.
Yeah, I would think on paper that our Rakdos player would be a little bit favored here. Just really a deck full of removal spells. Cards like Pyromancer and Arcanist are must-answer threats, and there aren't a lot of creature answers in this Abzan deck. There's a few dire tactics, maybe a few cards in the sideboard, but for the most part, if a creature sticks, it's going to stick for them. So Arcanist being hit by that Spellbinder was huge that game. and our Abzan player is able to kind of keep the Rakdos player off their engines, only casting one spell per spell, and just enough to get across the finish line too.
A little bit of subtle commentary from our Abzan player. We see here in their deck building choices, we have 4 copies of Collected Company and only 2 copies of Inquisitor Captain. Kind of a nod towards Inquisitor Captain's good, but we still think the Collected Company, the tried and true, is the more powerful of the card advantage effects at the top end.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of what I was saying earlier about Captain, where like the ETB ability is what makes it really, really good, being able to abuse that. When you're abusing that, the card almost feels oppressive in some ways. And when you're just casting it fairly, it's good. It's still a good card.
Yep.
Not a card you jam 4 of, though, for sure. The Blood Breakout effect is a very, very powerful effect, but in this case, a little bit worse than Company and the flexibility.
Great. Our players are submitted. Heading on into our second match here, we can see there for a player on our right taking a peek at their untapped overlay. That is something that players are able to utilize in these tournaments and all others. One of the wonderful sponsors of the tournament, help you get a little bit extra information while you are playing Magic Arena.
Yeah, untapped is great. Absolutely great.
It's one of those things where if you've never used a deck tracker overlay before, Untapped basically just automatically tracks for you all of those little things you could be writing down or tracking mentally. So it's not giving you any information you wouldn't be able to derive yourself, but it's taking the onus off of you as a person to have to manually do it.
No calculator necessary to know what % chance you are to draw land on turn 2.
Yep. All right, now we have a choice here. Do we want to Unholy Heat and let our Abzan player draw a card, or do you want to wait a turn so you can pay the extra mana?
It's interesting because the Sentinel by itself isn't exactly a threat. It's a 1/1. It can just stay in play for a turn or two. This turn, if the next turn's going to be Arcanist, then there'll be more mana left over for the Heat after that.
Yep.
I'm a little intrigued by that, actually. It was unlikely the Sentinel would get out of range to be killed. Could have seen an Arcanist this turn, and then a Heat, flashback Heat next turn. Also, a naked Arcanist with nothing in the graveyard isn't that intimidating, and all of a sudden there's a Heat comes down, now 2 spells are cast. That could be really good too. So valuing keeping the board empty and not necessarily caring about the card being drawn.
Citrus Supplier, really useful utility card here. Going to get to fill the graveyard a little bit, give Arcanist potentially a few more options, though I didn't see anything get flipped over there, just Heat still.
Yep, and the hand's a little thin, but Village Right's ready to restock. And of course, the Supplier, it's a Croxa or more cards for Arcanist can be very, very powerful.
Skyclave Apparition, honestly, just one of the better cards to be added to White's creature arsenal in a long while here. Just the fact that this is a Banisher Priest style of effect that doesn't actually give the thing back that you took to begin with is just so strong.
Yeah, I feel like Skyclave Apparition is like a perfect Magic design. It's like it just hits almost every spot. It's playable but not too good. It's a good answer but not too good. It's a threat in and of itself. Like, yep. It just checks off almost every box.
When you take a bigger thing with it, there's actually this very real drawback to like, They're going to get this bigger token. So yeah, I agree. Really good design ebb and flow there.
And it's also just naturally better against cheap permanents, which are the best cards in the game anyway. Just a great design.
Okay, another Village Rights here. Honestly, one of the better draws for our Rakdos player, Abzan. Looks like we're choosing to get aggressive, though. Firing up this creature land, which I kind of like this, The humans player is low, although I might have liked an attack with the other 2/1/1s here to push more damage.
Yeah, in a spot like this, like the 1/1's going to die anyway. You might as well send the other 2 in as well. So
I guess the upside to holding them back is you don't take 2 on the backswing, but I guess that begs the question, like, are you the aggressor in this spot?
Right, and like I would say on paper, like the Rakdos deck feels like the control deck, but given the draws this game, we see how the Rakdos player a little lighter on resources, had both engines answered by Skyclaves, and kind of just saying, well, maybe I can just kill them. They're at 11 already, but our Abzan humans player's hand is stacked right now. Just the old 5 cards in hand. Your turn. I don't got anything. I've got all lands in hand.
Easily the most telegraph play you can make in Historic. Just green mana, 4 total lands up. Bunch of cards in hand. There's I bet we won't see an attack here. We know what's coming if we're on the Rakdos side, and it's not one that you want to see.
It sucks. I think the attack here is actually kind of fine, given that the Unholy Heat and the Village Rights will allow a removal spell to come down. If things block, they want to cast Village Rights anyway. But pretty good hit here.
Thinking about who we want to get rid of. I assume the Thalia's our target since the others kind of trade. Oh, we're just letting it happen? Sure. Yeah, this is fine too.
Yeah, I think Village Right's first here. Take a little look and see what's going to be drawn. The one concern would be if you want to cast Heat and kill Thalia first for a little more mana efficiency, so you can cast what you draw. But it's interesting game, honestly, texture wise. Where again, usually I would think the Rakdos player is a control deck, but the Rakdos player is sort of saying, you know what, I'm going to kill your Thalia. You can keep the Siphoner. If you want to pay some life and draw some cards, that's fine. You already have enough cards. I'm going to just kill Thalia here and kind of be able to play my cards and see what I can do. Maybe find a Croxa, get this game over with.
Yeah, and this is another
Maybe
kind
with
of
it.
decision too. Like, do you even want to play the Unholy Heat now? Because we drew this K command that we have another land tier. Yeah, so we could see this happen and kill something, make them discard a card, or kill something, eventually pick something back up from our bin. I believe there's some more Stitcher suppliers in there that got milled earlier.
18's a lot of life too. You know, a lot of time to kind of get things going. Lurrus, of course, always looming as well. The Lurrus decks seemingly never run out of cards.
Yeah. Yeah, the Lure is kind of that omnipresent companion. They nerfed all of the companions, but in reality, what kind of happened was we just made everything that wasn't Lurrus, Wellspring, or Yorion as a soft ban.
Yeah.
Real choice with the Spellbinder here. Probably got to fire off K Command, I imagine. Unholy Heat costing 4 is not exciting, but K Command costing 6 is atrocious.
Yeah, the big question here is what are we targeting? You know, there's just like a lot of good creatures in play. Killing Skyclave would return a 2/2. The Flyer is kind of important because it can't be blocked by these ground creatures. Thalia is kind of annoying, but not the worst given that we have 6 lands in play. Siphoner is about to start drawing cards. A whole host of different threats here.
Yeah, I don't know that I love the making them discard a card as opposed to picking up another resource for ourselves, right? Like there's just getting rid of their fourth best card from hand seems like it's pretty minimal upside when we're low on resources.
Absolutely. I would think at this stage in the game that discard would be clutch. I mean, usually they have like one card left, you know, maybe two, could be like that last important card, but 4 is a lot. You know, a
Yep.
lot of card draw, a lot of card advantage from DWB so far.
Okay, so we got a choice to make here. Can't really stop them from drawing an extra card because there's 2 glint sleeves. I almost like leading on the Stitcher supplier to see if we flip a Croxa over here.
Yeah, I agree strongly with that. Just kind of see what's up. Creature lands are also in play. It could be a possible option for offensive defense. Just like see what our options are before we do anything here. A 4 mana Unholy Heat's pretty committing. You know, it's but here it comes. All right, 4 mana. 4 mana kill a 2-drop.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, what are we playing around with this potential? Didn't hit a Croxa, so the Unholy Heat was probably happening regardless.
And here goes Siphoner. Siphoner's looked pretty darn good in these games.
It's
I'm not
been
gonna lie.
excellent. Whew. Thalia's Lieutenant is looking to ready to slam. Oh, we've got a company first too. Love
Oh
it.
boy. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
are
from
our
from
choices
drawing
here?
cards. Oh man.
There's a Kudrow and there's a Skyclave. I think we're done here, Jim.
Yeah, General is really, really good against decks like this, obviously with the exiling effects from the graveyard. Can kill Croxa with its sacrifice ability, and then just a Lord also. Really cool card. Really cool
Yeah,
card. I
this
like
card
General a lot.
is low key really good in Historic because Historic is a format. Honestly, this is most of Magic's non-rotating formats. Is the graveyard just kind of becomes an additional hand in Magic's older formats? There's so many cards that just like incidentally generate value utilizing that as a resource. And Kudrow being able to cut those off as a card you want to be able to play anyways is fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that it's like if it doesn't hit a graveyard, it's still quite good is very, very important. It's not like a dedicated graveyard card. It really is just like a very reasonable card to have in your deck. And it can also eat some graveyard stuff too. That was impressive. Very
Yeah,
impressive.
very commanding victory for our Abzan player. I think Historic as a whole right now is pretty more towards the controlling aspect of things, and I think these Thalias and Inquisitor captains and Glintsleeve especially, I feel like is a nod towards my humans deck needs to be able to generate more card advantage than normal.
Yeah, Glensley was phenomenal in both those games, both on offense and on card draw. You know, the menace ability, it looks like it's just tacked on there. You know, oh, it's got menace, all right, sure. But like that's the kind of thing I was saying with the buffs and nerfs thing earlier on, where you put one keyword on a card, one little keyword here or there can really change a card. And the menace in game one just won the game. You know, and then in game two, it draws some cards as well. Very impressive.
All right, for those of you that are new to our tournament coverage here, we don't really believe in downtime. So we're just going to go ahead and dive right on into our next feature match here in round one. Looks like we've got one of our players, getting ready to play here.
That is a hand of magic cards right there. 3 pair.
We've got some black-white mid-range, some Ranger of Eos there for Orsley's, and then some Bant here for our other player. Kind of an okay hand, I guess. A 6, it's basically 6 lands, Land War Elf.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Orion's hanging out, the old flood insurance.
That's true. We were talking about that as one of the companions that's still playable, so it's our 8th card here.
Funny seeing Ranger of Eos here, with Inquisitor Captain, and then Ranger of Eos' smaller brother. What's it called? Something Eos, the 3-drop from Modern
Ooh, we see
Horizons.
a Danto Vanguard picture. Oh, you know what? I bet Orleans is playing Death Shadow.
Yeah, I would think that also. So Ranger to get 2 shadows, Vanguard pay some life, and Mary's Call to play some life.
Yeah. I wonder how aggressive we're going to see our player be here. We could pay 4 life with this Danto Vanguard to put a counter on here, choosing to be a little bit more conservative than that, which is probably not unreasonable. The Bant deck is pretty creature-based, so you don't want to get your life total too low.
Double Skyclave looking pretty good here, and again, double Skyclave and then Flood Insurance with Yorion. One of the benefits of playing green in these Yorion decks, of course, is just having a surplus of mana, so Yorion can kind of come down faster, and it has that kind of insurance policy of like, well, a little flooded, too many Llanowar Elves, I got this Yorion though. And Yorion
So
is
that companion mechanic for people that maybe have been out of Magic for a little bit. They've rotated out of Standard / Alchemy. If you're not familiar, gets to start with this card kind of off to the side. Has this deck building restriction. In this case, we have an 80 card deck from Echo, and then you can pay 3 to put this card into your hand to then cast it out later. So kind of just an 8th card you get to start with.
It is funny to think that the original companion rule was actually a thing for a while. Originally, when this card was printed, you can see written on the actual text of the card is you could just cast it. There was no tax on it. It was just an 8th card in your hand. You could just play it whenever you wanted to. Couldn't be thought seized. One of the rare full type erratas in Magic's history, because that was a little too good.
Yep, and we see here, we know there's another Elite Spellbinder here, so I imagine we're going to see that come down and make this Yorion effectively cost 10 mana this game. That being said, the Bant deck's pretty flush on mana, so it's going to be able to pay that no problem.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the known quantities in Echo's hand right now are land, Yorion makes Spellbinder an extremely appealing option here.
See really good sequencing from our black-white player as well, choosing to attack before they deploy the Spellbinder. This lets them bluff that Knight of the Ebon Legion activation, so it gets to get in and get that 4th point of damage to make itself larger. Okay, there's
that was almost 5. A spot where our Skyclave or Echo could have considered blocking there and just saying, you know what, I'm going to toss my Skyclave to take away your turn, make you use that mana. A risky heads-up play to make, but can on occasion be correct.
Okay, and we know this Yorion is looming, threatening to come down not next turn, but potentially the turn after. So we could see maybe some Skyclave on Skyclave action to prevent Yorion from getting 2 resets. While these Skyclaves do generate tokens for our top player when they leave, getting vanilla 2/2s and 3/3s are much worse than the other creatures that you could have otherwise.
And honestly, Echo, I mean, taking some hits here, but with a Visionary lined up, enough mana to cast things, a good card or 2 off the top here into Yorion could be a huge swing in this game.
Yeah, what happens with Ranger of Eos is going to be the thing to watch here. Usually these black-white decks have a small toolbox in them. In addition to Death Shadow, they'll have things like Giant Killer or Fairy Godmother to jump things over the top. Okay, choosing to build a board here, 5 extra power.
Yeah, I think an interesting option would have been a Skyclave Llanowar Elves. I'm always down for a good Stone Rain. And with Yorion looming, a way to stunt that for a turn and, get these few less points across might have been hit the Llanowar Elves. It's a pretty interesting option, but choosing to add more power to the board with another 3/3.
Really needed a piece of action there for Echo. Another land means that they're pretty far behind on this board. The land drop for Orly's last turn was a creature land with Menace, so we could see a bunch of things coming across the board here this turn.
Yeah, and the problem, of course, is that Echo's in a spot now where they have to block. They're just going to die. And once these creatures die, Yorion is going to be a 4/5. With the Visionary dies and the Skyclave dies, not much to blink. So the blink decks do require a kind of critical mass of things in play to do. Usually pretty good at gumming the board up, but unfortunately drawing a lot of lands this game.
So our black-white player kind of thinking, okay, are we activating the creature land and getting as aggressive as possible here, or do we want to hold the Knight activation plus Ranger to play afterwards? Looks like we're going with the latter.
Yeah, and watching from home, it's easy to see like, well, why not just fire up a land and kill them, you know? But we can see that Echo's got 3 lands in hand. Of course, our Orzhov player doesn't know that. You know, you got to respect what your opponent could possibly have.
Yeah, I
Two
would
mystery
wager.
cards here.
I'd wager we have a bunch of ephemerates in our Bant players deck, so that's kind of a disaster if you attack with everything and like the Skyclave blocks something and then blinks and eats something else. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I like this line here. I assume we're gonna go find like another Knight of the Ebon Legion plus maybe a Giant Killer to chop down this Yorion or something else that could come into play next turn.
Yeah, I think Giant Killer is by far the huge pickup here, kind of just negating the Yorion before it's even cast. And we will see some value from Yorion, flickering the Visionary and the Skyclave perhaps, but Skyclave will gift our Orzhov player a 2/2. I think there's just too much stuff in play here.
Yeah, well, it's also notable that our Bant player chose to chump block with the Landwar Elf, right? So the Orion's not even castable next turn now.
All right, yeah.
We see that. We see Fairy Guide Mother, the pull as opposed to Giant Killer, also a very reasonable card.
Yeah, definitely a really cute one of the kind of card that's like not the worst on rate, but a little bit short. But as a singleton, to be able to jump your creature for that killing blow while also being an okay card otherwise, really, really cool card.
We see our Bant player ready to get right on in. Notice how they're sideboarding almost instantaneously. Our black-white player taking a second here to think about exactly what they want to do. One thing I always like to watch with these black decks in the postboard games is how important do they think their discard spells are? Is this a matchup where they want to be trying to shred their opponent's hand before they can play things out, or would they rather have more cards that play to the board?
Interesting seeing these triumphant adventurers in this black-white deck. Looks like a fairly normal black-white shadow deck, Adonto Vanguard, Ranger of Eos and Friends, the creature, the double-faced Lance shock for 3. But Triumphant Adventurer is a card that hasn't really seen play in Standard and making an appearance here in this historic deck, surrounded by a lot of really good cards.
Yeah, I think kind of the mindset behind the adventure is, if you recall, one of those dungeons that you get to go into is the Tomb of Annihilation, which gives you the option to hurt yourself. So it's kind of a Death Shadow enabler in a roundabout way that can also just like trade in combat if that's what you're looking to do on board. It does have Death Touch.
Pretty cool. Yeah, that's the dungeon that you wouldn't use in limited too much because it was always kind of a little dangerous to go in there. But Death Shadow's all about danger. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, I'm interested to see. That could be a card that maybe our black-white player wants to trim here, perhaps. It's a card that the board's often going to be gummed up, and then have one single creature that you're going to be killing inside of combat necessarily.
Yeah, a lot of options here. You see Vanishing Verse, Kaya, Bloodchief's Thirst, Skyclave. Just a very, very wide spread of options.
Yeah, a lot of when this is something that you see happen with these interactive decks and Magic's on rotating formats quite frequently, is that you have cards like Despark and Fracture and Vanishing Verse, and the things that all these cards answers have some overlap, but they also have some misses too. So you kind of just like hedge your bets a little bit and like play some that are better in some spots and worse in others. So you're never completely out of it, regardless of the matchup.
Yeah, you get to go into your utility belt, take a little look, pick up the right card for the right time. The widespread of options.
Okay, a lot more spells for our Bant player, although missing blue mana. Parsing the hands in this Death Shadow deck is so hard at a glance. It's like, oh, this is a mulligan, and then I realized there were 2 Bolt lands mixed in there, so it's actually a 3-lander, and it's fine.
It's 6 spells in a D&D book. What do we do with this? What do we do with this? I don't know.
Oh, that's great.
See Neoform for our Bant player also. Pretty in on Inquisitor Captain, I would assume. There's your Glasspool Mimic, Collected Company. Much better hand. A lot of powerful engines here, too, as far as getting Captain online, Neoform. Grizzle Huntmaster is kind of a cool card. It's like a creature tutor. And, of course, Yorion looming at the end as well.
Yeah, I've seen these Yorion decks kind of around the fringes since Alchemy released. Like we mentioned, the Inquisitor Captain is one of the big cards to watch in this format. And Grizzle Huntmaster, another new one that kind of gives you extra density with Inquisitor Captains. It's kind of mitigating that downside that Yorion has of making you play an 80-card deck by basically letting you play 7 virtual copies of Captain, because you leave 1 in your sideboard, and then your 4 copies of Huntmaster can fish that one up.
Yeah, the wordiest living wish of all time.
Yes, exactly that. Okay, now one thing to note here, because our Bant player did elect to play the Charming Prince, we are missing a 4th untapped land next turn. Ooh, and we're going to be really aggressive here and turn our potential land creature card into a thing here.
And a lot of options in the sideboard too. I was saying utility belt. Holy moly!
Yeah, and what something to note here with these Grizzled Huntmasters too is that the way this is templated, it's not strictly like Living Wish for people that are paper boomers. This card conjures a copy of the card that you're pulling out of your sideboard, which means that your next Grizzled Huntmaster can go get the same thing that your first one got. You're not actually taking the copy out of there, you're creating a carbon copy of it.
Which is really cool. I think the conjure mechanic is awesome. Just
Yep.
absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's one of those things, we're so used to. We've even seen like tokens of real magic cards as design space before, but the difference between a token of a magic card and conjuring like we see here in the digital space is conjured cards can go to hand like we see here. They go to the graveyard, they get exiled, they get shuffled back in your deck. They're treated just like a regular magic card in every context.
Yeah, it's the logical extension of a token, honestly. A token's trying to be a magic card. A conjure card gets to actually be a magic card, which is really cool.
Yeah, and I think that was just, one of those paper limitations that they've now finally broken themselves free of since they're in this digital space now. All right,
we have a bit of for our Orzhov player here. Double Shadow, only at 14 at present, but the Danto Vanguard ready to rock and roll. Fairy Guidemother ready to jump. Spellbinder ready to threaten a little bit. Very, very powerful hand.
We could see this game end as early as next turn, potentially, depending on what blocks look like here. I think this might actually be a spot where we see what you talked about last game, where maybe we put this Charming Prince under the Knight of the Ebon Legion bust, just for the sake of them having to pay mana and spend their turn paying mana.
Yeah, I think that's a huge play. I mean, this is like I think it's been around Magic for a long time. You just block their Regenerator with your Solemn or whatever. Just block with something. You lose your card, but you're gaining his tempo. It's a really important thing that you might think about or not think about if you're concerned about all your cards. But we see the block on Vanguard here. Vanguard kind of wanted to pay 4 life anyway, and now the curve gets to keep coming here. Where if the Knight of the Ebon Legion was blocked, now 3 life is paid, only 3 damage goes through, and could buy the time necessary. Because the Echo's deck here needs to get online. It has a lot of engines in it, a lot of powerful cards, Neoform Company. But if they don't find the time to get online, it's not going to matter. So a very, very interesting spot.
The awkwardness of Echo's hand on full display here for our black-white player. The Neoform is like the only card they technically have the lands to cast, but they're missing colors for it. They have 3 different 4-drop bombs. So I think I like this, just kind of taking the thing that's not like the others here, take the odd card out.
Yep. Oh, Charming Prince. Well, we get to see another shot at the Charming Prince block next turn, because Prince is going to come down, probably just scry here. And
the Charming Prince isn't even a free. We could block with the Grizzled Huntmaster in the same way, though.
Correct. Yes. That's the thing too, is that that block, aside from eating that turn, also kind of stops that ball from rolling on the 1-drop, unless a Danto Vanguard wants to pay 4 life for essentially nothing, which our shadow player probably does. But Echo doesn't know that yet. We don't know if there's 2 shadows in their hand.
Yeah, and the shadows are going to hit the board next turn. And a Danto Vanguard, one of those cards that's very powerful with Death Shadow, because Death Shadow grows as you lose life, and then Vanguard gives you this fairly precise way to just say, okay, my life total is now suddenly much lower than it previously was.
Yeah, and it does so as a reasonable threat too. Vanguard's like a fine card, probably a little bit below the bar in historic, on power level. But once you add the synergy with Death Shadow, it's a phenomenal threat.
Well, I actually think Vanguard's power level in Historic is kind of, obviously power level is always contextual, and in the current format, I actually think Vanguard's a pretty decent threat with how popular you've seen things like Control getting.
That is true. It's a kind of card where, as a control player, if you're not playing, an exile effect, you look at it on turn 2 and you're like, oh my god, my hand is Lightning Helix, whatever. I can't kill this thing. I'm just taking 3 a turn rest of the game.
All right, we've got a double block here, so the Knight can pump itself up to a 5/6 with Death Touch, so we can trade 2 for 1 here, and then we can deploy a Death Shadow. So I really like our black-white player side of the board here.
Right, so this is the kind of thing where now we're sort of seeing that tempo, so blocking Knight forces the pump, which might eat the turn. However, our Orzhov player has a 1-mana 10/10 in their hand, so usually it would deny them the ability to deploy their major threats, but the major threat costs 1 here, which is a big one. So I guarantee we're going to see a pump here and a shadow, and our Bant player is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and with that Fairy Guidemother, that we talked about in the first game looming, this Death Shadow threatens to be evasive next turn as well.
Crisscross is going to make you jump. Yeah, so the 3/3 on that shadow is very, very misleading, as a Danto Vanguard can pay 8 at a moment's notice, and that thing can be very, very large.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where, it looks like our Bant player got pretty unlucky, and while they definitely drew not a ton of lands. It's important to remember the decision that they made that game, right? Like, we watched them pitch a Glasspool Mimic at one point to fetch up an Inquisitor Captain that could have been their 4th land that game.
For sure, yeah, definitely took the greedier line in spots. And again, I think that turn with the block with the Charming Prince, it's the kind of thing that feels weird. As a Magic player, we're kind of trained to like not throw cards away, right? Well, why would I block their creature? They're going to pump it and kill my creature. It's the kind of thing where you don't want to get got. But sometimes it's right to get got. Sometimes it's right to say, well, what am I gaining in this scenario? I am losing a thing, that is correct. But what am I going to gain? What's the effect on the game going to be? And you throw away your creature, but you're buying a turn, and that hand needed time. It needed another turn. One more turn that company online. It's very possible that that company comes off with an extra land on that one extra turn, hits 2 Skyclave, eats 2 things, and now they're back in the game. So time is a very, very important factor to have access to in that game.
Okay, we've got a 3rd feature queued up from the start here in our first round of matches for our Hooglandia Open today. And Jim, we've got one of the bad guys of the tournament this feature match. We've got some green-black food. For those that aren't super familiar with this format, I think green-black food, along with the blue-white control decks, is probably one of the best decks, if not the best deck in this format. And it's playing against someone that can only be described as one of the good guys, as I see a Zira Companion and a Chandra's Regulator in hand for our second competitor.
Yeah, very, very clear hero versus supervillain here. No gray areas. This is the bad versus good, light versus dark. Chandra's Regulator, I'm rooting for Chandra's Regulator. I can't stay non-biased here.
Great, we got our players underway here. Kind of a little bit ambitious keep for our green-black player. None of those land spell split cards in hand, but we do see a Gilded Goose here that could potentially make a little bit extra mana.
Yeah, the big thing about this Hooglandia deck is it is extremely lean. Almost every card costs 1. Almost all the engine cards, a lot of the threats. It really is an impressive showing of mana efficiency. That's often what you see from the best decks in the format. They're just full of 1 mana cards, 2 mana cards. They're just very, very efficient, and they're doing the things that other decks are trying to do for much cheaper. And of course, Luris plays into that as well.
Yep. I'm going to pull up Zidra here because I can't remember the full text on this card. Is it Zidra? Z-I-R? Zerda, the Dawn Maker.
You can copy activated abilities, right?
Every permanent in your deck has to have an activated ability, and they cost 2 less to activate. We can make something not block. Okay.
Feels like the kind of free roll Planeswalker, where if you're just happen to be playing a deck that fits the criteria for it and you want a companion, there it is.
Yep. Yeah, because Planeswalkers, it'll be all have their up and down activated abilities, so those are effects that meet this requirement trivially.
Yeah, Mind Stone, Chandra's Regulator, all activated abilities, reasonable.
All right, we see a second land roll off the top for our green-black player here. And this is one of the reasons why this green-black deck is so good, is because of the incredible efficiency of all of its spells. We see a card with a 4 mana printed on it there in more Mortality Spear, but really this is a 2 mana card in most instances for this green-black deck.
It's a pretty cool card. This is one of the cards that kind of jumps out. You see the deck list, you see Fatal Push, Luris, Gilded Goose, Mortality Spear. What? Am I playing Strixhaven draft? What's going on here? But the deck is able to gain life at a pretty consistent clip here with food tokens and Meat Hook Massacre. So ends up being a 2 mana Vindicate more often than not.
Yeah, even even Luris incidentally just like happens to have lifelink.
Yeah, that's true, right?
We see kind of figuring out what we want to play out here. We have a lot of permutations the way this turn could play out. We could Anger Goose is probably not great. Want to save that for after the Luris comes. We could Chandra, start getting attacks in with tokens. We could draw Zidra to our hand to play out later.
Yeah, this Anger is going to be pretty good here. Pretty good. And then as it stands, Luris has this Shambling Gas to get. It's kind of cool too. No Mishra's Bauble in Historic. Mishra's Bauble, one of the key cards in Modern to loop with Luris, a 0 mana artifact that draws cards. But it's a Soul Guide Lantern. And that can be cast over and over and over again. It's a little bit slower, but it is a card draw engine with Luris as well.
Something that's noteworthy is Chandra Acolyte of Flame, while it's never been a super metagame defining card, the times it has shown up, it's frequently shown up inside of more aggressive decks, but her -2 actually lets you recast instants and sorceries from the graveyard, so we see her using her 0 to put herself up a loyalty to start here, because she could have the ability to flash this Anger back down the line.
Chandra Acolyte of Flame is an awesome Magic card. I've played this card in a lot of different decks.
Yep.
It's a really cool card. It's a self-contained threat. As you're saying, you can play that kind of Snapcaster role to flash things back. It's cheap. It can gain loyalty. You can play it alongside other planeswalkers and just grow them up too. Play it with Chandra Torch of Defiance, ultimate pretty fast. It's a really, really cool card. It hasn't seen a ton of play. Whenever I played it, I've always been impressed.
So if a Chandra's Regulator here, every time you activate the loyalty ability of a Chandra Planeswalker, you pay 1 to copy it. And this also provides us some card selection, letting us discard a mountain to draw a card.
Love it. Love Chandra Tribal here. Dress to Kill now in action. And this is lining up pretty well. The Medoc Massacre, Fatal Push. These cards aren't looking too good in our Twinless Twin hand here. And this game is looking nice for our heroes.
Yeah, our red player kind of trying to decide how aggressive do they want to be here. We see the pause on maybe we want to activate the Mobilize District. I like choosing to play the Dress to Kill here instead. Getting to go ahead and it's a free roll. It's a free roll to copy her ability.
We're doing both too. We're going to activate the district as well.
Gosh. Wow, really efficient counting here. That's great.
Yeah. This is awesome. This is good TV. I gotta get some popcorn or something. This is great.
And honestly, I love open entry tournaments like this. You never know what people are going to show up with. And in Magic's non-rotating formats like this, where there's so many different cards that people have access to, things like this can be competitive even against the better decks in the format.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff happening here too. We see the lands our red player has in play right now. We have a Shatter Skull Smashing, which is a great spell. We have Mobilize District, which is a good threat. Mind Stones is a piece of mana ramp that can draw cards. We see Interplanar Beacon, another awesome card that can gain life off these planeswalkers. This is a really, really cool looking big red deck.
You got at the very tippy top end there too. This is a card that was kind of a menace of standard whenever it's legal, but doesn't see a ton of play in these faster formats. Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Ugin's the other kind of card. My stepson, when we were first showing him Magic, he was like 5 or 6. He's like, Jim, whenever you play that Ugin card, they always just scoop. What happens? Why do they do that? Well, the card's pretty good. And that alongside Chandra Awakened Inferno, the other 6 mana, huge play for this deck. 2 real game-ending cards. And it's cool to see the range here. We saw the smaller Chandras kind of small balling it up here, a little mana here, a little damage there, leading to these big planeswalker threats all the way up the curve. And the mana they add is reasonable too. Chandra Torch Defiance adds 2, Dress to Kill adds 1, and then the mana ramp rocks add mana as well. So not crazy to cast these cards super ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I think if you asked me to say, Jeff, what is the best planeswalker in Historic? It's Chandra Torch of Defiance, and it's not close. This card, it slices, it dices, it ramps you into bigger threats, it draws you cards, it interacts with the board, it has an emblem that basically reads you win the game. It really just does it all.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic card. And, a real great on the board tempo piece where you play it, you add 2 red and you kill something. The board is even remotely stable. You're in phenomenal shape.
Yeah. Anytime you get to down tick this and kill their only threat, and then you get to untap with her, you're just we're super far ahead.
Yeah, and the mana plus ability, you almost forget that that's just ramp too. You think about using it a turn you cast it, but you can just cast Chandra Awakened Inferno the turn after it, Yep. And seeing that ability from a mono red deck is really, really cool because usually you wouldn't expect the ramp to come from the red deck.
All right, we got 2 probably keeps here. A little bit land light, could maybe see a mulligan for red player, but they're also on the draw, so I don't think I'd fault them for keeping this 7.
Yeah, I believe the regulator can loot red cards.
It loots mountains at the very least.
It's mountains and red cards, I think.
Oh, it is mountain or red card. Yeah, that's an excellent shout.
Okay, so yeah, and then we see a land draw here anyway, but Chandra Awakened Inferno number 2 can become a new card. We see a Braid, of course. And the one thing about this Golgari deck is it's not particularly fast. It's a great grindy deck, great at killing things. It does have the Swirls, which can grow pretty quickly, but for the most part, this is kind of a grindy board control deck, and that's going to play right into this Planeswalker deck, which doesn't really care about Medoc Massacre. We do see a Maelstrom Pulse in hand for our Golgari player, which is a good answer to Planeswalkers, but there are a lot of Planeswalkers to answer in this deck.
Yep, you see that Deadly Dispute able to sacrifice an artifact, sacrificing the food that the Goose made to draw a couple of cards. And now we have a really strong turn 3 here, We can Thoughtseize, Cauldron Familiar, and Witch's Oven to really get some stuff going here.
Yeah, big pickups. The Thoughtseize is huge, and then the second half of the Oven Familiar combo, huge draw steps.
One of the things you frequently want to be asking yourself in any matchup where you're playing is, who's the beatdown? And that's, which of these 2 decks, as the game goes long, is more favored to be winning the game? And I think in this case, it might actually be our red player with things like Awakened Inferno and Ugin. So I feel like the onus is on our food player here to try and get this game over with sooner rather than later.
Strong agree. The interactive elements of the Golgari deck they do have some pulses. Mortality Spirit can kill planeswalkers, but usually much better at combating creatures than planeswalkers. So,
Yep.
while they're not super well suited to beat down, that's the reality of the situation, and they got a place for it.
So we see Mind Stone come off the top here. I imagine, like Jim alluded to earlier, we might see a Chandra Awakened Inferno rummage with the Chandra's Regulator, and we could see it happen at sorcery speed here, because in the event that we pick up something like a deal 2 or a deal 1, it might be something that we want to cast this turn.
For sure. Everything's face up here. And we see the little eye icons on every player in OG's hand, letting us know that our opponent knows all these cards as well. One of the reasons why you would wait on a loot is trying to hide information. What do I do with this mana?
Yep.
Or see what they're going to do. But I think it's pretty obvious at this point that the Chandra number 2 is redundant, and shipping it away looking for something new is a reasonable thing. But can wait also. There's no
I don't really mind waiting. If you don't think you're going to unholy heat something on the board, waiting is fine. It plays around your opponent drawing another Thoughtseize next turn or already having one. So I think waiting is a perfectly reasonable sequence here for Dreamcast.
Yep. Just checking out the options. Get to see more.
See that Colony Garden, tapped green land that makes a token. This token has so much utility in this green-black deck, able to sacrifice to Witch's Oven, able to sacrifice to that Phyrexian Tower for extra mana. It deals damage with Meat Hook Massacre. It really just does it all.
Yeah, cool card. Cool card.
Lurrus drawn to hand here. Definitely the more powerful of the two companions on display in this matchup.
So yeah, slight power discrepancy, just a little bit. They both cost 3. That's about where similarities end. We are getting into this mid game though. OG is still at 17. Yep. Has multiple planeswalkers in play. Blast Zone also a big one here too. I was saying earlier, most of the cards in this deck cost 1. Well, Blast Zone can kill the Oven, can kill the Familiar right now, which is pretty great. Smashing is now an answer to his Lurrus, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh gosh, so we could technically make 3 mana this turn. I guess that doesn't really do anything though, right? We could deal 4 with this plus though.
Yeah, I think they're just going to see it go up here. I think it's just sort of just bait. It's just saying, like, I'm going to use my turn. I'm going to play Shadow Torch Defiance. I guess they can actually activate the Regulator, yeah.
And they can go ahead and use the Regulator to deal 4 here and start racing a little bit if they think that's the line they want to be taking. They could also, they could be in this spot where maybe they're not sure that they want to get rid of the second Chandra, in which case you're not rummaging anyway, so might as well take the free 2 points.
Yeah, it could have added red and then copied it to put the Zadara in hand. Also an option. The damage wasn't really an issue. But I think here this is just Chandra being offered, saying, here you go. Here's my Chandra. 5 loyalty. You have 1 power in play. You can't kill this without using a pulse or some sort of like direct removal spell.
Yep.
And then these Awakened Infernos can come in next turn and start mopping things up, giving away emblems. Chandra's a really cool card as well. The can't be countered clause is usually the most important clause on it in these control matchups. Not going to be a factor here, but the ability to give emblems was going to be a longer game, as well as suit the board, and just hard to remove. A huge loyalty.
Something to note here too is like, because the control deck on the bottom here isn't playing blue or black cards, there's no counter spells or discards to work through effects like Maelstrom Pulse and the Morality Spear. So we kind of just need to like overload on threats until eventually one of them hangs out, and keeping all of our Chandras allows that to happen really elegantly.
The only is through. I'm going to keep playing Chandras till you can't kill them anymore.
Yep. Eventually one of these is going to hang out, and it's going to be lovely when it does.
Yes, and we see a Lurrus here, but it's a naked Lurrus. There's nothing to return, and now there definitely won't be anything to return here with a Relic coming off the top too. So here comes Chandra, and Chandra's more than happy to mop this board up. I see no elementals, so 3 damage everything. Leave Chandra in play.
The cat is going to get to go ahead and do its loop thing and still hang out. And something that could be noteworthy here is that the way our red player sequenced their lands this game, they actually took 3 extra damage. They could have played that Shatter Skull tapped last turn and just missed out on 2 damage, but instead they held it for a turn waiting to see if they draw another land. So if they end up a few points of life short, they could have had control over that.
Yeah, very interesting choice too, because like the benefit of keeping smashing and drawing a land on this draw step would have been pretty big, but it's also a risk as well. And the thing is that when you're playing a controller like this, again, with no blue, no black, no real like card draw or manipulation, you got to be aware of that. If this deck starts to flood, we can loot with Regulator a little bit if they're mountains, but keeping your big spells is kind of important. But in great shape now, Chandra's doing the thing. We get to copy the thing and double emblem per turn, which is awesome.
Yep. I would like to say I really like the attack decision from our green-black player here. They paused on if they wanted to attack the Chandra for a second here, and ultimately they decided not to because they realized they're the beatdown. We need to just drain them out. If the Chandra lives, we're going to die anyways. So let's just try and get this game over with sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I strongly agree. These sort of familiar loops, draining damage. Some way, the way to beat this Chandra is to cheese our opponent out. We're not going to deal with Chandra and the other Chandra in hand and everything else too. So, Blast Zone here is definitely, looming to mop this board up a bit. I don't think Twinless Twins going to be able to get ahead of these Chandra emblems.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we see the Relic coming down now as opposed to pulling the trigger on the Blast Zone. I guess there's some incentive to keep it around as a land because it is your 6th mana source for the second Chandra Awakened Inferno.
Yeah, I suppose with 2 foods in play, the Relic can't. You sack 1.
Oh, this is really aggressive here. Okay, now if I was Dreamcast, yeah, I would pull the trigger on the Blast Zone once this cat is back.
Yeah, now the Blast Zone's ready to rock and roll.
Yep. Okay, really paid off for the patience of the Blast Zone here.
Yeah, and that's everything. There's now a single Cauldron Familiar left.
Yep, and there's no food. That artifact sitting on our green-black player's side of the board is a treasure token.
I missed that actually. So yeah, there's actually nothing left.
And we're at 20 for the green-black player, but remember they have 2 Chandra emblems right now, and they're getting a minimum of 2 Chandra emblems per turn from here on out. So it's going to end very, very quickly from here.
Yeah, and this is a perfect payoff for our analysis of our red deck being the control deck here. Life totals don't really matter that much, except for OG just being alive. Exactly. So
how's the 3rd Phyrexian Tower, Jim, as far as draws go?
It's trips, 3 of a kind. We're playing poker, right?
Yep. No, not so good. All right. It looks like that was the last of our feature matches that we had from the very start. And to the surprise of few, we have a match still going that is a Witches Oven mirror match, it looks like here. So I have more coverage. We're not going to go to downtime because downtime, why would we have downtime, chat? That's just silly. So I have a 4th match that we don't have from the very start. Let's go ahead and get that pulled up and see what we have to peek at here for another match in this round. Okay, we are going to be jumping on in here inside of game 2. Looks like we're in game 2, turn 3 is where our recording starts for this one. Looks like 5-color Niv on the bottom lost game 1 to red-black Arcanist on top. And this game could definitely go either way. So let's take a peekaboo here at what's going on.
That's a hand right there. That's a hand. Tyrant Scorn, Grafdigger's Cage, Triome, and the all-important Niv Mizzet Reborn. Fortunately, this Go Blank in our Rakdos player's hand is looking pretty good. Drew's hand is very vulnerable to Mind Rot at the moment.
Yeah, Go Blank. We saw Go Blank be awkward for one of our different red-black player earlier against humans, but that's not the case in this match. This is a place where it really excels.
Yeah, for a deck like Niv, deck needs to play 5 lands and then cast a 5-drop. It doesn't really draw raw cards super well. This is where Go Blank's at its absolute best. Aside from graveyard synergies, obviously.
Yep, and then you're going to have a tough choice here when this Go Blank happens. Like, do you keep the land to be able to cast spells off the top, or do you keep your bomb so that way you just need to draw lands to gas back up with?
Tough. It's really tough. There's still a lot of cards in Lucas's hand. And the big thing about Lucas's hand here is a Croxa as well. So anything gets stuck in hands and it gets discarded anyway. It's funny. I think that keeping the spell over the land might have been incorrect, but worked out because the same land was drawn anyway. Now Gigantha can be a sacrificial lamb to the Croxa here.
I think I'm going to take the side of Drew on this one. I think I actually really like keeping our spell payoff because, you think about what is our density of payoffs versus our density of lands. I've looked at these 5-color Niv decks, and a lot of them are playing like 28 lands or more.
Oh, really? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I suppose Niv is also the card that needs to be cast to probably win the game. So that's fair. I can buy that.
We could see a really good turn here for our Niv player. If this Den of the Bugbear gets fired up and tries to attack, Prismari Command gets to shock to kill it, plus make a treasure token here to let us cast the Niv next turn.
Yeah, that is pretty huge. Great draw there in Prismari Command. Probably second best to an untapped land.
Yeah, yeah. Untapped green, definitely the best draw here. Prismari Command, this is super clean here for a Niv player.
Yeah. So totally pays off. From being mind rotted and looking in not a great spot to just casting Niv 2 turns later. Easy game.
If you're not familiar with Niv, this is the format's largest Muldrifter. Honestly, probably Magic's largest Muldrift. This card has made some waves in Modern and Pioneer as well. Just very good in most of Magic's non-rotating formats that have a very deep density of good multicolored cards.
Yeah, essentially 6/6, 4, maybe.
Not bad. Easy game, no big.
And that's a pretty good spread of creatures. You have a good threat, 2 good answers, and a card draw spell. Yep. Niv's the kind of card where you really got to work for it. You got to build your deck in a serious manner. But when you cast it, the payoff is monumental, as we just saw. So a 6/6 flyer and 3 good spells for 5 mana.
Even drew the green source for the turn, so we have the green source for Territorial Kavu next turn. Like, everything's coming up to visit here. I'm sure we're about to see a game 3.
Exactly. And then Gravedigger's Cage kind of quietly off to the side here, but keeping his Kroxa at bay. And then honestly, a lot of the ways that the Raptors will come back will involve the graveyard. So Cage kind of just sitting there doing his thing. Hasn't really like visually done much yet, but turning off the graveyard is very important.
Gosh, Jim, my auto lookup for Gravedigger's Cage looks like this.
Is that a new movie that's coming out?
it does look like a movie poster, doesn't it? It must be a Secret Lair card, I'm assuming, right?
Nicolas Cage stars in Gravedigger's Cage. That's great.
All right, the world is your oyster if you're our Niv Visit player here. Got a lot of choices. I like leading on the expressive iteration. Just get a little bit more info here.
Yeah, we see Bedevil and Unholy Heat, which can both kill Niv. He needs a little help, but the reality is, as with all Muldrifters, killing the Muldrifter itself is not super ideal because they draw a bunch of cards off of it. But it's also a 6/6 that needs to be killed. So real rock and a hard place kind of card. I mean, yeah, we just get cards out the wazoo here. Cloythus looks amazing. Not even good enough in this spot. I mean, or it is good enough to keep. Drama Lock's great also. Yeah. An embarrassment of riches here.
All right, we see Bedevil coming down on the Gravedigger's Cage, kind of acknowledging that, okay, we need to have our graveyard to survive. Okay, and there's an Unholy Heat. And it is notable here that if our red-black player is able to exile their graveyard with Kroxa, this Drown in the Lock will end up being not particularly useful as an answer, and Vanishing Verse and Clarion both miss it as well.
Yeah, Kroxa could go here. Kabu will be a 5/5, I believe. All land types are represented. That's not big enough. 14 life, it seems like a lot, but Kroxa closes out a game pretty quickly.
Yep.
And that's kind of an issue with these Niv decks is, you have the raw power of, I have this 6/6 that comes into play and draws 4 spells. But the spells you're playing are often kind of this wide spread of potential answers that may or may not line up right. A Vanishing Verse here, a Deafening Clarion there. Those aren't so good against Kroxa. So we'll see. Now Drown can kill Kroxa if there's a card or 2 left. Of course, Kroxa being cast for 4, but the mana value on the card is only 2.
Yep. Gosh, you even said mana value, Jim. You've retrained yourself so well. I say converted mana cost way too often.
I practice every night in front of the mirror.
You see Kroxa here making Giroux discard a card. Dreadhorde Arcanist also going to get to join on in here as well. Interesting decision on Lucas's part, leaving a land in the bin as opposed to a spell, kind of neutering the Clothis a bit, but also leaving us without options for the Dreadhorde Arcanist to flash back.
Yeah, I can't imagine that the Clarion is not the cards that we discarded here. And it's funny because then the Arcanist will come down, making that look a little not as good. But I think Kroxa is looking pretty meaty here. I suppose, and it's so funny here, the Vanishing Verse being an exile effect, it's actually a pretty big downside.
Yeah.
Because the first would directly kill the Arcanist, then the Drown could kill the Kroxa, but can't do that yet.
Yeah, we see just that single card left in the graveyard for Lucas, making that Drown in the Lock have no targets on this board. Really big downside when you're facing down a big monster like this Titan.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see any card removed from the opponent's graveyard here. Got to keep that Drown in the Lock going. So we see, there you go, little life drain, buy a little time.
Honestly, kind of an impressive bit of a comeback here for our red black player. When the Niv Mizzet happened after the Mind Run, I thought for sure our red black player was a little bit out of this, but correctly identifying that we needed to get rid of that cage, getting the Crocs out here, kind of bobbing and weaving around this Drown in the Lock incidentally, and things are looking pretty okay for them.
Yeah, things are lining up very nicely. However, it is a bit of a house of cards. A lot relies on Miss Croxa, and Drew is pretty close to killing Croxa. We just need to get one more card in the graveyard somehow.
Yeah, I mean, and even the creature land can't attack meaningfully because otherwise, and remember, there's not an eye on that Drown, so we don't know it's there if you're on Lucas's side of the board.
Absolutely, which is very, very important. Oh, well, there it goes.
Wow. Okay. That really surprises me.
So Drew perhaps thinking that they're just not going to be able to get a card in their graveyard, looking for other options. I agree. I'm surprised by that as well.
Because the Dreadhorde Arcanist is just so not meaningful, right? And if you're worried about the Den of the Bugbear attacking you later, the Drown and Lock can also still get rid of that.
At any point, if the Arcanist will be active, the Drown will also be active.
Correct.
So,
yep.
All right, we're playing up the top here, folks. Now, the Cabo can loot, I believe, right? It can rummage on attacks.
Rummage, yes. It can discard a card. Yep. So we brick here, but we get a redraw.
The problem is the opportunity cost of that is to attack for 5 and take 4 in the backswing from the Bugbear, too. And life total is a major issue right now. This has got to hit here, I think. We got to hit a spell to deal with this Croc so the game is over. Redraw.
Well, we get to keep spinning our tires, and remember, if we get something we can't cast here, the Crocs is going to make it go away.
Ooh.
Grafdigger's Cage is a little late.
Now, interesting question here. Do you keep it in hand to gain 3 life, or do you cast it? Going to keep it in hand.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it in hand means that... Oh, wait, are we just dead? It's close. Okay, yeah, we had to keep it in hand, because otherwise the Den killed us.
Right. So the problem is now down to 2, going to 4. Now there's a Channeler in play, too. It's got to be a hit here. That's not a hit.
Oh, Thoughtseize. It's so good early, Jim. It is so not good late.
Yes. We got to see another attack and loot here. And even then, I mean, even if Croxa dies now, with Den of the Bugbear available and 2 other creatures, I don't think there's a draw.
Wow.
It's definitely not overgrown, too.
That is an impressive comeback for our Arcanist player. I thought we were done, Jim, when the Niv Mizzet came down and we drew 4 cards. One of them was an expressive iteration, but really seeing just kind of that awkwardness of having to play those multicolored cards and none of them lining up particularly fantastic into that particular threat.
Yeah, if you told me we tuned into a game where Niv Mizzet was cast for 4 cards against Rakdos, sign a slip already. But impressive comeback. Real good job recognizing what was important, making sure the cage got away, and making sure that they had the capability to get back into the game as a Rakdos player. Very, very good.
All right. So it looks like our round 2 has just been posted. We've got Gamaz, Rain Dragon, Purple, Polar Panzer, April, Marco Lima, Slinker, Darehut MTG, and Inska. Please report to the feature match area in the Discord server there. We are going to go ahead and throw to a short break where we'll shout out to our sponsors of this tournament, Metafy, CoolStuffInc.com, and Untapped.gg. We are running on at least a 5-minute delay, so they're starting their matches now. So we'll be back in a little bit less than 5 minutes with coverage of round 2. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a ton of historic action all day here for the Hooglandia Open Series. How's it going, folks? Welcome back. Just a few minutes as we promised. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoogland. I'm joined here by Jim Davis. We're getting ready to start round 2 of our tournament coverage here today in our historic Hooglandia Open. Before we dive on into the players playing, let's go ahead and take a peek at what our players are playing for, and then look at a quick metagame overview of what players have brought to our tournament here today. So to start with, this is our first Hooglandia Open that is awarding a Neo Set Championship invite. The person that wins this tournament is going to get to go play on the bigger stage an official Wizards of the Coast tournament. 2nd through 8th place is also going to get invited to the Arena February Qualifier weekend directly, and everybody that gets at least 4 match wins in today's double elimination tournament is going to walk away with $15 in Cool Stuff Inc. store credit per match win throughout the course of the tournament that they are playing. So really excited to have our tournament series link into something bigger and better, and fantastic to have Cool Stuff Inc. back, giving our players wonderful, cool stuff to be playing for.
PTQs are great. It's a great feeling knowing that you're playing an event and one person in the event, whether you're in a room looking around the room or playing online, is going to qualify for a Pro Tour or a Pro Tour equivalent level event, this being the set championship for Kamigawa Neon Dynasty.
Now, I know all of you at home, as I'm often a tournament competitor, the thing that you want most is deck lists and metagame information. So let's talk about what our almost 150 competitors brought to play here today. So to start, we have Golgari and Junfood kind of broken out separately. These players are self-reporting their deck lists, so we can't auto-group those. But even grouping those together, they're only 15%-ish of the field. So our top 2 archetypes in Food Variations and Phoenix make up 25% of the decks being played. So really a pretty diverse field here for our historic Open.
And it feels a lot like Modern, honestly. You have this field where there's a lot of cards, a pretty large card pool, a lot of powerful stuff happening, and because of that, you can kind of do the things you want to do. Enchantress, Affinity, there are obviously top tier decks. There's a lot of other options available as well, which is really fun. Definitely in contrast to standard, the smaller card pools where you end up, with like 4-ish, 5-ish reasonable decks.
So lots of ones in here too. And if you're new to the Hooglandia Opens or MTG Melee in general, who's the platform that we're putting this tournament on through, you can have access to all of these. You don't just have to look at me give you numbers while you're sitting at home. You can dig in and see every deck list registered for this tournament. You can follow it on the MTG Melee page throughout the course of the day to see what's doing well in different spots. That being said, I know you all are not here to watch Jim and I ramble. You want to see some actual actions. Let's go ahead and dive on into our feature match area here. Just as a reminder, the structure of this tournament is double elimination, so every player that you're going to see on coverage throughout the course of the tournament today is always live to win the entire thing. We are just going to keep playing matches of Magic until there is one person who hasn't lost twice, and we've got Cube April here on the left versus Pure Polar Panzer on the right here. Let's see what our players have brought to battle.
Looks like we have April on a Jeskai, kind of like a Blinky deck here. We're seeing, the Ephemerate, Muldrifter sort of package. Some new cards here, Town Razor Tyrant and Wandering Mind. Ephemerating a Town Razor Tyrant is something that definitely interests me as a person.
Yep. Something that's is a little noteworthy in the Jeskai list here is while they are doing a lot of Blinky effects, there's notably no Yorion here. So just a trim 60 card Blink deck for Cube on the bottom.
Yep, and then our opponent's playing Simic Merfolk. Pretty standard stuff here. 4 company, bunch of lords. A lot of new Modern Horizons cards. It's not that new, but
I actually think Merfolk is probably one of the better tribal creature decks in this format right now. I've been talking about how Historic's definitely leaning a little bit more on the controlling aspect of things at the moment, and having these disruptive creatures that give you access to counter spells in your color has a lot of value.
Yeah, Gotta See in Sky too. It's just an unbelievable Magic card. I mean, I've been seeing that card being played in non-Merfolk decks as a 3/4 that can draw carbon attacks. Playing like Demure Control with the card lets you cast things for free when you Wrath. Really, really powerful card, and really gives these Merfolk decks a little bit of individual power level in a deck that's usually based on synergy and like pieces coming together.
Master of the Pearl Trident, little bit of a boomer Magic card here, has this keyword Island Walk on it. We see 2 Hallowed Fountains in play for Cube April, which means that all of the non-Master of the Pearl Trident Merfolk in play right now cannot be blocked at the moment. We see Ephemerate blinking this charming prince, able to scry a little bit more, I assume digging for a 4th land, still not finding it.
Does find a Skyclave though, and deciding to value the Skyclave over the looking for the random possible fourth land.
And we see that, the powerful card, you mentioned Sea and Sky come down for our Merfolk player here. Probably want to answer that one before it can start generating card advantage.
Absolutely. And that's a card where, again, most of the Merfolk cards are some of their parts kind of cards. It's a bunch of 2/2s that make other 2/2s better. And that's pretty vulnerable to removal spells. It's the kind of thing where if you get to do your thing, you're in great shape. But if your opponent's going to be able to break you up, it kind of can fall apart. Whereas the God of Sea and Sky is just an unbelievably powerful card by itself. It also boosts everything else up as well.
Kind of an awkward collected company here for a Merfolk player. Actually, kind of surprised we didn't just see the second Master of the Pearl Shredding come down to give these things unblockable right away. That being said, it's probably not going to matter because the existing things have Island Walk as is with the second one. We're going to be attacking for 8 next turn, looks like. So 1 short, but probably enough to finish it up next turn. Oh, spoke too soon. There's a Lord.
And there you go. So we see the Grizzly Bear Tribal getting it done here.
More importantly, unblockable Grizzly Bear Tribal. Just that I've had that experience in Modern a lot where you're like, oh, I'm playing against the Merfolk deck and my deck happens to be blue and there's just no blocking this game.
Absolutely. Yeah. And honestly, this Jeskai deck is a creature deck. It's looking to block, was that Elite Guard Mage, Wandering Mind. These are the kind of cards you play because the body is supposed to be relevant. It's supposed to be able to block and keep you alive against aggro decks and pressure the control decks, but no blocking allowed here. And Master of the Pearl Trident gets it done.
We see some extra removal spells coming in. We're going to have some fried fish. We're going to dispute some of these lords' claims to the islands and maybe see if we can stave off the aggression so the card advantage of this Jeskai deck can maybe leverage something. We see lots of things like Expressive Iteration here, and Muldrifter is the Scribbles of Crayons alternate art there, looking to generate some card advantage.
Yeah, Dispute's the big one here. Dispute is usually seen in control mirrors, kind of to win counter wars and things like that. Well, against the Merfolk deck, the Dispute is almost just 1 blue counter target spell. Can't counter company as easily, but for the most part, it's going to find an efficient, easy target at some point in the early game, and it's going to be really, really important. That compounded with their removal spells and the card advantage, I think this would be an uphill battle for our Merfolk player, but we'll see. Spell Pierce coming in, does have the tools, Miscast also, so there are tools available to fight back.
One kind of interesting card to call out on the Merfolk side is we have 4 copies of Mistcaller in the main deck for the Merfolk player, which this can actually be used to counter an Ephemerate blinking something. That creature that's going to come back into play that gets targeted by Ephemerate was not cast. So if you sack the Mistcaller, you're going to exile whatever was going to get blinked instead.
Yeah, pretty cool light disruption where it's just a 1-drop creature. It's a threat anyway. It's kind of just totally fine. But at some point on turn 5 or 6 on a critical turn, it can affect the board state, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where, there's a lot of things in this format that are just like instantly cheating stuff in. It's good against opposing collected companies. If you're playing against like a Reanimator deck or Indomitable Creativity, has a lot of value there.
All right, so we see a mulligan here to a pretty good hand. You see Dispute, Helix, and Skyclave. So 3 good pieces of interaction. And then Scribble Crayon Muldrifter. I must have missed that one. But
choosing notably not to shock in for Mystic Dispute, deciding that even if there is a blue 1-drop, it's probably not going to be worth counterspelling here. Shoreline Scout gets to make a decision. Do they want to get rid of a spell or a land? Just right, the Tropical Island, choosing to be a little bit greedy and get rid of the land.
So both players in a little bit need a lands here. Primal Might, interesting card to come in here. There are a lot of creatures in April's deck, but the thing is that interacting at instant speed seems really, really important due to all the ephemerate effects and so on and so forth. So Primal Might here, sorcery speed, can fight and kill things. Cool card. We'll see how it lines up.
Assume something's about to eat a Lightning Helix here. We want to just make sure we use our mana before we fall too far behind. Chose not to dispute, so that means we're going to commit to using this. Notable that if we tried to kill the Mistcaller, it could sacrifice in response and lose us that 3 life. So I want to make sure we gain a little bit of life with this, so killing one that cannot sacrifice itself.
Tough. Third land's pretty important here. Skyclave obviously wants to come online. Evoking Muldrifter is an option as well, but another 3-drop drawn and decent life buffer at the moment. But all right, there's your land.
Okay, and we see Miscast being gripped in hand for our Merfolk player. That is not going to be particularly good against any of the creature spells that Cube April has access to this turn. Choosing to play Skyclave Apparition. I like this. It cleans up the 2/2 and then threatens to block the 1/1, even trades with it should they play a Lord out.
Yeah, this is not too bad, honestly. 18 life, no on-walkers yet.
Our
You see
Merfolk player
Reedry.
getting penalized for their greedy play a little bit earlier. I think they probably should have kept their extra land, and they could have had a 3-drop on the previous turn.
We're seeing no block in the Skyclave here. With Ephemerate in hand and now Cloud Shift also a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I wonder. So we saw the Ephemerate get picked up there. I wonder if perhaps we could see a like Cloud Shift our Skyclave to try and get something. The Mistcaller gets sacrificed, then we Ephemerate in response to the Mistcaller trigger.
That's fair. That's very fair. Dispute also live here too.
You see,
Reedry is going to
Miscast at the ready. I assume we're going to see a mix of counters treated here. Oh, pretty big mistake on the auto tapper / cube April sequencing here. Tapped the second white source instead of the, okay, but we chose not to use miscolors. This actually just doesn't matter. Okay. Really surprised to not see the miscolor. Maybe one mistake traded for another there between our players.
Yeah, so the end result is going to be pretty good for April here. 2/2 attacks, but not too big of a deal. And then Skyclave's here. Ephemerate's with pop off again. And this is a spot where you see Skyclave being pretty awesome because, you know, our Merfolk players are going to get some things back, and those things are not fish. Keeping the oh wow.
Okay, and we see that sequence I talked about that wasn't available last turn, but is available now because April's gotten untapped. So we get to Cloud Shift in response to the Mistcaller trigger, so we get to get our blink in. Okay, and there's a land, and we get to drop the Wandering Mind, and suddenly our Jeskai player is in a very good spot.
Yep, definitely.
Ephemerate on Wandering Mind, really neat source of card advantage.
Yeah, Ephemerate's the kind of card that like it's really, really, really good. But it was for a long time only really legal in Modern, where it saw a tiny bit of play. Modern is a very powerful format. On full display here in Historic, the card is absolutely phenomenal, and there are a bunch of great things to blink with it.
Speaking of great things to blink, we have Muldrifter as an excellent thing to blink here. And something to note, this evoke mechanic normally means you sacrifice the thing after you play it for that cost, but you can actually ephemerate in response to that evoke cost here. So I'd wager we're about to see Muldrifter ephemerate my Muldrifter, draw 4 cards, get to keep my 2/2 flyer.
Yeah, really, really powerful effect. You know, Ephemerate being costing 1 is just such a big deal. It's just so cheap and so easy to work in spots like this.
Yep, and it rebounds next turn and going to get to draw 2 more cards then.
Yep. And a land draw here would produce a land for Portable Hole possibly, or another Ephemerate. That's fun too. No white though.
So something that's noteworthy here, how this interaction works. When Magic cards change zones, they're considered a new instance of that card. So even though the Muldrifter was in play when that evoke trigger resolved, it's considered a different Muldrifter than the one that had originally been invoked.
Right. This Scribble Crayon drawing has no idea about the previous Scribble Crayon drawing.
And we see what Jim mentioned earlier, where, you know, the Skyclave tokens are there and they're attacking, but they're not fish. So this Mirror Reedry is not making them bigger, just an attack for 5 here.
Absolutely. And the big threat from the Merfolk deck is also the Island Walk against a deck like this, and not be able to block. And those can be blocked, which is huge. So basically a whole new hand for April here. And It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, so we're behind on board and we're behind on life total, but our hand is just so stacked for the bottom player. Kind of a lot of permutations. Wouldn't be surprised if this turn takes a second, but April seems like they know where they want to go to start.
So favoring the Guard Mage over Tyrant, life gaining card draw over size, has Ephemerate, Dispute, and Fry up. So 3 great pieces of interaction, 2 reasonable blockers, and 9 life is a reasonable spot as far as life goes too.
Okay. Maybe a little bit of a mistap or change what we were thinking about doing midway here. Perhaps wanted to leave that extra white up for the Ephemerate we could have.
Yeah. Dispute probably going to be cast here, but having the option usually preferable, of course.
Yep. And we're going to get value out of it anyways. It doesn't really matter here. The Dispute's going to go ahead and catch the Sea and Sky. And then we're going to get to go ahead and I imagine trade with the 2/2 inside of combat here. And then the Town Razor plus the Fry next turn will probably put this game away.
Yeah, for sure. The Merfolk deck is, you know, mostly reliant on the God of Sea and Sky and company to kind of like get back into games as far as card draw goes. With no cards in hand here, not really much else going on. And looks like we're going to game 3.
Yeah, we'll see. The one way, if you're in April spot like this, though, you always want to be asking yourself that important question, how do I lose this game from here? And I think the answer to that question definitely involves an Island Walk Lord off of a Collected Company slipping through. So if I was April, I would want to make sure to be very conservative with Fry and there's an extra copy. So now you can actually be aggressive with the first one and still be pretty safe throughout the game.
Absolutely. And then with Ephemerate also available here, looking pretty good. Land off the iteration as well. I think we still have like one turn of like, a little bit diciness, but with 2 fries at the ready looks pretty good. And then the corner will probably turn shortly thereafter.
Yep. Shock and 2 life. No fear in this dojo, Jim.
Wow. So looking to Ephemerate right now. Gonna get that 2 life right back, draw more cards. A little more aggressive, honestly. Going to 6 here, but with double fry up, feels pretty safe.
Yep, love it. Get to go ahead and fry this. So that way nothing's going to get tapped or untapped with that should a merfolk be drawn. 1/1 for 1. Not really where you want to be at this point in the game.
Yeah, so important to kill the Reejerey on April's turn. It might look a little weird. Why kill it now? Why not wait? But of course, the Reejerey is a cast trigger. So when you cast the merfolk, trigger goes on a stack. If you were to kill the Reejerey in response, the tap trigger is still happening. So want to make sure that's not possible. Just kind of closing all doors. You're going to kill it anyway. Might as well just do it on your turn.
Yep, that's funny. I think that's a trap that mid-tier players often find themselves falling into. A lot. They're like, oh, my card's instant speed. And in the case of Fry, it's even more appealing, right? Because like it's not only instant speed, but also can't be countered. So you're like, well, why shouldn't I wait to play this? And being able to recognize those spots with a card like Reach, where like we should be playing our instant speed card proactively is a sign that you'd like to see.
That's right. It's like the level 0, level 1, level 2 kind of thing. Level 0, cast your spells. Level 1, cast your instants on their turn. Level 2, actually think about the game and think about the context of like, well, why am I doing this right now? Why do I want to cast it on their turn? Always a reason not to do it on your own turn.
All right,
good match so far.
Head on into game 3. Definitely prefer being on the play as the aggressive deck here, and pretty good keep, honestly, on both sides. Strong hand. Interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and the miscast could definitely be huge here. It doesn't hit a lot of things in April's deck, but I could definitely imagine there being like one critical turn where this Ephemerate's got to resolve, this Helix has to resolve, breaking that up, and then getting in. So we are probably going to need to see a land from our Merfolk player here to get the full curve out.
I like the sequencing from our Merfolk player choosing to lead on the Mistbinder. It's the less important of the 2 lords, the one that does not provide Island Walk. And similarly, we see April again making good decisions to play their removal spells on their own turns. That way they're not susceptible to things like miscast that's lurking.
Absolutely. And April is absolutely sure that Helix is being cast there. There's no like, well, should I wait and see what they do? Like, got to kill that creature. No questions asked. Just do it on your own turn. Play on the counter spells. Very, very good.
Yep.
And now a lot of options. We have you want to get Skyclave going, leave Fry up. I got to imagine we'll see a Skyclave here on the Master of the Pearl Trident.
I'm going to bake some fish. I actually don't mind this sequence. So this sets us up. One thing that's really cute and tricky you can do with the Skyclave apparition is if you ephemerate it in response to its enter the battlefield effect, you can exile 2 things and not give them a token out of it.
That is true. That is true. So definitely setting up for that, playing the shock land, leaving out the fortress for next turn.
Yep. So we take a little bit of damage. I imagine we're just going to see untapped land, a Skyclave target the Lord, blink it in response here.
Now the issue, of course, here is the Mistcaller. Whenever you see that screen, you're like, in session? I don't think things are going that badly.
I think we're thinking about, we want to make sure we hold priority in response to our things. So we see full control going on. Something to note as a Magic Arena interface thing too, you can also put a stop on your main phase to get priority here. Oh wait, did we pass priority by mistake?
This is a really good play.
Oh, we're making sure that they sacrifice it. Okay, I probably would have flubbed this, Jim. I was thinking, oh, we want to exile the Lord first, but then the other thing would have been sacrificed and we'd have lost our Cyclave in response. So really heads up sequence here from April playing around the onboard trick.
Yeah, excellent play by April there. So targeting the Mistcaller and saying, do you have any responses? And if they don't sacrifice it, they eat the Mistcaller, and then the Ephemerate will be fine later against a 1/1. But if they do sacrifice it, the full blowout happens, and there it was.
Okay, so we have, is Ephemerate a May once you target, or does it have to blanket?
That I'm not sure.
Okay, so we can choose not to cast it, and that's what happens here. But if you do cast it, it's forced to happen. And this miscast is looking real awkward against these scribbles of colors.
Yeah, the old hard cast Molditor at 17 life feels pretty good for April. And, Goddess in Sky is good and all, but whenever Skyclave's getting in on turn 5, you don't think you're in a good spot as a Merfolk player.
We have a Helix in hand for our Jeskai player. They have a lot of lands, but that Triumph does at least notably cycle. Would like to find some kind of removal spell for Sea and Sky here.
So at this point, giving up on Miscast. I'm just playing the 1-drop instead. Miscast looking a little awkward because most of the spells in April's deck do cost 1 or 2. So now we're at the stage of the game where that critical turn never really happened. And now a lot more lands are in play. Miscast looking a little awkward.
Choosing to say this Muldrifter is going to end up being a 2/2 that we're casting for 5 mana next turn, choosing not to evoke it this turn, which I think is pretty reasonable. We're low on resources and want to get the most out of every card that we play.
But here comes God of Sky and Sea. And we were saying how this is an individually powerful card in a deck full of, synergistic cards. Trying to rumble back into this game, attacking, being indestructible, drawing cards. Just a real solid threat. All right, Muldrifter, take me home. Are there more Scribble of Crayon cards?
There's a few. Yeah, they did. So there was a secret layer that for one of the children's hospitals where they had children recreate artwork for them. And if you bought the secret layer, you get to go ahead and get them in client. Yeah, there's a handful of them.
I'm not a huge secret layer fan, but that's pretty cool.
It is. Jim, I'm gonna tell you a dirty little secret. I kind of love the secret layers. I think they're sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I think.
When I say I'm not a fan, I'm saying that I wouldn't necessarily purchase them myself, but I think they're great. I think separating the collectible aspect of Magic into its own thing is a great thing for the game.
Yeah. I'm also a huge fan of exactly what you're getting when you buy it. Normally, you got to go through the secondary market for that, and knowing that I get to spend this money and get this product, I think is really good from a consumer perspective.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm totally in favor of them as a looking at the game. I'm just not with the target audience.
Sure.
Although Nicole did get me the metal ones, like the Anguish I'm making with like the
Sure,
metal
yeah.
art. I actually had those framed for Christmas. That's pretty cool, but would never play with them. A little too jarring for me.
Wandering Mind coming down, gonna get to dig real deep here and possibly find something great like a Fry.
Yeah, Wandering Minds looks very impressive. Kind of an awkward Crimson Vow draft card that, in a weird archetype doesn't always seen play aside from that, but really good rate. I mean, a 2/1 that comes into play draws a good spell every time. It's blinkable. It's got flying. It's a brain with wings. We really couldn't ask for more.
We've talked a lot about, who's the beatdown in various matches that we're watching, and I think our Merfolk player is assuredly the beatdown in this particular matchup. And as this game goes longer and Cube April life total is still in the double digits here, while they're approaching double digits worth of lands in play, things are definitely slipping away from our Merfolk player the longer this game goes on.
Right, and this is fun here because it's a pretty clear cut example. Therefore, it's very easy to kind of see the kind of concept in action. We see here a couple creatures for our Merfolk player. You think about it, what's it going to take this Merfolk player to get back into this game? And it's almost hard to think. We've gotten to a stage of the game now where life totals are similar. There are 3 creatures in play on each side of the board, but the game is drastically lopsided in April's favor because of how April's deck is built. All this card draw, removal, these engines, it kind of just keeps rolling along like a smooth engine. Whereas our Merfolk player, the blitz is done. The blitz failed and the offensive line stood up to it, and now the quarterback has all the time in the world to throw the ball. So
that's football, right?
That was football, yes. Very good.
It. All right, so we see a removal spell drawn here in Primal Might that can pump up one of the fish. We've got the Sea and Sky threatening to draw a couple more cards. Looking for collected companies and removal spells here. So all things considered, maybe not the worst possible draw for our Merfolk side of the board.
Yeah, I think the way to win this game is a cheese out Island Walk win. Maybe sneaking a point here and draw a card, maybe draw a company to some Island Walkers to kind of go. This isn't a terrible, thing here. The Fry can't touch the Goddess and Sky. It's indestructible. It gets to eat this Skyclave, force a chump block because the thing's going to be pretty big. It just eats away 2 things on April's board, adds a thing to our Merfolk player's board. And then maybe, I don't know, but April's played very, very tight so far this match, and it seems very, very aware of the ways that they can lose the game, which is a sort of cheese out win. So I imagine that Fry is going to be, I'll use this when I'm about to die and no other reason, kind of break in case of emergency.
Right, another card. There's okay. I mean, if we said collected companies or removal spells are what you want on the Merfolk side, so that's exactly what you want to see. Big turn next turn for April going to be what does this expressive iteration get to find/do? If we find 2 good spells, it could swing the game, but if we miss, it'll swing the game in the other direction with that collected company.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if this company hits 2 Island Walkers, that's just it. So big spot here. Also big draw on our Merfolk player side if they can find like a miscast and some point of interaction as well.
Okay, there's a Wandering Mind and an Ephemerate. So that it is notable that we have the Mistcaller in play here still. Exiling the Ephemerate.
So interesting choosing to take the Wandering Mind over the Dispute being a cheap interaction, because it's going to draw cards off Muldrifter anyway here, but choosing to dig deeper with Wandering Mind. It's
Also,
deep too.
Also, I think maybe a small misstep on Cube's part. Perhaps should have put the Wandering Mind in exile and put the Ephemerate into hand. Although we're just
If
playing it
guaranteed to cast
proactively.
for sure.
Oh, I
I
guess if we sack the Mistcaller here, it's actually good, right? Because then the Fry can kill the Sea and Sky. So I guess that actually does make sense here.
That is true. The 2/2 in play is not a Merfolk.
Okay, and then we can see untapped land and then Lightning Helix the Speaker and then pay 1 for the ward. I think this needs to happen at sorcery speed here so we can play around a miscast happening.
The problem is now we're hitting the spot where this is tapping out. So there might not be enough
collected
power
company. Yep.
in play for the on-walk cheese that way now that 14 life is here. And again, the 2/2 in play is a 2/2, not a Merfolk. So even company, the 2 lords here would only be an attack for 8. All right, big company.
There it is.
All right.
Island Walk plus another lord. This is, if you're on the Merfolk side and you're stacking your deck, this is exactly what you're looking for, Jim.
Now, card draw off God of Sea and Sky as well. Here come the attacks.
Just a break there. Remember, we cannot block either of the Merfolks. So the question is, do we want to trade a 2/1 for a 2/2? Remember, there is an Ephemerate in exile for April, so we're gonna get to draw 2 cards off of Muldrifter next turn. Which it's actually a little bit interesting. I think I like looking with Mind 6 cards better than getting 2 randoms with Muldrifter.
I agree. Yeah.
Oh wait, did the Ephemerate get countered? I thought we had an Ephemerate. Was that a cloud?
Wait, no.
Was that a cloud shift? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I thought we had an Ephemerate happen last turn.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly.
I have to go back and check the tape after the fact, see if Twitch chat yells at me.
Yeah, it was Wandering Mind, and the Ephemerate was cast off of the exile.
Oh, that was a big mistake. Rebound only works if it was cast from hand. So because we expressive iteration the wrong thing into exile, we didn't get the rebound on the Ephemerate. That's huge.
So it wasn't just a sequencing thing; it was also an actual gameplay.
Yeah, the games rule text thing is big, by the way, and that's such a niche interaction, right? Like it's we both missed that here in the booth. It's very easy to miss that when you're in April seed.
Yeah, so decent iteration though. Finding a Helix can kill the Lord, but we see once again God of Sea and Sky. Again, I feel like this is the card that makes Merfolk a competitive deck. Not just a pile of things you can kill. It's already drawn like 3 or 4 cards, and it stands tall here as the last thing.
And we have to pay 1 for the ward, so our Jeskai player doesn't get to play our Charming Prince this turn to scry.
Yep. All right, big draw step.
Okay, we get a redraw.
Yep.
Okay, this is the breathing room our Jeskai player might need to be successful here.
Yeah, really needed any other sort of pressure here for sure. Ephemerate gets blanked.
Okay, the Jeskai player gets to scry and then cycle the Triumph into an expressive iteration should we want it, or just Skyclave. Skyclave takes the Sea and Sky off the board, right? So we just draw the Skyclave and then dispute.
I'm actually a little surprised. I guess we have 3, 2, or 1 short of drawing iteration.
Yeah,
using that to draw Skyclave, casting Skyclave would require a shock, I think.
Yep, and we don't want to shock the life total what it is here.
Right. So still looks pretty awesome with iteration on top. So
yep.
Mystical Herald and God of Sea and Sky coming back here. So still a little bit going on. Mystical Dispute is a little bit past the point in the game where it's useful.
It has expired, Jim.
Yeah, definitely.
Throw it out with the trash. Double spell. Okay,
All right.
we get a redraw. There's a lot of redraws in April's deck.
Absolutely.
Mostly
right.
trivial decision which of these two shocklands gets run.
Here we go. A lot of big hits here, and there it is, Ephemerate.
Hey, look, another redraw, Jim.
So now the ball starts to roll once again. We can see Ephemerate on the Skyclave to hit the Sea and Sky. We can see it on the Wandering Mind, draw some more cards.
Oh, see, I'm greedy. I draw the card, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time. What, you're giving me the option of drawing a card, not drawing a card? I'm drawing the card.
I do love drawing cards, but I gotta Sea and Sky is looking pretty scary as far as ways I can
I think we're gonna see the Sea and Sky get taken during the upkeep here. This keeps the 3/3 token for being able to attack.
Yep, love it. Good sequencing.
Yep. That token will be Summoning Sick. Remember that Mistcloak Herald there is unblockable, is what that exclamation point means on it. It is just flat out, cannot be blocked ever, no island walk necessary.
6 short turns.
All right, there's another land drawn for our Merfolk player. And the Ephemerate is coming back this time, and we'll get 6 looks with the Wandering Mind.
Yeah. I think this game is an element of our Merfolk player missing out on some sort of creature land or get some value from their lands, whether it's canopy land, a creature land, or something.
Yep. Okay, and we see, the race is in the Jeskai player's favor here. 5 turns on this Miss Herald versus 2 turns with 2/2s. All right, there's a Collected Company, which feels like a good draw, but it actually makes this Aether Gust live now.
Yeah, we saw the Aether Gust draw, and it's definitely a little side eye. It makes sense against Company and some of the green creatures, but just seeing it against the blue deck is a little jarring. And there's your Company, so Aether Gust probably going to tempo this game home.
And it's one of those rough moments because when you're on the Merfolk side, you're like, yes, this is the best draw in my deck, and then they're just like Aether Gust happens. You're just like, oh no,
it's the best draw in your deck next turn.
Back to the top it goes. I guess we have blockers now. So the Merfolk player plays this at. No, we need to play this at sorcery speed, right?
Yeah, I would think you would just jam the Company here.
Oh no. I guess Deputy of Detention is a reward for waiting, huh?
That is true.
You force them to choose if they want to attack here. Okay, I guess I don't hate this. Are there any flying creatures that can block here?
Huh.
Survey says no.
Well, when you draw lands every turn of the game, I guess having all the spells on top does make sense.
the gang's all here, Jim.
Yeah. But I think Deputy's going to come down and clean this one up, and I don't think we're really seeing
Island Walklord. Spell Pierce isn't going to do it. What a close game with April narrowly eking out the win.
Crazy match.
Sweet
I think
stuff.
that game really was the Merfolk deck just sort of not really having the flood insurance. If there was one Mutavault or even a Horizon Canopy land or two in there, that probably goes the Merfolk player's way. That Company comes 1 or 2 turns earlier, and then things start to snowball and so on and so forth. But not really much to do with the lands. Just sort of I have 11 lands in play.
Jim,
that's it.
You called this format a lot like Modern earlier, and I'm going to reinforce your statement with the feature match that we're going to shift to here for our second one in round 2. I have here what appears to be Temur Energy versus green-white with the Sawtusk Demolisher here. So let's see what these players have brought to battle with here.
Sawtooth Tusk, whatever that card is a really cool card. Mutates to Beast Within, essentially. Adorn Pouncer, good target for Sawtusk.
Yep, has that double strike, so when you mutate, you notably lose the stats, but keep the keywords of the things you're mutating on top of. So if you mutate onto that Adorn Pouncer, you're going to basically build your own Embercleave.
Yeah, that is pretty powerful. Certainly makes the 3/3 look not so good.
Both of our players missing a color of mana here. I think that definitely favors the aggressive player, though, overall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Harness Lightning, pretty good here. Dorn Pouncer beatdown. Of course, Lightning always feels really, really good on a small creature, allowing you to bank up 2 extra energy.
Let's just highlight for the people at home the energy mechanic, kind of a counter for your player type mechanic. See that number 2 there for our bottom player. This is a shared counter that your various cards will use and utilize in different ways, such as Harness Lightning, letting you scale up to kill larger threats potentially.
Yeah, it was a major player in Standard when it was legal, to the point of seeing bans. The card Attune with Aether, you see 2 of in Gum's hand. That was banned in Standard.
What? Yeah, it feels weird to say that now, looking back at everything we had over the years. But yes, this card was not legal during its entire tenure of what would have been its Standard time.
Yep. So we've seen some good draws here for Gum. Obviously, Flame Blast Bolt, perfect answer to a Pouncer. But not a lot of lands coming down for our green-white player. Unfortunately, probably going to take things over with Narset here. The Narset doesn't draw lands, and not going to cast it, leaving him Dissolve. All right, well, that's probably all she wrote. The land is found, more lands are found, and now entire hand is unlocked. Torrential Gearhulk, Narset, Disallow, Negate. And another green card for our poor Selesnya player.
Thankfully, through the time-shifted magic, we get to go ahead and speed this up here through what would otherwise normally be some garbage time while the control deck assembles its magical death grip here of one player playing Magic and the other not.
Discard the white card. Have 7 green cards in hand for maximum complaint equity.
Maximum complaint. And, at this point, these players are playing for real prizes with the championship invite. It's open deck list, so you're not spewing information by, playing this. You should make your opponent kill you from a tactical perspective. That being said, we're going to watch you die at 1.4x speed at least.
Yeah, complaint equity is an underexplored area of Magic strategy, Often utilized, never talked about.
I've often said the only thing Magic players like more than playing Magic, Jim, is complaining about Magic.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
See, Dynavolt Tower here, both an energy generator and payoff. See the top right finally tapped there.
Yeah, pretty ugly game, unfortunately.
See our players reaching for their sideboard cards, some anti-control cards coming in, Snakeskin Veil, things like a Toski. See some more cheap removal coming in for our Teamer control player.
Cupboard's kind of a cool card. Life-linking, token-making monster. I will say, still, one of my least favorite parts of a historic format is the imbalance of the dual lands. No Razor Verge Thicket here for our green-white player. Some lands have incomplete cycles. So the fast land cycle of things like Botanical Sanctum and Friends. There is no allied cycle of that legal historic.
I know it takes a lot of work to get out new cards, but I really wish they would just trickle us. Here's historic anthology finish land cycles.
Yep, perfect. Just give me Copperline Gorge for God's sake, please.
Honestly, I would just if we could get all the lands we have in Pioneer too, right? Because if you look at that format, we're missing Pain lands in this format too, just stuff like that we don't even have half the cycle yet, but we know are coming at some point in the future.
Yep, for sure. Makes deck building annoying. It feels bad when you're like, I'm building a Gruul deck. Oh man, my mana base is gonna suck. It's a bad feeling.
We see here a one land keep from Gum with the double Attune with the Aether basically being two more lands. Gonna go ahead and grab those up and ensure all of their colors happen appropriately.
Yeah, Attune, it's silly to think it was banned, but it is a very, very powerful card. The ability to keep a hand like this, have mostly spells. It's a 1-for-1, fixes your mana, and then you just get a free resource kind of in the exchange. Hard to quantify exactly what energy is worth. Less than a card for sure, but still very powerful. Ooh. Oh.
Be very quiet, Jim. We're hunting questing beasts. And that's a rough sensor to have hit. It is quite literally the only spell in our green-white player's hand. Sorry, Land War Elves, you do not count. You are not a real card.
Yeah, and we're seeing here, the power of these two with Aethers, where already cast 1, now there's 3 energy banked up. Harness Lightning can deal 6. So effectively just 2 Terminates in hand for a deck that doesn't usually get Terminate. We've seen on Holy Heat recently as a way for red decks to kill larger things, but usually red decks really struggle with things that have larger toughness, 4 toughness, 5 toughness, but Harness Lightning, very powerful card.
See the pause here. Do I use my mana here? I really want to, but also it's Land War Elves.
Just banking up, Gonna bank up some more energy.
I assume we're going to see an attune plus an untapped land here that will ensure the 6th. Okay, just tapped land works too. Basically, just want to ensure we have 6 mana so we can cast this Gear Hulk on curve to kind of get the game over with.
Yeah, I think the tap land is pretty reasonable there. You can find time to do a tune next turn. Just keep the counter spell up and get the tap land out of the way. Cub Warden is it's a cool card, but not lining up too well against Dissolve and Harness Lightning.
Worth noting that the way Mutate works is even if the Mutate target dies in response to you mutating, your Mutate card still enters the battlefield as just a creature here, and should we let the Mutate resolve, there's going to be 2 tokens generated. So counterspell here, I imagine? Yeah, I like this. Because remember, this only puts the shields down for basically 1 turn, because in 2 turns we're going to have Gear Hulk back of the Disallow available.
Pretty good draw. Now that the shields are down, just cast Whirl of Virtuoso. So it makes 3 energy, make 2 more energy. Now we've got 10 energy available, 6 land on tap. Whirler can make a token for each 3 energy. And I guess it's got to be a boomer this turn for our green-white player.
Okay, I mean, Scavenging Ooze neuters the Gear Hulk, I suppose, before it dies to the Harness Lightning.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. So now that would have been a really, really good draw if Harness Lightning wasn't able to kill large things. You know, there are a number of creatures in the graveyard. This can get to 5 toughness like pretty quickly. But because Harness Lightning is just so flexible with 6 energy available, it can kill that larger creature that might have taken over the game.
Yeah, I like the kind of conservative only 1 token here from the Virtuoso. Maybe you can make a second, but definitely want to keep enough energy to be able to fire off on this Scooz.
Absolutely.
We see Scooz choosing to eat some creatures proactively here, growing its stat line in advance, which I think is a fine plan. There's two more creatures in the bin there, so this Ooze can threaten to be a 5/5, but that's fine. This Harness Lightning can deal up to 9 this turn if necessary.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Fortunately, shields down on Gear Hulk for 1 turn. So I would say this is the crux of the game. Our green-white player needs to draw an absolute home run this turn to have a chance to win this game. If Gum gets to untap with Gear Hulk available for disallow, dissolve, whatever the 3 mana counters, but cancel, or Harness Lightning, that's going to be far too much.
Yep. And I imagine I like this here. We're actually not going to eat through all of the Teamer players' graveyard because we want to make more stats for the Scavenging Ooze, so that way we can make them pay more energy. Although maybe you take both of the cancels in response. Nah, I think I like making it bigger. You don't know that the Torrential Gear Hulk's there.
Yeah, for sure. Not going to eat a spell out of the graveyard, though, which is probably would have been better to do that. Probably not going to affect the game too much.
Yep, yeah, there's 2 Harness Lightnings and 2 Dissolves in there, so it's not really a big deal either way. Another land off the top means our creature land gets to rumble in for the top player, but the Gear Hulk is going to swing this race pretty firmly in the favor of our bottom Teamer player here.
Yeah, rough draws for our Selesnya player. I mean, both games pretty tough. No lands in one, all lands in the other. Not ideal. Oh boy. I mean, Complaint Equity starting to rear its head again.
This is one of those ones where like you tell your buddies about it after the fact. They're like, nah, that didn't actually happen. They're like, no, look, it was a feature match. You can see it for yourself. I'm really unlucky.
Yep.
Torrential Gear Hulk gets to go ahead and murder this land here, and I imagine that's going to be about all she wrote.
Yeah, and feels safe too because you think you want to leave Gear Hulk up for a counter spell, but all the lands are tapped now, so no real threat. And now the board gets to swing here. Gear Hulk, of course, a huge swing in the game. Attack for a whole bunch, closes the game in 2 turns.
Yep.
Dorn Pouncer probably not going to do it.
Get to go ahead and fumble around for an extra turn here. Get that chump block value in.
See that playing the land from hand though. That's what we were talking about with the Complaint Equity, making it very, very clear that I drew all lands this game. You know, strategically incorrect, Complaint Equity wise correct. So our Selesnya player understands the concept.
Kind of surprised we didn't see the second Censor Cycle because we could push lethal this turn. And so the Pouncer gets to come back as a 4/4 now and chump block yet again. We are committed. We are committed to winning this game, Jim. That's fine. The token come into play, and then we actually would have had lethal last turn if we had cycled. But it is a-okay. We still have lethal this turn. Goodbye, cat token. Into the deck you go.
holding the planes in hand was a not complaint equity play. That was a maybe I can come back this game, but unfortunately, commit to memory says absolutely not. Absolutely not. Tough match. Tough match.
All right, we've got one more feature here for the round of this. I almost said round the third, round the second. We've watched so many matches of Magic, Jim. We're almost done with round 2, and we're heading on into our 7th match for coverage already. So let's go ahead and pop on in and see. Oh, Jim, this is the match for you. There are some goblins on our screen.
Ooh, it's not Monday.
We got a tribal off here. Some red-black goblins versus some humans here, it would appear.
Those Esper Sentinels not looking too great.
And again, yeah, this is a heads-up decklist tournament. So in the dark on the arena ladder, you probably keep that hand our humans player had. When you know you're playing against goblins, you probably ship it back.
Yep, for sure. Mutants Expert is a huge pickup here. A newer card from Historic Horizons, I believe. And while Jump Bomb and Incinerator was legal, wasn't as good with Muxus, and then just wasn't really as great by itself, but gives these Goblin decks a little more interaction. The Goblin decks previously were more like turbo Muxus decks. I'm just going to cast Muxus and let it all figure itself out. Now with the black cards, with Expert and Sling Gang Lieutenant, have the ability to kind of play a little more of a grindy game, kill some stuff, play a little more of like a traditional Goblin style with Muxus at the top.
Yep, there's that Goblin War Chief coming down, giving not only itself haste, but also any other future goblins that could possibly happen. Cathar coming in to be interactive, but Munitions Expert Numero Dos is going to go ahead and clean that right on out.
Yep, so luckily for our humans player, no other goblin to come down here, because the Expert will kill the War Chief and then attack in with haste as well, and pretty good start for our goblins player.
Yeah, the tank is empty, but we have one more removal. The tank is almost empty. We have one more removal spell, but not quite capable of killing the Cathar if it comes down. We could see Shock and Company in the most telegraphed play Historic has to offer.
Oh, I got nothing. Your turn. Now, important to note here, it has gone to night. So any Brutal Cathars hit off Company will not remove creatures.
Great. Do we have attacks here? There is fear in this Goblin player's dojo, Jim.
Sniffed it out.
Should they have been scared?
Sniffed it out.
Survey says.
And there you go. So there's a flipped Brute and a Hamlet Vanguard, which will only be a 1/1 because the Moonrage Brute is not a human. And now you get to see the humans player kind of get on the board a little bit, but a ways to go. And every draw step for our Goblin player is a time bomb. Any Matron or Muxus will be a huge swing.
Yeah, Goblin's a deck that's fallen out of favor a little bit in Historic, but Muxus, a card if you haven't had it resolve against you in recent memory, still incredibly powerful effect.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like the Primeval Titan of the format, where just a 6-mana card that usually wins the game, deck is built to cast it.
Yep. Okay, 2 spells cast. They go ahead and flip over the War Chief here, and that is decidedly not a Muxus off the top for our Goblins player.
However, now we can see a smashing, which can take out the Cathar, maybe the Thalia, know, get the War Chief back, shrink this Adeline. I imagine we'll see smashing here.
Maybe calculating if we can Goblin plus smashing here for value. This the smashing currently cast for exactly 4, so maybe wanting to get greedy and kill the Cathar and the other Cathar, both Cathars at once.
Well, the Thalia tax is also in effect too.
Yeah, so we have currently X's 4 through the Thalia tax if we wanted. So we can. This 5 does not work, I believe, right? Yeah. This is not a legal play. This costs us 8. Let me see a realization of that here momentarily, I imagine. Yeah, quick.
Thalia not usually affecting anything the Goblin player is doing, but here it affects the smashing, of course. So just going to go Adeline. So I think this is a pretty good representation of what our Goblin deck is realizing, that they just need to buy time. Could kill Brutal Cathar here, could get the War Chief back. But all that matters is they have time to draw a Matron or Muxus and swing the game in their favor. So heads up play.
I guess we have an okay attack if they want to trade 2 of their things for the Thalia. I love this. Just like, all right, you can trade your 1/1 for my 1/1, but then my Thalia hits you. And then this Brutal Cathar is going to get to... I wonder if we'll see the Luminarch play out here, if we're going to flip the Cathar over. I guess you want to start getting value from your Aspirant.
And then drawing a spell and putting it back is pretty appealing. So good draw for our Goblin player, though, Snoop.
The arena updated version of Aspirant here puts counters on at end of turn as opposed to enter combat. Whew!
Oh boy.
Oh, baby. And there's another Cranko on top, so this means we see that stop very quickly happen for our Goblins player. Snoop gains the effects of the cards on top of your deck here, Fed our Goblins, so you're going to get to go ahead and activate Snoop to make some tokens during the upkeep.
Interesting choice here where the Krenko could have not been cast, which would have not flipped the Barukathar. And then upkeep Snoop could have activated and then drawn Krenko. Didn't know there was a second Krenko down, obviously, a card. Playing cards off the top is pretty appealing, obviously. But now the Cathar's got a lot of weight under it. That Cathar dies, the House of Cards comes crumbling down as a War Chief and a Krenko went to the battlefield together. And those cards are very good in concert.
Yep, hoping for a munitions expert on top if you're the Goblins player here.
Yep. So activate the Snoop and the upkeep to get some Goblins.
Make some friends.
Or
Or Muxus. All right.
Muxus.
Hit me, dealer. This is the hit we've been waiting for.
Daddy's home. And bring some friends.
Here's our friends.
It looks pretty good to me. Janus spacebar. Looks lethal to me.
I mean, if you don't end up lethal, was it lethal? I think you're right, Jim. No, it's actually one short, right? It's only 10?
It was 10. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Either way, I don't think the human deck has a comeback mechanic for a board like this.
Yeah,
so.
the rating is on the wall.
Interesting. So we're seeing the Goblin deck here with playing some experts and playing the black, but also playing the Ironcrag feats. And usually Ironcrag feats more reserved for the mono red versions of a deck that are just kind of like all in Turbo Muxus with less interaction. So seeing both sides of the coin here.
Really,
and only actually has two experts too.
Yeah, we saw our green-white player very quickly board in their copies of Yasharn, which is a card that I don't really think of when I think of goblins, but I suppose it does shut off the goblin that sacrifices for mana, and it technically turns off treasure tokens, so it's not completely useless.
It's actually pretty annoying. It's kind of hard to remove. Stops Prospector, stops treasures. This deck isn't playing Sling Gang Lieutenant, but if that was there, it would stop that as well. Surprisingly annoying card. And the body's relevant too, so helps to stop the old turn 3 Muxus off of Prospector.
A Goblins player trying to figure out, this is a question they have to ask themselves, is how exactly interactive do they want to be in these post-board games versus how proactive do they want to be? Do they think that they want the game to be going long? Do they want to be killing disruption? What's the play?
Yeah, supporting out the Ironcrag is definitely a bit towards, you know, playing a bit of a longer game, bringing in a couple Chain Whirlers, you know, a couple more removal spells, gonna be able to play that game. And Goblins is a pretty good board control deck. So I think the onus here is on our humans player to get off to a fast start. That's a pretty good draw, though. He'll Hamlet Captain.
Good hands for both players. You know, at a glance, the Goblins player maybe looks a little land light, but you get that Shatter Skull Smashing that is a land spell split card.
Ooh, Portable Hole's a good draw there. I was about to say that the Snoop is hard to answer if it sits there on a cruise advantage, but Portable Hole is nice.
Allenbach Escort here, able to protect something that has a 1/1 counter on it. Very good with Thalia's Lieutenant and can always protect Hamlet Vanguard, generally speaking.
So interesting choice here. Our Goblin player playing the Wily Goblin, possibly looking for a turn 3 Krenko.
See that fourth land roll off the top for the humans player. This is exactly the 1, 2, 3, 4 curve you're looking for. We get to attack for 4 here. We get to attack for at least 9 the next turn for our green-white player.
Yep, good start. Good start.
Galactic
So the
Company.
thing is that if the mana is used for Krenko here, but that's one less mana for Muxus, which is probably the card that needs to come in to win this game. Could definitely see either Matron for Muxus or a Braid here just to buy some time, but we're gonna go for the Krenko. And I guess the human deck doesn't have a ton of ways to remove this, but of course this company could find Barukathar and friends as well.
Yeah, Matron next turn could like fish up a 1-drop to allow you to make a lot of chump blockers with the mob boss. Let's see how powerful this company is here.
Big spin.
Not particularly great.
Yeah, I mean, Adeline is certainly powerful. It's very good in concert with Lieutenant as well. So it's just a big attack, but
Oh, did we miss that we could block the escort?
yeah, I think the blocking of a 2/2 made a little more sense, but
Yep.
All right. How good is Krenko here is the question.
Can definitely buy a little bit of time. We've got the Snoop And then we can abrade something as the Goblins player.
Yeah, the Abrade only can hit the Escort here at this point. Those some chunky humans across the battlefield. 4/4, 4/4, 5/5. Bigger than usual. Gonna decline on Major for a 1-drop and just go for the Snoop and let it ride. And Snoop, she's a Shatter Skull smashing, which is not too great.
Yeah, another land that hurts if it wants to come into play untapped and doesn't really play to the board. That being said, the Snoop does give redraws next turn if you get to untap with that, but that portable hole probably means that's not likely to happen.
I think face up here, you don't cast Snoop if it's portable hole, but without knowing about that, it's very reasonable. So enough blockers stay alive here, and the Abrade available as well. All right, so we get jump blocks for days.
Hole is an artifact noteworthy here, so we can abrade that portable hole and get the Snoop back, which honestly might be the line. The fact that the 2/2 didn't get eaten last turn, really detrimental given the current state of things.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is actually a pretty sweet play. Snoop comes back, can block the Adeline 1/1 and kill it. And again, you're right. Having Snoop in play really increases the viability of a Durhut's draw steps. Lots of chumps here. Unfortunately, the less goblins there are, the worse Krenko is next turn, but staying alive also pretty important.
Going down to 1, which is a pretty precarious life total when there's a Adeline in play that's making a 1/1 every time something attacks.
Yeah, but I like it. I think keeping the goblin count up is more important, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree.
There's Raspberant. So
I also wouldn't be surprised. I think Giant Killer comes down here too. You just want as many lethal threats as possible on the human side of the board.
Definitely agree. Not a lot of things to Giant Kill. If a Muxus can't come down next turn anyway. So, all right, big top of our Goblin player's deck here. Another Snoop. That's pretty good.
Okay.
Oof, okay.
There's a Muxus.
So
really feeling the pain of our splash here a little bit. You know, if this was a mountain, we could matron and then have 2 more goblins in play here.
Exactly.
But
I think this is
we're not quite dead, right? The humans player is going to have 7 attackers, and we have exactly 7 blockers.
That's true.
But the problem after that is most of the goblin board is, and we're dead.
Oh, never mind.
Just kidding. The third. It is a stony declaration for our humans player that's going to send us to a quick game 3 here.
Interesting game there for sure. You know, the Krenko coming down early. Good draw for our humans player and almost held off. It was close, but not quite. Interesting seeing the Abrade still in the Goblin player's sideboard. Also interesting seeing Herald Torn come in.
Yeah, maybe not. The Goblin Chain Whirler kind of trimming down here. We see another Abrade coming in. I like the more interaction. I feel like with Muxus as a looming top end in this matchup, I like the cards that give us more survivability on the Goblin side.
You just want to kill stuff. You know, you really want to just like spend your time killing stuff. Just sort of like muck the game up as much as possible until you get to a point where you have Muxus in your hand and 6 lands in play.
Yep.
You know,
and then that just goes so far over the top of anything the humans deck can produce.
Absolutely. And they can't really stop it either. There's no way to counter it or Thoughtseize it or whatever. So just keep throwing mud and mucking the game up and stay alive until that happens, you know? And cards like Chain Whirler are very good at that. Braid. I like boarding out of Matron. I think that's a good thing to do against decks that aren't going to directly interact with your Muxus because you kind of have time to draw it anyway. It's kind of a slower card.
9 mana Muxus is not as appealing as 6 mana Muxus.
Absolutely. And the first Muxus you find will often be enough. You don't need 2 Muxus. So
good spells, awkward lands for our Goblins player at Dragon Skull Summit and Haunted Ridge being a buddy land and a slow land.
Yep. Good news is that our humans player's hand is not very good either. It's pretty interactive, but as we just established, the humans player needs to kill the Goblins player, not really interact.
Yep. The humans player is a hand that I would always refer to on stream as hand sucks keep.
Yep.
And it's one of those ones. It's like, well, it's not bad enough to mulligan, but we're not excited to be clicking keep with this set of cards.
And it's funny because it actually would be a really good hand if Goblins was a more traditional creature deck. You know, it's 2 Skyclave, Cathar, rule spells. But the thing is that Goblins is almost like a pseudo combo deck. Oh, as we're about to see right now.
Speaking of, how about a turn 3 Muxus, Jim?
Yeah.
Hit me, dealer.
Wheel.
Not bad. Not bad.
Shabby.
We go find a Krenko here?
Sure.
Can't
And,
cast another spell. Unlucky. Get to attack
yeah.
for 7.
So not a great Muxus, but Mux doesn't need to be that good on turn 3.
Yep.
Just a War Chief and a little bit else is pretty good.
So we've
Also
got
important to note, Mux is an ETB trigger, so if the Cathar hits it and they kill it, it'll come back. So I'm gonna hit the War Chief here. Smart play.
heads up play there, getting rid of the haste and cost reduction here. This also means that like when Kranko comes down next turn, you have a window with Skyclave Apparition to get rid of it before it gets to do something, which is good.
Yeah, this is a huge spot here for an attack all. You're trying to get this Brutal Cathar to block, and then the Chain Whirler can come down, finish it off, get the War Chief back, and put this game too far ahead for our Goblins player.
Yep. I think it's tough. Like the deck lists are heads up, and I think attacking with the 1/1s might be wrong. I don't think I would expect the humans player to make a mistake in that spot. We're thinking about just ripping the Muxus, huh?
Oh wow. This is
I
don't know if this is right, but I like it.
It's the content play for sure, Jim. I will take
yeah.
I will take a wheel spin all day.
What if we had another Muxus?
Oh no. And another Muxus you shall have, Jim. Muxus resolves.
Oh boy. That's calling your shot, swinging for the fences, then swinging and missing and falling face first in the dirt here, because now this game I think is in our humans players' favor.
Yeah, that's a tough one because now there's a 5/5 coming down. The Thalia's Lieutenant is going to get to pump up the jam some more. Every turn the Goblins player doesn't end this, the Aspirant gets to make something bigger too.
Yeah. All right. I mean, it's obviously still Kranko. Chain Whirler nothing too good here, but
what a feel bad. You brick on your Muxus, then still draw land the following turn.
So Muxus could be a 6/6 here. It could trade with the Vanguard,
so
but
we could offer a trade.
Kind of a tough place to be. I think our humans player will probably take that trade. Then Skyclave the Kranko, and there's not much left on our Goblin side.
Yep. Okay.
Oh boy.
Apparition comes down and gets rid of this. And again, the waiting game just favors this humans deck so much. Be interested to see if this Aspirant chooses to play around Goblin Chain Whirler or not here. You can put a counter on the Thalia's Lieutenant. Ooh,
yeah.
Love it. Let's just get this game over with before another Muxus can happen.
All right, so Aspirant goes away. Now Lieutenant can also go away, but 2 Muxus are gone too. That's, going for it the second time. I mean, only 2 Muxus left. I think there's like 2 or 3 Matrons left also, so.
Yeah, our Goblins player also didn't look at the cards when they whiffed on the second Muxus, but there's a good chance that there was a third Muxus in the whiff, right? Because it can't find itself.
Very possible, yes.
Oh, another Vanguard is huge. We get to double spell this turn for the humans player. Man, live by the Muxus, die by the Muxus, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, it was flashy, but it was risky, and definitely hit the floor there.
Yeah, it's a big swing coming. 12 points coming across. Got a jump block with the Prospector. Have a potential Muxus hit next turn that can hit like War Chief plus another Kranko, but it's got to be super high rolly from there.
Yeah. Well, that'll do it.
Gonna do it.
Sometimes you fly a little too close to the sun.
So, it was a good set overall. The highs and the lows.
Yeah, I mean, I would say creature match are always really, really fun. The kind of creature combat. That's why I love tribal decks. In most formats, and why I'm annoyed that they get kind of pushed out of modern, because the games are often interesting back and forth. A lot of attacking, blocking, a lot of assessing roles too. We were saying that it felt like the long game goes to the Goblin deck because they seem to muck things up and draw Muxus, but because they took such an aggressive line, the human player has so much resources that they were kind of the. I don't even know. They were almost axes, I guess, but I don't know. Cool match.
Cool. And it looks like through the magic of time shifted things, we've got our third round already underway. We're just going to wait here for about 60 seconds so we can give our players a little bit of a delay to maintain tournament integrity. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to let the sponsors roll for literally a minute, and then we're going to dive on into round 3, folks. All right, welcome back, chat. I promised about a minute, and we deliver on our promises here in Hooglandia. Diving on into round 3 coverage. And we've got 2 more decks that we haven't seen yet today. We've got
Yeah.
what looks to be some Squirrel combo here on the left and some Esper Reanimator here on the right.
Something's wrong on my screen here. I'm seeing double. Yeah, a Spark Double is a pretty cool card. Obviously, Priest of Fell Rights. And Squirrel combo deck is the deck in Historic that feels most like Modern to me. It feels like a Modern Heliod combo deck.
Okay, mulligan into that's a pretty sweet payoff for this Reanimator deck. Massacre Worm here. Ooh, choosing a bin and maybe go digging for something else with the otherworldly gaze.
Yeah, that's very surprising to me. That's the whole thing, right? Mending, Priest, Massacre Worm, right? That's A, B, and C.
Yep.
So interesting to see her choosing to go for the gaze instead. I suppose these decks are often soft to the Sarah Emissary. So if they're able to get Sarah Emissary in play, these all creature decks just can't beat it regardless. So maybe just looking for that instead.
Yep. Otherworldly Gaze going to give a lot of looks here at a card that looks the top 3 cards of your deck. You put any number of them into the bin. Honestly, wouldn't be too surprised to see all of these just go away here.
Strong agree. Card disadvantage, but can help find the right cards and if you hit things to the graveyard, it's very, very good. A miss like that, not so great.
Okay, so that's probably what we were looking for here. Gyruda the Doom Depths, or Gigan the Cyberclaw Terror with its Godzilla variation going to hand here, threatening to come into play as early as next turn. You get to flip over cards off the top of the deck and then reanimate yet another one of them. That explains the Spark Doubles we saw earlier as well.
Yes, there you go. Restoration Angel. So looking to loop Gyruda over and over and over again. Massacre Worm's too small, Jeff. We're thinking bigger.
Yep. Okay, so I assume we're going to see Gigan plus something else head to the bin here. And then Gigan's going to go ahead and get reanimated with that Priest of the Fell Rights, which will cost us a little bit of life, but get to put a 6/6 into play on turn 3 that hopefully brings some other friends along with it if you're on the Esper side.
Well, we spun the wheel with Muxus last round. Now we're going to spin the wheel with Gyruda here. Another high ceiling, low floor kind of card. That's a hit. So every blink effect or copy effect will allow Gyruda to go again. Spin it once more.
Keeper versus another Gigan. Okay, we get to keep going.
Yep. That time it was a Charming Prince, which can flicker it, although it won't come back till the end step.
Okay. Our green-white player gaining a bunch of life while all of this happens.
You know, also that these cards go to the graveyard, so you can see the flashback zone, pretty big here. Unburial Rights, more copies of Otherworldly Gaze, Priest of Fell Rights.
There's a Thassa found here, so not fully milling out this turn, but also not in any danger of really dying here.
You could see more of the graveyard, so I guess any big thing would have been seen by Gyruda anyway, because we have these Umbrella Rights and Friends.
Yep.
Also, just casting Resto works too, honestly.
Yep. We have Resto, we have Charming Prince here, we have a few different ways to close this game out. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see Gigan just deck our green-white player this turn. Because remember, every single time Gyruda comes into play, it's milling both players for 4 cards.
All right, so we have Resto able to flicker, and we have Thassa able to flicker.
Yep. So we get a lot of looks to be successful. The goal here is just flicking Gyruda or cloning it with things like Spark Double again and again and again to just keep milling your opponent and eventually decking them. There's the Spark Double. There's another Spark Double. I don't have deck counts here, but I have to imagine that our green-white player's deck is getting pretty thin based on the number of flashback cards we've seen already. Another Spark Double. And remember, we have one more blink here as well, too. So even if one of these Gyruda's bricks at one point, we've got at least one more try in the bank. There's a copy of Restoration Angel, because why not? End result is the same. Soul Warden continues to grow while this happens. Okay, so we bricked there, but again, we get a retry with the Thassa.
So decking or not, this is a pretty impressive board at this point.
Yep,
7 7s and 6 6s.
even if the game doesn't literally end at this point from decking, we're going to see. Oh, interesting. We're just scrying. We basically need a combo finish next turn out of the scroll player. They need to draw Collected Company and get Heliod plus Tree. But even that might not be good enough because you could still deck them after they gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, it's possible maybe our Esper players can start with decking themselves, maybe, but because the triggers will happen on the end step, therefore it'll come back on their opponent's turn. But that'll be the upkeep. I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, pretty good shape here, regardless.
Yeah, I have to imagine our green-white player is not going to get to take another draw step. This is it, and we are done.
Gaining a few life here, not very good in the face of either decking or getting beaten down by a dozen 6 6s.
And remember, if you're looking at this and thinking, I need that Gyruda deck, Jeff, where do I find this? Be sure to check out the tournament page for today. MTG Melee, 100% of the deck lists that are being played here. You can see lots of great data as the rounds are played and find lots of sweet things to import to play on the ladder or in a tournament yourself that's coming up.
Gotta imagine we see an attack here first. Sending the clowns. Just gonna resto, sure.
Not a wrong way to eat this Reese's Gym. Just sit back and enjoy.
I mean, I suppose, like I said, there is some fear of decking yourself if things were to go horribly wrong, as far as like delayed blinks and stuff. So
we also the priest of the Felrites actually gives us another look at 4 this turn too, right? Because you can reanimate another Gyruda from the bin.
That is true, yes. So that's 4 more. This is a spot where you really want to have that spectator mode. You can peek in there, see how many cards are in the graveyard, but
yep.
There's Massacre Worm also.
Okay, yeah.
That's an option. We'll see how committed our Esper player is to the deck you out plan. Massacre Worm looking pretty tasty here.
It's the only option, Jim. You're forced to take it.
That's true.
That's one of my favorite animations of the client. Just the worm.
I do miss animations.
The top of them.
Oh boy, okay.
The lose life trigger, not particularly relevant against the Phantom, though. Yes. As we trade life totals up and down. Although, is this lethal? It's relatively close, right?
I think so. I think it's a little short.
Okay, we're out of cards. Maybe the attack with the priest was wrong. They unless they have 4 cards left.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about, I don't know how many cards they have. If it is more than 4, though, this
Are we not blinking Gigan? I don't know what we're pausing about here, because our deck is empty, right? So we have to blink Gigan to go. Did we mess up on the Esper side?
It's looking like the desperation of a player who may have made a mistake.
They must. Yeah, they attacked when they didn't need to attack because it wasn't lethal, and there might be because we can't clone this, right?
2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's that.
Oh no, Jim! What a disaster! Oh, Jim!
Don't want to say I
one
brought up the possibility
card left. Oh no! Oh no! This is why you make them play it out, right, Jim?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you got to finish your games. Looks flashy, looks fancy, but oh boy. Okay.
Oh,
now, I suppose the one upside for our Esper player is knowing that they won that game. Their deck worked properly. Things worked out the way they wanted it to. Just didn't close. However, now our green-white player gets to bring in cards like Rest in Peace and have proper answers to what's going on.
Okay,
here.
So Jim, I'm gonna school you here for a second. Rest in Peace does not impact Gyruda.
You're right.
Because Gyruda does not return a card from the graveyard. Gyruda returns one of the 4 cards that it flipped over, and it does not care what zone those cards are in.
You are correct. I did forget that. But Priest of Felrites and Umbera Rights will slow it down.
It does slow down some of the other aspects. So the full combo is not off the table here, but I agree that Rest in Peace should still come in.
Right. The Gyruda will have to be cast naturally, which is not like a crazy thing to happen. It only costs 6. You know, there are interaction cards as well, but no fast turn 3 Gyrudas if a Rest in Peace is part of the equation.
Something interesting to note for our green-white players seeing their full deck list. This Grizzled Veteran at the front of their deck there, acting as a tutor, copies of their combo pieces, squirrels, and Heliod's and stuff in their sideboard to get a little bit more redundancy with that card.
Yeah, I wanted less words on it because I read it and just got bored. When the reality is, it's just like a pretty simple, like Living Wish card. It's pretty playable too.
Yeah, it's very wordy because they went for this convoluted, like, you're sideboarding game 1 and get to exile a bunch of cards out of your deck. It feels really superfluous, is that the word? That, like, they did this thing to say they did this thing, and they made it way more complicated than it needed to be.
A very, very ham-fisted way to try and do the best of one, like, fancy sideboard stuff, you know? Not the cleanest implementation. A good idea, I think, having cards like that give you the ability to kind of like alter your deck a little bit in a best of one game is cool, but not exactly elegant.
Great. So we've got a pretty good start for our honestly both players. We've got okay. Good stuff. So Priest gets to come in and we have turn 3 Gigan again, Jim.
Yeah, that is true. Skyclave is not going to be fast enough here. See, now this is just strategy. If our Esper player had won game 1, the Skyclave would have came down and eaten the Priest of Felrights. Just good foresight. Okay. So now, because our Esper player's on the play this game, ready to rock and roll.
All right, let's mend it up. I'm feeling it, Jim. This Gigan is going to full deck the green-white player this turn. It's my called shot.
Called shot this turn.
Called shot, whole turn. They're not gonna get another draw step. Well, they're gonna get a draw step, but they're gonna lose the game.
I'll take the under with Thassa and a double already in hand and a Prince, so 3 hits are already in the hand. I'll take the under.
Jim, don't bring math into this, Jim. I'm talking. I feel it, Jim. I feel it in my bones.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Every time, every
hit
time
me, dealer. There's a Restoration Angel.
Every time through here, our green-white player gets to gain a life, scry 1, and grow the Moon Dancer too, which is an amusing little.
Let the Gigans hit the board, Jim.
There we go. Flicker. So we are in 2 iterations right now.
All right, survey says. Graveyard animation, please. Spark double. You love to see it. We're going. Cue the carnival music and let it begin, Jim. And the rough part here is every time this happens, there's a gain life and a scry trigger on the green-white side.
Really kills the vibe.
It does. So normally there's the clown circling in and out of the cars are not quite getting to go. There's like someone stopping them briefly every time. There's another Restoration Angel, Jim.
All right. It's traffic jam in the clown cars.
Oh, no. We don't get to block warriors today, Esper player. Could have kept going. Instead was a coward and chose to kill the Soul Warden, Jim. I mean, cannot communicate to you how immense my disappointment is right now.
After game 1, trying to keep it safe here, though. That is a big Moon Dancer.
I feel betrayed. I was in and we were doing it, Jim. We were going for it.
I might have sent a message on Discord like, "Hey, I got some stake in this. Can you just stop?"
No. These players need to think of the content, Jim. I can't stand these appropriate good plays based on percentages.
We saw what happened in our Goblins match when you go for the content, you know. So.
That's true. They're learning from the past stream mistakes.
There's a set championship slot on the line here. You know, this is not just for the funsies anymore. So players got to tighten up a little bit. And honestly, like, our Sunsia player is not ahead at the moment.
Our Esper player is still ahead.
Yeah, you know, there's still a 9/9 in play, and like the Selesnya that can kind of combo out of nowhere. So
we'll see.
Spark double Master Worm, pretty good.
You gonna spark double? No, Jim, you spark double the Gigan, and you win the game, Jim. You're right. They're probably gonna spark double the Massacre Worm.
Here we go. What's it going to be?
What did I do? I feel like I did something. Yes!
Oh, no. All right. They're back on your team.
There's a spark double. There's another one. They're worried, Jim. See, look, we would have kept going last turn.
All right. Ooh. Right back in. All right. Just when I thought they were out.
Oh, and we bricked, Jim. We bricked.
All right. I'm counting that as a win for me.
The mills were a little odd, Jim. They were not in our favor.
So 21 life. We see there's a couple pieces in hand, with the
there's a collected company hiding all the way to the left there too. We'll try and get our camera adjusted a little bit.
Oh sure, then yeah, that's
all the way over.
That's a combo waiting to happen. So it's between Scurry Oak and the company. I mean, I guess the next turn's pretty good for our Esper player, but
yeah, the combo is actually a little scary at this point. You kind of feel compelled with collected company looming to try and go for it now, because if they get to company, there's a good chance that they kind of pop off, right?
Yeah, for sure. All right, just going in the air. And here comes the flicker. Spin the wheel again.
All right, hit me. And remember, you got to go all the way, because the Esper deck has fewer cards in it than the green-white deck. So you don't want to get into a situation like we did in that first game where you deck yourself and can't finish the job on the opponent.
All right. Cyberclaw Terror.
Okay, there's another Gigan.
Yeah.
Are we going for it? Do you think we can get him?
We'll see.
There's a Spark Double.
That's another one.
I believe in us, Jim. Don't let fear into your dojo.
It's funny here because if they get close but not all the way, the company starts to look kind of awkward.
It does, yeah.
Format of mill 2 cards.
Oh, Charming Prince.
All right,
the problem here is we're already at our end step on the Esper side, because Thassa blinked, so we don't get to blink Gigan again here.
Right, so that makes the Prince and the Thassa pretty awkward as far as going off, because they are delayed and they make you wait till your next phase. A little awkward. Here's the company.
Okay. That is a life gain card, and then Grizzled Veteran fetches a Heliod, but there isn't enough mana for the green-white player to fish up or to cast both Heliod and Squirrel next turn.
Yeah, a Heliod needed to be hit there for sure.
Yep.
So I think that'll probably wrap this one up.
I am not calling anything for anyone until there is a diamond pip on the bottom for our Esper player cage. I've been hurt before, okay? I'm learning to love again.
That is fair. Wise beyond your years. Not your first rodeo. There's your Heliod, but
yep, short mana to combo and get stuff going. And actually, the way this combo works, it just floods the board with arbitrarily large squirrels and arbitrarily wide squirrels and gains arbitrary amounts of life. So the decking's actually a route around them comboing if they can't manage to kill you the turn they combo.
True, that is true actually. Most decks don't have that option, but of course this deck does. So, although cards in I guess the card count, you should know the card counts, but yeah, Heliod, this deck is doing a good job of kind of ignoring a lot of the things that this green-white deck does. With the life gain, large creatures, they just don't really care. They're just going to deck you and play all these big things in play. A lot of flyers at the moment, too.
Yep. Yeah, the life total's actually not particularly high for our life gain deck, and these angels are 11 power in the air.
Yep.
And the worm is actually, that's actually really cute that someone commented in chat that if you make a bunch of squirrels, you actually die to the massacre worm that was blinked at end of turn.
That is true, yeah.
It's another neat angle of this matchup.
I mean, I think attack all might just be lethal here, and looks pretty good.
Oh, we could massacre worm first, and then attack all is definitely lethal?
Or we can go for Gyruda.
That's true. We could go for Gyruda and the content.
Spin some more wheels.
Okay, we're going for the Gyruda.
All right. What a roller coaster this game has been.
Yeah, I feel like we've kind of been like threading it. Like sometimes we're in on this plan and sometimes we're not. I feel like I need commitment in my life, Jim.
You can go with this, or you can go with that, or you can go with this.
We're gonna see. Okay, Thassa's gonna get to make a decision here at end of turn as well. Who does she want to blink? This attack could still potentially just be lethal, but I'd also be a little concerned about attacking because attacking did cost us the game in the first game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that just Massacre Warning there was pretty good, but
Yeah, because then every creature that died, they would have lost 4 life for it.
right.
And we would have been connecting for at least 11 in the air and everything else is attacking.
Yeah, but
This might
seems
still
like,
just be lethal.
yeah, this
Because
seems like
they go
safe.
block, and then they lose 2 things, which means they lose 4, and then they take 13. So yeah, so this attack is actually just lethal.
Okay.
Which is kind of this Esper deck kind of seems like a neat 1-2 squeeze, right? Like part of your deck is like this combo mill, but the other part of it is like, oh, I didn't combo mill you, but I did put double digits worth of power into play and Massacre Wormed you.
For sure. And then having that both options is pretty cool because against a deck like this, they could gain a bajillion life. You're just like, oh, well, I'll just mill you, or I'll Massacre them. I'll find some other way to beat you, sure.
And honestly, one of the neatest things about this deck is Rest in Peace and Soul Guide Lantern are probably the 2 most commonly played pieces of Graveyard Hate in this format, and the fact that Gyruda just gets to like sidestep that seems huge.
Yeah, for sure. And the cards you're playing aren't like heinously bad either, like Charming Prince is fine, Restoration Angel is fine. It's cards are just like you just play and slow the game down a bit so you can cast Gyruda is totally reasonable.
It's also really interesting to note that our Gyruda player is choosing to not play it as a companion and just play all the copies in the actual main deck, basically for otherworldly gaze, right?
I think that was the only non-odd cost.
Not even.
Take a look at the let me get the deck list up here. It's a big event. There's a lot of
deck lists to churn from. Yeah, this was our largest event since we added a nominal entry fee by a little bit. I think our previous record before this was about 140, and we had about 150 for today, which is awesome. Great to see a bunch of people out to play some tournament magic. No life gain enabler in our hands here. Quick mulligan on both sides.
Oof.
Going to 5 on both sides.
All right. Well, the 5s look reasonable.
Yep. I think I would expect going to 5 to favor our Esper player. They're kind of a A-B combo, put thing in graveyard, reanimate thing, whereas the green-white deck has a little bit more moving parts overall.
I agree. And it feels like the plan B of the green-white deck doesn't seem very good against this Esper deck. It's not really that fast a beatdown deck. The life doesn't really matter that much, so...
Yep, good 5s on both sides here. Both people going to get to play Magic. Interesting to me a little bit that we elected to bottom the company for our green-white player and keep Heliod and Veteran.
Yeah, it's one of those tough mulligans. Some mulligans are easy. You mulligan, like our Esper player's mulligan's super easy. Just 5 lands, 2 spells. Sure, discard 2 lands. But our green-white player's hand was a lot of good cards, and they're trying to assemble Soul Warden effect plus Heliod plus Squirrel. And they're just electing to just keep 2 of the 3 rather than try and keep company and things like that. So...
Okay, there's a Grizzled Veteran, but remember, that's not just a free Living Wish. You have to exile a creature from your hand in order to search something up. So the fact that we don't have a throwaway creature for the Grizzled Huntmaster Grizzled Huntmaster here is a big deal.
Yes, and we see at fastest a turn 4 Gyruda for our Esper players. So big turn cycle here for what our Selesnya player can find.
One small sequencing thing here. I think perhaps our Gyruda player maybe jumped the gun by binning the Gyruda right away. If a Rest in Peace rolls off the top for our green-white player, they're going to have big regrets about having discarded their thing proactively when they could have flashed back Mending.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Okay, and here's the Grizzled Veteran, which can turn this Soul Warden into a Squirrel and then have the combo ready to go. But our Esper player is also set up and ready to go, so we're going to see what they're able to put together here.
Yeah, and again, as we said, the green-white player going off doesn't actually win the game. It makes a bajillion tokens, gains a bajillion life, however fast you're willing to click for. But Mill doesn't really care about that. Neither does Massacre Worm. So even though both players are about to pop off here, I think it heavily favors our Esper player.
So, Jim, this We have a document going with our production staff, and they're like leaving me notes on the backup features of recording so we can pick better ones to cover after. This was getting close to end, so I was looking at it, and the note next to this one just says, "This is a mess."
All right, here we go. That's step one in the chain.
All right, Restoration Angel with the blink. I believe.
That's number 2.
Okay. All the way, Jim. Oh no. Did we miss? Okay, we have some priests.
All right, so that's a rebuy for next turn. And again, now our Heliod player will go off, but that doesn't really matter that much. We're going to see a lot of clicking here.
Yep.
So if you're unfamiliar with this Heliod combo, the card it's being moused over right now, Scurry Oak. Whenever you put a counter on it, you get a 1/1 squirrel. Whenever you make a squirrel, you gain a life off the veteran. Whenever you gain a life off the veteran, Heliod puts a counter on something. So 1, 2, 3, A to B to C. It's a loop as long as you want to do it. And this essentially means you have infinite 1/1s or infinite life. In paper, we could shortcut this. We could verbally say, I'm gonna repeat this action a million times. I have a million squirrels and a million life. On Arena, you can't do that. No macros. So click through here.
In paper, you would have conjured a copy of Scurry Oak with your Grizzled Huntmaster and then declared a loop.
In my imaginary paper world, yeah, sounds great. Sounds great. That's the one sad part about these digital only cards is I would love to have like Mana Gorge or Phoenix in my cube. Some of like the really cool digital only designs, and some of them like can kind of work in paper if you were to finagle.
Like I think Grizzled Huntmaster is actually one that like you could definitely have work in paper, right?
Yeah, it has to like isn't it seek the extra cards in your library or something like that, or
no, you get to search through because it's optional to pull them out.
Oh, it is search. Okay. Yeah, because the hard ones are like seek. You can't really seek. You could seek in paper manually, but it would require you to literally pick up your deck, sort the entire deck, pull the cards out, verify it with someone, and then shuffle, which is a little crazy.
Correct.
But I think that like Mana Gorge or Phoenix is doable. You just put a dice on the card in the graveyard. Electrostatic.
I don't know that I've ever done faster than 1.5x playback speed, Jim. Let's see. let's crank it up to about 1.8 and see where we head to. I really need to find some royalty-free carnival music, Jim, for spots like this.
I actually got some for you if you want. I commissioned Scott to make some for me if you want. I'll allow you to use it if you want.
That's great.
All right, so how big will they go here?
The Massacre Worm is just lethal to heads up information for us, right? Like they don't know the Massacre Worm is lurking, but we have a mending into Ditch the Worm into Priest it back next turn, right?
Yep.
And then the squirrels are only gaining 1 life per squirrel, and you're going to lose 2 life per squirrel on the Massacre Worm.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad matchup for our squirrel player here.
Really is.
Given that everything that this Esper deck does to go off trumps everything that the Squirrel deck does to go off. So
I like to just casual like, yep, this is my Massacre Worm highlight there from our Esper player. So the Esper player kind of winning this matchup 3-0 in a way. I wonder if I actually don't know if this match is fully done or not. Our playback speed up might catch up to the players live.
Oh wow, we're time traveling. This is insane.
We are okay. All right, we're back to 1x. We have made 49 squirrels.
All right. So 49, 2, carry the 1, and I think that's good enough. I know you said no math, but
98, Jim. 98.
Whoa. Don't show off on me, all right?
I don't think Massacre Worm has to target, right? So you just go on the stack and then we're done here?
Yeah.
One of the best animations of the game, Jim.
It's a cool one. It's definitely a cool one.
Roll it on out.
All right, and bump.
I feel like that match really captures the essence of what makes Magic's non-rotating formats in general so popular. Like that type of interactions on both sides of the board that are like weird and only possible with a deep card pool, and then the fact that the way those weird interactions line up into each other is also unique past that. You just don't really get that in any other card game because there isn't any other card game that has the history that Magic does to have these deep interactions.
Yeah, that game was a story. That's the kind of game where, like, a year from now, you're at dinner after a tournament. Remember that game we played? I made 1,000 squirrels and you just massacre were me. You know, like, oh yeah, it was great. You know, it's a real like it's an event. It feels like it's a crazy thing to happen in a game. It's almost like Commander-esque in a way, where like it's like this crazy board states and things that happen, but in a tournament format, which is awesome.
Yep. All right. Well, I know that one was great, but we're just going to head on into hopefully another great match here. I've got Trace on versus Ginkgo here. And we've got some blue-black control with a quick mulligan on the opener. It looks like here versus some Bant Party Angels, something going on here, some kind of creature deck.
Yeah, this is the Dimir deck I mentioned earlier that's playing the God of Sea and Sky with no other merfolk. This is just playing it as a 3/4, using Yahenni's Expertise, which is the -2/-3 for 4 mana that allows you to cast a 3 mana spell for free. So you can either have it in play or cast it off that, which is pretty cool. Kind of like a Yahenni's Expertise theme deck. Pretty cool looking Dimir control deck.
And we see Sea and Sky here going to act as that kind of card advantage. Like Jim was mentioning, sans the Skyclave apparitions here, obviously. Cling to Dust, a little bit awkward in the creature matchup. It's a card that's main deckable graveyard hate, but ideally cantrips in the matches where you don't need the graveyard facet of it, but you need a non-creature spell to exile in order to draw a card with this.
Yeah, a little more awkward in the non-fetch land formats. You know, Modern, it's just 1 black draw card most of the time if it's going to be bad, but a little more awkward here.
See that long pause. Remember, decklist are heads up here, so you know a bunch of Skyclave apparitions are possible game one if you're on the blue-black side. Maybe thinking, hey, maybe I just want to cycle a Shark Typhoon instead of playing into the Skyclave here.
Yeah, a lot of resources for our band player here. You know, Spellbinder's looking pretty nice. Of course, Ephemerate, once again, this deck looks a little less focused than some of the other Blink decks, but Ephemerate's just great. You know, a lot of the cards that are already good have enters the battlefield abilities, and Ephemerate just triples up on that, which is awesome.
Yeah, not only that, but like Ephemerate, in addition to being able to play well with your enters play effects, in a matchup like this where your opponent is heavily interactive, Ephemerate also just has counter target removal spell.
Absolutely, which is huge. Which is huge. And with extra value too, because you get to counter it and then hopefully flash it back again for more value later.
Yep.
So Spellbinder here taking a peek. And some choices here. Takes the Yahenni's. A little weird because no double black yet. Now there is, of course. But, you know, so with the 4th mana already accounted for, the 5th needs to be resolved to cast it anyway. But probably the most impactful card in hand regardless.
Yep, and I like that. You know, I think from the Bant player side here, you're just acknowledging that, like, hey, this game is definitely not ending before expertise happens. So let's just go ahead and get it out of the way now.
All right, and there goes the God of Sea and Sky. Unfortunately, you know, the downside of playing control deck and then being able to, or leaning on like a cheaper creature like this, is that you open up your opponent's removal. Whereas normally Skyclave, not very good against control, but here that was a pretty good exchange for them.
You accrue what we refer to as virtual card advantage by blanking your opponent's removal spells. And you're giving that up a little bit here with that cheap threat, like Jim pointed out. Not offering to trade the 3/3 here. Kind of, I guess the Fatal Push is like, doesn't really have a better target. Oh, Captain is so good, except it's canceled, Jim.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Archmage Charm was an absolutely monstrous draw there. Without the Charm, they just don't have anything, you know. But now Charm can count as Captain. If Captain resolves here, we're going to see Ephemerates and things are going to get nasty. Even the Captain by itself without Ephemerate as a Bloodbraid up is really good. With Ephemerate up too, wow.
Okay, so we're hoping we're going to draw 2 and then Expertise next turn. Is that the line?
I guess that's the plan, yeah. I mean, the problem, the value of it is going to gain. It's just going to be so high, though. You know, I would say that...
You just put Esper Sentinel into play here now, right? So that way, if they do Expertise you next turn, you draw a card?
Yeah, like, clearly going to be draw 2 cards, try and find a land for Expertise, but, like, there's just so many cards behind in our Bant player's hand, and there's not a lot of resources for our Dimir player. You know, a couple creature lands, or creature land and a castle in play, but not much else. And unfortunately for Dimir player, the Esper Sentinel comes in without any ability to respond to it. You don't know what it's going to be yet. And we're going to see a castle instead of an Archmage's Charm here either.
I mean,
so
just as likely to hit your land drop with the castle as you are with the Archmage Storm Draw, right? See the same number of cards?
True, but mana not spent. So draw these 2 cards were not drawn now. They're not going to be drawn this turn. Oh, wow, we're going to wait again?
This
Wow,
is
this is
interesting. Yeah, we're
interesting.
super, super patient here for our.
Now, it's important to note that Lin Bala here, normally the anti-wrath kind of card, does not stop Yahenni's expertise because it is a -3/-3 ability. So there's Angel, which will grow a card in hand, party style. Really, really milking this face-up expertise.
Yeah, and to be fair, on the blue-black side, this expertise is like the last big resource you have access to. So making sure that it gets your as much value as possible does make sense to a degree.
Yeah, there's also like some element of the blocks here are pretty good too. Like, we
Yeah.
can see our band players not even attacking because the attacks aren't good.
Yep. Making them play into this a little bit more.
Hmm. Very interesting play from Ginkgo here. I mean, valuing the castle, really holding these spells.
The second expertise, notably, is not going to be nearly as good as the first one, though. So not only is the board going to clear out a little bit, but that Linval has got that purple modifier text on it from the Angel of Unity, which means it's a 4/4, and this Righteous Valkyrie is also a 2/4. So neither of those creatures in hand going to die to the -3/-3.
Yeah, that is very, very big because those are both cards that probably need to die. And then Ephemerate's here to protect against spot removal. So again, we see just a pass.
Okay.
Extreme patience here from Ginkgo.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if they get paid off or if they're slowly biting off more than they can chew with the Angel of Unity getting triggers off.
Yeah, as each turn goes by, I'm starting to like Ginkgo's position more and more. I mean, I often say playing control, like the best thing to do is not cast anything, and they're living that up to the fullest.
Well, and the castle is huge in all this too, right? Because like not only are they not casting anything, but they're getting resource value. They're not just like leaving mana unspent every turn.
Absolutely. All right, so no counter on the 4/4. Pumps with the Valkyrie in hand. Is it time to do something?
I bet we see a scry again. Ginkgo, they've scryed the last couple of turns, Jim, I believe. I'm on the scry me a river plan.
All right, you are correct. Top 2.
I think both of these are going away. You need answers to these 4/4s. You do not need a 7th land.
Now, doubles Yahenni's could be a path to that a bit down the road, but that's a little bit farther down the road as well. And the problem is that Ginkgo isn't really accruing any resources here. Every scry here is just saying my draw will be a little better next turn. I'm not gaining any raw advantage. Ooh,
Yep.
that is
Okay.
an interesting one.
Huh. Well,
I
do you cast a Shark Typhoon, Jim? Okay, we're expertising. I'd have cast a Shark Typhoon, Jim.
I honestly, the way this game is played out, the fact that the board has been kind of unattackable into, playing Shark Typhoon seems kind of awesome. And then I don't think this band deck really has a way to remove from the battlefield.
Yeah,
Play Shark
definitely.
Typhoon.
Definitely not game 1. And then like one of the things that's really cute about Shark Typhoon is the expertises generate sharks that don't die.
Right. And then the 6 mana extras makes a 6/6 also. Yeah, I'm surprised here. I guess casting Typhoon would allow them to draw a card of Sentinel.
Well, Typhoon is mana value, right? It would still only make a 4/4, but still it would live.
Oh, you're right. It is mana value. Most of the newer cards have been like mana cost.
Ashmouth is mana spent, but Shark Typhoon is mana value.
All right. Not too shabby.
Okay, the Thoughtseize is a great pickup here. Let's go ahead and poke through and get a little bit of information about how to sequence here.
Yeah, pretty good draw.
Okay, Valkyrie begone.
Very, very interesting game so far. I think it's been the most interesting game of the day by like a lot. Ginkgo seems very, very experienced with this deck, making some interesting plays that are unexpected, but are seeming to work out really, really well as well, which is the mark of a player who really knows their deck.
And something to note on Skyclave Apparition is that notably can't exile token. So if we elect just to make a Shark Typhoon on the blue-black side this turn, it's just going to like gum the board up indefinitely.
Yeah. No mana here to Typhoon, cycle Cling to Dust, draw a card, make a 1/1. A lot of tools for our Bant player, though. Company, Ephemerate, Skyclave, good board.
Yeah, then they notably don't know the Shark Typhoon is lurking, right? So we're probably going to see an attack here into a little bit of a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good cycle. It's a pretty good cycle. I still kind of just wish it was in play. Normally it's like not correct to cast Shark Typhoon. It's like the big leak a lot of the time is, play Shark Typhoon, just cast it. Most of the time you're not supposed to, but like given this current the board state, I mean, look pretty appealing.
If this Galactic Company is good, the Righteous Valkyrie is going to pump some friends up. Narrator, it was not particularly good.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I mean,
And
the
do we
6/6 Shark
ephemerate to
is
save this?
yeah. I mean, I think the ephemerate has to go somewhere at this point. So saves it, and it will stay as a 4/4 because it is a perpetual ability. So the card is just altered for the rest of the game.
We get to gain 4 here, and then if the ephemerate refreshes next turn and blinks the Linvala again, you get to gain 4 again, and then that'll put the Righteous Valkyrie up. But we might see a Shark Typhoon attack because of that.
Yeah. Search for Azcanta, kind of a nice pickup. A little soft to Skyclave, unfortunately.
What is that 3/1 called, Jim? Quiz time. It's the 3/1 that we just put on top of the deck on the cleric side. It's the new alchemy card. I'm blanking on it. I could tell you the text.
Sigardian Evangel or something, I think. I think it's Sigardian.
Nailed it, Jim. Nailed it. So the Sigardian Evangel here gets to replicate itself, conjure extra copies of itself endlessly, and there are 6 lands in play. So this is going to turn to 3 3/1s that can tap down potential shark blockers next turn.
All right, so we see the expertise used, which makes the Sigardian even better next turn because it never has a super effect.
Yeah, well, we're actually kind of close to lethal, right? Because we have 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 damage on the cleric side here. It's so close.
And there's a life gain on each cleric.
Yeah, because the Evangels put them to exactly 27, and then they have 6 + 4.
I think there's no ephemerate here. And then 3 3/1s, tap the shark, gain 3 life, pump the thingy up, get it for 10.
Yeah, I agree.
Crazy game.
Love it. Good counting, quick combat math there. Easily one of the best cards they could have on top.
Yeah, I will say that playing Azcanta did feel a little greedy also, leaving up Drown. Sure. They know about the Skyclave first and foremost, and then secondly, like this is a really important turn to not die, So leaving up Drown seems pretty important.
And that Evangel, every one of them is going to get to tap something when they come into play, and they just keep conjuring copies. At end of turn, all the copies go away, so you just get like this one shot to cast a bunch of things. But 3 3/1s that tap them off the blockers was good. The Azcanta was cast off the expertise, but we could have drowned and locked one of the other angels in play.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
All right. Cool card. Again, another digital-only card, conjuring up more copies of cards. Super cool effect. Tap that search for Azcanta.
I think the Evangel's a good example of a really good digital design. I think when they originally talked about digital-only cards, there were a lot of people that were fearful of, very Hearthstone RNG style designs that were purely digital. And I think they've really done a good job with the digital design space with cards like Evangel, that there's no inherent variance to this card, but it's just a mechanic that you wouldn't be able to do in paper.
Absolutely. Big swing, down to 1. A lot of buys in play. Already 3 Hennies accounted for, so.
Swing and a miss. We get a draw step and an Azcanta transformation here. And like you just said, a lot of the expertises are gone. So.
And even then, I mean, these things are pretty big. You know, it's a big angel. It's,
So expertise lets you kill the Evangels, and then you can kill the Valkyrie, and you can kill the Linvala, and then your shark blocks the Valkyrie, and you're like kind of okay at 1 because you've stabilized with the Azcanta and the shark blocker.
Yeah, very fair.
I wish there was a way to view a parallel universe where the Shark Typhoon got cast on that turn we had 6 mana injure it. I feel like this game would have ended up very different in that event.
I agree. I think that Gengo's actually played this game like really, really well. Like, and I think that one of the the good control heuristics is like don't cast Shark Typhoon. It's like the turn you play, it's really bad, and they kill it, you just lose the game. Just take your 2 for 1, make your shark, keep playing your game. But contextually, given the board state, given everything that was happening, it just seemed really good.
I
You
guess I'm
know, like,
confused by this line because we're just dead on board, right? Yeah, yeah. It looks like we're reaching for the concede. Maybe the last Yahenni's expertise we knew was on the bottom. Are there only 3 expertise in the main deck? Because I think we bottomed one at one point, so maybe that's the case. Oh
it's
no, there's
full.
4. Yeah, we could there could have been an Azcanta for expertise, and then cast expertise, clear the 5/3s, and then drown there. So I think we failed to play to an out on that last
Yeah,
turn on the blue-black side.
I think so.
I'll be interested to see on both sides, do the Sea in the Skies come out, and do the Skyclave apparitions stay in? Because that game's very different if Sea in the Sky gets to sit there and draw cards, but on the other side, you don't really want to leave Skyclave apparition in your deck against the control deck, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that they stay in, and the Skyclaves probably come out to like a 2 of maybe, sort of like leave yourself a few answers, but don't go crazy with it. And then I don't think that the Demir deck can realistically cut the God of Science key completely. Like, it is part of the engine. It's part of the
Yep.
it's card draw. It's a threat that puts a lot of pressure on the Shark Typhoons, which is not a bad place to be. But
Looking at this Bant deck, it's actually kind of interesting. It's actually just a mono white deck with two splashes. We've got Glass Pools and Linvala off of the blue, and then we've got Collected Company is the splash. You've seen a lot of the creature decks with the Yasharns on the sideboard to help the sacrifice matchup.
and it's funny because Glasspool is like a splash, but it's mostly just a land you want to try and hit off Captain. You can
Correct.
cast
Yep.
it, I guess, but
And if you ever, in the event you ever draw 2 of them, you play one as a land and then cast the other.
right, exactly.
It's like a self-enabling splash. It's really slick.
A lot of options here. Dovin's Veto, Elite Spellbinder, some pretty good interactive cards.
Yeah, always a
Looks like
question
that.
of how much proactive versus reactive do you want to be in the post-board games, because there's definitely the vetoes and the spellbinders feel good when they get off, but like taking time to hold them up also comes at a real cost a lot of the time.
Yeah, and leaving in all 4 Skyclaves feels like never mind.
Okay, there we go. That was the last trim.
Which
I like that trim too. I think 2 to 3 Skyclaves is probably the sweet spot.
Yeah, I agree. I think you don't want to be cold, but you don't want to draw more than 1.
Yes, correct. You want it in your hand for when the Sea and Sky shows up and not before.
All
Right.
pretty
Pretty
good
good hands on both sides. And interesting again here, remember, this is a heads-up decklist tournament. It says Aether Gust comes in with the knowledge that Collected Company is the only green spell likely in the deck right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an announcement from Ginkgo saying that this is one of the most important cards. I want to have an answer to it on a key turn. And the game's going to go long enough where that situation's going to come up.
So, decision right away for our control player. Do you value mana efficiency or do you value the flexibility of your removal spells, choosing instead to hold that Doomblade because it can kill anything indiscriminately in the opponent's deck, which I think makes a lot of sense to me.
This looks pretty good. The Mimic getting the buff there. Is the buff on the 1/3 random, or is it?
No, you get to pick.
It's pick. Okay.
You notably can't pick Skyclave Apparition because it has to be something in the party.
Correct. So it had to be the Mimic. So
Yep.
All right, so pretty good draws here. I mean, drawing 2 lands is fantastic with all these spells in hand, a lot of kill spells. Value is good, but not incredible given this current spot. Just dies here to a one mana spell. And then this looks pretty good.
Ashiok Nightmare Muse there in hand. I couldn't recall that card's name because I hadn't seen this on a play. Not the 5-mana blue Planeswalker you think about when you think blue control in Historic, but still very powerful. Honestly, extra powerful in these creature matchups where the 2/3s on a plus ability really defend itself and gum up the board nicely.
Yeah, it's a super solid card. Defends well. It's pseudo removal. Yeah, now you come to the song and dance of Collected Company. Up, like 4th land, go. I don't got anything, I guess. And now Genko's in the spot of like need to leave this mana, so can't cycle Fighter Pools here, and then can't really tap out for Ashiok, but draws Thoughtseize. Perfect draw.
Okay. I mean, it's still only okay, right? Because like the company happens in response, then you Aether Gust and they still have the re-up for company next turn.
Suppose. I mean, as far as draws go in this spot, now the company will be cast possibly main phase, maybe not, I guess, but more information on the company, and then Ashiok and Doomblade can try and mop up.
Probably grab the Ephemerate here because it makes your Doomblade much worse in the future in addition to being able to generate value.
Yep, pretty strong agree there. Skyclave not looking too useful.
Okay, we're going to choose to take the Glass Pool Mick. Want to cut off any value that could potentially generate off of the Collected Company in the future.
So interesting spot here. Shocking in this land opens up Doomblade and a cycle on Fetid Pools, but obviously restricts your mana a little bit. Gonna value the mana, just play the land.
Yeah, the tapped land here encourages the company to happen at sorcery speed. Obviously, it's much worse against expertise.
Yeah, real rock and a hard place here for our band player. Do you cast it and play on counter spells? Do you play on wrath effects? Gotta just say go.
All right, here's a Shark Typhoon. I can't imagine we cast this here after it didn't get cast in the first game. That card is getting cycled and making a friend. We could just see Ashiok onto an empty board here because, again, notably, the Skyclave does not get rid of tokens, so Ashiok's pretty likely to survive a turn cycle if it ticks up to 6 and then also makes a blocker for itself.
Yeah, this is the kind of spot where like, chat would scream, play the Shark Typhoon, and like I definitely agree with not playing it here. And I'm sure the king was gonna play it, obviously, but of course, why not? Why not? But because this is a spot where the game's really tight, you kind of value the card. You don't necessarily want to just jam here. Whereas in the last game, the board was kind of stable. The context was a lot different, I think.
This could just be a 4/4. We might not see the YOLO. We could just be making a 4/4 inside of combat to eat something. I mean, I don't mind making a 4/4 here. I think I would make a 4/4 play the Ashiok. I think I lean towards playing the Ashiok, but it's also kind of close. The upside to holding the Ashiok is then if you had a 7th land next turn, you can Ashiok and Doomblade in the same turn.
Correct. That's what I'd be playing for. The Planeswalker, make a blocker, kill your thing turn is very, very powerful. Although playing Shark Typhoon this turn and then playing Ashiok next turn and making a 5/5 is also pretty appealing too. So, and they are really thinking this one out. They've already shocked the land in. So some amount of cost has already been put into this. So we're gonna see Shark Typhoon hardcast after not seeing it last game.
Okay. I mean, we know for a fact that like that card doesn't get taken off the table here.
Yep.
Ashiok's going to make themselves a lot of tokens along with the Shark Typhoon. If there's a 7th land next turn for
26. Not quite.
Okay.
Oh, that was a really good try.
This could be a disaster. With the Ashiok goes away, we have Ephemerate to counter Doomblade on the band side. We're attacking for 12 here. Like
Spellbinder, you couldn't have asked for a better draw. The 1 toughness to gain the 1 life, to pump the Valkyries, to eat the Ashiok.
Excuse me, sir. We're going to gain 4 life because we're going to gain 1, and then it's going to be bigger, and then we'll gain 3.
Oh, you are correct. You are correct. Missed that one paper for sure. All right.
Interesting. We take the Doomblade. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess getting to counter the 4-mana spell with your 1-mana spell has a lot of upside. I don't hate it.
All right, and that's a monstrous attack, and that is not good enough.
Man, when you look at your Henny's expertise, you're like, I could have been playing Ritualist at Jim. I could have been playing what's the even odd Exile 1 Extinction event? Could have been playing Extinction event.
Yeah, I mean, this deck really is like a Henny's expertise theme deck almost. It's a lot of 3 drops, plays God, Sea, and Sky, but it is not a hard sweeper for sure. It definitely has blind spots, and we're looking at 3 of them right now.
Not that it's a lot of Solace, but at least from Ginkgo's side, on that turn 6, you get to look back and know that your decision actually didn't matter. Like, regardless of which line Ginkgo ended up taking there, I think 2 6/8s attacking you and getting Spellbinder, it didn't matter if you Ashioked or made a 4/4 or hardcast a Shark Typhoon. I think all the roads were leading towards a blue-black control player being fairly sad.
Yeah. Fortunately, 5/5 Shark, not really big enough here. I mean, Ashiok can make a token, or it can eat something with the minus ability, but just not really enough. Yeah. All right. It's some very interesting games. Yeah, very interesting play by Ginkgo. Definitely a lot of cool stuff happening in those games. I think very, very interesting spots. Ginkgo felt it seemed like they really knew their deck very, very well, but it came up a little bit short, unfortunately. -2, -3 is not always what it's cracked up to be.
All right, chat. So I know we only covered 2 feature matches that round start to finish, but it looks like round 4 has been paired. Teteru, Yawgmoth's Grill, Howling Minds, Yankeen, Stalker BR, D-Beard, Coaster, and Steve Ho. You are our 8 feature match players throughout. If you can get on into the appropriate channels in the Discord server, that would be great. Thanks everybody for joining us this afternoon, by the way. It's great to have a bunch of people in here. If you're new to the channel, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoogland. I'm joined here by Jim Davis. This is our historic Hooglandia Open. It's our first set championship qualifier. The winner of this tournament, in addition to walking away with a bunch of cool Stuff Inc. store credit, is also going to get an invite to the Neo Set Championship Tournament run by Wizards of the Coast. And if you're interested in playing in this tournament or other tournaments in the future that are going to be awarding set championship invites, there are a ton of them coming up on MTG Melee. As soon as next weekend and basically every other weekend this month, there's Historic, Alchemy, and even Standard. And our next Hooglandia Open here for our tournament with coverage will be on February 19th next month. Format to be determined. We're going to wait and see how Historic and Alchemy shake out with the new set release, I think, before we decide on that right away. Get into spoiler season a bit. At any rate, our feature matches are filing in, so it looks like we're about 5 minutes out from being able to show matches for the sake of integrity. We want to be running a little bit behind them so players can't be peeking at coverage while they're still playing for an advantage. So we're going to go ahead and give a shout out to Medify, Cool Stuff Inc., and Untapped. I'm going to roll a quick ad break, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes once we have some more excellent matches to cover here in round 4. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. We'll be back real soon. How's it going, folks? Welcome back to round not 3, but the 4th of our Hooglandia Open tournaments. Our competitors are getting set up to do battle and be diving on into them momentarily. Before we do that, let's run through and give an update to folks that are just joining us, what our players are playing for today, as well as what's doing well in the tournament, as I know everybody loves to know. So this tournament is a Neo Championship set qualifier tournament. The first place winner is going to get to play in the Neo Set Championship event hosted by Wizards of the Coast. Second through 8th place gets a direct invite to the February qualifier weekend on Magic Arena, and everybody that gets at least 4 match wins. So starting this round, all of the players that are 4-0 are going to lock themselves up some guaranteed prizes from Cool Stuff Inc., which they have so much more than just Magic cards too. You can see I have this wonderful board game shelf behind me. Some of those games have come from them. Just lots of fantastic cool stuff to shift through. The range of decks that are doing well in this tournament is really wide. There's a bunch of 3-0 decks at this point. We've got Orzhov Death Shadow at the top. We've got Golgari mid-range here. We've got Food, Goblins, Heliod Company, Aristocrats, Tempo, Phoenix, lots of fantastic things here. As far as overall metagame breakdowns and win percentages, the overall field percents are the same, but these win rates have started to stabilize a little bit as we get larger sample sizes here. So it looks like all of the top decks relatively in line with what we expect. Jund Food may be a little bit high, but it's also early in the tournament still, and the sample size is relatively small on that. That being said, without further ado, let's just go ahead and dive on into some more matches of Magic here. We've got another person playing the Jeskai Ephemerate deck that we saw April playing a little bit earlier. Howling Minds looks to be playing that as well. And they are playing against a 5-color Niv here.
Wandering Mind once again.
Not a card I would have pegged as a potentially historic playable card, but definitely looked impressive, especially alongside Ephemerate specifically.
Yeah, 6 cards is deep. That's a lot of looks, and rate-wise, a 2-1 flyer for 3, with the draws a card is reasonable, and always drawing a good spell is pretty awesome.
Yeah, this type of effect, it's like you said, you're looking at so many cards. It's much more powerful than just a 2-1 that draws a card, right? Because you're not just drawing a random card, you're getting specifically what's likely a good card.
Absolutely. And it's a huge difference. It looks very similar to that, just I would draw a card, whatever, but drawing a spell and probably a key spell is huge. And dig deep, find that ephemerate, do it again, and just keep rolling.
Yeah, and we see, Maul Drifter here. Something that was interesting that came up earlier, we saw someone else playing this Jeskai deck, is there were spots where it actually seemed like it was more correct to blink Wandering Mind than it was to blink Maul Drifter, just because getting one specific good card is often better than getting 2 random cards, depending on what your hand looks like.
I wonder if there's ever been an opening in Arena before where 2 Amerihis came in with 2 expressive iterations in hand. So a little bit of awkward mana here for our Jeskai player. 2 white lands and 2 expressive iterations, but hand's still looking pretty good. Maul Drifter goes off. I believe it's an ephemerate.
It is an ephemerate there. Yep. Another Maul Drifter. So we're going to get another extra shots at red lands next turn, potentially, which we desperately need on Howling Mind's side.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a grindy match. Both decks are very good at drawing a lot of cards. Niv doing it all in one shot with Niv as it reborn, whereas the ephemerate deck can kind of nickel and dime a little bit with Maul Drifters and ephemerates and stuff like that. So a lot of grind here, a lot of grind.
See, our top player just picking up their Wellspring, nothing really to do, just literally 6 interactive spells in hand. Maul Drifter is a little bit worse when you don't get to keep all of the cards, but probably still worth ephemerating here. Basically going to be a draw 4, discard 2, and you get to keep the 2/2 to draw extra with next turn.
Yeah, and this is still game 1 too, so there are kind of some blanks here,
Yeah, like Lightning Helix. Lightning Helix, not a particularly good card. Skyclave. So Skyclave Apparition is it's one of those awkward cards where you have to answer Territorial Kavu, right?
That is very fair. I suppose double Helix can also kill a Niv Mizzet as well. So
really, these discards really surprise me. We're bidding Wandering Mind and Iteration. The Iteration doesn't surprise me too much, I suppose, because we are drawing 2 more next turn likely, so we don't need to fill the hand that much. But the Wandering Mind being an okay threat that cantrips itself, I would think would be something we're interested in having here.
Yeah, I might even be more interested in Wandering Mind than Iteration, honestly.
Yeah.
The body
keeping both Helix and Skyclave feels surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels wow, they're gonna let that resolve too. So more cards from Muldrifter. I mean, Skyclave answers Kavu, and Double Helix answers Niv. And these are cards that need to be answered that aren't answered super well. And Showdown of Scald's just a embarrassment of riches here when it comes to cards.
I mean, playing the Showdown this turn means that you discard one less to hand size, right?
That is true, I suppose. Yeah, I mean,
you've already played the land, so that means you're unlikely to play two. You're not okay, sure. And honestly, drawing in the lock happening here, just like, yeah, this is fine. I had plenty to do next turn anyways. We were just doing this because it made the most sense.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, that's a great exchange for sure.
Next turn, the second red unlocks to be able to Town Razor Tyrant, which that card's pretty good in the Niv matchup. You don't really want to lose lands when you're on the 5-color side, and taking constant source of damage is also not particularly appealing.
Absolutely, it's not the quantity of the lands, it's the colors of the land. So being able to target a key land that can't be sacrificed is a huge deal.
Yeah, and in this instance, there's only one red source on the side for our 5-color Niv. There's that Jeskai Triumph there in the middle, which I imagine is what's going to be the target. Yep. I'm trying to look at over all these different tri-lands and figure out, okay, well, what's the worst one for them to sacrifice? I think it's definitely the Jeskai one. Yep.
I don't agree. And there's 6 cards in hands for Howling Minds. I mean, it doesn't really feel like 6 cards because, I feel like the Helixes are almost 1 card together and Skyclave's not so great, but still a lot of gas here. Iteration, some lands, big draws too.
Yep. And we had kind of that awkward, you see this happen a lot of the time where like our Jeskai player was stumbling early in terms of colors and total lands, and now they're kind of on the opposite side of that coin. They push through, and now we're kind of flooded.
Right, for sure. Yeah, but double white land opening was very, very rough.
Which removal spell is the removal spell of choice? I have to imagine you want to really okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if Muldrifter wasn't killed in response to the Ephemerate like 2 turns ago, then why now kind of thing. Playing Gigant is certainly reasonable. Okay. There's also this feeling of like killing Muldrifter feels bad because it already did its job, which is the kind of thing that's like I think you gotta get over. But all right, here's double Helix.
Yep.
It's like we were saying, there is some utility in Helix. It needs to double up probably, but can still kill some things.
Yeah, and this puts them to 14, and then the Town Razor trigger puts them down to 12, and there's another Town Razor in hand here.
That's funny because usually Giganta is mostly just a 5/5. You see it in like affinity decks or whatever random decks that just happen to want this. They fit the requirements. They play Giganta. In this Niv deck, Giganta is actually a mana machine. Tapping for all 5 colors of mana, can cast Niv Mizzet, can cast multiple gold cards. So killing it there might seem a little bit worse than playing on Town Razor or some other threat. But realistically, the mana generation from the Elk is huge.
Okay, if this Muldrifter gets Helixed, which I think is likely, Town Razor gets Charming Princed, and then all 3 of the blue lands on our Wellspring side are dealing 2 damage to us every turn.
I'm all about blinking Town Razor Tyrant as many times as possible.
Cower before Trogdor, Jim.
Yes.
He is here.
Burninate the villages.
This comes back in at end of turn here, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. The 3rd blue land, I imagine, gets targeted here. And then you got kind of a tough choice. You don't want to take 6. You got to keep at least one of these, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe even 2. You want to be able to draw to Niv Mizzet maybe or something like that. This is a really interesting like backdoor way to answer Teferi, right? We're not killing the Teferi. I'd be surprised if Howling Minds even attacks Teferi. Just, pressure your life total, kill your lands, make so you can't play spells, and go from there.
And now one thing that's interesting is that the lands leaving the battlefield trigger Revolt, so we can Fatal Push the Town Razor Tyrant here.
Kind of cute.
Revolt, that keyword letting you do something extra if a permanent left your side of the battlefield this turn.
All right, well, here we see it.
And normally,
there are a lot of kill spells in Yankee's hand.
Normally, your 7th cycle land is a card that draws a card, but we got to give up some of these lands, so this has to come into play here.
Yeah, and honestly, Howling Mind's running out of gas here a little bit. They do have 1 cycle off the Triome, but not a lot else going on. So big draws here.
Yeah, I honestly think the 5-color player is favored at this point.
Yeah, I agree. These cycles are huge. What's going to come up off of these Triomes?
And one of the things to note, because the Jeskai player had those awkward lands as their first two, they're also not utility lands. There's more actual blanks in the deck because their spell lands happened early on.
Absolutely. And then, of course, those cards that were discarded too, to hand size, one or two cards here or there, but those cards would be really, really useful right now.
All right.
There's Iteration and Wandering Minds, two big card draw cards.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know that I was a huge, and this here is exactly why. I don't think our Jeskai player needed to keep both Double Helix and Skyclave. I think I would have gotten rid of one of those two sets in a spot like this. We see Skyclave just being cast as a Gray Ogre here essentially twice. And if it could have been a Wandering Mind, we would have been in a much better spot as the Jeskai player.
Interesting choice here to use the Maelstrom Pulse as opposed to the Clarion.
The getting value off the Pulse now plays around a potential Ephemerate down the line, whereas Clarion's going to get to guaranteed kill something because it'll leave and come back into play. So I think there's some value from that perspective there.
True. There's Iteration off the top. Try and pull back into this game.
All right, 2 spells here could be huge. It's a Town Razor.
Yes.
And a Charming Prince. Okay. The countryside will continue to burn, Jim.
The land continues to burn. Love it. Love it.
Blink it up.
That was so fun. Let's do it again. How many lands are burning right now? This is now.
I believe this will be 4 lands. I think there were still 2.
Ooh.
We could do with I wish we had some kind of glow or hue around the lands that had the text on it as a visual indicator at a glance.
Why not fire?
Fire, yeah, just the countryside literally burninating would be truly lovely.
Yeah. It's one area where Magic Arena has definitely slipped in the last year or so is the quality of animations. No more Masker Worms, just
yeah, it definitely feels like the raw number of them that we've had went down a little bit post mobile release. Maybe a concession to wanting to be a little bit more efficient on that platform.
Yeah, that's fair. I just miss them.
I do too. You're not wrong.
New set, cast a new mythic, nothing happens. You're like, all right, fine.
All right, thinking long and hard about these blue sources here. We got to take at least 2.
7.
I might give up this one. Okay. Oh no, that's not castable. There's only 1 blue-red land. Nothing to iterate, Jim. The board can get clearer though.
Triumph on the left, right?
Those are Abzan Triumphs. We can fatal push the Trogdor again because of the land that died, and then Clarion can clean out the Charming Prince, and then Teferi is on his super move next turn.
We could get to a board state here. Both players have literally nothing.
That is true. Yeah, we could be heading towards no lands emblem versus an emblem, which definitely favors the person with the Teferi emblem.
Yeah. All right, so there goes the Prince. All right.
Big cycle.
I don't think there's any card that a Helix could slow anything down. Up is Wandering Mind. All right.
We're going to Wandering Mind into Ephemerate, and then it's going to find a Helix off the Ephemerate. Okay.
Still good. Still good.
The However, now are spinning. Okay, there's a Muldrifter. Remember, the Teferi emblem doesn't do anything the turn that it happens. So if Teferi emblem is what happens here, the value doesn't start until the following turn. Okay, it can't be cast. There's no red land.
That's not castable.
Only 1 land makes both blue and a red.
Oh boy. What do you do now? I mean, we could see...
You got to draw, right?
We could see Teferi emblem deafening Clarion.
Yeah. Yeah, we could. Okay.
No, I gotta draw. All right. Here we go.
Okay.
Doesn't really do it though.
They can't Clarion and Kavu. They only have 1 red.
Town Razor Tyrant. Just tearing it up here.
I feel like when you build this Jeskai deck, this is what you were building for.
Right.
It's I'm gonna play against some greedy 5-color pile of stuff, I'm going to kill their colors and make their spells difficult to cast. It's going to be glorious.
So now the Kavu does rummage. So with the Kavu in play, the Teferi Ultimate could affect the board immediately next turn.
Sure. I like that. I like that as an upside observation.
Yeah, does not have reach.
Whew. Okay. This could be
boy.
lethal. It needs a helix, right? We've got a bunch of shots of finding a third helix. Okay.
Yeah,
I'd evoke the Muldrifter here.
Not great.
2 more shots at helix. Yeah, I love this line.
All right, so
they didn't. They actually got punished here. So if they would have evoked the Muldrifter, they would have drawn the Ephemerate and could have ephemerated it in response and still had helix as a lethal draw.
they're attacking. They're not attacking Teferi. So they're not scared of his ultimate.
No way. I'm 100% in on putting you to 3. Whoo! This dojo does not contain fear, Jim. Maybe it should.
Now we've got 3 draws off Teferi Ultimate.
And Clarion can lifelink here. The hidden mode on Deafening Clarion is give your creatures lifelink.
That is true also. So the options are there. So Clarion, kill 2, lifelink, rummage, exile something. And of course, Clarion plays well against Ephemerate here because you can blink it all you want. You're still going to die.
Like we talked about the Maelstrom Pulse versus Clarion earlier, this is the exact setup why Maelstrom Pulse was prioritized on Yankee's side.
For sure. Absolutely.
I think this was our Jeskai players' game to lose, and it feels like it's kind of heading in that direction. I feel like not evoking the Muldrifter meant that they couldn't do the, what's it called last turn? The find helix for lethal, and that's been a big deal.
Yeah, I guess they have this one Muldrifter left, but
the problem is we're going to 6 now on the 5-color side.
Right. So now
one helix is no longer lethal.
And one of the lands is still burning, I believe, right?
Yes, just the blue one. Yeah, and there's the helix. The Jeskai player would have guaranteed won the game last turn had they taken the slightly more aggressive line of evoke the Muldrifter.
All right.
The game's not over yet. There is a 4th helix in this Jeskai deck, I assume. So we could see evoke the Muldrifter, ephemerate the Muldrifter, spike the 4th helix, and then just go upstairs for lethal.
Yeah, it's also just a lot of cards coming too. You know, they discarded the Prismari command to the Kabu. Interesting.
They did, yeah.
That's double exile right there. Oh, the 2 draw steps from the Teferi emblem. All right, here we go. All right, double helix.
Woo-hoo! All right,
Ooh,
Jim. Sometimes you get bailed out. I mean, they saw a lot of cards. They saw a lot of cards this game. If you are looking to look at your deck, this Jeskai deck looks like an excellent choice for doing so.
That was a crazy game. Just a crazy game.
It's very rare that Hero of Dominaria makes an emblem and the game does not end in their favor.
Yeah. It was slipping away too. But the burnating lands, they did the extra few points there.
Yeah. Honestly, the Helix has ended that game, but Townrazer Tyrant is really what put them in the position to be ending the game to begin with.
Yeah. And even with life game from the Clarion, still just had to keep that one blue land around for so much longer than they probably wanted to.
Get to see some counter spells potentially come in. There's always this kind of awkward tension playing against the Sniv deck with effects like Dovin's Veto and Negate, where you're like, well, they have like removal spells you want to counter, but it actually doesn't counter their most important card, which is the Niv Mizzet Reborn.
For sure. Yeah, I think the primary plan of here is just like Townrazer all day. I'm surprised not to see these Vanguards come in though. The Vanguard seems pretty nice here as an early pressure piece. Skyclave not looking too exciting. Now they're the Helixes and friends. It's weird because it's a little hard to say who is the beatdown in a matchup like this because both decks are so grindy,
Yeah, I think I would put the onus on the deck with Town Razor Tyrant, but that last game also showed that, like, just because the game's going long, they're not out of it. I think this could be one of those matchups where who's the beatdown versus not is going to be really dependent on kind of just how the cards line up in a particular game as opposed to looking at the decks at the start.
Yeah, like, the thing is that the Nib Mizzet deck, if they cast Nib Mizzet, they accrue a bunch of card advantage. But if they don't, they're kind of just like one for oneing and stuff. Where this
Correct.
Jessica
Yep.
deck just has this like Moldifter, Ephemerate, draw two, Wander Mind, draw two, just keeps going and going and going.
Showdown of the Scalds. The raw number of card
Oh, yeah.
advantage is much higher in this Jeskai deck for sure.
For sure, yeah. So I mean, that might all have to alter how the Nib Mizzet deck plays, because they need to understand that, like, if they're the beatdown, they got to end the game. They got to lean a little more on their Kabus and try and, play more towards that effect. All right, it's a pretty good Kabu hand.
Pretty decent. Only one land on the Jeskai side. Yeah, this 6 is really good. You get to keep all of your colors. And you have 3 really good spells.
There's Tyrant. But again, this turn 2 Kabu. This turn 2. We got look up there. Yep. So turn 2 Kabu is definitely a big part of the plan. There aren't a lot of ways to deal with this thing either. I mean, like, you can just chump block it, I suppose, and buy a little time, but
Kavu was a card that when I played this 5-color Niv deck a little bit, it was really impressive to me. It's a card that lets your otherwise controlling deck assume a role that you wouldn't expect out of it. Sometimes you're just like, here's my 2-mana 5/5 that provides a little bit of card selection, and you're going to die to this in a few turns.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's so counterpointed to what everything else in the deck does. It's all removal spells and it's big 5-mana bomb. So you board for all that stuff, and then just, it's just Tarmogoyf in play, but just going to kill me in 3 turns or whatever. So strong agree. Definitely, this feels like the card that, like, brought this deck up to, like, a real highly competitive level, and not just kind of like a one-trick pony.
Honestly, it feels, we saw the blue-black control deck last round or the round before. It feels very similar to Sea and Sky. While obviously it's not providing raw card advantage, it allows the deck to fight on an axis that the opponent normally wouldn't want to fight on it with.
Exactly. All right, yeah, I mean, our Jeskai player's hand here is just, it's got some stuff in it, but nothing to deal with this 5/5.
Yeah, we talked about the Jeskai player's hand is exactly what we talked about, which is they just have so much card advantage geared up here and ready to go, but at the end of the day, kind of none of it matters.
Yeah, if you're dead, you're dead. Kava's a 4-turn clock.
All right, there's the iteration.
Vanishing Verse available, Lightning Helix, Clarion. Clarion can push through small blockers too, which is kind of nice.
Ephemerate goes to exile. No land on 3 looks with with that. This could be a really quick game 2 after a really long game 1.
The one upside, of course, is the Skyclave, which is now there actually is an answer to Kavu, which could buy some time for our Jeskai player, but
love the iteration here to start. You get to kind of sculpt your hand a little bit before you decide what you want to rummage with the Kavu.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is second Kavu is actually great too.
Yep.
Is going to be if our Howling Minds can draw land, have the ability to Skyclave, but also dispute the dragon.
Well, so now they're going to need to draw land so they can Skyclave, Ephemerate, Skyclave, clear both the 5/5s.
Yeah, now with second Kavu, like, that actually changes a lot. So now it's the dragon's less important. So
I assume we're going to ditch the Clarion here. I guess we could ditch one of the spot removal spells as well.
I kind of like the ability of Clarion to wipe things out, just like wipe away the blockers, versus multiple blockers in one turn.
Yeah, Clarion has value too as the way to gain life, like we saw in that first game.
Mm-hmm.
Almost was enough to drag them kicking and screaming back in. Oh, maybe a little bit of a client lag there for our bottom player. Kavu ends up in play. Looks like we ended up rummaging nothing there. Our hand is exactly the same as it was before.
Yeah, and the big thing was no land drawn for Howling Minds. So now both Nib Mizzet and the other Kavu are live and ready to roll. And I think this game is probably going to come to a conclusion.
Love this. No reason to really kill the Skyclave here. You just go ahead and do this and play your 5th land, play Niv Reborn, and then have 2 potentially lethal threats next turn with ways to cut down blockers.
Yep. So we said it in the sideboarding, and it ended up kind of mostly coming true. Our Nib player is the beatdown player. Just get these big things online, play a little more of a Jund game, get your Tarmogoyf from play and your big threats, and win the game.
Yeah, I think that's we're gonna want to look for in this game 3 exactly what we saw here, which is in the games where the Kavus are early, things are gonna go well for the Niv Mizzet player. In the games where there are not Kavus early, Howling Minds is gonna be able to grind things out here, it looks like.
Yep, absolutely. Now we see our Niv player looking at these mystical disputes. I think maybe recognizing how that game went, that they are a little more of the beatdown player here. I mean, uh,
Yep.
Mari, Command, Banishing Verse. These are some lower to the ground options. Cards like Thought Erasure, even Binding the Old Gods seem a little slower. Despark.
I actually don't mind Thought Erasure in this matchup because the matchup revolves around Kavu so much and Howling Minds has such limited answers to it. I think
That's fair.
the odds that you catch one of their answers, and even if you don't catch an answer, you still like get a 1-for-1, I think makes Erasure be pretty reasonable overall.
Kind of falls into the Jund analogy. Just Thoughtseize them, Tower with
Yep.
them, kill them in 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah, and like this isn't a matchup too where sometimes there's a risk in like these fair matchups where your discard spells go brick off late. The Jeskai deck's basically always going to have spells in its
Yeah.
hand, so the odds of it bricking off are like negligible.
Very true. Now it's gonna be a little harder for our Niv player to get under this game on the draw. So, and also we
Yep.
see a Skyclave too. So
Yeah, really just could not keep faster on the Jeskai side.
yeah. And then on our Niv side, we're playing Mardu this game. We're playing Mardu. Uh Spanish Verse and Clarion castable, everything else not so much.
There's a
You
keep.
gotta
There is
keep.
no fear in this 5-color dojo.
That's first draw Hydroid Crisis for your Mardu deck. Perfect.
Yep,
Perfect.
it's just like we drew it up, Jim.
Couldn't have scripted that one better. So risky stuff here for Yankee. And
Go ahead to shock in, have the Helix / Vanishing Verse up. I have to imagine we're going to see this just die. You didn't shock not to use your mana this turn.
for sure, and this is very reasonable. It feels bad to use a spot removal spell on the Wandering Mind, stuff like that. When you're playing against a deck that's trying to blink stuff, they're going to gain more value if you wait. You might as well do it now.
Yep.
All right, so a little bit of the puzzle comes together. A Jeskai Triome.
All right, and the Jeskai Triumph has a lot of value here because the blue land likely unlocks your next color land as well, thanks to Expressive Iteration being castable now.
And so Wandering Mind again. I imagine we'll see Banishing Verse again as well. But again, this game isn't really playing out in a manner that Yankee wants it to. We're seeing few resource trades, no real pressure, little stumble on Yankee's side. Going to give Howling Minds plenty of time to get all these things set up for card advantage. Double showdown of a skulls, iteration.
Yep, just
A lot.
casual draw 2 and a couple of draw 4s. No big
Yeah.
deal from the Jeskai side. All right, we have all of our colors, Jim. We are fully unlocked and can cast our spells. The question is casting our spells going to be good enough?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Niv is pretty good. It's a lot of cards. It's a big body. And we've already established that the Howling Minds' deck doesn't really answer a 6/6 super well. Double Helix. Maybe this or that. So still a chance for Yankee here.
Okay, Triumph entering play, tapped here. Literally looking for more threats on Howling Mind side. Want to go a little bit wide here so that way when the 6/6 happens, you can be like blocking it and then 10-point attacking them on the backswing. The Ephemerate's actually not a terrible draw because it means that if they play Niv, you could be like blocking with Wandering Mind and then ephemerating it to basically fog the attack for a turn.
Yeah, that's a pretty sweet way to go too. Just more cards coming. The card flow is certainly there. Time is the major issue.
So choice made here with Showdown of the Scalds, choosing to not gamble on hitting a white source and guaranteed leaving the Ephemerate up, and would have gotten paid off if they waited, but also only hit one land, so it's not too big of a deal either way.
Yeah, pretty good spread too. Moldifer and the Ephemerate to go along with it. A land iteration.
Don't you love when your draw 4 draws you another draw 4, Jim?
Yeah, just keep the cards coming. Keep the cards coming.
It ain't a slow drip of cards. It is just all of the cards ASAP. Perhaps a little bit of a misplay with the land here. We played the Shipwreck Marsh untapped, but there's no green for our 5-color Niv player now, so we cannot play the Big Dargon this turn.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good spot to be. It's annoying too because the Hydro Crisis feels like it could be like kind of an over the top kind of threat to win the game, push through, but Skyclave happens to eat that one pretty easily. Kreese is not so good against Skyclave. Yeah, this is a rough spot.
The expressive iteration, the land's already been played, so the odds of that generating value are, I guess it's okay. You like draw one, and then there's a lot of castable 2 and 3 mana spells you could have in this instance.
Yeah, the problem is most things just aren't good here. Like any spot removal spell is bad. Can't play Kava, which is probably the best card you could play. Just like not a lot going on. Even if the land had been played and they've come into play, I still think that our Jeskai player is way ahead. But now we're in real trouble.
Just choosing to pass is interesting. I guess we're cycling the Triome plus leaving Vanishing Verse up.
That's what I would assume. I mean, Gigantha's like a worse 5 drop to play than Niv Mizzet is. So
yep. And I guess in this instance, the Muldrifter plus the Ephemerate are face up from the Showdown of the Scald. So by holding the Vanishing Verse up, you're denying them a draw 2 and a 2/2.
Sure, that's fair. Of course, we see the veto's also face up too, though. So
yeah, the veto is just kind of like, oh, you got to play through it. And if they want to use their veto to protect a 2/2, that's probably a worthwhile exchange. The Mystical Dispute is a huge draw here for our Jeskai player. A way to answer Niv Mizzet cleanly and gain tempo while doing so is a big deal.
Yeah, Dispute is a monumental card against this Niv Mizzet deck. Being able to answer the key card for 1 mana is huge, and it has other applications as well.
Yep.
All right. Also, while this is happening, Showdown's just pumping this big brain up here, getting bigger and bigger.
Yep. Showdown of the Scalds, 1/1 counter every time a spell gets cast. Wonder if we'll see them bite on the veto here. They do not fight. I really like that not fight. Stopping a Niv Mizzet next turn is just such critical importance. They also get to hold up Ephemerate should something try to happen to this Wandering Mind. You know, there's something like a Lightning Helix lurking. You get to protect from that as well.
Yeah, a lot of resources here for our Jeskai player.
I assume we're going to see Skyclave Apparition or Expressive Iteration go away for our Jeskai player up top. Apologies for the bit of chop here. We are unfortunately at the mercy of the screen shares our players are able to provide for coverage.
Yeah, tough spot. I mean, now the Tomb come down and cast Niv, but it gets countered. Kreese the same thing, gets countered. Just such an unbelievable amount of resources for our Jeskai player. Yeah, real rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, you can see the timer ticking down here. Just a lot of choices to go through and permutations on their side, trying to figure out how they wiggle out from underneath this card advantage. I wonder if we see an Ephemerate here to protect this. I kind of don't mind that. Clarion happens then to clean it out anyways, but then you got to draw a card. And then we're going to see Town Razor get to start beating in.
Town Razor is going to be absolutely devastating. Also, you can save the Ephemerate for the Town Razor as well. So
that's true. Yeah, there's some value in holding that as also.
I wonder if the veto can pop off here instead. Like, what does veto need to counter? Like, it doesn't really counter the big cards anyway. So trade your veto in. If they kill the brain, then whatever. Next turn, it's just Town Razor, Ephemerate, Dispute. So I like veto here a lot.
Assume Clarion clears out here. And then, yeah, I assume we're going to see a really aggressive just Town Razor into Ephemerate, Blink into Hold Mystic Dispute for next turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, just get it done here, The land situation for Yankee is already so precarious. Start burning the lands.
So I believe that first one went on the green source there, which makes sense. I imagine this next one's going to go on the Jeskai Triumph.
Yep.
We'll see on the triggers next turn. They could have also both gone on Jeskai Triumphs, but I have to imagine you want to take them off green here.
Yeah, I think I agree with that pretty strongly. Yeah, I mean, there's also like there's Showdown behind too. There's even this Amaria's Call behind, and 2/4 is also pretty big on the board as well. So,
okay, going after the black sources here, perhaps looking to target the Blood Crypt as the third one when it eventually comes.
So I can land. All right. Well, here's Reborn. Here's the Dispute. No. Yep. Yes. Maybe not.
Maybe we're thinking. Hydroid Crisis is marginally better into Dispute here, but I agree. You just need to get this out. The Dispute's a sad one to see when it happens. You're not just dead yet, but you're pretty far behind. One of the upsides to waiting on the Krasis is next turn Krasis gets to be a 5/5, so it technically towers over the Town Razor in combat.
Yeah, it's also the kind of spot where like you're not playing or anything anyway. You know, if they have a dispute, they have a dispute. You know, you need to cast your best card, hope it resolves, hope it blocks a 4/4. Clock's ticking on these lands. Penalty rates for more Town Razor Tyrant triggers. Like the game needs to end or turn in some fashion for you, you know, or the game is just going to be unwinnable.
So Town Razor triggers on both of the black sources at this point, choosing to try and choke our Jeskai player on that mana, or the 5-color player on that mana. Generally speaking, I think that's the best way to sequence these Town Razor triggers against this 5-color deck. You want to try and pick one color to kind of pick out to put pressure on them to lose access to that resource.
Trying to make them a Jeskai player.
Yes, trying to turn them into Jeskai. They're like, Jeskai is the way. Please come to us.
Join me. Oh boy.
Hey, how about another Town Razor, Jim?
I love it.
Are there towns left to raise?
I mean, not for long. Not for long. Yeah, we need a nice burning animation. You know, just a little land, a little fire. They got fire animations already. Just put it on there.
And it's like, well, do I sacrifice my land? And then I'm staring down 4/4s. They can't take 6. They might take 4 and like play a 4/4 Hydroid Krasis. But even that's not really good enough because you see the Helix and the iteration face up and actual factual best draw, Jim. I don't even know if it's going to be enough, but it was actual factual best draw.
But I don't know if it matters.
Okay, there's lands. We get to kill the Town Razors. We get to sacrifice our lands next turn and have more lands to cast more spells, maybe.
The problem is this was like runner. And I just don't think it necessarily matters.
And the Jeskai deck's just not out of cards, right? Like we talked about how it seemed like the Niv deck was the beatdown in this matchup, and that's showing us that here, right? Like there are 2 more draw 2s with selection for our Jeskai player, and there's no way they don't find more Town Razors, more Helixes, more things of that nature.
Right, and then any multiple, there you go. So now the Ephemerates draw 4. Yeah, this is an impressive showing for our Jeskai deck here.
Yeah, this Jeskai deck wasn't on my radar at all coming into this tournament, and it's looked really impressive both times that we've watched it.
Yeah, I think it was a deck that I saw on like some random Twitter post, and I was like, ooh, I like that. Let's blink some Town Razor Tyrants, but I haven't gotten around to playing it yet. So
great.
All right.
Down to 6. 2 lands are still burninating in the countryside.
The land continues to burn.
Down to 4. We get to play untapped land into 4/4 Hydroid Krasis, go back up to 6. But this Muldrifter could, in theory, be lethal next turn through this.
Yeah. I mean, two Amaria's calls also.
Yep.
Just a comical amount of resources.
Where do you start, Jim? Probably with the draw 2.
I feel like just casting Amaria's call is totally fine, but I guess we have enough mana to do everything too, so sure. Let's draw 2.
Amaria's call is most likely to prompt a concession.
That's true. We do get to cast more spells and draw more cards. Oh, look, Showdown of Skulls. Hard to like drawing cards.
I love it when my draw 2 draws a draw 4, Jim. It's everything I want out of life.
All right, and then the Muldrifter gets pumped up to a 5/5.
All right, I believe one of these lands is still burninating at this point. Yep.
Yeah.
Tick, tick, boom. Bye-bye, friend. Man, he's just never been castable, Jim. Yep. Not a once. Every single time it's come up. Oh, he did get cast and disputed once, right? We actually just haven't seen one resolve yet this match.
That did happen. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way out here. Wow. So impressive showing. Usually there are decks that kind of like ring you out a little bit, or there are decks that draw a bajillion cards. Seeing both in the same deck is really, really cool.
All right. For our second feature for round 4, Jim, I've got some more goblins for you.
Oh, let's go.
And our goblins, I know, so as someone who's familiar with Historic, I know when I tell you that there's a Priest of Forgotten Gods in the other opening hand, it usually elicits a sigh from people. But this sacrifice deck that our green-black player is playing does not contain copies of Cauldron's Familiar. So it is correct. Yes, it is a very different sacrifice variation. So let's see what this player has going on and if they're able to pull something off here against the combo goblins deck that Muxus tends to produce.
It's Monday somewhere, right? It's always Monday somewhere. And we have a pretty straightforward list here for Rakdos Goblins here. Mostly just another kind of all-in on Muxus list for experts, but for the most part, just doing the thing.
This is really cute. So, Gast into Phyrexian Tower gives you turn 2 Collecting Company.
That is really cool. Definitely, Shambling Gas is a really cool card. Really, really cool nuts and bolts card. There's a lot of cool little things in there. Seen a lot of play in a lot of different formats. Like it a lot.
Phyrexian Tower is one of those cards that when it made it into this format through Jumpstart, I was really surprised it was one of the cards they didn't cut for power level reasons. It's just such a, and it's a card that if you're not used to competitive Magic, especially in older formats, you might not understand the power level, but lands that tap for more than 1 mana, even with a drawback, are just so powerful.
I love how this turn is, well, I guess I got nothing. Your turn.
It actually looks like nothing, Jim. It isn't just
Right.
full telegraphed.
For sure. So, will this Prospector get in here?
Please attack.
It's coming in. Oh, God, no. Moments before a disaster.
Oh,
no.
oh, we held true.
Heads up play by our Goblins player.
They sniffed it out, Jim. They've been Collecting Company 1 too many times. They were ready for it on 2.
I don't think I've ever seen a turn 2 company before.
Okay. Jadar with Priest of the Forgotten Gods. That's a pretty good one. Okay, Grizzled Huntmaster. What are we turning Lovestruck Beast into?
I'm curious too.
Hello, friend.
Jadar looked pretty good there.
Yeah, it's got to be better than Jadar, right?
All right. I mean, Massacre Girls.
There are some spicy ones in here.
Yeah, definitely the wide range of cards.
Big toolbox package. I'm kind of curious that we didn't just see something snap picked here, because I feel like skipping the Jadar with the Priest felt like that meant they had something in mind, and they very clearly don't.
I strongly agree. This could be a concession towards understanding that the beatdown deck here. They just want the 4/3 in play just to attack with.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
You know, they don't really want it necessarily
But
get into
the flip side of that is, if you think you're the beatdown, a 5/5 is not a terrible place to be for beating down either.
True. Very, very true. Yeah. They kind of interesting here. And then honestly, despite how good that company was, oh wow, this is aggressive.
Yeah.
Just do it again.
Okay. Oh wait, there's the Jadar as well.
All right.
To make a pest token potentially, or draw a card.
You gotta see a pest token here, right? Get that priest going. And you go to end step, full control.
Yep.
Stack the decay token and the pest token. An active priest on turn 3 on the play is quite good.
Yep. That's one of the Priest of the Forgotten Gods, one of those cards that kind of fell out of favor with the sacrifice decks, but it's just so powerful in these creature matchups if your opponent can't answer it. You have any sort of engine like Jadar.
All right. Chupacabra and Lanarel, more fodder.
Yep.
More fuel for the fire. Now, the question is, will enough damage be dealt? But already at 13 is our Goblin player, so it looks pretty good.
Yep, and the Priest trigger, too, also drains them of life as well. So it's hitting on a lot of axes.
Yeah, so will there be time for Muxus? I don't think so. Gonna try. Turn 2 company.
So, do you just like Chupacabra the Matron and then attack with a couple of things, then hold up Priest to Priest whatever they play next turn off of the Jadar and maybe the Blood Mage?
Seems reasonable. Like, obviously, it feels weird to Chupacabra the 1/1, but you're realistically just trying to keep their board down to 1 creature or less so you can use the Priest.
Well, this is hyper aggressive. Oh, are they about to Igdom's Awakening them all back with the mana?
Oh, that's sweet.
That's hot. So we have Awakening for X's 3. There's a 1, 2, and a 3 in here, right? Wow, this is gas.
That is awesome.
And you get to Huntmaster and turn the Land War Elf into a real boy.
Oh, this has been an impressive showing so far.
Yeah, like I am kind of picking up what this sack deck is putting down.
All right, what are we gonna get this time? And again, as you said earlier, this is a conjure, not a wish. Yep. Chupacabra is still available if you want another one, but Double Blood Artisan is pretty good as well. So, yeah, it's going to do it for, wow, impressive game.
Yeah, I mean, I was always a fan of these sacrifice style decks until Cat Oven kind of made them super tedious to play with and again. So I'm actually really excited to see this green black variation where you get to play kind of the sweeter sacrifice engine things like Priest of the Forgotten Gods without that tedium.
I love the companion slot too, because if you'll notice, there are 2 Lurrus in the main deck
Yep, just a
in these
castable
company
spell
lounge.
that could generate value.
Which is kind of cool. I mean, Lurrus is like, that's what makes Lurrus so interesting. It's just a good card,
Yep.
like, companion aside, it's still a reasonably playable card.
Especially when you have all these must answer threats like Priest of the Forgotten Gods, right? Like we saw Priest take over that game. So having something like Lurrus that basically gives you more virtual copies of Priest by letting you recast it is a lot of value.
Absolutely. And also the companies kind of mitigate the downside where if you end step company to a Lurrus, they can't kill it before you untap with it, which is really cool as well.
Yep. Okay, pretty
All right.
good
So
start from both players here. We've got Elf into Priest, and we've
it's not
got
turn 2 company good, but it is still pretty solid.
yep.
So
The Phyrexian Tower kind of serves as that redundant acceleration alongside Landwar Elves, giving you close to a lot of copies of that effect.
what's Hot Master getting this time?
And
Imagine one of these priests is gonna go.
does it want multiple copies of it too? Remember the way Grizzle Huntmaster is templated, if you exile 2 priests from your hand tier, you get 2 copies of whatever you're conjuring.
Is that what that card says?
It does. Yeah. Then in that pile of word soup, if you exile multiple from your hand, you conjure multiple copies.
Multiple copies of the same card or different
Of the
cards?
same card, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So you exile it, and then you exile extra, and then for every one you exiled from your hand, you conjure 1 copy of whatever you picked.
So we could have 3 Blight Beetle in our hand right now?
Sure, yeah.
Cool.
And we keep looking at the Massacre Worm, which I'm into.
Going big.
Love it.
Going big.
And this is, again, because this is a digital only card, that card's not revealed. There's no eye on there. That is not a bug. So the contents of that sideboard is face up in this open decklist tournament, but our Goblins player does not know the threat that's looming overhead right now.
And it is a threat.
Yeah.
Massacre Worm is obviously quite good against Goblins. Muxus is here. Muxus can be cast next turn, but if it's not lethal,
correct. Yep.
then Massacre Worm probably will be.
I love double priest here because it means, okay, you have to have 2 removal spells or I'm casting this Massacre Worm next turn. And those are nowhere in sight.
Spin the wheel. Here we go.
A Muxus is incredibly unlikely to be lethal from this board state, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would require a pretty insane hit.
It would need like
Crank will still be in play, so in theory you could like chain. If you were to hit like War Chief, Krenko,
yep,
yada yada yada.
Haster plus Krenko is the high roll here that you really need to not get got by the Massacre Worm.
Yeah. Deciding if they want to sack the Snoop or the Prospector. I think you got to keep Prospector in play here. There's no path towards casting War Chief beforehand. Having War Chief also in hand too means that it means that if you hit a Krenko and not a Chief effect, you can still sacrifice your creatures, play the War Chief, get Krenko haste, and go from there too. So it's a big one. This is a big one. Snoop's got to go. Muxus has got to come. Save the day. All right. Deciding to keep the Snoop over the Prospector. There are 4 Prospector in the deck. And we've got Expert.
Wow.
Chieftain.
So we didn't hit the Krenko, but we have a treasure token? Oh, and we got rid of the Prospector, though.
Exactly. So if it's the best team as a Prospector right now, you can get Krenko, sacrifice Treasure, Wily Goblin, Matron, and something, cast Krenko, make more tokens, make more mana, and like maybe have a possibility of kind of going off here for finding some path. I don't know. I guess without another Mux, it's pretty hard too. But and again, this is a factor of our Goblins player does not know about Massacre Worm. So
well, the priest does have to block here, and then we need to draw untapped land on the sacrifice player side.
Yeah. Wait, no. You just tap off. Oh yeah, two creatures.
Yeah, you need 1 more mana here. That's a collected company, so I think we're going to a game 3 here. And this Goblin player just like blissfully unaware of like how close to a giant disaster they were.
They're just like, Muxus, Goblins,
Muxus, go!
What a great game. I don't think there's any combination of cards here.
Might as well take a look just in case. Those are not going to do it.
Yeah. Like double Shambling Gas, still only 4 mana. Like Expert. Yeah, I mean,
we're just going through the motions. This is a big serious tournament with the set championship invite, Jim.
it's true. Fun going through the motions of goblins, honestly. All right, so pretty explosive. Goblins player going back, checking things out. 2 Bone Crusher in the board's interesting. Looks like they have mostly not sideboarded at all.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think being interactive against this, I guess you want to kill Priest, but outside of Priest, you mostly just want to be racing here, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a couple of removal spells, you know.
This build of goblins is like super trim though, right? They're like all 4s except for the 3 war chiefs.
Yeah, and like they're also playing the full 4 experts too, so there are 4 kill spells in the deck to begin with.
Plus, we're leaving all the matrons in, so we're at a virtual 8 at the moment.
Yep. All right, thinking about it, but Goblins is also a Phyrexian Tower deck. There's one Phyrexian Tower in there.
There is. That's that one black utility land there, right?
Yep. So trying to ramp that Mux out even faster. So again, I wouldn't hate a Braid or Bone Crusher here, maybe for a couple of War Chiefs, something like that, just to have a little bit of interaction against that early Priest draw. But we shall see.
Okay. Mulligan with no green source into pretty reasonable hand. Not a
Our
great
Goblins
6.
Mulligan a somewhat reasonable one pretty quickly. It was a little land heavy, but you kind of want to be land heavy with the Goblin decks. You don't want to make your land drops for Muxes anyway. Now we got 5 cards on the Goblin side. I'd imagine the Wily Goblin will go here to keep the Snoop in the Expert. Snoop's a card that can make it for the Mulligan. But our player's hand's pretty good too.
Yeah, what the strength of the collected company is going to be the real question, but if we find a third land on the Golgari player's side on time, we get to go Elf into Strider into Company is a pretty good 1, 2, 3.
And so our Goblin player decides to ship the Expert and keep the Wily Goblin.
Yeah, maybe hoping to lean into finding a Muxus with the Snoop. Okay,
Well,
we found it. Getting rewarded for their sequencing for sure.
And obviously, War Chief can also play the role of an accelerant. So with a land, Muxus is castable on turn 4.
All right, and they get 2 shots at it here.
Nope, okay. I don't got anything. Turn 4, your turn. Or turn 3.
Yo, nothing to see here.
All right. Luris Gast.
Not particularly exciting. I wonder
double gas. Double gas can kill the War Chief.
Okay. Yeah, they get to cast the gas from the graveyard and cast the one from hand and kill the War Chief here still.
Yep. And it's a pretty good attack too.
Yeah, like they are only at 15 and they're coming across for 7 here. A lot of card selection here as well. Shambling Gas is such a unassuming utility card in these matchups. Just really, really an impressive threat.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that card. I just love like the super like cool one drop nuts and bolts kind of cards. All right, there's a Matron, not a land though. As we were saying, you kind of just need to get to 6 lands and cast Muxus. So the Mulligan's hurt. That the opening hand was like, I think it was like a 4 or 5 lander with like 1 or 2 spells. Like, you don't necessarily mind that. You just want to buy some time, make your land drops. I think his Goblin decks play 25 lands because they just want to make every land drop. So,
Cursebound Witch, new direct to digital card here that uses the draft mechanic. For people not familiar with this, there was a 15 card pack associated with these cards that draft, and you get to look at 3 cards from that list and pick one of them to put into your hand when you get to draft. And then in this case, we draft when it dies. So we get to see that happen here real quick. We'll get 3 different things. Oh, I did say there weren't Cauldrons, Familiars, or Ovens in here. We could technically get those with Cursebound Witch, Jim.
All right, Cursin.
Curse of Leeches. I imagine we're going to sacrifice the goat here as well. Nope, just knew the Blood Artist was on top with the Soul Reed. Love it.
I'll do it.
Makes a pretty good attack here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is like mostly it because the problem was that the Krenko came down at the cost of the treasure. Now there are
Yep.
3 lands in play for our Muxus player. Mux is a long time away.
Yep. I think like we're actually just close to lethal this turn, not even just a long way away, right? Because the Cursebound Witch comes in, then the Blood Artist comes down. We attack for 7. The 3/3s trade. They take. I guess they trade with the Woe Strider, but then you still sack the Goat and the Cursebound Witch.
Yeah, that's 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's actually exactly
Either way,
lethal.
Krenko's blocking, and like, there's just no real out next turn for the Goblin player. So
Brady.
pretty impressive show for that green black deck. That was a cool deck.
Yeah, I really am into what that green black deck had going on. It was super, super sweet. Like I said, I always liked the idea of that kind of archetype, but wasn't a fan of the gameplay that the cat oven kind of generates. And seeing that style of deck not have to leverage those cards is great.
Yeah, that was really cool. Definitely impressive. Turn 2 company. Saw it here first.
All right. We're going to head on into a third feature start to finish this round. We've got 2 of the premier, more aggressively slanted decks of this format. We've got some Abzan humans, which we saw earlier is mostly Black-White Human Splash and Galactic Company versus some Squirrel combo here.
Yeah, really awkward hand for our humans player because it's not a terrible hand. It was a grindier matchup, but this is a matchup where they don't want to get comboed. And the cards don't really matter if their opponent has 1,000 squirrels and 1,000 life. So got the mulligan that kind of reasonable one into a pretty good hand.
Yep, we saw the Glintsley Siphoners be very instrumental in generating card advantage against Rakdos Arcanist in round 1 for this Abzan Company player, but this is not a grindy matchup like Jim said, so that card's value definitely goes down here quite a bit.
Yeah, love bottoming Thalia here to keep his 1-2-3 curve. Soul Wardens are good here. It's going to gain a lot of life. And the secondary feature of this Selesnya deck is that it's a combo deck, but it's also just a life gain deck too, with cards like the Moon Dancer and things that can grow off life triggers. A lot of life triggers here and a lot of time. And of course, Heliod as well. Turn 3 Heliod, but to a Soul Warden in play is just pretty good against a creature deck anyway.
All right, we're going to go ahead and crank the speed up here a little bit so we can watch this match without getting too far behind. It looks like round 4 is being paired as we speak. So if you're someone still playing in the tournament, keep an eye on the announcements. See if you're one of our wonderful features for round 5. We're currently watching round 4. Couple different 3-drop choices here. With the life gain creature and Heliod, we are just a squirrel away for comboing for our bottom player.
Funny enough here is that our Selesnya player doesn't really want to activate Heliod as a creature. So playing Ranger of Eos exposes the Heliod to the Dire Tactics. So pretty cool that they do the veterans. Now they can play a creature without having to activate Heliod. Oh, there's obviously a backup copy in hand too, though. So
see 2 energy accumulated for our Abzan player. They're going to get to draw an extra card with that next turn. Really in a pretty content spot there. Like lands are fine, spells are fine. We've got some removal spells. Basically just hoping to fade getting combo killed on whichever turn you tap out to deploy things.
I like this a lot. Deciding to not play the more mana efficient card in Ranger Captain of Eos, keep Heliod as an enchantment, get in here, maybe lifelink the veteran, try and draw out our removal spell.
Yep, and remember, these deck lists are heads up, so our Heliod player knows that Dire Tactics are looming. Obviously, they can't know that there are 2 copies available, but trying to fish out that first one before you turn your Heliod into a threat is good. And with the backup Heliod, the second one's not even that impactful here.
It was actually great because now our humans player kind of like has to cast Dire Tactics on their turn, not deploy another threat, and then second Heliod comes down with another Soul Warden too. So we're going to see an explosive power and toughness on the next board.
Okay. I mean, Skyclave Apparition is a good pickup here, but that Soul Warden is both players' creatures. That Heliod gets to trigger again, crank this veteran up to a 4/4, and no good attacks here for our human player now.
Yeah. This is what I was saying, where, this is a combo deck, but it's also just a fair deck too, and these life gain cards are kind of just doing their thing right now.
Yep. Yeah, the fair deck game plan is definitely not a good matchup for this humans deck, even with their small amounts of interaction, I don't think.
Yeah. Things getting bigger, and sizing matters a lot against humans.
Yep.
Let's see.
So this Heliod's going to go away next turn to this Dire Tactics, but not before it doles out, a total of 4 counters here, just making this board super duper big.
Yeah.
Wonder if we're going to see them get aggressive here. The Menace threat makes that a little bit scary, but you're also at 27, so I guess you're not too worried about taking cracks in the backswing.
Yeah, I think it should just jam for 11 here. I mean, just end this game in 2 turns, make drawing cards with the
Yeah,
Siphon or Flow worse.
I think
Like,
that's reasonable.
and again, like the thing is that they're stuck next turn where they kind of just have to cast Dire Tactics on this Heliod, thereby not playing other stuff. They might be in a spot where they're going to cast Company and try and hit a removal spell off of it as well as something else because they're so far behind they can't afford to just play Dire Tactics and nothing else. So,
Yep.
Sentinel, not too good of a draw. All right, so here's Tactics. Play some 1-drops, but what's the path to victory for our Abzan players? I'm not really seeing it. Couple creatures, couple chump blocks, but these things are huge. Life is going up.
Yeah,
And then
you're basically kind of banking that your collected company is going to find like double Skyclave Apparition at this point, right? Your start to a path. Okay, and like even this Skyclave is good, right? Like you get rid of their Grey Ogre and you get a 3/3 back out of it, which is still a good size on this board because the human player's board has not scaled at all. There's been no Thalia's Lieutenants or anything along that line that come up this game.
yeah, just send it in. Our human player is basically in the abyss, which means that they got to block with creatures every turn, and it's gonna be very, very hard for them to put things together. Deciding if they want these Soul Wardens to come in. If both Soul Wardens came in as well, the big things have to be blocked, and then one Soul Warden can be blocked to get it for an extra 1. Probably not worth it though. So
Yep.
eat the chumps. And again, this humans deck does not really have a great comeback mechanic. So
It's exactly Collected Company. It's got to be a busted one, Jim.
yeah, and it's got to be good. I don't even know what cards can be hit here, honestly.
It looks like there's only 2 Skyclave Apparitions in the main deck, and that company basically needed to be. Oh no, there's 4 for the human player. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong side. I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't see company try and find the double Skyclave.
I just go for it. Yeah,
That's really interesting. Look at this. All of the top end coming out, even Collected Company. It doesn't surprise me to see Captain come out, but Company coming out surprises me a little bit here.
Yeah, so a real announcement of of role here, beat down versus control, or not to beat down, but that's going to be hard because this life gain deck, it is a combo deck, but it also gains a lot of life too.
Yeah,
So
well, I
it's
think
really good at buying time.
Yeah, the consideration here too is, remember, things like Inquisitor, Captain, and Collecting Company require you to have a high density of creatures in your deck, and you see our black-white player boarding in things like Crippling Fear, Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, lowering their density of hits for those cards.
Absolutely. So the captain won't even function because it literally just says in the card that it has to function like that, and company wouldn't be good regardless. So
Now, Jim, your companies might not be good, but my arena ladder opponents, their companies, when they sideboard like that, are still excellent.
17 creatures, hits every time.
Yep, just double 3-drop. No fear, Wide Eyes, Snap Keeps.
Johnny's welcome.
Our green-white player trying to figure out exactly what angle they want to be in here. Yeah, Welcome's an interesting one because it's a combo piece that isn't susceptible to removal, kind of.
Yeah, which is weird because like obviously the other parts are too, but it's kind of a thing that lets you set up without being broken up, and then you can go for it on your turn. Allows you to company into your combo pieces as well, and then have a third piece in play that can't be messed with either. So
pretty good hands on both sides here. We've got, well, I guess the humans player just has no pressure, right? We're just going to play this game where we had a bunch of removal spells again and be awkward.
Right, that's kind of the issue, where we were saying how this humans player is like kind of the beatdown player, but removal spells come in, threats go out. We see a spellbinder here, which is pretty good, honestly. Hits a company probably, but Stalker's still at 20. Like only going up.
Yep, and there, we delay the Heliod for a turn, but the Collected Company is still going to be bearing down. Love this very defensive trade here, just acknowledging they have no way to enable this card, and getting while the getting is good.
Absolutely, yeah. And then that's a great recognition of like, I need to stay alive. So make my block.
This is a great draw here. Get to clear the Collected Company. Heliod's chilling and not really doing anything at the moment. And I guess with the dire tactics, are humans players technically winning this race?
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, but there's so many things that come off the top here for our game player, and then just casting Heliod's fine also.
Yep. I feel like if I was on the Abzan side of this matchup, I would want to reassess after this tournament what my sideboard plan is in a matchup like this, because the fact that we have Esper Sentinel in here post-board feels kind of like a disaster.
Yeah, for sure. So make a trade and not cast Heliod.
Sure.
I am extremely surprised.
We're bluffing Collected Company, which got the Esper Sentinel on attack, I suppose.
I guess. Like, I mean, Heliod as an enchantment is not vulnerable to much. I guess like Skyclave, but are you just never going to cast it? Like, like if it's in play, we could lifelink the 2/2 this turn. Maybe they kill the 2/2, but that's fine also. I'm extremely surprised to see the Heliod not cast these last 2 turns.
Yep.
Can't take it with you. Can't take it with you.
Okay, there's a Moon Dancer. Are we just going to play both of these this turn? We don't know that the Crippling Fear is there. I guess we're going to play Heliod and Lifelink in the same turn.
Yeah, I mean, again, like this had been done a few turns ago, And now we'll see
Tactics happens. Yep.
I suppose this does open the door to that's 6. Open the door to a company just drawing the combo. Soul Warden and thingy, but that's not going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
on to game 3.
It worked. The bringing in Thoughtseize and Fatal Push and stuff, definitely, it did work there. I think that for our green-white player, now seeing all the removal spells and stuff, their synergy-based, Voice of the Blessed kind of stuff doesn't look as good. Maybe they just pump the brakes a little bit with the with some like with Declarations in Stone, things like that.
I think in general, I do really like the way our black-white player has approached sideboarding in this matchup with the more interaction and less card advantage at the top end. However, I am not a fan of the amount of cuts that they have because Esper Sentinel is just so bad. So I think if they want to approach this matchup the way they're approaching it, they probably need like 2 more cards to swap out in the sideboard that are reasonable to bring in.
I can buy that. So I would have liked to have seen our green-white player like move away from Voice of the Blessed a little bit in this game 3 here, lean a little more on Declaration Stone, things like that. But still probably favored regardless. Pretty good hand for them, obviously.
Thoughtseize to start, almost assuredly going to rip this Collected Company away. Yep.
Ooh, just off curve.
Johnny's Welcome is still a reasonable thing. We get to go ahead and play a 2-drop into Welcome plus 2-drop next turn.
Yep.
Naked Dahlia's Lieutenant again.
Yeah, not ideal.
Only a single removal spell in hand for our black-white player at this point, though, or Abzan player. So we're going to get rid of one of these, but then there's going to be 2 more left over.
Yeah, the good thing is that now the pressure's on to kill these things before they grow, which plows the road for Scurry Oak to come in and set things up.
Okay, yeah, we're going to offer a trade here, and I can't imagine this trade happens at this point.
Yeah, not blocking this time. All right.
To keep on growing up. We're just going to see this fair game. Yeah, right there. Top that one.
Yeah. And, yeah, Lieutenant and Friends not growing as fast as these life gain creatures are. Our human players already at 7.
Something that's kind of notable here, we talked about that Ajani's Welcome versus other creatures that have that effect. Had that Ajani's Welcome been a creature that gains life here, the Fatal Push would have just killed it, and then these other cards would have all been turned off, right?
Yeah, it's very fair. All right.
All right, so we got a Fatal Push, a Voice of the Blessed here, right?
Devotion is still on.
It is still on, isn't it? Right, because the Voice is double white.
Correct. So the big point of attention here is making it so Heliod's not a creature, so it won't trigger the welcome. Yep.
But this is actually not a great play because it's still a creature.
Right.
So we could have. Were we supposed to Kudra?
Yeah.
We messed up. Okay. Maybe I think they did the same thing I did at a glance, and they assumed that the Heliod was not online when in fact that it was.
Right. So that's actually a huge mistake, unfortunately, because the Voice would have been a 3/3 and unable to attack that turn.
Yeah.
To be fair, there was still the Scurry Oak in hand for the combo next turn, but
yeah, I think ultimately that mistake probably didn't matter, but still rough to see for sure.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're heading on into round 5, and we're just gonna have a very briefest moment of downtime because it's dinner break time. So Jim is gonna rotate out here so he can get something to eat before we continue trucking on through plenty of matches of Magic. We're gonna be tapping in the Bard Narson. Brad Nelson is gonna be joining us here on Coverage. She'll be back in just a minute or 2 here once we do some technical stuff on the back end to get him subbed in. And then Jim will be back for round 6 and beyond, and I'm gonna take a dinner break in round 6. So BRB for 1 second. I'll be back momentarily with myself and Brad. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. How's it going? No, you're good, I think. Go ahead and say hello to the people, Brad.
Oh, we're live? Oh no.
We
you
are
didn't
live.
tell
There we
me.
go.
You
We're
didn't
clear.
give me a countdown. Did I scream right when I went live?
No, you're fine. You're almost in. I didn't have it unmuted. I put us up and you jumped a little bit, but it's okay.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's been a while since I've done coverage. We're off to pretty much my kind of start.
That's fine. That one's on me. I should have given you a little bit of a countdown here. So welcome. Excited to have Brad join us. Brad's going to be covering rounds 5 and 6, so Jim and I can each get a dinner break. And one of the things I love about Historic Brad is I was looking through the feature matches, and I was like, I honestly assumed at this point we'd have all Phoenix and Control and Food decks. But I was looking through the pickers matches that my wife had picked out, and we've got a sweet one, chat. We've got some Grixis Tainted Pack versus green white enchantment. So we're gonna head down on into our round 5 feature match. The players did unfortunately start slightly before our spotter could grab it, but this matchup is good enough, and we're gonna jump on in starting on the 3rd turn here because I don't want to miss this because both of these decks sound excellent. So let's take a peekaboo at some green white versus some Grixis combo here. Tainted Pack combo, for those that are not familiar, was a deck that was kind of the scourge of Historic for a little while when Thassa's Oracle was legal. And now we see that Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, has slotted in as kind of a slower, more fair way for this deck to combo.
Yeah, I liked the ban because one of the things about Magic that is just universal to all formats is combo control. Combo control just absolutely dominates, and I was playing this Tainted Pack deck, and it still has legs, so I like seeing it deep in a tournament.
Yeah, and we see here, so both players kind of trying to set up their key pieces here. We have Sterling Grove as the 2 cards in play for Enchantments player on top. And these don't impact themselves, but they do impact each other. So all enchantments that this player plays out up top here are just going to be untouchable from targeted interaction.
Now I'm going to need your help here for the broad strokes of this Enchantress deck. I'll let you know. I don't know much about it. I played a few matches. The combo of 9 lives and the other card. Oh
man, I'm blanking on the other card's name too. Chat's gonna help us out. We've got 9 lives there at the top. Solemnity is the one that prevents counters from going onto things.
So there is no way for the Enchantress deck to interact with the combo, right? So it has to play the aggressive role.
Yes, and that's something that's super noteworthy here. So 9 lives specifically prevents you from dying to taking damage when you hit that combo up with Solemnity because they can't get counters, but it doesn't have text like we've seen on other things that prevents you from losing the game. So in this particular instance, it's going to be very possible for our bottom player to just go off with Tainted Pack plus Jace Wielder, and I believe that is a Tainted Pack as the rightmost card in a different language in our bottom player's hand.
Yeah, they've got it rolled up here. The combo is just next turn, Jace plus cast Tainted Pact, mill through the entire deck, and then win. So it does seem like something's going to have to happen, and I'm just going to go use that nifty website that the tournament's on and take a look at this deck list myself to see if there's anything we can find.
Yeah, Hallowed Haunting here, not a card that's going to be interactable here. And we have all the colors of mana with the Fabled Passage and the Snow-Covered Island. And we're kind of seeing one of the real drawbacks to this Enchantments deck, where it's looking to interact and stay alive on a very specific axis. And when it runs into something like Tainted Pack that's not operating on that axis, it's going to have a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So here we see it. And I think we do just see the combo deck do the combo thing.
Yep, that is a swamp there as the Snowland. We see Jace mill, target itself, full control mode is held, the Tainted Pack is cast. And the way this Tainted Pack deck is constructed, let's pull Tainted Pack up here for folks. It is all singleton, including the land base. You're going to see snow lands and lots of miscellaneous one of lands that normally don't see play in this format because it lets Tainted Pack mill you out, and then Jace Wielder of Mystery static text is going to go ahead and win the game.
Yeah, the best comp is to play 2 of the J/Use to Oracle slot and then 2 Tainted Packs, because one Tainted Pack can find the other one, and then it helps with the density of the deck, and it's such a fun deck construction deck. So if you're interested in combo decks, I think this is like, now that Jace has taken over the Oracle slot, it's just a fun, good historic deck. That and Selesnya Life Gain are my 2 favorite decks to play.
Yeah, and especially, we even see Hullbreaker Horror here lurking in hand for our bottom player. This is the type of deck where, because it's mostly singleton by nature, it's one of the more complicated and interesting deck building puzzles to solve in the format, because you have to reach for cards that normally, like, oh, this isn't playable, because you can't play multiple copies of the ones that are ideal. You have to reach a little bit deeper into that card pool.
Oh yeah, I tried to tune this deck for like a high competitive MPL tournament, and it gave me a headache. I gave up. It's like, the small edges you're going to get from one card or the other. It's like, I can't do this. It's too sophisticated.
Yep, there's a lot going on here. We'll see as we pull the deck fully up here on screen. Exactly like Brad described, there's 2 copies of that Tainted pack and 2 copies of Jason. Then everything else, including the lands, are all singletons here. Our enchantments player very quickly reaching to cut that 9 lives combo that we saw stranded in their hand, not doing anything that game.
There is a couple cards out here that can help in this matchup though. Like Gideon of the Trials is a way to stop the combo. History Benalia is one of my go-to sideboard cards from way back in the day, the Dominaria days. I had 4 of those in my control sideboard, but it's still tough because that combo deck is still a control deck at heart, and because of perfect information, knowing what the opponent has access to, you're going to have all of your answers possible. So this just does seem, I mean, I guess we got to say that, the Enchantress always seems like the good guy deck. And it does seem like they are missing a lot of tools for a matchup like this.
I actually think so. While they're light on specifically interactive elements, I actually really like History of Benelli in a matchup like this, because this kind of allows them to assume that beatdown role better than anything else in their deck allows.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it does damage really, really quickly. I can't remember, but it's like 10 damage throughout its entire lifespan.
Yeah, because it makes it 2, and then you attack for 2, and then you attack for 8.
Yeah.
So
brain still remembers that. Can't remember names of anything, but
I remember in Standard, the history into history is always where you give them a history lesson, because it's pumped up really big. You made a bunch of tokens at once, and then you got the pumps 2 turns in a row on turns 5 and 6.
All right, so what has been happening for the first 4 rounds? I've kind of been paying attention, getting some work done. But anything exciting?
We've had a pretty big range of stuff. I honestly wasn't sure what the metagame of this tournament was going to look like, with the set championship qualifier invite making these a little bit more competitive than our settings been in the past. But even when we lump the food decks together for the tournament, they were only 15% of the 150 decks that were registered. Phoenix was the next most popular at 10%, and then everything else after there was 5, 3, 2%, and then a ton of singletons, like Historic is always known to have.
I'm just looking at the quick data, and it shows Heliod Company, which is my favorite deck and what I would have played. It's doing pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I definitely think Heliod Company and Human Company are probably the 2 premier aggressive decks in the format a lot. And I think I agree with you that I prefer Heliod as far as choosing between those 2 decks goes.
Yep. All right, so we're seeing a mulligan from the Grixis pack deck, and a very slow start.
Yep.
Especially against all this mana acceleration and the aggression and the Gideon and the history. Like Selesnya has a beatdown plan.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is exactly what you want to see if you're on the green-white side of the table. Not only are you on the play, but being able to actually apply pressure is important here. A little bit of a bold start here. So no third land, and we're leading on the hand to hope to spike this third and play the history. Big draw step. That's swing and kind of a miss.
Yeah.
It's like this draw is better than bricking, but at the same time, it's like, huh.
That is more greed than I have ever tried to.
Yeah, I think I would have been inclined to play the Weaver on turn 2 though, to guarantee the history.
Yeah.
This is always the kind of tilting part about playing against this Tainted Pact deck, by the way. You're like, they play their Narset against your enchantment deck that draw cards. You're like, it's the one Narset. Yeah. I know it's the only one.
Oh, that's just the tilting thing about playing against a singleton deck. You can say that about every card they cast against you.
Yep. Now, we do have the Borrowed Time here that go ahead and exile this, basically a Banishing Light reprint, and then the Sanctum Weaver is making 3 mana here because both these creatures are enchantment creatures, so we could see another draw here with History of Benelli coming down.
I see our Enchantress player looking over the additional card advantage engine. It's like, just get them dead.
Just kill them, yes.
Yeah, just get them dead.
Yeah. Well, listen, Brad, you don't register the enchantments deck because you don't want to draw cards.
That is very true. Oh, this is the other Gideon. This is the one that cannot stop the combo, correct?
Correct. This is the one where on 6, it's going to go ahead and get to exile something, but otherwise it does not do anything here.
Yes, and it doesn't need to use the ability to animate. It's got the static ability to be alive.
The Black Blade himself, which can, if it ticks up here, potentially exile this Search for Azcanta before it gets to flip over, could generate some value that way, perhaps also applying some pressure. I think I would have preferred deploying the History last turn overall, though, because History is one of the cards that it takes time to build up with the various chapters, so the sooner you get it into play, the sooner you do that big burst of damage.
Yes, but I guess the Gideon, the ability to exile permanent, non-land permanent, could actually be relevant too of slowing them down.
That it is also building up towards something as well.
Because it does seem like you can get your opponent dead before they get all this mana. Now, if you could theoretically Tainted Pact into Tainted Pact and then cast the Jace at 1 card in your library, if our Grixis player had all of that, but typically you have to get to 6 mana to deploy the whole combo, and it does seem like we still have time because of how much History Benali Ollie can attack, and you can also deploy both at the same time.
Grim Tutor, kind of a tough card to play in a spot like this. The 3 life definitely really relevant on how this board has shaped up so far. And they also don't really know what they're looking for, right? Like there isn't really a one size answer fits all when they have Planeswalkers and Harvest Hand and stuff like that in play.
It does feel like something that you kind of, even if you're going to lose, you kind of have to, do something. It feels like, I know that 3 life is a lot, but feels like maybe you should just go for something.
They could maybe they have this Expansion Explosion in hand. Next turn we could see Grim Tutor, Expansion Explosion, grab Tainted Pack and the other combo piece.
And I think that might work.
That might actually be lethal beforehand, right? Because we get to play. Oh no. They could have, if they could have waited to play their land, and the Lair of the Hydra could have been lethal next turn if they would have waited.
Yeah. No, this is it. This is actually what it is. Yeah.
Yep. They're only going to be attacking for 7 next turn. So the fact that well, actually the Grim Tutor loses 6, right?
Oh, it would. Yeah.
It would. Yeah. It is not free.
Yeah, that is not a line that can be taken.
Okay, so the Valakut Awakening happened here. They could theoretically double Awakening.
Yeah, there's enough. Yeah, you could double Awakening, which would leave you with 2 cards and then 3 cards. It does net a card too, actually.
Yep. Okay, not dead this turn. I feel like the turn we passed with 3 mana up, I probably would have liked to have just played the 1 Grim Tutor to find something. I don't know exactly what the answer is. Maybe that's why they didn't cast it, because they didn't know, but maybe you just fish up 1/2 of your combo there, just because the odds that you could afford to pay 6 life the following turn seemed pretty low.
It's true, but if your opponent did not present the additional 2 power the turn before and just played card advantage.
That's true. They needed something like History of Benalia, or they could have had the 2/3, the Destiny Spinner there as well.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways to get 2 power into play, but that was a line. I liked it, actually. But now we're going to drop to 6 life, and I hope we do see the spin of the Valakut Awakening. That would be a lot of fun.
I mean, that's our only sequence at this point, right? So it's gotta be it. We're decidedly dead on board next turn. And even if we find something like a Yeheni's Expertise to clean up here, the Gideon's still going to get to hang out as that creature planeswalker threat that's lurking.
I can only, that's the
Gideon
that can actually.
That's the Gideon's intervention, right? That stops the cards like that you can't play something.
There is a Gideon's intervention. Yes, I thought I saw just a little piece of art. I'm like, I scrolled over the Gideon's intervention. Yes, this can stop the combo, and this is one of
there's 4 mana available here. Seems good. Easily the best card possible to have here. Meaningful piece of disruption while we have pressure in play. And like we said, looking at the opening hands, this is exactly the style of game the Green-White Enchantments player needs to play in this matchup. They need to pivot into a role where they are the beatdown. If they have a touch of disruption with something like this, it's perfect.
Yeah, so this Awakening is now going to try to find a piece of interaction and hope to just get extremely lucky.
Yeah, we basically need like counter spell combo.
Yeah.
And then we need a land off
and a land, yeah. And that is not going to do it.
Okay, I mean, the Shadow's Verdict means they're not dead on board next turn, though, so they get to, like, continue playing a game and spin tires for a turn, but I have to imagine that this game's probably too far out of reach at this point.
Yeah, now that they're
Oh, the
insulated
layer
by,
of the Hydra means that lethal's happening anyways.
yes. Yeah, Gideon plus layer is enough damage.
Oh, and the Sanctum Weaver is still there to just, like, draw infinite cards this turn. Maybe the Enchantments player will lose track and deck themselves.
I did that the first time I played this deck for fun. It's like, yeah, okay, I learned my lesson. Don't play 3 ways to draw cards.
Yep. I mean, we're at 3 right now. It could happen, Brad.
Yeah, oh, it could. It's very easily possible.
We had a Gyruda Reanimator deck on stream earlier today that accidentally miscounted and decked itself while leaving the opponent at 1 card in library.
Oof.
It was close. They actually ended up winning games 2 and 3 though, so they recovered. They recovered
the
well.
redemption. Yeah.
The old win the match 3-0.
Yeah, I can't think of a way that I can lose this game. Lose immediately to decking.
Yep. All right, yeah, and we see them mousing over the board there trying to figure out, hey, is there an out? The Anger of the Gods actually is, right?
Anger leaves the mana open for the fatal push.
Oh, we don't have double red because this singleton mana base
Yeah.
can't play a lot of dual lands.
Yeah, the 3 color is really tough.
Yep. Yeah, especially when you're not allowed to play, your set of shocks and your pathways and stuff like that. So we're doing this and passing. I'm going to make sure they... Oh, I forgot the Shadow's Verdict clears out Planeswalkers too. The layer of the Hydra is still lethal here, right?
Yeah.
But
yes.
Need to remember that for the future. In my mind, the Gideon was still there through the Shadow's Verdict.
Oh, same. And I'm the one that plays these cards, kind of professionally still. So that's on me. I'm sorry. Oh.
There's so many black sweepers at this point, right? I feel like I lose track of keeping which ones are where. Like we saw Control Decoder playing Yeheni's Expertise, and there's Languish and Ritual of Soot in this format. There's a lot going on.
There's like 3 in standard right now.
Yeah.
It's like every set has one. It's a black sweeper, and it would be a good joke if I remember the card name, but the 6/6 trample for 4 colors green. That's just in every set as well.
Oh, Colossal Dreadbomb.
Yes. They're in every set. All right, so we see Grixis like, all right, I have my same plan, and I think both will have very similar, because it is just tough. It's 2 ships passing in the night kind of gameplay.
To be fair, Gideon's intervention did play a key role in how
that is true, yes.
our Grixis player was forced to sequence there.
Yes, that is very true.
This has got to be a mulligan, right? On the Grixis side.
Ooh,
3, okay.
2, yeah. Probably should have been.
And on the green-white side, this hand's very reasonable. 2 drop into Gideon. It isn't quite History of Benalia, but it's a decent amount of pressure.
Yeah, it's not the amount of pressure you want in a match like this, but you're not the deck that can actually present more. So...
Okay, and we drew the 3rd land on the Grixis side here, meaning Archmage's Charm has potential to be castable at the least, which is all you could really ask for. And I like this on the Destiny Spinner. Destiny Spinner, making your spells uncounterable, has a lot of value.
Yeah, and be aggressive. No, this is just creatures enchantment. Yeah, so the Gideon is still...
Oh, that's true. The Gideon is not a creature or enchantment. Good call. It's not a creature until it enters play with its static text.
Yes.
So we might see Wolfwillow Haven into other Destiny Spinner here. So those are both uncounterable.
Just be aggressive. Just
jam.
Yeah.
Welcome to the slam. It's time to jam.
I mean, things are not looking good for Grixis right now without that black source. There we go. Okay. That's definitely going to help.
That's step number 1. We get to dig for an answer to the equation here. Honestly, I could see a room. Oh, okay, yeah, going for the combo makes sense too. We have Mastermind's Acquisition to fish up the other one. Prismari Command technically makes us other colors. Okay, Wolfwillow Haven into Sterling Grove means that Sterling Grove can search up an enchantment to put on top of the library, so that could find that Gideon's intervention to potentially lock out Tainted Pack for a little while.
Yeah, needs 1 more mana to make that a thing in a 1-turn sequence.
Yep. Probably see something like Destiny Spinner next turn, crack the Grove, and end of turn set up the intervention for the following turn.
Yep, I believe that that's what should happen. I'm just trying to look through. Is there any answers actually if it resolves?
I have to imagine there's some kind of brazen bar or bounce spell type effect rolled up into the singleton list. But Gideon's Intervention is also a pretty off-meta card, so I wouldn't be surprised as well if an enchantment is kind of a get you here.
Oh, we do have Hullbreaker Horror. That is definitely a way. But no, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I'm working on things, I'm not thinking like, oh, am I going to be able to beat Gideon's Intervention? It's not really something that crosses my mind.
Yep. Okay, spinner comes down here. And remember, these spinners are hexproof thanks to that Sterling Grove here. I assume we're going to see Rummage plus Treasure here. We could just spike the combo on the on the Grixis side here. We have half of it.
Oh, there it is.
What an easy game, Brad.
This tech makes it look super easy.
Well, and this is the power of being a combo control deck, right? It's like sometimes you have answers, and then your answers are good, and you win the game like a control deck. And sometimes they have Destiny Spinners and Sterling Groves, and you're like, nah, just kill you.
Yeah, and so now what we see, and because this is a combo that you don't know if your opponent's, you don't know if you're dead right now if your opponent's doing this. So we just get to sit here and wait until a bunch of cards go into the graveyard. Or get exiled.
Speed 110, speed 120.
Oh yes, you have extra powers with this.
We have magic, Brad.
Yeah.
Through the power of technology, we can watch this at 1.5 speed.
Well, while we watch the combo go and before the head blows up, do we have a second match that we're watching?
I think we've got some Mardu aggro here. Let me double check and see what my notes from my spotters are.
Oh, I see a Mardu aggro from Sleep.
Yeah, we're going to watch Mardu aggro versus Izzet Phoenix. We actually haven't seen Izzet Phoenix on coverage yet today. We haven't seen Mardu aggro at all yet either, and that's a bit of a brew, so I want to take a peek about what they have going on.
It seems, if this is Sleeping Pills list, this seems like super interesting. It seems like
it is Sleeping Pills list, yep.
Yeah, a very aggressive artifact deck with like Esper Sentinel, Ingenious Smith, Ginger Brute, Nettle Cyst, and I love the fun of Karn, Sign of Urza.
That card is really sweet. I mean, it's an artifact payoff in addition to card advantage, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
This is if I remember it correctly, doesn't it create? Oh no, this is the card advantage one.
Yes, this is the one where you plus with the silver counters and it down ticks to make the kind of cranial plating token.
Yes.
All right, let's do it. We've got Mardu. Tempered Steel is probably a better title than aggro here in this artifact-centric deck versus some Izzet Phoenix here. So one of the mainstays of the format, we haven't on a coverage quite yet. I like to save the mainstays for the later rounds because we know they'll be around for those. So interested to see how this Mardu brew holds up against one of the better decks in the format.
Yeah, my prediction is it's tough because one of the things that that these Izzet decks love is creature matchups. They're kind of designed to have this card advantage, really cheap removal spells. Yep. I mean, we even see that they're playing Spike-Filled Hazard.
Yeah, Hazard and Unholy Heat here, just very good early. That being said, the doubled Tempered Steel, if they can find some creatures for Sleeping Pill to go with them, is something nicer to have here. Interested to see if this comes down right away or if we save for post-steal. It's getting down right away, and it's going to meet in a timely death. Oh, okay.
Oh, they're gonna regret this.
That's play. That's a little greedy from our Phoenix player.
I can see them wanting to be greedy. They have so many lands, and so, but now things are. Oof.
So remember, the Sentinel says they have to pay mana equal to its attack. So when that Tempered Steel comes down, the tax is now no longer 1 mana; it is 3 mana, or our Steel player gets to draw a card.
And its toughness is 3, which Unholy Heat can't even kill right now.
Oh, so yeah, that's true. I'm just so used to that card passively being on.
Yeah. I was blown away that they brought that into the format.
Yes. Yeah, that and Archmage's Charm were kind of the big for me because they're just such good, powerful control tools in a format that already had pretty good control elements.
I've never seen, and I've never even seen a 5/5 Esper Sentinel, maybe against humans once or twice, but we're going to see it as a 7/7, as a standalone threat against an Unholy Heat that can't even target it, and the Portable Hull is also going to be able to deal with one of the threats. So this is truly impressive. When
this hull happens, this might be we're casting Unholy Heat to surveil type scenario. Yeah.
Oh.
You know, let them target with the Portable Hull here first, but I assume Darcy's going away. It could be either or. I don't know that I have a strong preference between the two. Dorat can technically grow larger, but Dorsey provides card selection here.
Yeah, I think that the card selection is the most valuable from the perspective of Phoenix. From the other side, I sometimes get afraid of Dorat because it can just accumulate so many counters, and if there's enough
Yep.
ways to slow the game down, it can win the game quite quickly. Yeah, this is a smart target because you can tell that your opponent is having some sort of issues.
Yep. And this targeting the Dragon Rage Chandler here puts it into the graveyard, which gets our blue-red player closer to that Delirium for future Darcies and Unholy Heats.
This is just so painful.
Yep.
So many cards.
It is worth noting that Esper Sentinel is that templating of once per turn. So, like, this Brazen Borrower is going to get to reset the Sentinel here and not let them draw a card at least. And the Dorat is growing up here. It is already a 4/4.
Yeah, it's still a pretty big clock. From the other side, it's 2 attacks, so they are ahead. But yeah, if there's a couple spells off the top, this game might actually be stolen by Izzet. Not surprising. That's kind of what the Phoenix X does. But how many borrowers are in the list?
Genius Smith getting to impulse into a Vault Scourge here, which is just absolutely massive.
Yeah,
Thanks to
I
these
spoke
tempered
too
seals
soon.
that are in play.
Yeah, I definitely spoke too soon. Now the card advantage is happening for the affinity deck and a big lifelinker.
Yep.
Feels like Baneslayer's in play.
Yeah, big tire spin here. Really, really affordable Baneslayer Angel, really, when you think about it.
Oh, that is turned on now, I believe.
There's the heat, but we can't keep the heat and play a red source this turn.
Oh no.
And the tempered steel here means that these 5/5s are going to outsize the Dorat next turn and force a trump block. Excuse me? We can't attack there, right? We're dead on board.
That's actually too aggressive.
The tempered steel means we're dead regardless, but can't do that one.
If you may indulge, what land was just played? I have not seen that alternate.
I don't know. It's the artifact one, I believe, that makes treasure tokens, if I recall correctly, but I'm blanking on its name. The one you sacrifice it while paying X to make a bunch of treasure tokens.
Oh wow. There's a lot of color on that for a colorless land.
Treasure vaults. Twitch chat's got our back, Brad.
Chat's always got our back.
Counts as an artifact and then can make more artifacts. So notably helps your things scale and can trigger things like Ingenious Smith twice, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's definitely nice, especially like just for those Nettlesys and the Ingenious Smiths. I've done that. The first time I did that, I was pretty impressed, where I just played a land and got a trigger.
Really like the look of this this Mardu Steel deck here. Got a lot of good aggressive payoffs with things like Nettlesist and Tempered Steel, and then a variety of different card advantage engines in the 4-drop slot. We see mostly shown on the Scalds, but also Chandra, as well as a copy of Karn Silver Golem. One really interesting card, you got their Shadow Spear as well. Kind of a neat card for racing in the creature matchups to give lifelink.
Yeah, I like the way that this player took the approach, because I was playing with the Azurius build, but it seemed like I wasn't aggressive enough, and getting the card advantage engine felt somewhat like a win, more like I was already way ahead if I got to the spot where I'm drawing 2 extra cards a turn. This just feels cleaner and lean and much more aggressive. I like this approach.
A really interesting card choice decision here, looking at this Mardu list, is Steel Overseer is notably absent from this deck list, which is usually a payoff that you see in these Tempered Steel lists, instead choosing to lean into things like Karn and Nettlesist as artifact payoffs.
Yeah, I think Steel Overseer is just a relic of the past. It's just old and slow, and it used to be powerful, but the velocity of modern day Magic is just, it's a real thing now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of decks that just like don't allow you to build up a big board, right? Like the control decks have so many sweepers, and like even look at this Phoenix deck, they're just gonna have so many ways to pick apart your 2-mana 1/1.
Yeah, no, I like moving away from that card. And I love showdown in aggressive decks. It's just one of the best ways to recoup from all of the interaction.
All right, pretty quick keep here, and seeing the downside of Treasure Vault here, 2 colorless lands into a mulligan. There's actually a lot of colorless lands in this Mardu deck. There are 7 altogether, 4 Blink Moth and 3 Treasure Vault.
And that is a lot for how many color or mana requirements it does have in the later turns.
Okay, down to 5 cards for our Mardu player, but Showdown of the Skull is one of the better cards you could have access to when you're down cards. It effectively draws you 4 with its first chapter.
It is a little slower when you actually play with the card. It does feel a little slower than it is, though. To get all the value out of it, it's not really a 4-drop.
Yeah, yeah. Showdown's a card you generally want to play on the 5th turn, so that way if you hit 2 lands with it, you can play both of them.
Yeah.
We see the Phoenix, we see the Faithless Looting, we see plenty of other 1-mana cards here. No 3rd land, notably, but a lot of looks at finding it next turn.
Yeah, to note, I'm less aggressive when I play Phoenix. I probably would have started with a tap land and tried to save a lot of these to get to a turn 3 Phoenix.
Okay. It looks like
we're still gonna be there, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna end up with it anyways, and they actually get a ton of looks at 2 turn 3 Phoenixes now, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna get a draw step, 2 with Consider, and 2 with each of these lootings. They've got 6 more looks at a second bird here. Or, you know, if they're like, my average Phoenix put on the ladder, birds 3 and 4 as well.
Stop it. That's not even true.
My brain only remembers those games, though, Brad.
Oh, if I do recall, I do believe I was playing I don't know, one of the best decks in the format, and I got paired against you playing not one of the best decks in the format. And I was like, I bet Jeff's streaming and complaining about me playing one of the best decks, like some oppressive deck.
All right, second looting. No second bird yet here.
It'll be there.
No, swing and a miss. I assume we're going to see the 5th land go away. That being said, even without finding the bird, we found 2 other really good threats here. I think Crackling Drake especially is one of the best threats this Phoenix deck can deploy post-board, because it's especially resilient to graveyard hate that's very common in this matchup.
Yeah, and because the opponent was on the mulligan to 5 and not having a really big start like that, Drake is just doesn't have a lot of interaction points to worry about. I think we're going to see that just swinging twice and winning the game.
That portable hole up there for the Mardu player really having a bit of that wrong half problem. You know, it's very good against the Dorat Dragon Rage Chandler part of this Phoenix deck. It is really not good against the Crackling Drake Phoenix part of the deck.
It's one of the reasons why it's so good and one of the top decks is because there is that problem. You bring in Rest in Pieces and worry about the Phoenixes, they hit you with all the early creatures. You worry about the early creatures, Crackling Drake gets you.
Yep.
And all the while, you're just cycling to all of your the threats that you're looking for.
Yeah, the biggest part of everything is the fact that your deck is just more consistent on the Phoenix side than anything else. Expressive Iteration is just unparalleled in the format at the quantity of cards it lets you see for the mana efficiency it comes at.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Crackling Drake there, doing its best impersonation of suspend 1, win the game.
Just 8 power on turn 4.
And cantrip too, no big deal.
Yeah.
Blinkmoth Nexus could theoretically chump block here for a turn or 2, but I think the writing is mostly on the wall. Yeah, and I kind of like our Mardu players just being like, yep, I'm going to play this showdown. If I'm dead, I'm dead.
Yeah, and they're dead.
Yep. It's going to be all the door at the perfect pet comes down. We have Opt plus on a Holy Heat, which is going to add 2 more power each to the board here. All right, we'll go head to a game 3 where our Mardu player is not only going to get to be on the play, but hopefully going to have more than 5 cards to start.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I've been a big fan of these Izzet decks for a while, and I didn't actually think they were all that good last month, but I think it is still just one of the best, most powerful decks in the format. It gave me my only loss in the last set championship. I was playing Selesnya Life Gain.
Yep. It's one of those decks where its high roll draws don't come as frequently where you like have all those Phoenixes together, even if those are the ones we remember. But it's just so consistent at what it does. I don't think anything else in the format can match it. You know, we see 4 Considers, 4 Ops, 4 Expressive Iterations, and you're just going to, 4 Faithless Looting, you're just going to find your game plan way better and more consistently than anybody else.
Yeah, it does struggle with some aspects of the format, like sometimes control is a difficult matchup. And it doesn't beat a lot of the high rolls from a lot of decks, but if you stumble, you almost always lose to this deck.
Yep. Yeah, being aggressive enough to be able to punish people when you need to has a lot of value.
Yeah, and just accruing how much card advantage you get out of your Phoenixes, your Drakes, your creatures getting bigger, your selection, your expressive iterations. If you give them enough time to do all this, they're always going to have that same game that beats you.
So, Phoenix player trying to figure out exactly how big or small they want to be here in this post-board game on
Mhm.
the draw. The Mardu deck, much happier to be the aggro deck on the play than going second. And honestly, if you're the Mardu deck and you have to pick a game to mulliganing when you're on the draw is ideal.
And on the play,
we have a keepable
We do.
6 here, at least. And the Ingenious Smiths are cards that can recover some of that card disadvantage from mulligan. Esper Sentinels too.
Yes, Esper Sentinel is such a good on the play start.
Ingenious
No
Smith, kind
fear.
of a very subtly powerful card. It's one that definitely didn't pop out to me at first, but just accruing that size while also generally drawing a card when it comes into play is great. And Tormod's Crypt is sweet here, so you get to go ahead and trigger that Smith this first turn and without spending a mana.
Yeah, it does get it to 2 power and also threatens any shenanigans on turn 3.
Yep. Really hoping you draw a land next turn if you're Sleeping Pill. Getting to play second Smith and then have a 3/3 and a 2/2 would allow you to really start to snowball your advantage nicely.
This Shadow Spear might just surprise too.
Yeah.
Uh, and now another thing to consider is if once this Smith gets to 3 power, the Torment Script can shut down Delirium from Unholy Heat as well, if
Yep.
that ever comes up.
Little bit of a decision here whether or not they want to play Dragon Rage Chandler or Dorat. Dorat's going to push more damage ultimately, but Dragon Rage Chandler gets a slightly higher chance at high rolling additional Phoenixes next turn. I think I like the pet overall. Just want to try and get this game over with in the air ASAP.
It's the most efficient threat as well. It's not getting interacted with in the air. The Torment's Crypt doesn't
Oh,
interact
yeah,
with it.
the Crypt shutting off additional Phoenixes definitely makes Dorat a much better choice.
And even Dragon Rage Channeler becomes a 3/3 attacks. You can always drop it down to the ground
Yep.
again and just block it.
Oh, man, that is a fantastic hit. And then next turn, the Shadow Spear is only 2 to equip, so we're going to have like 2 4/4s, one of which is lifelinking if they want.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one to get back from. Just didn't have enough spot removal. The Torment's Crypt interacts with these spells.
Going to see Dragon Rage Chandler come down here, I assume, looking to smooth the draw into some removal spell. Really hoping to find a Unholy Heat to deal with at least one of these Smiths this turn, I would wager. Bunch of triggers go onto the stack with all of the creatures in play. I assume Esper Sentinel is just getting to draw a card here because it's not. Okay.
Oh, they paid.
They paid the one. I would assume we would want to
Wow.
dig to a
It does seem like it, yeah.
Swing and a miss twice. Okay. And didn't find the removal spell anyways. I think you're right, Brad, that the Shadow Spear is going to take the game and put it firmly out of reach for our Phoenix player. We could just see a little bit of going wide here. Our life total's not being threatened at this point, so I don't hate this. Just like get rid of your threat that's scary to grow.
I mean, one of the things I love when watching coverage and now getting to commentate is there are games where I consider anything like I think Sleeping Pill could cast any cards randomly in any way.
Yep.
And win this game.
Yep.
Like
just make sure they spend all of their mana every turn for the rest of the game, and things are going to turn out a-okay.
Yeah, it's just such a tough one to come back from here.
Yeah, there's a land. This puts a Crackling Drake into play, but both of these Smiths are going to be large enough to attack into this still.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and it's only a 3/4, so they're actually just going to, like, crunch through it even.
Yeah, that's actually brutal.
The Scourge comes down. And we would need 2 more, right? Because these can both be 5/5s potentially.
Yep. Scourge could come down, triggers both, and then depends on where you want to put the sphere. I mean, I like making both 5/5 so that a double block isn't possible.
Yeah, I like that. I like that too. Looks like moused over the smaller one here.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume that is coming for us.
So it'll be 2 5/5s, one with lifelink.
And we have to block at this point, so I assume Dragon Rage Chandler gets to chump the non-trampler, and then you end up at 3.
He says.
Gets to. It's a choice, Brad. Top right is the other one. Spikefield Hazard, a little bit late looking at these 5/5s here. And again, the Tormod's Crypt and the Grafdigger's Cage just shutting down the access of the catch-up mechanic from here. The really big turns from the Phoenix deck depend on the graveyard, which makes you susceptible to these powerful hate cards post-board.
Yeah, that's where the Crackling Jerks come in. And in a matchup like this, it was the Smiths gaining card advantage and our Izzet player not finding enough removal and cards like Expressive Iteration. If you have that draw, a bunch of shock effects and expressive iterations, you can grind through all of this really easily, but they drew the graveyard side.
Yep. Yeah, and one of the things that Sentinel does that's really interesting is Sentinel kind of puts pressure on you to be unable to deploy your cantrips to smooth over a draw that's kind of awkward like this. Like normally your Faithless Lootings and your Ops and your Considers can pull through this touch of awkwardness, but Sentinel's like, if you're going to do that, I'm going to get to draw cards, and that puts them behind.
That is exactly right. Yeah, that card coming into the format really is one of the best things you can do against these Izzet Phoenix decks.
For sure. I think Esper Sentinel was an excellent addition.
Oh yeah, I loved so many of the cards that they brought in, especially the ones from MH2, but Unholy Heat's the only one that I was like, I thought that was maybe a little too good for Modern.
Yeah, one mana murder is pretty good.
Yeah.
In red. Okay, so we're bouncing the cage. Did we miss the Tormod's Crypt, or are we just hoping that they missed the Tormod's Crypt? Probably the latter.
I think we're just hoping that there's a good thing Arena reminds you with a stop.
Yep. Good game there from our competitors. All right. Mardu Tempered Steel moving on along in the tournament. And remember, if you're just joining us, our tournament structure today is double elimination. Every deck that you're going to see on camera throughout the entire course of this tournament is still live to win the entire thing. We're just going to keep playing matches of Magic until there is one person left that has not lost twice. There's no top cuts. It's just play Magic until only one remains.
It's a very pure form.
It is. It is just the purest. There's no tiebreaker nonsense. It's my favorite. All right. For our third feature for round the 5th here, I've got mono red control versus green black food.
I think you must have got that name wrong. Did you put red and control together?
I did. No, wait, am I wrong? My darn it. All right, hold on. My thing. Did I go into the right?
Well, whatever this is, I don't know what's happening, but this looks pretty cool.
Oh. Okay, never mind. I apologize for hyping up the wrong match. This is right, and it's just Lotus Field versus Bant Blink. The other one we only had a game 3 of. It's been a long day, chat. We're working through it together. This one will still be good. Bant Blink is one we haven't really had a chance to see go off yet.
I'm taking a look at this deck list right now. What is it trying to do? If you could help me out.
The Inquisitor Captain is basically kind of the story of this Bant deck. You have your Grizzled Veteran to pull it out of your sideboard, so even though you're playing 80 cards, you basically have 7 virtual copies of it, plus copies of Neoform as well. And with the Mimics and Clones, when you cast that Captain and blink it, you often put double digits worth of power into play on the 4th turn.
What in the world? This looks amazing.
It's genuinely very powerful. And when people are even interacting with you, you're still just this value Yorian blink deck.
Yeah, I am starring this one for later. This looks like my kind of fun.
Okay, and speaking of generating value, our Bant player is paired into Jeskai Control here. So this is going to be a matchup that really puts their ability to generate value to the test. We see spot removal and sweepers here looking to break up with some disruption what our Bant player is able to put together.
Yeah, this is quite a view with Jeskai Control as well, where there is no companion. Or is there a companion? Don't believe so. I'm just trying to figure out which player I'm looking through for Jeskai Control.
The Jeskai is no companion. We've got Echo versus our Hellsby here. The Jeskai deck looks to be one of the variations that's playing the Lotus Field with Strict Proctor for a little bit of acceleration slash main deck hate. The Strict Proctor, one of the cards that's really pretty well positioned in this format. It's popped up as a sideboard card on occasion because of blink decks like this and then the life gain deck. And then Strict Proctor also enables Lotus Field ramping in these control decks.
Yeah, very powerful.
See, Fateful Absence trying to take the Soul Herder out of play, getting met with an Ephemerate, saving it, which then allows it to blink the Visionary and kind of cue the carnival music here. The value is coming along.
And you, I mean, you see the Wrath of God here, and you're like, oh, my opponent has all these creatures in play. I'm going to cast Wrath of God. It's going to feel good. But that's usually not the case when you're already gaining so much value off all of your creatures coming to play, and the hand's already stocked.
Yep, the Soul Herder is going to have drawn 2 cards. The Visionary is going to have drawn 2 cards. So, like, sure, you're getting a 3-for-1, kind of. You're taking 3 things out of play, but your opponent's not down cards because of the exchange.
Yeah.
And this is super powerful. So this Grizzled Huntmaster, I imagine, is going to go get an Inquisitor Captain from the sideboard here, which means that even if the board gets swept, this Inquisitor Captain could single-handedly just restock the board next turn.
Yeah, I did play a little bit with the Esper Clerics deck that does this, but I have not tried any Bant shenanigans.
Yeah, it's kind of like on a different level here in Historic with the Ephemerates and you get 8 clone effects. You can play Mirror Image if you want as a 3-mana clone in addition to Glasspull Mimic. So your odds of like fully popping off are a lot less of a high roll in this format.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to see it, right? We're going to see our Jeskai player have to.
Yep. It's one of those, like, you have to pull the trigger on the Wrath of God because they have so much attack in play, but at the same time, you know that there's a big follow-up coming, and they don't even know that the Ephemerate's there. They can probably infer that an Inquisitor's Captain's coming from the Huntmaster, even though it's not revealed.
Yeah.
There goes the board. Okay, how many friends does the Captain have?
This is awesome. We're already in round 5, and you have these suite of decks still in contention.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Brett. I was expecting to be mostly food decks by now, and I am very happy with the outcome of what we have going on.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be a lot of some Selesnya too. I hope some life gain comes in here in the next couple rounds.
Okay, yep. And here's Charming Prince is actually the Charming Prince at end of turn is kind of extra sweet because you get to blink this Inquisitor Captain and it doesn't come back until your opponent's end step. So even if there was another sweeper from the Jeskai opponent, there's going to be an end step captain that then refills the board again.
I'm going to be honest. I took December off streaming and just seeing this deck, I'm like, I might just run a stream of this deck. This seems fun.
Yeah. It's just
this is absurd.
The ins and outs. Whenever you get to have Ephemerate not only be a value card, but also be countering spot removal, it just feels completely unfair.
Yeah. Also, I mean, no offense to our Jeskai player, but they're playing control, so I don't like them.
You're in good company in Hooglandia.
No offense, I don't take it personally here. Don't take it personally, but I just don't like you because you play control. But I'm just joking. I'm joking. But I love when I get to be a creature deck that just gets to run circles around a control player. It's the best feeling in Magic to me.
Honestly, our Bant player is kind of low rolling with these captains, and they're still just fine.
Yeah.
It's like we haven't popped off with clone effects at all, and we're still just putting a ton of value into play.
Yeah, and our Jeskai player, to be fair, is low rolling hard right now.
I don't know if the Jeskai hand was particularly terrible. They had a sweeper. They played their lands on curve. They had a piece of spot removal.
I still like looking at that hand. It feels like there's better cards in the deck.
That's true. They explicitly have not had access to Strict Proctor, which is kind of a main deck hate card. But I also, this is, it's a heads up deckless tournament, so they also could have taken a route to mulligan more aggressively for that.
All right, so this is not going to be able to take out anything important.
Nope. Now, I'm interested to see what we do here with the Soul Herder. We could see our player blink the Charming Prince and then run back the Inquisitor Captain is hidden until your opponent's end step. So that way you kind of dodge that sweeper again.
Well, you can do this in 2 ways. You hit the Charming Prince, so that one will come back at end turn, and you can get an Inquisitor Captain trigger and then remove it from play.
Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so we're gonna get it all. All parts of the buffalo are being consumed in this turn.
Great. Is there finally a clone? There is not, but Charming Prince can hide another friend here. So now you can go, okay, hide a Charming Prince, and then the other prince comes back and hides the Inquisitor Captain, and now there's like 6 power, or there's 5 power hidden, and one of them's going to bring along at least another friend with it. And it's like, you put the control deck in this spot where like its best draw is now no longer good enough.
Yeah.
Our Bant player had so much going on that turn, they just forgot to play their land.
I wonder why they didn't. Why couldn't they? They should have Valakut Awakening on a turn, right?
They only had 1 mana available, right?
Or what did they cast that turn? I thought they had mana. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna be honest, Brad. I kind of brain farted. They definitely did. They did something.
Well, they played a tap land and they had 4 mana and they just passed. And
Oh, they cycled the shark. That was it. The shark.
It. Yeah,
they cycled the
did
shark and it blocked.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, what a wild treat.
So we see Grafdigger's Cage coming in for our Jeskai player. And one of the things that's actually really adorable about this Bant deck is the way Inquisitor Captain is templated. It seeks to your hand and then puts them into play from your hand. So Grafdigger's Cage doesn't stop it. And Grizzled Veteran grabs them from your sideboard. So it also doesn't stop that. It does stop Company and it does stop Neoform, but that's only half your avenues.
It also reminds me of the Mizzix Mastery deck that would go get like comas or whatever. It's like you have 2 cards. You have one that searches your library or goes through your library, Indomitable Creativity, and you have Mizzix Mastery. And Grafdigger's Cage doesn't interact with either side of them. It's like, why?
It's like you've played a lot of Modern, Brad. How many Modern events did you play where a living end player had to call a judge for a Grafdigger's Cage near a table?
I don't enough.
Enough, yes. There was always
They're always so smug about it. It's like, look, I don't know how the cards work. They're your cards. You don't gotta be smug about it.
See, our Jeskai player kind of stewing over what they want to be doing here. And honestly, there's a lot of different routes they could take here. You know, we see Divine Purge, new pseudo sweeper out of the sideboard. And it's tough because like we saw in that last game, there were so many spots where like Divine Purge just wouldn't have been good enough. Sweepers just wouldn't do anything.
It's also not the best sweeper against cards that gain card advantage, right? Because the games go longer and you still just have access to them.
That's true. The extra cost does come at a real cost though. Like adding 2 cards is a lot of extra mana.
Yeah, but this is the kind of deck that's just trying to get value. So as long as you have value in the holster, even if you have to pay more later in the game.
Yeah, without some kind of combo finish like a Gear Hulk to really close the game out with Magma Opus, buying the time is not nearly as useful.
Seriously, I'm looking at these hands and I feel like I'm home. It's just a lot of nothing that just gives you more cards. I love it.
Yep, the fact that you have like 12 copies of Inquisitor Captain in your 80 card deck is very fun.
Oh yeah.
Probably a keep on both sides here. I can't imagine you mulligan this if you're playing the Bant deck. It like needs a little bit of action, but like you've got Wall of Blossoms to find a friend. And the Neo form with the 2-drop does actually turn into Inquisitor Captain because it grabs Grizzled Veteran, which turns a creature in your hand into Inquisitor Captain.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
All of the angles are covered. Just, Captain, my Captain is the goal of the deck, and it does it incredibly well.
Oh yeah, and there's so many ways to
All right, and there's the Huntmaster. So you just get to play that this turn and just have turn 3 Captain rolled on up if you want.
It's dirty. This is dirty.
All of the cards belong to it.
I mean, luckily our Jeskai player does have Archmage's Charm. So
yeah, so the first Inquisitor Captain of like 3 that they have available to them is going to get countered.
Oh, just going to roll out that Stifle?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this technically gets rid of a captain.
Yeah.
We might see it. I'm interested to see how aggressive our Bant player gets next turn. If the Archmage's Charm gets held up, do they roll for the Neo form? We could just see a pass with Collected Company next turn. Wow.
Oh, no way.
I'm making a captain this turn.
What is the card on the way right for Jeskai? I do not actually know that card.
That is Anticipate, Brad.
Wait, that's Anticipate?
Constructed staple.
Okay, I know what Anticipate is.
Interesting to see Collected Company here as the play, especially at sorcery speed. I guess choosing to just play around the cancel effect.
Yeah.
Not afraid of that sweeper potential for next turn.
Yeah, and because of this, right? Because of all the blink effects and things like that, you kind of want to do them on your turn.
Yep.
It's not a normal aggressive Gruul style deck. Well, that would give you haste creatures that you want to cast, but you know what I'm saying.
It's not like a sacrifice style deck where we've seen where you want to end step it.
Yeah, you're getting value out of it.
So the kind of powerful interaction that the Jeskai deck up top is doing is we see that copy of Bloodsun there in addition to Strict Proctors and Stifle. Bloodsun says lands lose all abilities except for mana abilities. And when this gets combined with the Lotus Field card that we see there, it just means that this enters as a land that's no longer hexproof, but it's untapped, doesn't make you sacrifice lands, it just taps for 3 mana.
Yeah, it's a really cool combo. I love Lotus Field and seeing all the ways that people are trying to abuse it. And it's fun because it's not like that abusable. And when it does happen, it's not the most powerful thing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the power of these blue, white, and Jeskai decks is actually just the fact that like Strict Proctor is like a pretty main deckable hate card in the format as is, and the fact that like this is a card I want against a lot of decks, but then it also does this powerful thing for me is great.
Oh.
Toski, bearer of
Echo
secrets here.
Yeah, Echo is just playing circles. Didn't even worry about the Wrath effect. Nope. We were playing Toski, and guess what? Archmage's Charm, it can't be countered.
Nice counterspell. I'm going to draw 4 if that's okay.
Yeah. No.
But you just feel so smart.
It's going to tell you. There it is. I was like, don't use it.
They're gonna draw 2 cards, and like Echo is just like patting themselves in the back, like, yep, we knew that was there. No, not a problem, not even for a minute. Oh, this is really unfortunate. Echo's gonna have to discard the hand size. It's kind of unlucky.
That's not even fair.
Fortunately, unable to fit that land in the mana base. No Reliquary Towers in our 3-color mana base.
I love this deck.
Oh, and again, like, normally you draw your Wrath of God against a creature deck and you're like, yeah, they're dead. And here it's just like, well, a Toski's still in play. They have 7 cards. None of it is good news on the Jeskai side.
It is fun. Just in the last few years, I do think that green has gotten slightly maybe too many toys. Just a few. And when Hullbreaker Horror came out and I heard people being like, why would they print this? It's like, because they have to. Like, how else do you think you're gonna beat a green deck these days?
It's an arms race, Brett. Okay.
Yeah.
Let the clone effects hit the board. Demand the sweeper again next turn while the Toski remains in play. See that Glass Pool Mimic getting to copy the Inquisitor Captain, get that enter the battlefield trigger here. Soul Herder comes into play, going to get to blink the Inquisitor Captain. So we have a minimum of 8 power generated for this 4 mana. Probably more than that once the Inquisitor Captain happens at end of turn here.
And I really do actually like the 822 cards because they get around things in Magic like Collected Company bricking. And I truly appreciate that style. Like, you're not going to whiff on this card.
Yeah, I really think the design team so far with these digital specific designs have done a phenomenal job of building these designs to mitigate variance in interesting ways.
Yes, and I like spell books. I like that there is a level of variance, but it's not too absurd.
Yeah, and it's like the spell books are a good example because they're what I like to refer to. They're a range of variance, right? So like they create variety of gameplay, but it's predictable within a set.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I'm all for what's been happening.
Here's that eventual Charming Prince. We're still at end of turn, so the Charming Prince is like, see this Inquisitor Captain? I'm gonna tuck it away for later. So just in case you do have the other sweeper, I'm still gonna have a squirrel, and the captain's gonna get more friends at your end step.
All right, I'm on Team Echo for this tournament.
It's been very, very impressive.
And the deck seems rolled up for best of 1.
Yeah, it's got good. In my experience, this deck actually has a pretty good matchup into the other creature-based decks like humans and squirrel combo because you can just get a bunch of Skyclave apparitions and Deputy of Detentions in the right situations as well.
All right, the full spin.
None of it matters. Archmage's Charm, steal a Llanowar Elf. It's yours, friend. Oh, no. Llanowar Elf acquired. Got it. And look at this. Echo ending the game with 8 cards in hand. Is there a better way to end a game of Magic, Brad?
Well,
that's your winning. Losing with 8 cards in hands is not particularly pleasant. But winning,
I don't really care how I win. I just want to win. I would say it's revealing the 3 Ulamogs in your hand when you hit one off of what's it called? The 4-mana card.
Yep. The Aetherworks Marvel.
Yeah, I got to do that in a Grand Prix.
Yep. Yikes. All right. Well, at any rate, that's our last feature match here for round 5. We are going to have the very quickest of breaks as we get Jim back in off of his dinner break, and I'm going to dodge out for a minute here. So Brad and Jim are going to keep all of y'all at home company for round 6. I'll be back for round 7. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, welcome back to the Hooglandia Open Series. Of course, I'm half of Jim Davis, maybe a third, with Brad Nelson here, brought to you by Metafly, CoolStuffInc.com, and Untapped.gg.
It's beautiful.
Be
It's
very
beautiful.
quiet. Shh.
That's great. So, short little lunch break for me, and now I'm back. We're ready to do round number 6. Brad, I know you enjoyed watching that Bant deck. I was watching coverage while I was eating, and you were in your element.
It is now my favorite deck in the format. I hope it's really good because I've taken a couple weeks off of Magic because I kind of burnt myself off with the last championship. Haven't really been interested in anything, and that I just felt my heart grow 3 times, bigger. Just
it's a lot of value, and it's Bloodbraid Elf adjacent with Inquisitor Captain, and then of course the ability to kind of go beyond that and do the flicker stuff and the cloney stuff. It's really, really cool, and we're gonna see it again right now. So we have a Bant player on our right, we have an Enchantress player on our left. I saw you also skirt naming the enchantment that is the second card from the right in our enchantment player's hand. I'm not gonna try it either, but 9 lives, and I'll try it. Solemnity. No,
it's not that I skirted around it. I didn't know what it was called. I don't know any card names. Like, you could just quiz me and I won't know them.
That's what I've always avoided on stream. I'm not saying that. I'm going to say it wrong. Everyone's going to get me. So Enchantress on the left. Pretty good Enchantress hand here with the Mana Accelerator in, is that Nyx Weaver, Bloom Weaver or something? And the full combo as well.
Yeah, it is interesting. I do feel like this shouldn't, once the combo gets set up, I mean, they can double it up with multiple copies of things. I would assume that this is going to be a tough matchup for Ban.
The big thing here is that the Bant deck does have like this Living Wisp package with the Hunt Masters. So I'm sure they have like, they have Augur of Autumn in the board and ways to blink and kill enchantments and stuff. So it might be necessary for our enchantments player to actually get the Sterling Grove, like double Sterling Grove kind of combo online. a lot of wild cards could be in the ban sideboard. So we see the Sanctum Weaver on turn 2, and our ban player, Wall of Blossoms, Ephemerate, Huntmaster, Neoform. So between Neoform and Huntmaster, tons of different options for cards to get, 80 card deck to get them, and a sideboard.
Yeah, we'll see what they have access to. I don't exactly know what the deck list is, so we'll just play it at ear. That's not the same. I'll play it by ear. But yeah, I definitely love seeing a Selesny deck that doesn't have to do a lot of interacting or doesn't get interacted with, because we're just going to see them kind of go off for the next few turns.
Yeah, for sure. They have full reign. They can do all their
Yeah.
monkey stuff. Ephemerate going to be for full value here. And then Neoform is a big one too. Neoform can go find Inquisitor Captain, various 3-drops. This is definitely an Inquisitor Captain deck, like through and through. Just Captain all the time. Blink it, get it, blink it, get it, copy it, get it.
Yeah.
So Sterling Grove for our Enchantress player here. Solemnity. I think I got it. 9 lives up as well.
That is interesting. I might have considered sacking the Grove this past turn to go get some kind of card advantage engine revving.
Yeah, the thing is that if they set up this like lock combo here, the ban player is just gonna chill and do their thing and start drawing cards and blinking things and like eventually find a way out regardless. So we see Neoform off of the Wall of Blossoms can go get a 3-drop. It's going to be Skyclave.
Oh, and they get it.
So you get the enchantment, no counter because of Solemnity. That's what the little orange blinking there was for a second. For a second, I was like, oh wait, that not work. But so Skyclave, another great tool against this deck as well. I'm not seeing a real great path here for our Enchantress player.
No, because now that Ephemerate can eat 2 more.
Absolutely. Like you were saying, no card draw elements, no real like engine or path to like getting things rolling. And our band players got everything. Captain, Ephemerate, Huntmaster, of course, Yorion waiting in the wings.
All right, I'm locked in. If the set championship is historic again, I'm locked. I got my deck. I don't even have to test.
Sold. So says go here. We're looking to say go. Ephemerate on the end step on Skyclave. All right, yeah, so we're just gonna pick it apart.
Yeah, so this is going to be able to eat both permanents in play. Two of the 3, their choice, and then the Inquisitor Captain's coming down. It's a lot. Truth be told, like this is just broken. Now you're taking out all their permanents, and then now we still have so much value in hand still too.
Yeah, Captain and Huntmaster and Yorion. Yeah, it's hard to think of a thing the Enchantress that can do right now to come back into this game. I mean, like Weaver of Blossoms, is that the card's called? Eidolon of Blossoms. Like self-contained, draw some way, but Captain comes down.
That was interesting too. Took all of the mana away. Just left the potential combo there, because I guess you just have infinite outs from it, right?
Yeah, like if it gets set up, you can break it. So why not slow you down and not allow you have the opportunity to find some card draw engine and maybe get back into the game.
Yeah. Gonna have to go get the other Captain.
Yeah, I mean, firing on full cylinders here. No speed bumps. Rest in peace, the draw. Not exactly an exciting one. 9 lives available as well. So combos available here. 9 lives and Solemnity. They come down. Player can't be dealt damage, I believe. It does some sort of
9 lives. 9 lives says you won't be taking damage, but for each time you would take damage, 9 lives gets a counter, and it breaks after 9. And if it ever leaves play, you also lose the game, but it has hexproof. But the problem here is the Solemnity can be broken up with, so then you can put a bunch of counters on 9 lives.
Right. So combo basically irrelevant. And with nothing else going on for our Enchantress player, this is just going to be an old-fashioned beatdown. Soul Herder now in play. Many options to flicker. Captain probably the best. Creatures are coming in. 2/2s from the Skyclave tokens can block, but not really affecting the board a ton. They're slowing down like the Skyclave and the Captain, but now we're in Blink Captain mode, and we'll see what turns up. Multiple clone effects available, Blink effects available. Soul Herder grows.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, Soul Herder does not grow because of Solemnity.
Oh, sure, correct.
But it does have its abilities to just keep finding more value.
Yes. Soul Herder number 2, perhaps.
All right, here we go. Yeah, and the Soul Herder number 2 is going to interact now with the Skyclave if we need to remove anything.
It's to say this was like probably one of the better draws. The ability to come start an engine going, play the 9 lives, drew another card, but nothing's gonna stay in play for longer than a turn. Soul Herder and Skyclave just eats everything.
Yeah, this is truly powerful. Now you can break it up with removal and other plans, but this started 2 turns ago. And there's so
Yeah.
much value and card advantage being generated. It's truly impressive. I'm blown each time you draw a card, it's just getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, it's weird because usually like the creature-y deck will really struggle against like an Enchantress deck because they kind of get locked behind the various enchantments and they can't really do much about it. They're like, I'm playing humans, I've got some big creatures in play, I don't really care. But this deck is just interacting so much with each creature, and there's so much flexibility between the Huntmaster and the Captain and the Skyclave that like really just answer everything.
Another thing that I really like about this deck is I've been appreciating like late nights, like playing a game, sitting on the couch, petting the dog. You know, not taking everything so seriously. That's how I've been playing
Mhm.
Magic this last month. And this deck just seems like the perfect. I just click buttons. It doesn't really matter. Like you're just generating tons of card advantage.
Yeah. Soul Herder, gonna blink Captain again. I mean, multiple looks, more Skyclaves. There's a mirror image. Just gonna choose a Skyclave over the mirror image.
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, like you're saying, pet the dog, hit some buttons, watch some
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah.
It'll all work out, you know?
I mean, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I really it's unless there's like some sort of random wrath effect in our Enchantress player's deck, which seems pretty unlikely. And even then, like so much advantage has been accrued already anyway. But like if there was a wrath here, all right, Visionary, Yorion, bounce it, Wall of Blossoms, and kind of just keep the train going again. So Captain back, choosing more cards, Wall of Blossoms in play. Here's another Soul Herder for you.
Wait, what is that?
What's that one?
I don't know either. Oh, this makes spirits.
Yeah, I believe every enchantment you play, you get a token. It's a rare for Crimson Vow, I believe. But yeah, so thankfully that game is over because that game felt over for the last like 5 minutes or so. So our Enchantress player has to figure out what they're going to do to be able to beat this torrent of Skyclaves and efficiency. What is that? What does our Enchantress player need to do here?
So there is some things that happen, right? If you start generating card advantage, and if you can ever get 2 Sterling Groves into play, that does lock the interaction out. And so that is one way. I think the best way is to just get some card advantage going, because if both decks are revving with their engines early, Enchantress is drawing more cards quicker, has more mana. So that's pretty much all it has to do.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
a little surprised. Sorry, what?
oh no, go finish what were you going to say?
I'm a little surprised to see that there isn't really like a ton of removal in this Enchantress deck. There are no like Oblivion Ring, Silk Wrap, whatever kind of effects. There's not much. So it's a battle of the engines, like you're saying, but the Soul Herder engine is also going to be available to be online too.
Yeah, but the Soul Herder engine doesn't have the critical mass that or exponential growth is a better term than the Enchantress deck, because you have cards that can gain you a bunch of mana. So just think, if 2 Sterling Groves are in play, all the enchantments have hexproof, so there's no way to interact with it. You're producing 20 mana a turn. And Soul Herder is a trigger at the end of the turn. So they are generating a decent amount of value, but not even close to what Enchantress deck is at fully formed.
Cool.
So that's
Sterling Grove and getting the engine actually online early going to be huge for our Enchantress player. And the band player is playing 80 cards, so there are a lot of cards, a lot of permutations, a lot of ways to like not pull together a nice clean draw early, which could give our Enchantress player time as well.
it does seem I thought that too, thinking about it, but like every opening hand I've seen has enough tools to get to those pieces.
Yeah,
Like,
there are like Jeff was saying, with the Huntmaster, you have like 7 captains and 7 of this and 7 of that.
and Neoform gives you 8 of the Hunt Masters.
Right. Yeah. No, this deck's really impressive.
Yeah.
Definitely, I was watching the match before when I was eating lunch too, and it's got a lot of tools and a lot of card draw. So opening hands here, quick mulligan for our Enchantress player.
A
Do another
quick couple.
Yeah, so we have looks like Enchantress going to 5 here, and
Mhm.
then Band player's hand is a little slow, but seems somewhat reasonable thinking about it right now.
I would have to send it back because both your lines come into play tapped. Oof. We're gonna see
All
the
right.
battle of the fives.
So now, who does this favor?
Who's favored?
If with both players mulling to 5, like who's that benefit?
The hands are contextual, but I bet Enchantress.
I can see that too.
Yeah, it just depends on if they have who has the faster card advantage engine. And since we see that there is a 2-mana Enchantress already ready, it feels like this is going to be stronger.
So we got Sithis versus 2 Huntmasters, Ephemerate.
I would assume
Soul
one
Herder.
Huntmaster, yeah. Because there is only 2 lands and only one that produces green. It would be tough to keep both. If I was getting to put cards back, I'd probably just send Ephemerate and a Huntmaster. But I don't know if that's wrong.
It's a big choice here. Soul Herder, Ephemerate, Glasspool, and Huntmaster. Putting back the Mimic, being a little greedy here, keeping only on 2 lands. So we see land for our Enchantress player, Temple Garden for our
We see Hooglandia taking a bite. There it is.
There we go. Okay. So Sithis on turn 2, a big one. Major part of the engine. Turn 2 on the play is huge. Our band player, not too much else, going on here. Still no play on turn 2. And now the ball starts to roll for our Enchantress player.
Yeah, Enchantress is going to start drawing cards, and if Bant isn't able to deal with that. But I just want to go back to, if you're watching this and you saw the Bant player just draw that second green source right away, it still doesn't mean that their mulligan decision was correct. Just so you're aware.
Looks right to me. I don't know what you mean.
It looks beautiful. Everything's going swimmingly, but...
All right, so Sithis is down. Soul Herder's down. Unfortunately, Soul Herder's naked, not really doing too much here. Sithis comes down with the Willful Haven, draws a card on the Hydra. A Weaver drawing another card. And this is a pretty good start. We have multiple mana sources. Sithis is down as an engine. Light on lands, but high on mana and high on card draw. And pressure is on to our Bant player to actually interact with this board.
Yes, it is. This captain, Captain O Captain, this has to hit some Skyclave Apparitions twice. All
right, well, how about a redraw?
Oh, well, as many redraws, and then, yeah, there it is. That's tough.
Ooh.
Don't
how about a redraw again?
Don't be greedy. You don't need another 3/3. You need to interact with their board.
Look, It could be anything. All right. It could be a boat and a Skyclave and another clone.
Yeah.
All right. So taking the more reasonable approach here, taking the Skyclave, turning off the Sithis, and now things are a little iffier for our Bant player. I mean, our Enchantress player. We see Soul Herder, Flicker, Skyclave for another exile off of the Sanctum Weaver, and now things are a little tough.
Top deck land does allow them to purge if they want to get rid of the board. Binding is interesting because that can go on a captain. Interesting. This is interesting because they are going to take a chunk of damage, but now this means that Apparition can't be cast, but it can still be found with captains, correct?
Yeah, found with captain, found with company, or blinked.
But it does stop it from continuously interacting with their board, so that does make sense.
That is true. Yeah, for now, probably a necessity given the Soul Herder in play. So big attack from our Bant player here. Some 2/2s on defense. Could double block on a captain or chump. Divine Purge in hand, which can destroy all creatures mana cost 3 or less.
Oh yeah, that does have a converted mana cost clause, so it doesn't even interact with the captains.
Right, so double block on the captain here. Take one of those out. But we're going to see an Ephemerate. So value is just rolling right along again. Found the Skyclave when needed, and now kind of just going to town again.
I'm serious. I'm gushing. I don't gush a lot about decks, but this looks so much fun.
How about another Mimic?
No. Maybe, I don't know. No, that because you get that, and then it comes back, and then you eat 2 lands. That's so much value.
All right, that is pretty good. So now Skyclave is free. 2 Skyclaves are out. Now it's castable. It's also blinkable. Every Skyclave here can be a Stone Rain as long as there's a Willful Haven in play. But you're going to flicker the captain and keep things going here. I mean, Purge is good. Purge can mop some of this up, but there's still a company available, a Huntmaster, Soul Herder.
But that again, that's the problem with the Purge, is that those can come back, and because they're Skyclaves and they're creatures that gain value, they're still going to interact with you later on in the game. And
yeah, for sure. And that's a major point because it's not just a Wrath. It feels like a Wrath sometimes, but in a game like this where you might put yourself in a spot where the Enchantress player has things kind of locked up under this little house of cards. You can just cast Skyclave for 5 later, or cast it for whatever it needs to be. So we see an untap for our Enchantress player.
Yeah,
Draw,
I think
sit this.
it's so tough to go because the engine isn't revving. You don't have enough mana. There needed to be velocity, and the velocity got shut down really quickly by this deck. It's impressive how fast, if you find a Skulky Evaporation, how fast they just dismantled everything that was going on.
Yeah, the start for the Enchantress player was really, really good. I mean, the sit this, the mana ramp, drew like 2 or 3 extra cards. But you're right. Yeah, once Skyclave takes out the engine, the car stops running.
Yeah, and the truth is these were both mull to 5s, but one person does not look like they mulligan to 5.
Absolutely. So Divine Purge is here. Gonna mop up some of this board. Gonna put the Skyclaves, the Prince, and the Soul Herder into exile, taxed by a cost of 2. So they can be cast a little bit later. Captain will stay in play. We see a bunch of triggers that don't really matter that much. I believe we'll see some tokens come in for the Enchantress player, a 4/4 and a 2/2. So a little bit of defense, but
defense.
no engine at present.
And
Instead, Captain comes back off of the delay trigger on Prince. Going to put a wall box into play. No options there. We'll see a company as well, I assume. The board's right back to where it was before. And again, like you were saying, Brad, the 5-mana Skyclaves, they're fine. If you got to answer something, you got to answer it, and it's there and available for them.
Yeah, and that's just it. Now, a 4-powered creature is nice to see because that is something that can start attacking through this 4/4. Because there is not a lot of ways to punch through, right? You can get a bunch of value, but a token that's that big, you're going to have to just kind of let it be there.
Yeah, we'll see what the Huntmaster turns up here. So widespread here.
Crater Hoof, yes!
There is a Crater Hoof. You're looking for ways to break through.
I don't even know what a miscolor is, but it's not necessary because you have Inquisitor Captain and Crater Hoof. So Guardian is also cool.
This Yorion works pretty good too.
Oh, because you seek it. So that's a second Yorion.
Exactly. Yeah. So the effect, you can get multiple Yorions or Crater Hoofs too, which is pretty cool. Yeah. It's a weird thing you're thinking about Living Wish, but it's actually a conjure effect. So
I knew it's a conjure effect. I knew it was seeking or whatever, but I never considered the Yorion that's there.
Yeah.
Like it was a 14 card sideboard to me.
That is pretty cool. So Huntmaster comes in, gonna do it again. And we're gonna see another look at this wide sideboard here.
Yeah, get the Captain.
All right, so getting Captain.
Change some settings.
A little Fibblethip the Lost finding their way into the game. Yeah, I mean this is just a band player almost just styling at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where the Fibblethip came from. Was that just a card off the top?
I think it was just drawn. Yeah, I think it was just a card out of the deck. Which is kind of weird because if you target it, I believe it dies. Is that only if it's to spell targets it?
It's only if spells target it, yes. And if you neoformed it, it comes in with an additional counter or 2 or something.
Oh yeah, that is cool. So Yorion, we're looping. Yeah, I don't really honestly see what the Enchantress player can do here. Like in both games, it's felt like as long as the band player had a reasonable draw, this is just absolutely styling.
Yeah, or just found the early Skyclave. That's the part of this game that mattered. If those Skyclave operations did not come off of the Captain trigger, then this could be a completely different story. But now that why were there 2 Yorions?
Was it copy with it? It was copy with a clone effect?
It's copied. Yeah, no. You copy it with it. And you just do it all. Oh, it is currently 6:00 at night, and it's too early for this match. I'm gonna be real honest.
So yeah, we have all like the loops we would see in standard with like Charming Prince and Yorion, and this is just gonna be a never-ending cycle of infinite triggers and things going on while our Enchantress player sits and watches. There is another Divine Purge, so in theory things could get mopped up again to an extent, but Captain's ain't going anywhere, Yorion's not going anywhere. Still a bunch of cards in hand, and again, all of the Divine Purge cards are still there. So there goes everything from Yorion. Gone for the turn. Actually, can't even be purged because it was an end step trigger.
This is
So
truly impressive. Honestly, it is truly impressive.
Banishing Light's lonely. It's got nothing to do. Purge is lonely. It has nothing to do. There is a Sithis and a Sterling Grove. So in theory, you could like play a card or two and draw a card. But once everything comes back from Yorion, I don't think it's going to matter.
All right. And for everyone that has just joined in, this is a very close game. You see the board 2-2 gets to attack.
I mean,
it's exceptionally close game. Yeah.
So there's Sithis, there's Sterling Grove, draws a card, gives Sithis Shroud, but got to tap it out. I wanted to see that Yorion stuff come back personally.
Oh, I did too.
That was going to be a ton of triggers, captain triggers, clone triggers, more flickers.
I mean, I'm triggered out, you know, like I don't need to see any more of that deck. I've seen 2 matches in a row. It's got me. It sucked me in. It's my favorite deck by far. Oh, I was hooked on like turn 2 of the first game and I got to watch like 4 of them. I love it.
Yeah, that was excellent. So Bandai looking really, really good. How do you feel about Inquisitor Captain being a end of the battlefield trigger rather than like a cast trigger like Bloodbraid Elf or some other method that's not so abusable?
Oh, I have so many opinions. Thank you for asking. I love it, and I don't see any reason. Maybe it's slightly too good, but I don't care. It's a white card. Give white some good cards. Like, it's not like, for how many years was white's existence in standard dominated by the mythic Planeswalker being the best card in the format? Like when Elspeth or Gideon was the best card in the format, white had a home. And when it didn't, it might be a splash spell. You know, it might be a splash. It might play a few removal spells. But like, this card, I feel like, is a great place in Alchemy, is a great place to try powerful white cards to bring that color back into standard, bring it back into other formats. And I think it's so good. I love it. I love everything about it. I don't even think it's too good. Like it's just a few creatures, right? I love it.
Well, so yeah, I mean the giving white the ability to kind of come back a little bit with the card draw effects, not needing to splash company, you know, they were anyway, you know, is really, really cool. But side tech issue right now, we're taking a short little commercial break. We'll be right back with more historic action on the Hooglandia Open Series. I'm Jim Davis. What's up?
Before we go, this is my last round, I guess. The technical issues is to get me off camera, I guess. But thank you so much for having me here. I'm joking, by the way. And thank you so much, Jeff, for bringing me in for a couple rounds of coverage and being a part of the Melee program. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the tournament, and everyone watching, enjoy the show.
How's it going, folks? And welcome back to the round of the Hooglandia Open here today. We're heading on in to round 7 of our coverage for the day, and we are down to just 17 competitors left. We started off with 152 players in our double elimination tournament, and we're down to 17. Our players today are competing for their shot at an invitation to the Neo Set Championship. Everybody still remaining has at least 5 match wins, so they're all getting a fat stack of cool stuff ink store credit, adding $15 more worth of what they're taking home for every match win they get past here. And competitors 2 through 8 will also get an invite to the February qualifier weekend next month, so that way they can have another chance to qualify for that set championship if they don't take home first today. Now, what decks are left? So we have 17 decks that are still competing in the tournament. There's a lot of Phoenix, which is not terribly surprising. It was the most played deck in the tournament, and it's very good. This Is It Tempo is definitely a mislabeled Phoenix deck when I moused over it earlier. But one thing that is sweet at 6-0 could be making a comeback. We've got the Tainted Pack combo deck that we watched a couple of times, and we're going to be watching them this round as they see if they can maintain their undefeated record against Phoenix, which is kind of the bad guy of this format. Past that, at the 5-1 players who are still alive to win the tournament, we've got some Heliod Company, we've got some Golgari Food, we've got a couple of the Bant Blink decks that we've seen playing. So pretty good range of things at 5-1 as we head on into the 7th round. So let's go ahead and head on over, shall we?
Funny when a deck is too good, everyone hates it, but then it comes back in a sneaky way, everyone loves it again. So the Tainted Pack combo deck, now you see it and you're like, oh, cool, that deck's playable again. When, a while back, it was the scourge of the format.
And I think the way in which they banned the Thassa's Oracle leaving the Jace, I'd be kind of surprised if this is a deck that I think it could definitely be competitive and maybe move up towards tier 1 status, but I don't think it'll ever be quite despised the same way the Thassa's Oracle build was, because the Jace win condition is just so much more interactable, right? Especially in a format with Unholy Heat running around, it's much harder for it to combo off uncontested.
Yeah, for sure. It feels much more passable than just like, Packed Oracle kill you all one shot with 4 mana on turn 4. That just felt really, really bad. So
speaking of, let's see how this deck is able to do here. Unholy Heat is a 1 mana kill your combo piece that could be very, very powerful.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to get through, honestly, with the pressure that Phoenix can apply. With their Dragon Rage Channelers, their kind of consistent draws, their fast draws, and then the ability to have his 1 mana card that can just say, nope, you're not comboing right now. This is gonna be a tough matchup for this Tainted Pack deck.
Yeah, I'd wager that this is probably a matchup where we're going to see the control facets of the Tainted Pack deck shine a little bit. The match we saw it earlier was playing against the Green-White Enchantments deck. It was definitely more of a combo deck just trying to ignore the lock in the board. But here we see things like Narset. We see interactive for the graveyard, like Cling to Dust. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Tainted Pack deck win probably a little bit longer game in a more fair manner here.
Yeah, a few interesting things here. So we see Narset, of course, the one in our bottom player's hand, very, very good against these Is It Phoenix decks. We also saw our Phoenix player not playing Dragon Rage Channeler on turn 1, opting to opt instead and looking for more lands in that way, not playing the threat, which makes this Narset look much, much better. That's kind of the hard thing about this Tainted Pack deck, though, is that it's hard to play around any one card because there's only one of every card. So not really going to play around Narset because there only is one Narset.
Really love the sequencing decision here for our Tainted Pack player, choosing to just play Narset naked onto the board, essentially, and not activate her, so this way she can't just die to 2 deal 2s. That static text on Narset locking the Phoenix player out of drawing cards, potentially, with the biggest upside here.
Yeah, in some matchups, the Narset just like a dig through time, whatever it is what it is. But a matchup like this, Narset is a hate permanent, and with, to consider Faithless Looting, we see this hand right now, almost all these cards are off. Consider can happen on your opponent's turn for 1 card, but the raw draw engine of the Phoenix deck is what makes the deck so good. And Narset says, nope, you ain't doing that right now. So as long as the Narset can stay alive here, which looks like it's not going to, unfortunately.
Yeah, Narset is not long for this world. Gonna go ahead and eat an attack from the Storming Entity. Bought a little bit of time and did draw a single card at least, though, so it's hard to be too upset with your card that did cantrip here.
Yeah, now our Phoenix deck is currently unlocked once again. Double Channeler. Again, a little weird as far as like playing into stuff. There's 1 Languish in this deck, there's one of this, 1 of that, but 1 Sweltering Suns. But just gonna jam here, put the Channelers in play. consider as a way.
We see a Tainted Pack in hand for our player. We could see them use. You can use Tainted Pack in kind of a fair manner in this deck. You talk about those one-ofs, like we could Tainted Pack, and as long as you don't hit both copies of Jace, you could go digging for an Anger or a Sweltering Suns. Well, if we had a second red, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely cool seeing the utility of that, but there is some risk as well. So a lot of options for our Grixis player. This is not an easy deck to play. Every deck's a one of. Your lands are always a little awkward. Challenge.
Basically trying to figure out what their role is in this deck. Are they trying to set up a combo kill for a turn or two for now, or are they going to be looking up interaction to try and stabilize this board?
It's awkward too because there are 3 tutors in hand: Grim Tutor, Mastermind's Acquisition, and Wishclaw Talisman, which all can be various things, but at a pretty high mana cost. And some places a life cost as well. So going with the more expensive one. Question is, what is going to be found?
Yeah, very, very clunky effects in a matchup like this where you're under an incredible amount of pressure from the Stormwing and these Dragon Rage Chandlers. Mastermind's Acquisition looking in the main deck here, it looks like. I wonder if there's a Soul Guide Lantern or something. Perhaps just looking to grab the Jace Wielder of Mysteries and hoping to spike the 6th land for lethal next turn.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. You're behind here. No question. Hand's not very good, very clunky. And the Phoenix deck is now unlocked from Narset, has threats in play, and is about to start churning through. Channelers are going to be huge soon. Going to be close to lethal in 2 turns for sure. So just go for the combo. 1 heat's been used already. The longer you wait, the worse it gets anyway. So I kind of like the idea of just going for it.
Back to our Phoenix player here. Churning through the deck with these Considers and these Dragon Rage Chandler triggers. Going to get to a lot of chances to bin another bird here. If they actually hit the second bird here, they might have lethal, right? Because it's 6, 12. No, it's only 18. They need 2 more birds here, but even then, they'd have to surveil 1, right?
Yeah.
Maybe hoping to draw another 1 mana spell like this Opt. So this Opt gets 2 more Surveils. So there is a theoretical high roll of ditching 2 Phoenixes off their Surveils, but it's looking like our Tainted Pack player is going to get another turn.
And then that's a big turn. It needs to draw a land.
Untapped land,
any untapped land will do it. There are 33 blue sources and a black source in play. So
yep.
Not too bad to be drawing any untapped land here.
Wait, was there a second Phoenix in there already? No, I don't think so.
Think so. All right, take a look.
Nope. Swing and a miss. All right, that means they're getting a turn, and that turn could be all they need. Pillar of Flame could have been good. There were 2 Phoenixes in there. Wow, okay. Pillar of Flame was a little bit too late. This is only 19, Jim. Survey says.
Draw.
Oh, it's a tapped land, Jim.
We did say untapped land, so
I did specify. We did need explicitly the untapped one there. A day late and $1 short for our Tainted Pack player.
Yes, even if there was some sort of a tutor for a Wrath effect here, Pillar of Flame, of course, will seal the deal.
Yep. And there's no reason not, if you've got a way to sweep here, you might as well do it because they know your deck list. It's not like you're giving up information by doing this. But they also don't have double red, right? So there's no sweeper effect for blue, red.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean there's Sweltering Suns in the main deck.
No, they're good, right? They can. Well, they're not necessarily good. If there is an untapped land in the bottom 3 cards of their deck,
yes, you're right.
We get redraws here. We get redraws here.
I forgot the Tainted Pack actually.
The Tainted Pack draws the card, right? And they have Tainted Pack and Jace in hand, so their deck is guaranteed singleton. So if there is an untapped land in any of the bottom 3 cards, our Tainted Pack player can still win here.
Right. Tainted Pack is not just 2 mana exile your library. It does have
correct. It actually has an effect.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Untapped land in the bottom 3. That's a pretty good look then. So your top card or your bottom 3 cards needs to be an untapped land in one of those 4. That's a pretty solid.
Well, I guess it's bottom 2 actually, right? Not bottom 3 because you mill 2 and then go to draw and win the game. Okay, so it's 3. It's 3 looks total.
Draw the card too. Correct. Yep. All right.
Getting close. That's the bottom 1, Jim. We did it. Whew.
Whoa.
By the skin of our teeth, the Jace comes into play, It pluses that J Static Text is going to win the game and put Taint Impact on the scoreboard here. Up a game in the 6-0 match here in our set championship qualifier.
Whew. That's the power of a combo deck in general, right? You know, just the ability to sort of like, all right, as long as I get this one key turn, I can do it. And that was very, very impressive. I don't think there was a way for our Phoenix player to
No, they didn't have 1 point of damage. By my count, they minimized and maximized everything, and they put their opponent to exactly 1. And 1 is not none, Jim.
Wow. Yeah, that was crazy game there. So still think our Phoenix player is definitely favored here. It looks like
I agree with that.
The Jace has been is the third Jace on the board?
It is, yeah, because you have Fae of Wishes as well as other things that pull out of the sideboard.
Okay, so yeah, our Phoenix player now gets to bring in a little more interaction. We're seeing some mystical disputes. That's a negate. So in game 1, realistically, the heats are the only real interaction for the combo.
Yeah,
and now
heats plus quick clock.
Right. So now we get the heats, we get a few negate effects as well, and then a Pithing Needle.
There's a Pithing Needle. So if you Pithing Needle the Jace, the static text obviously still works, but it stops it from winning that turn unless you also have something like Opt to pair with it. So it buys you a turn. And as we saw in that first game, one more turn was all we needed.
Yeah, one more turn. Maybe like a 1/10 of a turn is all I needed there, really. But
yeah, it's just very, very close.
So Needle's good, and then it's just cheap too, which is great. So I mean, any piece of interaction that can be slipped in the cracks of whatever the Phoenix player is trying to do. Partly why Heat's so good, because it only costs 1. Just have the ability to, all right, I can do most of what I want to do, leave up the 1 mana, and let it ride.
All right, pretty good hand for both players here. A lot of good interactive pieces in all the colors of mana for our Grixis player. Sprite Dragon into lots of cantrips here, especially if our Phoenix player spikes the 3rd land on the 3rd turn. Stormwing Entity is going to be a very powerful play.
Yeah. Pretty threat-heavy hand, too. Usually, the Phoenix decks occasionally have problems with, like, spinning their wheels and not finding it, but... All right.
Okay, there's the 3rd land for next turn. They get to go ahead and play the Spinal Canal. Maybe a small... Oh, wait, is that an always tapped land there? I can't tell. What's that blue-red duel? Is that the slow land, or is it a different one?
That is the new slow land, yes.
I think it's new slow land. Yeah, maybe a small missequencing on mana for our Grixis player here. Perhaps should have played Steam Vents tapped on 2, because that would be untapped on 3.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little, oops on this one or that one. But,
okay, and here's the Pillar of Flame for the Dome, which also pulls the Sprite Dragon to a 4/4, and then this is going to allow a Stormwing Entity to come down while Mystic Dispute is up. Okay.
So looking pretty good for our Izzet player here. Hasn't really attacked for too much yet, but has the threats, has an interaction piece. And again, this deck is so consistent too. Top cards to consider. All right, we'll go through that, go through this. Now I'll cast the looting. I'll find those pieces eventually.
Yep. And the Consider, more importantly, is going to enable that 2nd Stormwing the following turn as well. Ideally, kind of looking for another instant speed that costs 1 mana, so that way you can play around the Sweltering Suns next turn. Well, obviously, there's only 1 Sweltering Suns. There could be Anger of the Gods as well. We might just see attack for 4 pass here, huh?
Yeah, Negate's pretty nice.
Okay.
Gonna go for it, though. And then we see again sort of like oh, wow.
I mean, if this Dispute gets used here, you're super happy on the Grixis side, I think.
So even though Sweltering Suns for both entities looks really, really good, our Grixis player is respecting the fact that a 1-mana instant could totally break it up and is not willing to take that risk.
Correct. And if this gets countered with a Mystic Dispute, you're super happy because then your Sweltering Suns is cleaning them out. And if it doesn't get countered and your Sweltering Suns gets blown out, well, then all of a sudden you're only getting blown out on one Stormwing instead of 2.
Okay, so this is pretty huge. Now, there are threats available. Still Crackling Drake, but Drake requires a tap out. It's making the negate not quite all the way there either. Although it's weird because this combo deck, there only are 2 Tainted Packs. So it's not like you're drawing to like a Splinter Twin combo where I have 4 of this and 4 of that or whatever redundant pieces. So
they're going to spike the Tainted Pack, I believe.
What's up?
Rats. I thought the Tainted Pack was coming, Jim. I was wrong.
You're calling it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now Crackling Drake is big. It is the clunkiest threat in the deck, but it does kill real fast. So with Negate here, and honestly, even just drawing a land and playing Phoenix with Negate up feels pretty good too. But the Jace is going to go to play and look like it's going to be a draw card, gain some life.
Yep. With the 2 Jason in hand, I like this line a lot. You get to cantrip it. It gains you a little bit of life, like you said. Really hoping to find an answer to this Crackling Drake. If you can just take the Drake out of play, the game becomes a lot longer, which likely benefits the Tainted Pack player.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. If only it was a consider, you know? Op boss the Phoenix and putting it in the graveyard.
And have to imagine that with 6 power in play, we're just interested in holding the negate up next turn as the Phoenix player.
Yeah, drawing a land there was terrible. So if the land was drawn for draw step, it was fine. You would cast Phoenix and leave negate up. But drawing the land off the op is really, really bad because you can't afford to leave a Phoenix and negate. So I agree. The negate's got to stay up here. Kill Jace. And the next turn can be Phoenix plus Drake for potentially close to lethal, maybe. See what our Jeskai player does. Negate countering a spell, Jeskai, on the Grixis player's turn will be lethal with Phoenix next turn. Eliminate does not quite do it. Prismari Command does not quite do it. Crackling Drake looking inassailable at present.
It's another brick. I like deploying the Phoenix here because we have the negate to hold up here still as well. I assume we're going to go ahead and command to kill the Arclight, but then that actually just kills us, right?
Well, the thing is, this is an interesting spot. I mean, because there could be more removal in our Grixis player's hand. So I think going for the negate there would be a little too greedy. I think it's a spot where if you negate here and they have another piece of interaction, now you're tapped out and you can just lose. Whereas just let the thing die, let the Drake get in, you say go with negate and lethal up, and that feels pretty good.
Yeah. These 2 cards into the bin allow the Cling to Dust to potentially be escaped here, so I assume we're going to see that. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this just go for drawing a card here because they just desperately need an answer to this Crackling Drake.
Yeah, and then the thing is, gaining 3 life wouldn't even guarantee another turn anyway because of Drake. Any spell drawn is his 7 power regardless. So
yep,
I agree here.
Almost certainly resolving here. You're saving this negate for a removal spell or a combo.
Draw land. Ooh,
that was easily the best draw in our Singleton deck, Jim.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pickup. So an uncounterable way to kill Crackling Drake and draw a card. Can't ask for more than that.
Yep. Bottoming the Darcy here, hoping to high roll into cantrips on.
So
do we have the Soul Read? Do we like cast Pith Needle resolves name Shark Typhoon?
That would be that would be a full round of applause for me if that was the case. But yeah, Needle has to feel like a good draw for our Phoenix player because now they feel like they're double insulated against the combo, but
they're about to have no pressure.
Awakening.
Yep.
So now we see the Shark come down, the Drake trades.
The Crackling Drake is on the other foot, Jim.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
So one of the things that's kind of cute about the Grixis version of this Tainted Pack deck is that Crackling Drake counts your instant sorceries in exile. So if you Tainted Pack while Crackling Drake's in play, you exile your deck and make it lethal.
Yes, that is a nice one. I like that one a lot.
I think this is pausing to confirm which Jace my opponent's deck is playing lookup. As you type Jace, and you are greeted with a variety of options here.
What is Arcane Strategy? Wait, what? That's not a Jace.
We have decided Chandra Awakened Inferno is how we lose the game. Okay.
All right.
Or this Crackling Drake. Crackling Drake could also be how we lose the game.
All right. Yeah, there's one Chandra in the deck.
Okay.
All right.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see the Narset just happen here. Negate has to happen on that.
Yeah. Shields are down. If it was last game, that hazard would be cool. But 4 is a lot more than 1. And Crackling Drake's about to get busy here.
Yep.
And this is a spot too where like Jace can just be cast. Jace can just
he's a Howling Mine, right? He draws an extra card every turn.
Yeah, it's a 4-mana Planeswalker draws cards. It's a little awkward to cast, but
Get to Inquisition here, and now so the Spikefield Hazard looks bad, but what it actually means is if the Phoenix player strings together 3 draw spells next turn, the bird comes back and is lethal.
Yep. Or just not to draw Phoenix as well.
Oh wait, there's a crippling fear in the bin, or Cling to Dust, right? Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Oh sure. Okay.
Let's close out that avenue.
All right. That's 11. I'm not sure what the draw step is here for our Phoenix player. That's not a bad place to start.
Okay. I mean, it's not. It doesn't kill it. I'm so not used to that not being murder at this point in the game. The cling to dust really, really doing some work here.
Is not enough stuff in the graveyard? That's
Love this dispute.
So that was a mountain, not an island. Unholy, he could have come down and taken out the Drake, but wow, yeah, that's
an impressive game. And that kind of played out exactly how I thought it was going to, right? I guess the first game they got a combo kill, but I think that second game is probably more typical of games that the Tainted Pack deck wins in that matchup, where it's like a control deck that happens to play a threat, whether it be Crackling Drake or Chandra or something, and then win the game in a more fair manner.
Yeah, I am surprised by that result. I really felt like the most consistent, pretty fast, and pretty interactive deck that has a 1 mana counter your combo card that loses to the singleton combo control deck. Yeah, that was crazy match.
All right, I just finished dinner, but don't worry, I'm ready for some more food here. We've got green-black food versus blue-red Phoenix for our backup feature here. Let's go ahead and dive on into the games and see how they go here.
Little main deck Soul Guide Lantern, ready to rock and roll. Not a great hand otherwise, but
I like this keep from the food player. I think Soul Guide Lantern is good enough at buying time in this matchup, and the Trail of Crumbs is a card that's excellent at generating you card advantage as things go a little bit longer.
Yeah, it feels like an open deckless keep. In the dark, not really thrilled, but I agree. Again, Phoenix, pretty good. Now for our Phoenix player, good news is that the Doran is here, the perfect at not a graveyard card and a very fast threat. It's able to pressure to slow hand and not be slowed down by Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, while our Phoenix player obviously doesn't know that Lantern is there yet, Doran is definitely their most powerful game 1 card on 2 in this type of spot.
It's interesting because usually the Golgari food deck is very good at killing creatures, so it wouldn't be one of the better threats. But because of how the hands have lined up, looking pretty good. Trail of Crumbs cannot find Fatal Push, so.
Yep. Or Morality Spear is another card that these decks play. One thing that this green-black deck gives up a bit of because it's playing Luris is Binding of the Old Gods is a card you don't have access to because it's a permanent that costs more than 2 mana.
Yes. All right. There are ovens and there are lanterns. There are even towers, but not much else.
Yeah, gosh. With the Phoenix hitting the graveyard, you have to Soul Guide Lantern this turn, right?
Yep.
Get rid of the bird.
Ooh, thinking about it. Looting, I think everybody happy upon flashes back looting here. I suppose the lantern can be activated. So perhaps just like saying, all right, I'll get the looting now so you can't cast it when you have priority. And then if you're able to bring back Phoenix, then I'll exile your graveyard. But I think I'd be pretty happy at my point of flashback looting that turn.
No oven play here from our green-black player. I wonder if this signifies that they're expecting to sack the token to the Phyrexian Tower and then activate the food and draw a card this turn.
Yeah, that feels like it makes sense to me. Otherwise, you're not stacking a food for no value here. You got to draw a card off Trail of Crumbs. Their hand is pretty bad, so I would agree that's probably the case.
Yeah, and with Dragon Rage Chandler and Dorat in play, our Phoenix player is incentivized to go ahead and just keep churning through their deck, and then when the Phoenix threatens to come back, the Soul Guide Lantern exiles the graveyard, but they already generated value at that point.
Right, and you almost would have wanted to make them use the Lantern this turn, so they're not able to use Trail of Crumbs.
Yes. Well, the Lantern exiles the graveyard at no cost. That's drawing a card.
Oh, it's no cost. I'm thinking Relic. You're correct.
Yep.
So we see the Phyrexian Tower, Trail of Crumbs. Needs something here because the full house lands over Witch's Ovens is not doing it. Huh? Not quite something. All right, there's something. So Push now can deal with the Sprite Dragon. Massacre can deal with the Channeler next turn.
We're starting to form a game plan on the green-black side. The pieces of the puzzle of how do we get out of the situation that we are currently in are slowly starting to come together. And this is definitely a matchup where the green-black deck is the control deck. So the longer things go, the more favored the green-black deck is going to tend to be.
We're going to see a Luris activation here. I suppose that makes sense given that, putting an oven in play doesn't really do anything at the moment.
Yep, this is a lot more resource efficient, all things considered.
Yep.
Waiting on the Fatal Push here, just heads up deck list, so you know there's no counter spells in the main deck you need to play around. Leaving the Doriath the perfect pet in play, which is likely the target of the Fatal Push, means that they're more incentivized to spin their tires next turn before combat.
Also important to note that the 5 mana next turn for a Golgari player is enough to Meathook Massacre away with Channeler. So a real path here towards get this board cleaned up and stabilizing this game.
Hey, there goes the Doriath. I think jumped the gun on the sequencing a little bit here. We're still in Declare Attacker. Should have let things move to blocks to give them a chance to play instants to push this to lethal. And perhaps the Izzet player wasn't going to do that anyways, but definitely a little bit missed opportunity to give them the chance to.
For sure. Always want to let your opponent, make the play with the least amount of information possible.
Yep.
All right, so our opponent, our Golgari player here is really valuing not letting his opponent flashback the looting. So he should fire off a lantern right now. Also shrinks the channeler down to a 1/1, so taking less damage too. And of course, hand not looking great now for our Izzet player. Finale a promise, not too much on an empty graveyard. Looting, not much to do either.
Kind
Chooses
of
to play
interested that
land.
the land getting played out is interesting there with both the looting and Prismari command in hand. I'd think we'd want to use that to filter through, and also to get the land back in the graveyard to start working towards the Delirium again for future
Absolutely, yeah,
Chandlers.
that surprises me. I mean, this is an interesting one. So Meetup for 1, a Prismari command drawing 2 and discarding 2 could in theory enable a lucky Delirium.
With the Surveil as well, yep.
Yep, Surveil, the 2 draws of a discards, and the instant from the Prismari command. Not gonna go for it though.
Interesting. So we're doing this, and then we get to put Soul Guide Lantern back into play. And I suppose the Soul Guide Lantern kind of guarantees that the Meat Hook for 1 down the line will kill the Dragon Rage Chandler. You're just giving them a little bit of extra value potentially with Surveils, but your opponent also just didn't cast any instants or sorceries next turn, so it's got to be going through your mind, well, how much value could this possibly be getting?
Right, and it's getting to the point now where our Phoenix player is running out of stuff to do. No real graveyard. There's a looting, but not much to do with it. A Darcy is going to be a 1/1 for a while. A Finale, it's not doing anything. Never mind. There's something to do.
Well, the Crackling Drake dies to the Meat Hook that's face up still, right?
That's true. Yes. Yeah, this Meetup Massacre, while it looked pretty silly like 4 turns ago, is now looking pretty appealing.
Yeah, just a really powerful effect for people that aren't familiar with this standard and now historic all-star. Just not only a sweeper that's permanent based, so you can draw it with Trail of Crumbs, but it also has this lasting effect that makes your cats kill your opponent faster, lets you gain life as you interact with the board, really lean into the controlling aspects of this deck.
Yeah, it's a real good board control card. It kind of sits there and just really accrues value as you're just doing your thing. You're trading off, you're killing things, you're blocking, you're cat opening.
Yeah, and I mean, playing this into the Meat Hook here, our food player definitely feels like they are firmly in the driver's seat. There's this Finale of Promise and this Faithless Looting left over, but we've got food on the table with Trail of Crumbs, so we got a lot of card draws. It's a Demi-Lich, okay.
A Demi-Lich with Mountain in play. A little awkward, but usually want to be cast for free anyway.
This was actually one of the cards that was buffed slightly in the first round of alchemy changes here. It has a 4th point of toughness as opposed to the original paper printing only having 3.
So we see Finale here commanding and iteration. This is 3 spells here.
Yep. Is there a Phoenix in the bin? There is not.
No, but the important thing to note here is that this is shrinking the mana cost of Demi-Lich to 1, but it's not castable yet. Now, if the command
they need an untapped blue source for land and a castable spell, and they did not find it.
Yeah, if the
they already played their land for the turn, right? No, they didn't? Okay.
Yes, if the command had made a treasure there, it could have cast a Demi-Lich.
Yeah, valuing the 2 damage to the dome as opposed to casting Demi-Lich feels like maybe a weird angle to come at it from.
Yeah, obviously could have gotten lucky there and just hit the blue source to cast Demi-Lich, but And now we're seeing this food engine mostly online. 2 foods in play, Trail of Crumbs in play, Squirrels in play, the Meat Hook Massacres in play, Phyrexian Towers in play.
Yeah,
A lot going on.
we were flopping around a little bit looking for something to do, but that is definitely no longer the case. And Ravenous Scroll, there's the cat. This is the last kind of piece of the puzzle that we were. Oh, the oven. Oh, the oven's in hand. Yeah, so that was the last kind of piece of the puzzle that we were missing here. It kind of supercharges the squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything. This is the whole shebang bang. And then the oven Cauldron Familiar with a Meat Hook Massacre in play kills twice as fast too. So
Yep. Which is nice. We sit here watching the cat loop slightly less frequently.
that is true. That is true. Less clicks is good TV.
See the faithless looting happening here. Okay, yeah, there's Demi Lich we could ditch, and then we could play a Spike Field Hazard and an Unholy Heat. Although I guess is the squirrel killable? They need the Spike Field and the Unholy Heat to kill the squirrel because they can sacrifice the goose to the oven to make the squirrel a 3/3.
Yeah. I mean, there's delirium.
Oh, the
now
heat hit delirium now. That makes sense.
But I don't think killing any one piece of this board actually matters.
Yeah, I agree. Our food player is firmly in the driver's seat at 12 life total at this point. I feel like this game is slipping away into garbage time very quickly.
Yeah, like you can kill the squirrel, but the cat's still there. As we said, it's 2 life per iteration, and then there's a Trail of Crumbs there too. So all his mana in play, we could see 4 cards in our Qualifier player's hand next turn pretty easily. All right, here we go. Everyone's favorite part of Arena. Cat, oven, cat, oven.
Dear Wizards designers, I know you said you were going to focus on alchemy first for buffs and nerfs, but I wouldn't fault you if you just like dipped into historic for just a teensy little bit of a nerf as a treat on the Cauldron Familiar. There's so many different changes they could do to make the card still do what it does but be slightly less obnoxious.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see if they utilize the design buffs and nerfs just for like quality of life stuff too. Like for example, Blood Artist is target player, not target opponent.
Yep.
And I mean, come on, you know,
we're not going to have multiple things anytime soon. The corner cases where you want to Blood Artist yourself are small, and this is where the engine really gets online here. You see the Trail of Crumbs happens every time you loop the cat. It finds another oven.
Yeah.
You put the Soul Guide on the board now, and you drink it all up.
Many game actions later, our Golgari player will come ahead victorious. The Lantern turns off basically all possibilities for redemption for our Phoenix player.
Oh wait, Jim, this is a time shifted feature.
Ooh, speed it up.
Yeah. All right.
So I mean, empty-handed Power Manager is like about as good as it gets for a Phoenix player. But again, the Soul Guide Lantern is going to remove most of the major angles of attack, and without the graveyard, our Phoenix player cannot assail this board.
Yep, just chilling.
2 graveyard-centric threats in play. A 2/2.
This matchup is now fast food accurate.
That's great. Once in a while, Twitch chat comes through. Once in a while, you know, you got to give him credit where credit's due.
Okay, cat goes in the oven. Cat comes back out of the oven, eats this food like a rude dude, draws a card with the Trail of Crumbs. The Meat Hook Massacres shall continue until morale improves.
Yep, tasty.
Goose makes a food.
I got an idea. Let's sacrifice more food. Draw more cards. Do more things.
And you get to sack one to Deadly Dispute, so then you draw 2 cards with a Deadly Dispute. Sure, sack the cat too. Get an extra drain or 2 in there. Love it. There's a Fatal Push. I do metagame breakdowns on this channel periodically, and this is one of the decks where whenever we compare ladder metagame to tournament metagame, there's always a big delta between how popular these food archetypes are. And I think what we're seeing here is exactly why we see that pop up, right? Like this deck is obviously doing something that's incredibly powerful, but the amount of game actions it takes to be this powerful mean if you're just playing kind of casually on the ladder, it's not a deck you're going to choose. But if you want to win a tournament and get a Neo Set Championship invite, it's a fantastic choice.
Yeah, we were saying, with Brad on in the previous round, how Brad's been kind of relaxing this holiday season, playing on, reading on the phone, petting the dog, relaxing. This is not a good laying on the couch, petting your dog kind of deck. All right, click this thing, click this thing, click this thing. Not a good phone deck, honestly.
Correct.
A lot of game actions. Very small permanents.
Watching this at 1.5 speed, it almost feels like the rate of a match.
All right, we got a hook. Give him the
hook.
hook.
The hook is lethal, right? We found lethal this turn. Cat comes back.
Yeah. Very next day, we were still clicking away. All right. So a lot of tools here against this Phoenix deck. We saw Soul Guide Lantern be a huge part of that game. Huge part. And the fact that the deck has the solid removal spells to kill cards like Trackling Drake and the cards that are not the graveyard cards is pretty huge. Sprite Dragon, so this looks pretty good for our food player.
See, a couple copies of Morality Spear coming in there. That's one we saw when we had this deck on super early in the coverage, but we haven't seen it since. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. A card that, generally speaking, wasn't even standard playable, but makes a splash here in this historic deck because of just how trivial it is for this food deck to gain life incidentally.
Yeah, and the card is good. It's a card that, like, during the spoiler season, people were really, really excited about. And we were having the whole discussion about, the floor and the ceiling of a card, right? The floor is great, 2 mana Vindicate, but the ceiling, 4 mana is a lot for that. We just play Binding of the Old Gods. But there comes the point where it was enough critical mass of these little one life gain trigger here, 1 life gain trigger there, where it really does cost 2 a large portion of the time. And being an instant is pretty important too. Kind of the flexibility this deck has of, I'm going to Trail of Crumbs, I'm going to end step Cat, and then I'll also the ability to pop this thing off too. So
one of the dynamics to point out here is that because both of these decks are graveyard decks, neither of them can play the more powerful graveyard hate cards like Grafdigger's Cage, for example. And I think this really helps favor the food deck because the food deck really isn't susceptible to weaker graveyard hate like Soul Guide Lanterns. You can just sack another piece of food to get your cat back, whereas Lantern is still incredibly powerful against the various Delirium and Phoenix threats the blue-red deck is able to deploy.
Absolutely. There's also the element of Lurrus, too, where Lurrus' ability to recurve a Lantern over and over again is not anything close to what the Phoenix deck has when it comes to interacting with the graveyard. So, all right.
All right, there's a garden. One of the kind of really cheeky 1/2s in this deck is Gilded Goose getting to go into Deadly Dispute, sack of the food. Just feels like something that shouldn't happen. It's just like, it's far better than it has any right to be, I feel like.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. The 1 mana creatures that make an artifact, Goose, Inspector, now Valdir, and Epicure, all just really good just on the basis of like material they produce. 2 permanents for 1 mana is just solid. If you find things to do with the permanents, it's very, very good.
You have a couple of different sequencing decisions already here on turn 2. Could just see Meat Hook for 1. I kind of love it.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good because we've already established that the Meat Hook Massacre is just a good card that's like to have in play. So 3 mana, kill your creature, and just put this good enchantment in place is pretty awesome.
Yep. And the Deadly Dispute, we see that Colony Garden in hand here is just a land that you can often sequence and tapped because your deck has such a low converted mana cost that a tapped land is not a big deal. And then gives you bodies for things like Deadly Dispute or to gain life with Meat Hook Massacre.
Yeah, same idea as the 1-drops where it's a card that produces two things for 1 mana, and that thing is a 0/1 creature, but this deck is really, really well set up to take advantage of that.
Yeah, you're really, really good at using every bit of the Buffalo in a matchup like this. The Colony Garden and the Blooming Marsh a little bit at odds here. Like, you kind of want to play your tapped land this turn, but like if you don't play Blooming Marsh this turn, it's tapped later, so you want to play that if you're not using the token this turn.
Yeah, I think the big draw to just kill Darcy right now. Not put any cards in the graveyard.
I agree with that. I kind of like this, and then honestly, probably just make a food with the Goose, right? And then you can eat the food with the Deadly Dispute.
Yep, I strongly agree. No point really playing Familiar onto an empty board here, wasting a mana. So, hello. And and great spot for our food players in the driver's seat. 22 life, getting those engines online, and our Phoenix players struggling to kind of put something up here.
Yeah, and one of the things when you at home are watching Magic coverage, you want to parse board states like this. You always want to try and grasp who's ahead as the game goes along. So in this case, I think the green-black food deck is almost assuredly the control deck in this matchup. So this board state where life totals are high and the boards are similar as the game is getting to turn 4, this definitely favors the green-black food deck in this position.
Yeah, one of the most important, things in Magic strategy in general, who's the beatdown was an article Mike Flores wrote about 100 years ago at this point, but still required reading if you want to be a serious Magic player. The concept of what player needs to go fast and what player wants the game to go long, and some places it's really, really obvious, and some places it's not. And it can be different in a post-sideboard game or a pre-sideboard game, but kind of figuring that out, understanding that concept is a huge factor in leveling up your Magic game.
And we see here Trail of Crumbs coming off the top with this Deadly Dispute. Just the incredible amounts of card advantage that this green black deck is able to put together. Just more and more and more. It comes down this turn. And now the Goose is going to be able to eat a food and draw a card. And this is where the snowball happens if our Phoenix player can't put anything together anytime soon.
And if you're looking to figure out that sort of like, okay, well, how do I figure out what deck is the beatdown, what deck's the more controlling deck? A card like Trail of Crumbs is a loud signifier that says, hey, this card, if I have mana and time, draws me a bajillion cards. I want this game to go long. And that's simple as that. Whereas Phoenix deck has, cards like Arclight Phoenix, which can go long also, but, Crackling Drake, Sprite Dragon, these cards want to end the game. And usually the Phoenix deck can grind. Usually it is pretty good at going longer in these games, recurring threats, and so on and so forth. But in this particular matchup, the Golgari deck is much better at that facet of the game. It's better if the game goes long, and can gain life and draw cards and so on and so forth.
Really interesting decision here from our food player. They could have sacked a food to bring the cat back into play, but then the Soul Guide Lantern could have responded by sacrificing. And instead, they're valuing just drawing a card with each of these foods when they have mana later, as opposed to trying to secure the cat.
Ooh.
That's
the rare Whiskey and Trail of Crumbs.
Wow, it was the third miss in a row 2 here as well.
All right, so a little land happy here, but again, Engine Online, 21 life. Luris,
Yep.
And then after all that, Luris still hanging out over there too. Like, all right, look, if you need me, I'll come play. So,
okay, nice. And here's a Soul Guide of our own for the green black player. Gets to come into play and take care of the Seasoned Pyromancer that's threatening to generate some value next turn. Just like, the green black player is just like, nope, incidental value is only for me, opponent.
Yeah, huge hit, because the one real path to the Phoenix player, kind of like overwhelming the Golgari player with power, is the graveyard. And now that that's also an avenue that's turned off as well, I think that's a huge, huge nail in the coffin.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant, a card that's not only a potential closing threat, but also just another piece of incidental graveyard hate in this matchup, kind of choking the Phoenix out of their comeback, which is the ability to generate value out of the graveyard.
We also see the Luris now set up with the Lantern as well. So,
yep, we're shattering this Lantern, but yeah, I don't know that I love this use of the Prismari command when they know that the Luris is coming.
Absolutely, yeah. Without Luris, it might be a necessary evil. It doesn't feel good, but with Luris available to just recast it again next turn, that's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, so like now, just like from the green black side, just like Luris, recast the Lantern, exile your thing, go. It's like keeping you off of Delirium for forever.
Yeah, yeah. As long as Lantern's in play, Lantern in play, Fatal Push in hand, it's going to be very, very difficult for
honestly, with the Fatal Push here too, I might just push the Chandler this turn. I guess that leaves you open for like a Faithless Looting high roll into some Phoenixes. Maybe you just want to get Lantern out to cover that excess. Looks like we're going to be killing the Dragon Lantern here though, most likely. I think either's fine.
Yeah, at 21 life, there's not a huge fear of like just dying out of nowhere. So, right, yeah, so we're probably going to see push here.
I think I would have preferred push on our turn to deny them the value of Delirium or the Surveil triggers.
Yep, I can buy that. All right. Gonna let them keep doing it. So possible more triggers as well as the looting.
It's like the only kind of downside to not holding the Faithless Push.
Bless you.
The Fatal Push
No?
is a
Maybe? There it is.
is a Sprite Dragon rolling off the top, but even that I think is a pretty minimal downside.
All right, so looting's up. Heat and play with fire.
And they can't get the Phoenix back this turn because the Unholy Heat doesn't have a target.
Yeah. I could almost see discarding play with fire and unholy heat with the plan to just cast Phoenix next turn and just cast Pyromancer return after.
Yep.
Neither the fire. I guess there's a Lurrus looming, so I guess you want to keep one for that. But Lurrus is available. The Soul Godland is available. You discard the Phoenix, is going to be gone anyway. All right, it's going to keep the play of fire.
Okay, the Faithless looting means if they loot into a untapped land, they can. No, even that's not good, right? Because you only have one card at the end still. No, you have two cards at the end. Weird.
Yeah, that's strange. I don't know what our Phoenix player's path is here.
Yeah, I think we're kind of in garbage time.
Yeah, I don't know what the avenue of things that's going to happen for them to come back in this game is, because most things are covered here. And we're surprised. We're going to see Hive of the Eye Tyrant. We're not going to see Lurrus into a Slow Guide Lantern. So our Golgari player is like, all right, you got a kill spell for my Lurrus. I just won't play it. I'll do something else. And it'll work out pretty well for them. No lightning bolts in Historic.
Even the cat gets to kind of come down here and just chill. It gets to drain them for one, and if they kill it, they lose their life. Nope, just passing, sure.
It's gonna hold up push. Seems reasonable too. I think Golgari deck doing a really good job at just locking out all angles of attack here.
Yep. And that's one of the reasons why this Golgari deck is so good. It's so difficult to interact with it profitably, because even when you do have interaction that lines up, everything they did just kind of drew a card incidentally. So you're like, well, okay, I answered Trail of Crumbs, but I already drew a card or two. I'm going to answer Lurrus, but it already replayed something from the bin.
All the cards are just so cheap too. You can't really get under them either. So the fact that the deck is able to play almost all 1-mana spells and then also draw out of cards and then also interact really well is a lot of angles. Finally, Lurrus time. And they get to play one. It looks like they're leaning towards the Gilded Goose and not the Lantern. Goose will, of course, provide them with some more food with the Trail of Crumbs engine back online. It's already a Goose in hand. I'm a little surprised by this, honestly. With a Goose already in hand, not to get that Lantern going, it feels like, locking out the graveyard is a very important part of this. But it's going to resolve. Another Goose is coming down. And we're not seeing the Lurrus getting taken out yet. I guess no real reason to take it out once it's already cast its spell for the turn.
Yep. And the Geese, are unassuming on the surface, but they technically draw a card every turn with these Trail of Crumbs. Yeah. And eventually, the Trail of Crumbs is going to find another Trail of Crumbs, and the Geese draw 2 cards per turn.
Yeah, Geese are cooking. Familiar's cooking.
No oven, no problem. We have a Phyrexian Tower to sacrifice this cat. Can we find an oven? Oh, just a ravenous squirrel, never lucky.
Rats. Or squirrels. All right. Cats, squirrels.
And you know what's kind of messed up here too, Jim?
What?
This Flame Blessed Bolt can't even kill this squirrel because they can sacrifice the treasure and they can sacrifice the food.
Yep.
Are we gonna Fatal Push the Cauldron Familiar in response? Do it. Fatal Push the Cauldron Familiar.
It's stylish. It's a little stylish, but not.
It's completely wrong. I don't blame them for not doing it, Jim.
All right.
Yeah. I need to feel something.
The problem is that now the Flame Blast Bolt's gone. The Lurrus is to stick around, and all right.
All right. I'm feeling like gaining a little bit of weight, and I'm gonna give us some fast food here for the remainder of the game. It's starting to feel like the writing's on the wall. We untapped with the Lurrus. Another cat was drawn.
Yeah. And just the sheer amount of mana that the Golgari player has here can turn into so many cards so fast.
If you were to map out the number of permutations of the ways this turn could play out, there are a lot of them, and they all involve a lot of game actions.
Yeah. Eat some food. Here's a cat. Here's a squirrel. Here's a goose. Cast lantern. Fatal push something. Find another trail of crumbs. Make some more food. Train for a life. They have to just be dead, right? I mean, sack off of the. I guess there's no oven yet. I don't know. Whatever. Thank you,
Mercy.
King, for
Mercy. It was a mercy concession.
tapping out. Yeah, I mean, really impressive showing for the Golgari deck. That deck looks really, really good.
I think the Golgari deck is the best deck in the format. I think
Yeah.
like there was a small window where like the creativity decks popped up, or the turns deck. When the Velocumist turns deck was a thing in Historic, that was obviously the best deck in the format. But I feel like outside of that small window right after the archives, the food has basically always just been the best deck in Historic since Eldraine existed.
Do you think that Phoenix is the most played deck in this tournament? I guess not including the Jund food decks, which are a bit different than the Golgari food. Jund food's a little bigger, playing more 3 and 4 mana permanents and so on and so forth. But do you think that the Phoenix decks are good against everything else and then lose to the food decks? Or like is Phoenix player number 2?
I think those decks are probably close, and I think that even in a tournament like this where the stakes are higher and there's a qualifier on the line, a lot of people would prefer the play patterns of Phoenix to the play patterns of the food deck.
Fair.
Like playing this food deck for an entire tournament has got to be exhausting.
Yeah, versus just like play a spell, draw a card, play a spell, draw a card, play a spell, draw a card.
Yep. And they die very quickly, right? Like there's games with the Phoenix deck where you just like floop your stuff and kill them and like you go get lunch in 10 minutes. And whereas like the Golgari deck is always a slug. You're nickel and diming everybody out of the game. I guess occasionally your Ravenous Squirrels get big, but those games seem few and far between compared to everything else.
Definitely a very grindy deck. Very, very grindy deck.
All right. I think we have a couple of matches going in round 8 already, so let's just go ahead and get right on into things. We have 11 competitors remaining in this tournament. One of them is undefeated at 7-0, and they are the Grixis Tainted Pact deck, Jim, is our lone undefeated player. Let's go ahead and grab our feature here for round 8, and let's watch some more Magic, huh?
Sounds good to me. No downtime here. Grixis combo.
All right, I've got Phoenix versus Jeskai on 1. Let's see what my other one is real quick here. We'll probably end up getting to them because they'll be running.
Yeah, probably. I imagine. Right? 10 players at 6-1. We get Heliod Company, Phoenix, Food, Phoenix, Bant Blink still available.
All right, we got us some Bant Blink, Jim. I think Bant Blink and Grixis Tainted Pact are definitely the heroes of what we have going on so far in the tournament.
This is going to be interesting because the Phoenix deck is typically pretty good against creatures. Unholy Heat, pretty fast clock, Pillar of Flame, and the Bant deck, once it gets going, as we've seen before multiple times already today, it really gets going.
Yeah,
but Soul Herder is a 3-mana 1/1. So see how it gets off the ground here against this Phoenix deck.
I think, again, answering that who's the beatdown question we've been talking about a lot here, the Phoenix deck is definitely the one that's going to be looking to close these games out, while the Bant deck is the one looking to accrue more value as the game goes long.
And we're a little short on lands for our Bant player, too. Only 2 lands in play, no blue sources just yet. And pretty good draw from our Phoenix player. A little slower than they would like. And we do have we're going to see a Lightning Axe, an aggressive Lightning Axe. So Lightning Axing a Wall of Blossoms seems a little weird because most of the creatures in this deck have flying anyway. But recognizing cards like Neoform exist, the Blink effects exist, doesn't feel good to kill their ETB creatures. We were saying in one of the old matches earlier today, but it stops them from doing stuff. And unfortunately...
Yikes. This is a tough spot. We kept a 2-lander as the Bant player, but they were on the draw, and they had 2 cantrips to try and find another land here. So pretty unfortunate beat here to have to miss on 3.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. As we're saying, Bant player wants to go long, Izzet player wants to go short. It's a lot easier to go short when your opponent isn't playing any lands.
Yep.
And not a lot of ways to deal with the Storming Entity either. It is 5 mana value, so it can't be hit by Skyclave, and it kills pretty quickly.
And it's one of those cards where it's like, wait, you only paid 2 mana for that. Why can't I Skyclave it?
Yeah, totally unfair. Now we're going to see a lootings on Phoenixes too. Pillar Flame on the Visionary most likely, and looking to be a fast game 1 here.
Yeah, I like the pillars constantly killing the creatures, just cutting off their outs and being able to put things into play and blink them. And there's actually just lethal next turn for the Phoenix player, right? Like the finale of Promise is triple prowess.
Yeah, a little bit of an unexciting game 1 here, but that's okay. Well, once again, probably see some graveyard hate coming in for game 2, which will change the kind of like axis of attack for our Phoenix player.
Well, I think it depends on how this Bant deck is built. You know, these Bant decks are playing this Grizzled Huntmaster, so a lot of them don't have a ton of sideboard slots to actually be playing a bunch of graveyard hates. Like a lot of these decks only have, 5 to 8 card sideboards that are real sideboards.
Get this deck list open here and take a little look. Yeah, it's a lot of 1-ofs on the board. It's actually almost all 1-ofs, except for 2
there are
stones.
Yep. 2 Deccan Stones that will almost assuredly be coming in here, but this is, one of the real downsides to building this Bant deck as toolbox heavy as this variation is built is your deck in these postboard games does not get meaningfully better in a lot of spots, sans a couple of cards.
For sure, yeah. This feels like a tough one for our Bant player. That game, sure, they didn't draw a 3rd land, but the reality is, a bunch of shocks and a bunch of cheap 1 and 2 mana threats that all have flying against a deck with not much removal in it is pretty big game. We saw how important the Skyclaves were against that Enchantress player. Skyclave Apparition is a great Magic card, but there are only 3 of them in the main deck of this 80 card deck, and they're going to be carrying a lot of weight. And they can't even hit some of the threats in the Phoenix deck as well.
Yeah, Stormwing Entity, probably one of the best threats out of the Phoenix deck, honestly, because of its ability to dodge a lot of this interaction, Skyclave being the primary interactable axis that the Bant deck has.
Yeah, kills quick too. Prowess really adds up when you're playing a bunch of 1 mana spells. So
yep, I mean we watched it attack for 6 2 turns in a row, right? Like it came down on turn 3 and then attacked for 6 on 4 and attacked for 6 on 5 for lethal.
Yep, and with no real work done because the Phoenix deck just wants to play spells anyway. Playing spells is great. So yeah, Fading Hope, a Braid still in the sideboard, Brazen Borrower.
Some Aether Gust coming in here, it looks like, for our player, which is good against Collected Company and Neoform, but notably, Aether Gust does not interact with Inquisitor Captain or most of the blink effects at all, which could be a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, definitely, low floor, high ceiling kind of card. Countering a Neoform or company is going to be huge, but as you're saying, might not have targets. And there's a big cost to that, too. In the Phoenix deck, really important that the Phoenix deck, most of the cards are preemptively castable. You want to be proactive with them so you can recur your Phoenixes, hit your prowess triggers and stuff like that. The more reactive cards you have, the slower the deck gets.
2 excellent hands for both of our players here. We've got plenty of lands into Collected Companies for our Bant player. We've got 2 cheap Darcy threats into a bunch of cantrips for blue-red.
Yeah, really efficient draw from our Phoenix player here. All right, well, there's your first Skyclave. That's a big one. Interesting. Double Darcy and chose to be red, not blue.
Maybe a small misclick there, or perhaps had intended to play the Darcy off of the red source and then opt. Okay, well, that's 2 Phoenixes. Their next turn is going to be really good. Oh wow, we're pitching an opt, really?
I mean,
I guess they want the card. Oh, that gives them the wow. That is turn 2 Delirium here.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Thankfully, our Bant player, they're on the play here, so the Skyclave can come down and at least eat one of these. But if we see a Phoenix in play next turn, it's a huge attack on turn 3. All right. Star with an opt. 2 lootings in hand, too. Could be another Phoenix here. All right. Here we go. Gonna consider over looting, which is reasonable, honestly.
It gives us the extra. It gives us one more shot to find the Phoenix to discard to the Faithless Looting, right? Because if you draw it off of that, and I like this using that Unholy Heat to clear out the Skyclave Apparition here, because that way you're not in danger of it blinking and taking another threat next turn.
Yeah, I think it's a heads up play against these blink decks. Understanding that like you don't necessarily want to kill their 2/2 or their 1/1 or whatever it is, but turning off the ability to blink obviously negates a large portion of the power of a deck. I mean, Soul Herders just don't look as good. So Company, Soul Order, Charming Prince. Yeah, it's all right, but not.
I mean, I
actually
think
something
they're just
important.
gaining 6 here so they can keep shredding water, right? Like their board's building up a little bit while they do it, but it's definitely not getting our Bant player ahead at the moment.
Yeah, we were discussing how important the Skyclaves are. Having them around is important too. So even though I was able to kill that first thing, just getting rid of it means it's not there to have access to. So they can't blink it and use it again. So without the Skyclaves, these flyers are pretty tough to deal with.
Okay, and there's another Phoenix in hand. The pillar of flame in exile. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
So start with pillar on Soul Herder. Love it. Shut that engine off.
Big loot skis.
Guaranteed one more Phoenix here. Could be more if they're a little bit fortunate.
Yeah, just a really, really good draw. Oh,
Sure, a little bit
there
fortunate.
you go.
This
Ooh,
is,
and a dual shot. That's a fun card. Yeah, that's a pretty insane draw. This is turn 4.
yes.
Yeah. So as we were saying, sometimes the Phoenix deck just has hands like this.
We were talking about the food deck versus the Phoenix deck. This is the people I think undervalue the brain break you get from games like this. You know, you're just like, we're high rolling, we're just gonna crunch right on through. Whereas the green black deck, it really doesn't get high roll games like this. It has to fight and slog and grind for actual every win that it gets.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful thing for your deck to have. I mean, we see it in Modern a lot. It's partly why Phoenix was so good in Modern, was that it was this really, really good fair deck. It was very, very efficient and very, very reactive. And then, oops, occasionally I would attack you for 6 on turn 2. And like having that oops game in your repertoire is huge in a format where people are, troning you or storming you or playing whatever broken thing they're going to be playing. So very, very powerful deck. I was kind of questioning it last round. I was like, this is not really that good with the food matchup. Yeah, it's still really, really good. Phoenix is insane.
All right, well, let's dive on into our next feature of this round. We've got more Phoenix. Like I said, there's a lot of Phoenix and food at the top end of the standings. We held them off for all we could, chap, but at the end of the day, the cream rises to the crop, and there are definitely a number of decks like Phoenix that are a cut above in Historic. So we've got Phoenix versus some blue-white control. We actually have not seen a lot of the Gandalfs in this tournament. We've got one here, one of the last few hanging on.
I like glossed over this. I'm looking over the list. I'm like, blue white control. What? And it's the last one down, the last X one.
Yep. And this is this deck here on the for our bottom player is actually labeled Jeskai mid-range. It is actually Phoenix splashing white. It's got like some rip aparts and some Tefris in the board. Whew. What a sign of a healthy format, Jim. Main deck, rest in peace.
They got one main deck rest in peace and one main deck Rathiger's Cage, which is a really solid card to have in a deck like this, where you're going to play these really long games and recursive threats are really good against you. Yeah. Wow. Turn 3 kill for our blue-white control player. Rest in peace into Narset. That's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, Gaijin is like, I've had enough of this. Oh, they're playing some Faithful Mendings too. That's cute. Some more Faithless Looting style of effects for a little bit more mana.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Nice sideboard cards here. A couple of Teferis, a couple of Vetoes. Justice Strike, trying to solve that problem of being able to kill larger creatures. Not a cool build. Also, Niv Mizzet, not Reborn. Perun, a card
Perun,
that I like
he's one of the cards. This was a standard defining card in one of our sweeter formats we've had in the last few years, and really neat kind of pivot post board here for our Jeskai Phoenix player. We got full 4 Crackling Drakes, Teferi, and Niv Mizzet, kind of an acknowledgement to the fact that they don't want to get got by control decks in these post-board games with cards like Rest in Peace.
Yeah, have fun with the Rest in Peace. I'm playing a big freaking dragon, so...
I'm interested to see if so all the Celestial Purges stayed in for our blue-white control player, which is interesting when your Phoenix opponent has Crackling Drakes and Teferi's and Niv Mizzet.
Yeah, and also, the games are just going to go long. Recasting a Dragonite Channeler for 3 on turn 8 is not that bad.
Yep.
So
Doran at least gets reset, I guess, when it happens.
Yeah, it's still got haste too, so...
Well, it does come into play tapped, Jim, off of the Divine Purge.
Still has haste, though.
It does technically still have haste. You are right, Twitch chat.
But, yeah, and this is a pretty interesting hand here. We see the Sprite Dragons and the Teferis just hanging out side by side, holding hands, walking in the park, having a great time together. It's pretty
Well, and
cool.
Sprite Dragon is non-creature, right? So that means it gets a counter when Teferi comes into play.
Oh yeah, they're best buds. This is a hand. Sprite Dragon, Rockwing Drake, Crackwing Drake, Teferi.
Okay.
All right, big pickup.
I like ditching the Unholy Heat here. I don't know if I'm in love with ditching the Teferi. I'm kind of greedy. I want the value off of him.
I mean, Double Drake's pretty good too. It's honestly a spot where like I don't know if any lootings were boarded out. I missed it, but I could see boarding out some lootings in a matchup like this where you're going down on the graveyard cards anyway.
Yep.
Looting played straight up against a control deck is just card disadvantage. And if they're exiling your graveyard, it's even worse. So, like, I don't even think flashback looting here is even good.
I guess, I mean, they kind of wanted a blue source rather than the Inspiring Advantage, so it's not the worst. Like, both of the cards they're getting rid of here, they don't mind churning through, which is nice.
I guess the Teferi is a good thing to play towards for 5 mana, but I'm almost have to discard this Vantage. Like,
they don't have a 4th land here.
Yeah, but like, it's just not good for anything but Teferi.
How are we gonna play our tapped 1/1s without a 4th land, Jim?
That is true. I guess we do have these 2 4-mana Sprite Dragons. That's very fair.
And this is honestly, Divine Purge has been such a disgusting card when I've seen it in both Historic and Alchemy, because like, yeah, they get to replay their cards, I guess, but like at the same time, a lot of the times they might as well have just died, right? Because you're not really winning games where you're casting 4-mana 1/1 Sprite Dragons.
All right, well, speaking of Teferi, he's on the wrong side of the board right now for our Jeskai Phoenix player.
He seems a little Tef unfairy to me here.
Oops.
Got Expressive Iteration, still no blue source. Brutal. I guess the Veto plays next turn. No, it doesn't because we don't have a blue source.
Yeah, this has been a tough game. Both the lootings look really bad. They give maybe a slight reevaluation for game 3 here. I guess that isn't too bad, getting a clue here. So your extraneous red and white mana can just draw a card. But yeah, Narset, Archmage's Charm. If this turn is Narset plus Charm still your thing, it's pretty insane. Might even be commit, actually. No, let's just steal it. Could have played Narset.
Rank all the way down to a 3/3, Jim. Now you get to play a land and hold up Archmage's Charm, right?
That's fair, yeah.
Or hold up commit / Archmage's Charm. And that is a clue, not a treasure.
Getting a Narset down though it's not as good as leaving up Charm, but like getting a Narset down, using the commit, and then having the Twister ability available next turn is pretty good. But either way, I think it's looking pretty good for a blue-white player here. There's not enough mana now to memory end Narset this turn. Perhaps that sort of knockout blow is not really necessary at this point. So,
yeah, listen, Jim, you don't play a deck like blue-white control to let your opponent realize when they've lost the game. You play the blue-white control deck so you get to watch them squirm.
You just keep playing. You just want to keep playing Magic as long as possible.
Thankfully, Jim, through the power of technology, I can make this a little bit faster for us.
I mean, honestly, Nif Mizzet is like a place to be here. The problem is the lack of blue sources.
There's just been the mana's been so awkward this entire game, whether the 4th land was tapped or missing blue. It's just been a brutal session. I mean, and there's a Day Judgment already rolled up in hand for our blue-white player, right?
Yeah, well, the thing was, if there was more blue available, so a Nib can come down with a veto backup, that might do it. But many blue sources away from that, so probably not going to be the case. Now a dispute added to the mix. Archmage's Charm. I guess dispute couldn't help there, but whatever. Game's pretty over.
Dragon Rage Chandler is going the distance.
Yeah. It's not on the right side of the board for our Jeskai player. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Blue-white control.
Jim, I felt like you were so excited during that match. I have to reward you with some Jeskai control now.
Okay, sure. Sounds great. Just take those 2 decks and just smash them together.
We'll take them and we'll mash it up. Am I a liar? Do I not? No, I'm a liar.
Oh, don't
no.
lie to me.
Oh no.
You can't do this to me.
Oh, Jim, I wish I had Jeskai control to show you. Chat, I would
Yes,
like
we
the
do.
record to reflect we have been live for 7 hours and 27 minutes before you had to experience this.
Food mirror.
It's a food beer. Jim knew before he got there. We haven't had one on stream yet today, but there are just not a lot of decks left in the tournament. The cream is rising to the crop. I am ready for a Cauldron Familiar Nerve. Chat, I would say buckle up, but really maybe the correct thing to tell you to do is find some caffeine because you're going to need it.
Yeah, I felt the disturbance in the force. It was like a million Twitch chatters called out in anguish. Hopefully they won't be suddenly silenced. I feel something terrible has happened.
I don't
We have squirrels at
understand.
least. So
Something's going
7/7
on.
squirrels do tend to end the game reasonably fast.
Well, the problem is, well, I guess our top player doesn't have a cat yet. The issue and the reason why these games take so long is because the squirrels can't attack through the cats looping with the ovens. And the average game where both players are doing things.
Yeah, I mean, we've got tools on both sides here. I mean, as far as pushing damage through, we have a push and a lantern on one side, and then the meat hooks on the other side. So I'm gonna sack a squirrel, draw some cards. Yeah, we're for the long haul here, folks.
We've got our players that are remaining this round they're all kind of slogs. There's an Is It Phoenix mirror, there's a Golgari food mirror, and there's a Heliod Company versus Is It Phoenix. Or the three matches remaining. And this was the one we had from the start. So this is, we started on turn 3 or 4 of game 1 here.
All right, those are some large squirrels.
I believe in your squirrels, Peepus, he says before realizing that a Cauldron Familiar was drawn.
Yeah, I mean, the Meter Massacres are looking pretty dead here. The thing is that, there are 2 big squirrels and only 1 Cauldron Familiar. So
That's true.
Then the squirrels do get really big, really, really fast. And there's a lantern available for
Ye of
our,
little faith, Jim. I
bottom
believe in this Cauldron Familiar and this Trail of Crumbs. This Trail of Crumbs Cauldron Familiar is going to find another kitty cat, and then they will loop in front of these ravenous squirrels as the life totals go in the exact wrong direction on both sides.
I'm taking the squirrels here. They're going to pull it through. We're going to end this game in a couple turns.
So the
Fatal
folks
push
that are,
here, attack
So the folks
there.
that are asking why we can't utilize time-shifted feature magic is because I am not Doctor Strange, and these players are currently still playing this match. So there is no accelerant option here. The future has not been set in stone yet.
All right. 2 ovens. Question is there a way that they can work this Soul Guide Lantern and this Fatal Push to exile the 1 familiar through 2 ovens and 3 foods?
Someone in chat just asked the question I was about to ask you and just Jim. What are the odds this match ends by someone going to time?
34%.
I like it. Didn't even have to. I honestly think your estimate might be low.
Might be low?
Might be low.
I'm telling you, I'm feeling this game though. I'm feeling our Squirrels player here on the bottom. Close this game out in a few turns.
Now I bet there's 2 cats in play next turn. I'd bet
Alright,
good money.
alright.
I bet there's a 98% chance there's 2 cats in play next turn.
Optimist, pessimist.
Realist, chat. I understand. Listen, I'm here to tell you the odds, chat.
I'm here to try and bring a semblance of hope, which is not always a good thing. All right.
Ooh, we're bringing the cat back at end of turn. It's maybe a little bit of a misstep. We missed a couple of looks at another cat with this sequence.
All right.
There's a fifth land here. Ooh, thinking about meat hooking. I think that's a mistake before we get the other squirrels or the other cat in play.
All right. So we're gonna fire up a vanilla hook here on no X.
Yep. Remember, just getting that static text value. Every time one of their creatures dies, you gain a life. Every time one of your creatures dies, they lose a life. And having the meat hook, and without the other person having meat hook, seems like a pretty big advantage in a matchup like this.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of things are popping out of the graveyard at a very high rate. Again, though, I think this lantern of his push can push this through.
Jim is ever the optimist.
I'm feeling a little hopeful here. 2 familiars, 2 ovens.
Our top player has 2 looks at other cats here. Or 4 looks, 2 looks. 2 looks of 2 at that trail of crumbs. The Eldraine uncommon that shall forever haunt some dreams.
Seems so innocent, too. Just some crumbs, some food. You know, draw a card or 2. Just crumbs.
May have a bit of cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I get a flavor judge ruling on getting a cat out of a pile of crumbs? I guess that makes sense. They find food on the ground all of the time, right?
Ravenous squirrel looking not so ravenous here. And we got a little something's going on.
We have a little bit of a disconnect player issue here. It looks among our top player. It looks like they are reconnecting their Magic Arena here. I actually haven't made that announcement because we've been clipping along coverage at a pretty decent rate. Remember, if you are one of our remaining competitors, make sure you restart your client periodically.
Like all professional Magic players do.
Really, I think this was an incredible mistake from our top player to not go looking a little bit aggressively for a cat. I think I would have looped at least once here.
All right, so we have now a meat hook to semi-deal the other meat hook.
The meat hook on one side was threatening to maybe end the game. Meat hook on both sides means they are just a wash.
Yeah. All right. On 0. Still has push and lantern possibly available.
Well, we're looping in response is a decision. I guess they want to get in the couple of drains that they get out of this before the other meat hooks in play and they start canceling each other out, so you end up marginally ahead.
This play is a little soft against that fatal push, though.
It is, yeah, it is not great into that. I would expect us to not, yeah. I like using just one oven here is fine. You want to keep the others, that way if they have a removal spell, you can block the 12/12 still. And honestly, when they attack, you just let the cat die to the 12/12, right? So that way you can bring it back twice this turn and get 4 looks into your deck.
Yeah. With enough extra food, that's very reasonable.
For those of you who are just joining us and asking, this is not the finals. This is round 8 out of what's likely going to be 11 or 12 rounds before we make it through to the very end. We have 11 competitors remaining, 1 undefeated player, and then 10 X and 1 players.
All right, down to 3.
Soul Guide Lantern, not going to do a whole lot into the pile of food here.
Yeah.
We talked about this when the food deck was playing against the Phoenix deck. Like, these weaker pieces of Graveyard Hate, things like Soul Guide Lantern, are much worse than things like Grafdigger's Cage and Rest in Peace. They're just all encompassing.
Yeah, a little crumb flooded here. You know, 3 Drella Crumbs, a little flooded, enchantment flooded. Honestly, the 3 Drella Crumbs and 3 Meat Hook Massacre is not really what you're looking for here.
Yeah,
if find that cat.
Yeah, this is the turn, right? If there's not a second cat found for our top player, they're likely going to die to these squirrels next turn.
All right, here we go. 2 looks and a draw step.
There it is, Jim. There it is.
Don't
settle
have
in, chat. This game is about to last for another 8. It's been 74 years, Jim.
That's the life lesson there. You know, just don't have hope. Simple as that.
Listen, it's 2022, Jim. I'm honest. Honestly, I'm impressed that your level of hope made it through the last couple of years. It's a testament. Truly an optimist.
Bury it down, pop it out once in a while, and see how it feels. Then it's right back into
the jar. Nope, yeah, this is exactly how I remember it.
Yep.
I don't want it anymore.
Yep. All right. Well, squirrels are big.
An interesting observation from chat. The player with the Trail of Crumbs accruing more card advantage in this match, but also at a higher risk of timing out in the grand scheme of things, because the clock is the true battle in this matchup.
Looking for a true hope killer. That's the discussion you want to have. Clock management strategy.
Third squirrel. Let there be squirrels. Shambling Gas? Sure, I guess you wanna put something into play that you can sack to the oven this turn.
That's that's fair.
The gas sacks to the oven and makes a treasure.
Sure. Problem is, Trail of Crumbs is about to pop off.
For those asking, this is still game one.
Have a little sip of my drink too. That's a good idea.
I mean, I might need something harder than this water, Jim.
I'll have no comment as to what's in this little tumbler here. No comment at all. It's my insurance policy for our food matchups.
Well, I mean, you can't have food without a good drink, Jim.
Exactly. Seriously.
Some of the food tokens have like wine goblets and stuff in them. Obviously, you're supposed to partake while you enjoy the food.
Exactly. There's a goose. Yeah, engine online here. Unfortunately, the aggro draw for our bottom player is about to be trumped.
Yeah, and honestly, this is why, the creature decks in this format, when you think about like what's good in Historic and you look at the creature decks, humans is the only thing that comes close to competing with it. And I believe the humans actually had a really bad day today. If I look at the metagame, it's the reason why things like Squirrel combo that can go way over the top are kind of the creature deck of choice in this format. Yeah, humans got dumpstered in this tournament. They went 8-14 in their small sample size.
Ooh.
Heliad Company, on the other hand, almost the inverse of that at 14-9.
Game actions. So, big squirrels, huh?
Beats
How'd that
by
squirrel get so
Dr.
big?
Squirrel.
How'd that squirrel get so big? Give it almost an Emrakul style size squirrel here.
This is, we used to say 15 squirrels being able to block and kill Emrakul was unrealistic. What about just one, Jim? What about just a single squirrel?
My last 5 seconds of silence, me trying to formulate that joke. I was like, the squirrel, Emrakul thing, the playmat, the squirrels. It's funny. What can I do here? You beat me to it. You beat me to it.
It's just so hungry, Jim. It's eating a person. Why can't it eat an Eldrazi?
Yeah. All right. Meat hook. Meat hook. Meat hook, meat hook. 8-10. All said and done, right where we left off here. Gilded Goose, Familiars. Again, Trail of Crumbs v. not Trail of Crumbs is a big issue. Plenty of foods. There are 2 pushes here, though. So again, I do hold out a little bit of hope that maybe there's some way that, every squirrel is lethal. So, some plot. I don't know. A third push would sort of do it, right? Return a thing. Actually, just kill it. Nah, doesn't work either. I'm looking for a way. I'm trying to find the way. All right.
Jim is stuck. Jim has approached this match like an escape room. He's like, there's gotta be a way out. I don't know where it is. I'm grasping at straws. It's that part where you just you start pulling at the wallpaper and the escape room staff is like, no, that's not part of it. You're ruining the room.
You pull out a pocket knife, digging into the drywall. Sir, I assure you that's not part of the escape room. I'll make out of his room, all right?
Ravenous Squirrel gets to eat the plant token, just one of the many facets of things. The squirrel is now bigger than number. Oh, perfect! A second Trail of Crumbs for the other player. Now both people get to follow the trail, Jim.
Couldn't give a squirrel trample or something, All right, Familiar. Once again, in a spot where I wish we had an in-client spectator mode, so you could pop in and look at their clocks.
That would be nice. And honestly, I know we said it in jest, but the clock timer could be the thing that ends up mattering most in this matchup.
Yeah. It really is like the game actions too. We were discussing like, I think like Phoenix is a little more proactive. Chad's talking about wake mirrors because they're super boomers, which I think is awesome. The long control mirror can go really long, but still be really interesting as far as like gameplay goes. But it's more so the just repetitive action, just like game action, and not just any game action, the same game action every turn triggers on the stack over and over again. It's very, very like mind numbing.
While we're waiting for the game actions to take, I just like to thank everybody for hanging out here today. I know this current match is a little bit dry, but we've really had a pretty good day of coverage overall, covering a huge range of different decks. If you're looking for some of the sweeter decks in this tournament, be sure to check out the MTG Melee page, who this tournament is put on through. I'd also like to give a shout out to all the people that are doing production here with us. This is to Jim and myself and Brad, who have been doing commentary. My lovely wife is wrangling Magic players who there's more of than usual in this tournament today, thanks to the set championship invite that MTG Melee was able to provide to us for the tournament. Shout outs to Metafy and Cool Stuff Inc. for being the headlining sponsor of this tournament, as well as Untapped.gg, the excellent deck tracker. Metafy, if you're not familiar with them, they offer a really unique service that's fantastic. They are online coaching for all sorts of video games, including Magic Arena. You can work with players who are at the top of the Magic Arena ladder, or even Hall of Fame players like Ralph Levy offers tutoring on there. So a lot of great people to work with.
Yeah, if you want to improve at Magic, like coaching is by far the best thing. It's the kind of thing that's been pretty underdeveloped in Magic. I was on Team MGG years ago. We tried to do the coaching thing a little bit, didn't really work out as well as I would have liked. But it's an area of Magic where Magic is a serious hobby that costs money. It's not cheap, and if you're going to spend $1,000 on a volcanic island, why not hire someone to coach you and learn how to use it? Like you play golf, you get golf lessons. If you play whatever you do, you pay for lessons usually to get better at the game. So it's an definitely underutilized area. Metafy is super cool. Simplifies the process a lot. Again, I'm a little jealous because that was kind of what we wanted to do with Metagame Gurus about 5 or 6 years ago, was to have a website with coaching on it and stuff like that. It was just a much bigger undertaking than we thought it was going to be.
And Metafy's technology stack really does a fantastic job of streamlining the process and being able to see when people have availabilities and who you want to work with and what the resumes and backgrounds are. Really does an excellent job of it.
Yeah,
Thanks to all the subs and new follows we've had today, by the way, too. When we're doing coverage stuff like this, it's hard for me to call out and be disruptive to the commentary as well. But we've had a ton of them. New followers that are welcome to the channel. Welcome. I stream Magic the Gathering and a bunch of other stuff here full-time on Twitch. Jim is also another fellow content producer. He does stuff for CoolStuffInc.com. He's also live here on Twitch and does YouTube stuff, just like myself. Another great source for constructed. You do some limited stuff as well, too, right, Jim?
Yeah, limited, constructed, all formats. It's almost daunting how many formats there are now. Try and play some Cube Draft, then play some Alchemy, then we'll do some Bronze Mythic and Limited, then we'll play some Modern. There's a lot of formats these days, a lot of formats.
I often, Magic, I think one of the reasons why it's survived as long as it has as a game, we're over 2.5 decades in, is because Magic's not just a single game. Magic is a game system that all of these different formats are basically mini games inside of it.
Yeah, it's people ask me like what my favorite format is, and I'll often answer them just the variety. I may like Modern, I may love Cube Drafts, but if I had to Cube Draft all the time, or play Modern all the time, or play Standard all the time, I would get bored. But the fact that I can jump around and I can draft for a little while, then I can play Alchemy for a little while, then I can do this for a little while. Oh, here's a new set for this thing. Just a never-ending content explosion. It's pretty awesome. So it makes Magic so great.
I have our feature match recorder. Speaking of, by the way, I said we have a lot of people working on the back end. Shout out to my buddy David, if he's watching, who usually does feature matches with us, and he broke his ankle last night. It's very icy outside. Be careful. So hopefully he has a swift recovery. But my buddy Matt stepped up and is recording this current feature match for me, and I wonder if he's ever going to agree to do this again after this one. He has told me they are in the not too distant future. And there are still cats and ovens and things occurring on the screens.
We've hit 2020. That's not necessarily a good thing, but we've hit it.
And Maybe that was it. Maybe the broken ankle was a big brain play to dodge the cat oven mirror.
Smart.
Now, the good news is, chat. I'm gonna look at the bracket here real quick. Look at the bracket. I mean, remaining players. This will be the first and only food mirror of this tournament. These players are 6-1, and they are the only Golgari food players still alive to win the tournament. So I promise you that this will not be something we experience again. People talking about splashing fling. Honestly, I heard someone mention a shadow spear earlier. That could be a real card. That could be like mirror tech that you also like incidentally bring in some places.
That'd be sweet. I'm looking at these squirrels and I'm just like, come on, man. It's a 2020.
They're so big. Why is there a cat?
Yeah,
cat, Jim. What if we just, power level errata the cat and it just can't block anymore?
But what if cat came in tapped?
Sure, yeah, it came into play tapped.
So it still has the exact same functionality, but you can use a removal spell to break up the block for the one turn. You
want a non-digital fix that work too? We see this on a lot of modern designs. What if the cat said you could only activate it one time per turn while it's in your graveyard? So things like Soul Guide Lantern were actually interaction for it.
Yeah, I think that the tap fixes. The thing is, this game would have been won if the tap fix was in place because the fatal point would actually do something.
It's actually kind of a weird design to me because usually these black recursive one drops, they can't block or come into play tapped. Like if you go back and look at all of them, I think cat might honestly be the only one that doesn't have one of those two drawbacks.
Right, for sure. I mean, except going back to like Nether Spirit, which is a million years ago, and the reason why they added that text to the cards because people would play Nether Spirit not as a threat, but in a control deck, and they just block with it over and over and over again. So Gravecaller, Bloodghast, Skyclave Shade, Bloodsoak Champion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've always had that texture saying either coming in tapped or not being able to block.
Yep. You forgot my favorite in there, Jim, Gutter Bones.
Gutter Bones is great. Gutter Ball. I like Gutter Ball. Up. All right, we found it.
So for people that weren't following along there, a morality spear was found, which broke up the Meat Hook Massacre parody and allowed one of the players to finally loop enough cats to actually drain somebody out. So match 1 goes to Jay Gravy.
The thing is, for those who are unaware, a while back, Sentence Divining Top was banned and extended, not because it was too good, because it was just too much of a time drain. Top is 1 mana artifact. You can pay 1.
Jim, you don't even have to go back to Sensei's Divining Top. They banned cat in standard because it took too long to click through.
I suppose the actual card itself is a better analogy.
The actual card itself in a different format. They were this is not good. Let's not do this.
Yeah, there are times where, it's not necessarily about power level. It's kind of just about this is a really miserable play experience. And we're tired of doing this kind of thing, because it is very tedious, and the same thing with top, back in those extended PTQs, it would just be every turn, pay 1, look at top, look at top. And it just took so much time, the physical action of doing it, the thinking about,
that card was even worse than paper 2 because, it was strategically optimal to when you activated your top to shuffle the 3 cards and put them back so they didn't actually know if you were reorganizing them because you had to juke them and play the mind game, Jim.
Right, and that's for, maybe online players haven't played paper in a serious event. Those are the things you have to actually think about. When you draw a card for the turn, you got to shuffle your hand because you don't want to know that they drew that card.
Correct. Yeah, a lot of online players why do paper Magic players, are they just twitchy? Do they have some kind of condition? It's no, you have to. It is strategically optimal to shuffle your hand every time a card touches it that's unknown.
Right.
For those of you that haven't seen paper, it's been a little while. What I'm referring to is you'll see Magic players sit there and go. They'll go like this.
I have one card in my deck, but
that translates to board games too. My wife has to sleeve every board game that we play because otherwise I just sit there instinctually and Twitch with cards in my hand and just destroy the cards in whatever game that we're playing.
All right, so now we have more answers. We have Mass Vandal here, more ways to kind of break up the engine, which the first game really lacked. Both players just kind of got their engine online and just kind of unmolested, just, all right, I'm just going to do my thing over and over and over again. But now you see Masked Vandal, Mortality Spear. So hopefully one player will be able to take the advantage and then actually close the game out.
So I feel like this is killing a squirrel with a meat hook seems like a huge blow.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So that big play alongside Trail of Crumbs already active is pretty awesome.
Yeah, not only with Trail comes active, but Trail plus Goose is a big leg up because Trail normally requires you to like pay that 2 mana to sacrifice the food to draw a card, and Goose kind of circumvents or sidesteps that.
Yeah, interesting to see the Nazi Mass Vandal here, honestly. Vandal could have come down, eaten the Trail of Crumbs, stopped the engine from going for at least this, except for this one turn. There's a second copy of Trail of Crumbs in our bottom player's hand, and they don't know about, obviously, but
yeah. And remember, every one of these Trail Crumbs should trigger for every food too. So like the second Trail is going to come down, it's going to make a food. That Goose will eat that food, make a mana, and then they'll trigger both Trails, drawing 2 more cards here.
Yeah, very, very opposite from the first game. In the first game, our top player had the full engine online. The bottom player was being aggressive. Now our bottom players got double Trail and all the mana. And that's part of the factor too, is that in that last game, we saw how our top player had a bunch of mana and the Trails going. Our bottom player had the huge squirrels, only had like 4 lands in play. Wasn't really getting the mana base going as well. So it's important to get the mana base going alongside the Trails. You have the mana to use it.
Yeah, having the mana advantage in a matchup like this seems valuable too. So we'll see the Goose activate at sorcery speed here, digging for that 3rd land, ideally, if you're in J Gravy spot. We found it.
Cool.
This lets the cat come back in off of this food and draw another card with the Trail of Crumbs. Oh, we're just casting a cat from hand. I don't know that I love this play. I feel like I would have liked to loop the cat with the oven and draw a card this turn. The other cat in play doesn't really accomplish a whole lot here.
Yeah, for sure. And then it's an impetus, like we're saying, to kind of get more lands in play and get the engine online. Now our top player has the full engine assembled, but less mana. Bottom player has double Trail of Crumbs, but doesn't really have doesn't have the cat or oven yet. So,
okay. Really? I feel like I would just play the 3rd Trail and draw 3 cards here along with the tapped land.
I mean, I think spearing the Trail.
Oh, we want to spear their Trail. Yeah, that's reasonable. You're right. I like that. I like that sequence. So the cat gains you life, so the spear can kill the Trail for 2 mana.
Yeah, so like Jay declined on the opportunity to Mass Vandal one of the Trails, and now and the Trails drew a few cards. Now you can see Spear take out the Trail comes on top, and once again we have a situation where one player has an engine, the other player doesn't.
Well, we don't have the full engine for our bottom player yet because there is not an oven to go with these other things to generate consistent value. But the Goose is like slow engine. It can like make a food and then eat it the following turn, but that takes a little bit.
Yeah. All right, it's 2 mana Mortality Spear. Pretty sweet. So yeah, I mean, now there's not a lot going on for Jay Gravy here. I mean, there's a little Luris looming. There's a dispute. You could draw a few cards or whatever. But the mana and the cards are on our bottom player's side.
Oh, this is an interesting, obviously our players don't know the context of the hands, but like getting rid of that meat hook means that the cat loops are in favor of Jay being aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point, recognizing that, all right, there's 2 Trails in play. They're a little mana intensive. There's no engine. Just going to leave it alone, try and make some moves.
Yep. Unfortunately, there's about to be things that are massacred here.
Yeah, and 18 life's a lot too. 3rd Trail of Crumbs, activate a Goose, draw some cards, play the Massacre, find an oven.
Yeah, attacking and blocking is just so bad in this matchup. I feel like it basically has to come down to what we saw in that first game where like one player takes the meat hook out and then eventually does like this big set of loops between end step and untap.
Yeah. So how many cards drawn here is going to be indicative of what cards are drawn on each trail. So first trail, it's a Squirrel and a Familiar.
A little bit of choices after a couple of bricks here. One thing that's worth noting is a lot of the cards that were boarded in these matchups are things like Maelstrom Pulses and Fatal Pushes and stuff like that. So they actually have more bricks in their deck for Trail of Crumbs that can only fetch up a permanent.
Yeah, I'm also surprised to see the Squirrel taken over the cat, given that there's a cat and an oven in play. It's probably not getting through. Outline Liberator, that is a permanent that can kill things.
Yep. It's a good pickup. Kind of hoping to find lands here at this point. Ooh, another Outland Liberator's tempting, but I like being conservative here and just going with the land draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that a lot. So you can see sack a creature, play.
And I wonder, do we Deadly Dispute here, or do we just like play Naked Meat Hook so that way the Cat Oven loops just start getting you life again, or are neutral, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that leaving up dispute is reasonable. I think it's like one cycle of loops not gonna be the end of the world anyway.
Yep.
Like maybe you can do a little better, but
no attacks here. Don't have good attacks into the squirrel getting bigger.
there's a moat in play. Player's not allowed to attack.
Yep. To be fair, we watched how much Peepus attacked in the first game, and it was all pretty fruitless.
All right. There's the oven. So Tron's online down here, and the reality is that bottom players, 3 Trail of Crumbs, a bunch of mana, a bunch of resources. And for our top player here, even if they were to find a trail, they only have 3 lands in play. So the area isn't really there for them to kind of like crawl back into this game. So this is going to be.
Oh man! So you're telling me we're going to get a game 3, Jim?
Yeah,
I'm excited. I just, I am a fat American. I can never get enough food. Gobble.
The issue is for Jay here. At what point does Jay want to scoop? Because time can easily be a factor.
Yeah, I mean, well, so here's the thing though. Who's up on time is something we don't know. If Jay's up on time, they're incentivized to let Peepus dirtle, because remember, this isn't a shared clock. We have separate clocks on Magic Arena. So if Peepus is down on time, Jay should let them play things out. So that way they get further and further behind, because if Peepus runs out of time, they lose the match.
It's also important to note the stakes here too. But this is now a Pro Tour qualifier. It's for a set championship for Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. So first place in the event is playing in a pro level event, which is a huge deal. Especially if you're a player who's not played in a pro level event before. It's a major goal for a lot of players. So the games are serious. Today, a lot of past Hooglandia opens were a little more casual, have a little more fun, playing some cool decks. But there's a reason why we're seeing the top deck in the format playing a mirror here, because there's a lot on the line. So you can play this game out and just let it ride and see what happens. There's no real. You sign up for the tournament, there's no real downside for it. So, while not necessarily perfect for coverage, it's a lot cooler in the sense that we're playing something very, very real here. When it comes down to the final match, it's going to be very, very exciting.
All right, looks like our top player has hit less than 12 minutes on their clock, and Peepus just moused over their timer and showed 12:45. So these players are within a minute on timers of each other. Neither player is really playing particularly slow. These games are just very intensive in terms of resource actions.
Yeah, and given the current board state, our bottom player is going to be taking more actions because they're winning.
Yeah.
But more actions means more time. So
for those of you that are just joining us, by the way, you didn't hear me say this 20 minutes ago when we were still watching this match. These are the last 2 food players in our tournament. They are X and 1. This is a double elimination tournament. So just hang out. This one is over half done. I promise. We're over 30 minutes into the match, so guaranteed to be at least half done. And this will be the first only and last food mirror that we have on coverage today.
This second meat looks starting to look pretty good here. Of course, the Valentin will stop the cat from doing stuff, but meat can swipe a lot of stuff out here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Liberator take out the oven as well.
I'm told that sometime in the future this match might actually be finishing sometime soon, so we're gonna acquire a little bit of fast food here.
Ooh.
So we can watch our players navigate this battlefield here. Valentine, a card that needs to get off the board because it's a graveyard hate card.
All right, meet it for 1.
Killed the Dean of the Vein right as I was bringing it up, Jim.
Well, now we know why it died. Exiles non-token creatures when they hit the battlefield, so Cat Oven is not functional with that card in play for your opponent. Ooh, now we're flying. Now we're going. This is what I'm talking about.
So when you make this match fast food, it's almost like they're playing at the rate of normal people.
Yep.
So I wouldn't mind these matches if they were always like this.
So we're going to see the Liberator take out the oven here, or no? Fatal Push. Stack it. You know what? I would like more food.
Fun fact, chat. I feel like I need to share this with you all. Our coverage person started this when this match began. That may or may not be true, but I'm gonna tell you that that's the case.
I'll have you know, I just instinctively reached over for my soundboard, hit the laugh track. I reached over for it. I was like, oh wait, nope, don't have access to that. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's nice seeing the clocks on the screen if we're looking for a silver lining.
We do have clocks up now. Our players have gotten under there, and you can kind of see how much faster we are going than normal time as their clocks tick down quicker than otherwise. And you can see here why our top player, even though they're behind, hasn't conceded. The amount of game actions our bottom player is taking just because their board is more complex is much higher. They are losing clock at a quicker rate than Jay is on average here so far.
Yep. And the pressure's on them. They're down a game. And like I would say it was a lot. I played a lot of control decks back in the day on the SG tour and in paper. And one of the things I quickly realized playing control decks was I had to be in hurry up offense on turn 1 of game 1. Because if you play a really long game 1, you go into game 2, about 20 minutes left, and you're down a game. Now you need to win 2 games in 20 minutes. And it's a very, very challenging thing to do. So clock management is a very important part of Magic.
I remember during RTR Standard when the Sphinx's Revelation Elixir deck was a thing. I wouldn't say I wouldn't slow play. I would take my game actions quickly and not take my time. But I would always make a point that I wasn't conceding game 1 until there was like a certain amount of time on the clock.
Yeah.
You're just like,
well, that's part of the thing of playing the control deck is that's part of the game. You know, it can feel bad if you're playing on a ladder or whatever, but when you're playing in a tournament, like part of the structure of a tournament is the clock. Just like a chess clock for chess, like chess clocks are there for a reason. So the players need to play in a certain amount of time, and managing your clock is part of the tournament. Same Magic too, so.
Yeah, and we can see here, these players' clocks were a minute apart at one point, and our top player is now within 10 seconds to the bottom player.
Yep. It's not just about winning, it's about winning in the time frame you are given, which can be challenging when the decks are very, very mechanical, play really, really long games, if they're complicated for whatever reason,
Every one of these declines takes a little bit here.
Yep.
You need to get your value in with the cat and drain them out. But again, Jay Gravy is up a game here. So this cat is eventually going to be lethal, but it's going to stack all of these triggers, and we're going to click decline to these Trail of Crumbs every single time.
Yep. And the clocks have flipped. Fortunately, while clock play is a serious part of tournament Magic and an important part of tournament Magic, not necessarily as good from a spectator point of view. So again, big props to everyone for hanging out and bearing through this food matchup with us. And we got a PTQ slot to crown. We have store credit to crown and a winner to crown. At some point, eventually.
At some point in the not too distant future, we have 6 players remaining in this tournament, and we actually have 5 different deck lists in our 6 remaining players. There's the Grixis Tainted Pack deck. There's one of these 2 Golgari food players. There's a Heliod company. There are 2 Blue-Red Phoenix, and there's 1 Blue-White Control.
Good spread.
Yeah, pretty good range of things. I guess the one kind of noteworthy thing is that we've got 3 blue-based decks, 2 tempo, 2 kind of controlling.
Yeah, I would say that aggro not really represented, kind of because of what we're seeing here.
Well, yes, that is exactly correct. Traditional aggro just cannot exist against this deck. And honestly, the Ravenous Squirrel facet of this deck that was added with Jumpstart Historic Horizon kind of pushed out the few aggro decks that could keep up, because you can't even really Ember Cleave through a squirrel in a lot of situations.
And those squirrels are big. And then we also see Phoenix being very good against aggro decks as well. Bunch of cheap removal spells, a bunch of flying threats. So with top two decks in the format being Izzet Phoenix and this food deck, it's a pretty big minefield for aggro to navigate.
Yeah, Gruul for a long time with collected companies and Ember Cleaves and other threats was just a huge part of this format. At one point, Burning Tree Emissary was suspended, and now it's just legal and nowhere to be seen because it just can't keep up anymore.
Yeah, it's funny to think that card was not legal for a while, but it's true.
Got some game actions. Our top player from down a minute on clock to now up 30 seconds here as this game continues to tick on.
The real crunch is going to be game 3. We're going to go to game 3. Each player's going to have like 4 or 5 minutes left, and that's where things get really, really messy. Is both
Did
players
you hear how optimistic Jim is, chat? He thinks this game's going to be over in the next 5 minutes.
trying to keep up the air of optimism and hope. You know, it's fading a bit for sure. The storm cloud is coming in a little bit, but we're trying to keep it optimistic. But and then they're at a point where they're playing blitz chess. You know, they're just like, all right, I have 4 minutes to win a game, and you can honestly see occasionally sideboarding reflect that too. You know, you go into game 3, you have 4 minutes left, you cut your combo, bring creatures in, do whatever you can do to just finish a game when you know you need to finish a game in X amount of time, or you can't possibly win.
Yep. And this waiting here, right? Just like this is the game at this point. They're like sitting here trying to figure out, okay, what are they actually supposed to be doing at this point? And it was 20 seconds off of their 7.5 minutes.
Yep. Squirrel, cat, squirrel, cat, squirrel,
Yeah,
cat.
it came back the very same turn.
As it often does.
Nobody realistic ever thought it was a goner, though. So I'm going to skip that part of the verse.
All right.
It's a tapped land.
Oh, don't keep looking at your graveyard. I got to pass the turn here.
Sitting there, we're clicking on the board. Now suddenly we're down almost 2 minutes, Jim.
Tough. And as someone who's played, I mean, the very first Players Championship, 2014, and I worked all year to qualify for it. First match was me against BBD, feature camera match, my blue-white control deck versus his Abzan mid-range deck. And I was unaware of the sudden death rule in the tournament because there weren't allowed to be draws.
God, I remember that. It was so bad.
Yeah, so because of the structure of the Players Championship, there could not be a draw because it was like pod play and whatever. So it was just sudden death life totals. And I was playing blue-white control, firmly in control of game 3, but I had obviously lost some life to Siege Rhinos and things like that. And Brian had gained some life. Went sudden death. I had Elspeth in play, Dissolve in my hand. The game was completely in control, but I was at 8 and Brian was at 19, and I lost the match. And clock's a real factor, you know, and that was not known for being a fast player. That was a point in my career where I was like, all right, we got to turn up the knob here a little bit and make sure we're going to be playing our games faster in all facets of the game from the start. So,
yep.
You know, it matters. You know, it matters.
Jim is what we referred to in the biz as deliberate.
Yeah, exactly. Used to be much more deliberate, though. I definitely was quite slow back in the day.
We loosen up in our old age a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And also, that was about as painful of a lesson as you could possibly have in the biggest tournament of the year, playing for $20,000 on camera against I guess he wasn't a world champion yet, but you know, the first round of his
champion caliber player.
Sure, perfect. You know, and to be winning the game and told, I'm sorry you lose because you weren't 1 minute faster.
Okay, and speaking of time here again, now suddenly we're down over 2 minutes on clock for our bottom player. And the time is still ticking here as we make decisions. The Valentine came into play here, which means that we can't just cat oven loop to win this game. So we got to figure out how to get these last few points of damage across.
A chat sub to point out that they're not looking at their graveyard. That's their library. Because they know the entire order from various Trail of Crumbs activations. So that makes it even more complicated because they're plotting out every draw step for every turn. But
okay, yeah, that's a good point. I totally missed that. They're just like two face-up piles next to each other. Yeah. Arena, when you've bottomed enough cards, they're trying to figure out, like, are they supposed to be drawing with food? What are they supposed to be doing? Should they be clearing just enough cards to find the removal spells? They can't actually draw with Trail of Crumbs. So they have this Deadly Dispute in hand. So I think they're clearing just enough so they now get to draw this Morality Sphere and this Fatal Push to do something. Is like the heads up big brain play. So like they Deadly Dispute, sack a thing to draw the Morality Sphere, and then they can like Fatal Push the Valentine, and then the Oven Loops actually kill them now.
Right.
Okay, so they've won this game, but Jay Gravy. Oh wait, did they not?
I think you're just killing Luris first.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever. You do you. Oh, they can't actually win this turn either because there's food and Jay Gravy can gain 3. Which in Jay's spot you're supposed to, right? Like this match is unfortunately only about the clock here.
I'm being called out now by chat for saying this game was going to end in a couple minutes. You were right, Jeff. I've lost this match twice because I've been optimistic and wrong every single time, and we've been here for like an hour and a half. So
I will have you know, Jim, that this video is only at 49 minutes and 45 seconds, and we've been watching it at time and a half for half of that. So it's only been 40-ish minutes, okay?
time is not real. It's all perception is reality. So
yeah. At what cost will this game be won? Because it's looking like we're going to get into a game 3 with a very minimal amount of time on the clock for Peepus. Yeah. And honestly, we talked about why is this deck less popular than Phoenix. I think this is why. Like, not only do you never get a free game win, but imagine you had to experience this mirror several times over the course of this tournament.
Right, because this is not the finals.
Correct.
Not only does our bottom player need to win another game, if they were to win that game, they're playing another round.
Yes, for people that are just joining us at home, this is playing at 1.5 speed because this is a time-shifted feature. I would just skip all the way through to the end, but we need to wait for the next round to get playing a little bit because we need to be a few minutes behind them being fully live for tournament integrity purposes. I think we can click this up to double time, though.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that this game is obviously won, but a minute is not enough time to win for game 3. So this is the kind of thing where, it's a kind of weird scenario you don't really plan for, where our bottom player is going to go to sideboarding with a minute left. How can they possibly win in a minute? You probably board out the ovens, board out the trailer crumbs. If your Thoughtseize is in a sideboard, just bring in literally anything that is cheap and disruptive and just try and win a fair game Magic. Hope your opponent mulligans to 5. And that's part of being a tournament level Magic player, is being able to adapt to scenarios like that. Understanding that like you're not just playing your deck. You're playing to win in the rule set you are given. And the rule set right now is you have 1 minute left. Win your match. And that might mean taking your deck and almost mutilating it, taking all the combo out.
I think Peepus would be really excited if they had a minute, Jim. They currently have 24 seconds, 22, 21, 19.
Good old hopeful Jim. Oh, there we go. All right.
That was a concession. They conceded. There was no game 3. I would like the record to reflect there was in fact no game 3.
It's tough. It's tough to watch. It's hard. But clock's a thing. And then when you sign to play a deck like this, that's what you're signing up for. Everyone take a second, please. We made it.
Okay, chat. I wanted to watch the Grixis Tainted Pack deck this match, but they're playing against the food deck, so I'm gonna pick a different one.
I think honestly the cat coming back tapped nerf is like a really good solution. If you're watching anyone for WotC, you can say it was your idea, but I think that it's the kind of thing where it's power level. The deck is also winning a lot too, but there's a reason why this deck isn't played often on ladder. And if you have a deck that's like popular in tournaments, is really, really good, people actively just don't want to play it on the ladder, so it's just a pain to play. That's kind of an issue, I think. And that's the thing that can be solved with this, live format. We can change cards, you can buff cards, you can nerf cards. We can quality of life cards too. So I think the nerf to cat coming in tapped makes a lot of sense with prior precedent, as well as making it so it's a little more assailable by creature decks.
All right.
That's my call.
Round the 9th. 6 players remain. 1 has an unblemished record. The other 5 are X and 1 with no more losses to give. Both of these players have a loss. So let's go ahead and see some blue-white control versus Phoenix here. We watched this blue-white control deck beat Phoenix fairly quickly in the first round.
I can't wait to hear Teferi say, let's slow this down. But yeah, the blue-white deck has a lot of tools here. The main deck graveyard hate cards. Narset's really, really good, but a great draw from our Phoenix player.
Really strong aggressive start here.
Yeah, good start. I guess the cards in hand aren't particularly super exciting, and this Divine Purge is going to be pretty good as well. But again, recasting Channelers for 3 isn't really that bad.
Okay. Unholy Heat and Lightning Axe are pretty unfortunate draws, all things considered, especially the Lightning Axe that basically does not have text in this matchup.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the Axe can't hit Planeswalkers also.
This feels like a design where if it were printed today, it would probably hit Planeswalkers.
So we're going to see a minus here on the Narset. We've seen this Narset come down against these Phoenix decks and just not be activated at all, trying to mitigate the the vulnerability it can have against attacking creatures, because it is so good in play against the Phoenix decks. But gonna die here. Backup copy in hand for Doom. And unfortunately, Narsa can't draw lands, which is currently the asset that Doom is missing the most.
Now, one of the things to note here is that this Divine Purge card perpetually makes things cost 2 more, and that is a mechanic that can stack. So Divine Purge, when it hits this Dragon Rage Chandler for the second time, it's going to be a 5 mana tapped 1 instead of 3.
That's fun. I like that.
All right, not another land here. So tapped 1/1 with haste for 2 there.
Like it,
Going
honestly.
nowhere fast. Main deck Grafdigger's Cage. Oh yes, we watched this player a little bit earlier. They have 1 main deck Cage and 1 main deck Rest in Peace.
Yep. All right, looking for that third land or fourth land. That is not it.
Still not finding it. I mean, honestly, I feel like our blue-white players are in an okay spot given all the resources that they have here still.
Yeah, one annoying part of this is the Declaration Stone. We're not going to see 2 Sprite Dragons here, I suppose, but as far as if we could eat 2 dragons, it's pretty good. But we get to see a little Scry action here, a little Sprite Dragon growing.
Yep, Phoenix is a great one to put into the bin here. With the Finale of Promise, you might actually be able to floop that back at some point in the not-too-distant future.
Interesting to see the discard on the Teferi and not the Commit to Memory. While Commit's more castable, getting Memory into the graveyard like initially is pretty cool, allowing the little Time Twister combo with the Narset, so one player can draw 7, one player can't. But it's really just about finding lands for our blue-white player here. They can definitely get this game if they are able to find some lands, but
I like the Grafdigger's Cage coming down this turn. There could have been incentive to like Archmage's Charm to try and hit your land, but with 1 Phoenix in the bin already, it feels good to just kind of lock that out as an avenue.
5 mana Darcy.
Remember, one of the lesser used modes on Archmage's Charm is the fact that it can steal a permanent with converted mana cost 1 or less, non-land permanents. This can basically be a removal spell for these Dragon Rage Chandlers next turn.
Yeah, it might open up the Lightning Axe to do something here. It really feels like, our that's a good draw. Our Phoenix players got to steal it here, but there might have been enough missed land drops where they can. Oh yeah, this is great. Finale of Promise for 0.
No
Red,
targets, all of the extra triggers here.
Yeah, red sorcery. That is the entire text of the card. All right, and here comes
cleared
the
for
attack.
liftoff here. Archmage's Charm going to go ahead and steal one of these before they can declare as attackers here.
And
There is Planeswalkers, Enchantment, Sorcery, Instant. So they are delirious, which means this will trade here. So we might see a Lightning Axe, our own thing, attack you for 6.
I think we should here too. See, I thought that the Spikefield Hazard would be enough to kill it, but I did not realize the Delirium was going to be achieved with the Planeswalker and the Enchantment. So,
Yep.
Lightning Axe, take it out, get in for 6, and looking to steal the game here.
Yep.
Great top card.
There is a second Archmage's Charm in hand for our blue-white control player here, notably. Any Sweeper is obviously a good draw as well.
Oh, there's work to be done, but all right, we're going to see
Upkeep Archmage's Charm, so this way the Dragon Rage Chandler is untapped, so it can chump block this turn. It's a nice
right.
sequence here. You want to do it before they draw so they can't trigger the extra text on Darcy. Sure.
yeah, I mean,
Opt is strictly worse than Consider in a spot like this, right? Because it can't bin the
I mean, with
that you find.
Cage, I don't think it
with
matters
Cage
that
it's
much,
negligible.
but
That's fair.
Pillar of Flame is not too shabby. I mean, 6 is that's
Okay.
better.
There
Better.
we go. Is this
That's
lethal?
game.
That's lethal, right?
Game stolen. Phoenix is like, I want to come play too.
I was going to ask you if our hero won here, but I think this might be a Batman situation, Jim, where nobody's really the good guy.
That is very fair. That is very fair. They're just nighttime in Gotham, just beating the crap out of each other. Someone's going to win. Someone's going to lose, But yeah, that was, and considering the main deck of this blue-white deck, how well-tuned it seems to be to beat the Phoenix deck, a great steal for our Phoenix player.
Yeah, I think, and especially looking at, the sideboard, the more graveyard hate and stuff like that coming in, getting game 1 as the Phoenix player here seems incredibly important.
Absolutely, because now these, random Pillar of Flames and Lightning Axes are gone, And coming in is some very impactful spells like Negate, Mystical Dispute, Monstrous Upgrade. And our blue-white player, some of their sideboard cards are already in the main deck, so they're not changing their deck too much. So advantage to Phoenix, I would say for sure, with 2 games to go and all these good sideboard cards in. And I like this. 2 lootings are cut. I was saying that the last time. So recognizing that this is going to be a little more of a graveyard less fest here. You know, there's still graveyard stuff happening, but there might be a Rest in Peace in play. And you got to be ready to play that game if that's going to be the case.
Yep. Not only is looting not great against Rest in Peace, but there's a bunch of Narsets in this blue-white deck too, where that card is atrocious there, you know?
Yep.
It's 1 mana discard 2 cards.
It's not quite red sorcery, but
all right, this hand's pretty good for our Phoenix player here.
Yeah, looking solid. The Crackling Drake's a good one too. I mean, we see Fateful Absence. We see a Baneslayer Angel here, a little curveball from our blue-white player. Sure, Unholy Heat's still in the deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say Baneslayer not as good as it once would have been in a matchup like this post-board because Unholy Heat stays in for Teferi anyways.
Yep. Yeah, Unholy Heat is just unbelievable.
It's just an unreal powerful card.
Yeah.
I think Brad was on with me when we was talking about it, and he said that was the card that surprised him most in the inclusion of Jumpstart Historic Horizons. I think I agree with that. It's either that one or Archmage's Charm for me were 2 just blatantly powerful control tools. I was a little surprised they added to the format and otherwise creature-based expansion.
Yeah, I could see Heat sort of having like the Brainstorm effect where like we would like to see Heat without fetch lands, see how reliable Delirium is, but it's pretty reliable. Yep. You know,
and I think part of it too is not even just how reliable Delirium is, but just how good Shock is incidentally in this format.
Right. Yeah, this is not a Lightning Bolt format. This is a Shock format. I mean, we see Play with Fire, he's play a lot. You know, various Magma Spray effects he play. So it really is, even when it's not good, still quite good. Yeah. So. All right, gonna hold back here. Not gonna cast his Crackling Drake. Gonna leave up Negate and Dispute and Opt.
I think this is a pretty heads-up sequence from our Phoenix player. They don't want to like cast Crackling Drake, get counterspelled, have your opponent untap, and play Teferi Hero of Dominaria. You're in like a world of hurt if that happens, especially with the Dispute and Negate in hand. Like next turn, we could see them spike their 5th land drop, play Crackling Drake with Dispute up, and be much happier about that sequence.
Strong agree. I'm interested to see this Pillar of Flame still in the deck, honestly.
I think Pillar of Flame is just an acknowledgement to, hey, we're the beatdown. It's a proactive spell. It does a little bit of reach. It can finish off a Narset in a pinch.
Yeah, I think Narset is probably the biggest function. All right.
One thing that's noteworthy on this Divine Purge is that Divine Purge only gets rid of things that cost 3 or less, right? So Crackling Drake is safe from that.
Yeah, interesting choice here where by disputing last turn and not negating, remove the ability to play Drake here with the dispute up once again. But gonna work out here. He's not gonna play a non-creature spell anyway, or a blue spell. Dispute also has a limited, point in the game where it's still useful, and we're kind of passing that point a little bit. All right, so kind of a naked Narset. Once it hits away, I guess there's a Fateful Absence available.
And Pillar of Flame gonna get flexed a little bit maybe on this Narset. Unholy Heat also fine. Choosing instead to save the Unholy Heat for bigger threats. Remember, these deck lists are heads up, so this Baneslayer Angel could be something that we're very aware of from the Phoenix side.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. The second Crackling Drake looking really, really good here.
Yeah, we could see just holding up Negate here as well, just because next turn you can Crackling Drake with Negate up. This is fine also.
The Clue also puts a little more into that as well, because you get to just draw a card off the Clue and nothing happens anyway, but gotta keep the pressure going here. Triple Divine Purge. Yeah, the Purge is not looking too good here against Crackling Drake. Ox of Agana is a nice pickup too. Big look for a Wrath here. There is no Wrath.
These cards don't even really play to the board. Like Teferi is play to the board adjacent, but Divine Purge really showing off that it is not a sweeper.
All right, so gonna burn the Unholy Heat. We know that the Baneslayer is there. Of course, our Phoenix player does not.
Yeah, it could definitely complicate things a little bit here. Oh, it gets rid of the Clue. That's so rude. Because the Clue's an artifact, and Divine Purge clears artifacts that cost 3 or less. That's so offensive, Jim.
It makes Fateful Labs look a lot better. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Shields are down for our blue-white player.
You know, they feel kind of safe with this negate here, I imagine, but the Baneslayer is going to give them a real bad time. The first strike, notably on Baneslayer Angel, going to make that Crackling Drake not good, and the Dragon Rage Chandler has to attack every turn.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah. And will Entity come down or will Negate stay up? Negate stays up, and they are not going to be happy.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's definitely correct to hold up the negate here, but it definitely is fairly punishing for doing so.
And this is the power level of a card like Baneslayer on a board like this, where it's like this one-of creature you can't really prepare for. You don't even want to have removal spells in your deck anyway, and it comes down and it's just like this really awkward off-plan threat. You have Negate and Mystical Dispute in your hand, and you're like, oh no, it's a white creature. What am I going to do? So definitely our Phoenix players, their work cut out for them.
Yep, we're going to see Stormwing Entity hit the board here. Probably want to tap double blue here, yeah, because this way, if you scry into a, well, I was gonna say you could be really aggressive and like ox it back.
I suppose the upside here is it's not really upside, but your Darcy lives because the other thing has to die. It's not really upside, but
Yep. And now there's two Archmage's Charm. Ugh. There's going to be a game 3 here, isn't there, Jim?
yeah, I mean, maybe I have what, 3 untapped, 2 untapped? There's like 2 untapped actually.
I guess we, okay, so the Archmage's Charm isn't resolvable here. We could, if we find the Unholy Heat for the bottom player, we end up in an okay spot. And we get 4 looks at it.
Spiked Hazard, not quite.
Okay, Opt is more looks. Faithless Looting is more looks. The tire spinning shall continue until morale improves. The Dragon Rage Chandler is technically an additional look. So is the Storming Entity.
This is a lot of looks. Oh,
They've
man.
seen so many cards this turn.
Yeah, now there's another Phoenix going up. There it is.
Good. All right, no game 3.
That is part of the allure of his Phoenix decks. They're just so consistent.
Yep.
They just see so many cards.
And there are two birds in the bin, I believe.
Yeah, and we're prowessing here too. That's got to be lethal, right? 1 bird. That's 9, 11, 12, 13. It's a 13, yeah. If looting cast is 13. Again, we can see the hand here of 4 uncastable cards. Oh, it's 2 birds. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so that's pretty. Darcy has to attack. Doesn't even have a choice.
Yep, it's coming across. All right.
There you go.
And just like that, our double limitation tournament is down to kind of a traditional finish structure. So after this round, our undefeated player did succumb to a loss against Golgari Food, and we have 4 players with an 8-1 record. So we are going to have 2 more rounds of coverage where we have these players duke it out. We are heading into the semis now for our Neo Set Championship qualifier. Our players are getting on into the area here soon. We're going to go ahead and throw to a quick 5-minute break while they get things set up and coordinated and get recording so we can be a little bit behind them for tournament integrity purposes. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. How's it going? Welcome back, everyone. My name is Jeff Hogan. I'm joined here by Jim Davis. I'm going to get rid of that round number up there. We are in the semifinals of our qualifier here. This was originally a double elimination tournament, but at this point, everybody in the tournament has taken one loss. We just have kind of a traditional semifinals here. We have 4 players that all have an 8-1 record, and we actually have 4 different decks as our 4 8-1 players. We have Heliod Company, Golgari Food, Grixis Tainted Pack, and Blue Red Phoenix as the 4 remaining decks in this tournament. I'm excited to see what can take the crown. I think any of these decks could very easily be our winner here today.
It feels like a pretty good snapshot of the format, actually. We have our food deck and our Phoenix decks, or like the main, a quarter of the field by itself. Company feels like a big deck in the format. And then I feel like the Tainted Pact deck is sort of taking the mantle of other. Whether it was Tainted Pact or some other deck, the reality is that there's a lot of cool decks in this format that are outside the main metagame, but are still part, they can still win for sure. So you have other, Phoenix, food, and then the Heliod Company deck.
Yep. And our players today, in addition to competing for that Neo Championship invite for first, all of these players are going to, at a minimum, get an invite to the February qualifier weekend. No need to grind the ladder for that. And they've all locked up at least $120 in Cool Stuff Inc. store credit. Every player that got at least 4 match wins in today's tournament is going to walk away with a little something. In addition to a few others that got less than that, walking away with some CSI store credit and some Arena gem codes as door prizes. Without further ado, let's just go ahead and head on down into our feature match here for the semifinals. We have Nice Mace Stun playing the Tainted Pack deck, and we have Stalker BR. I believe they're playing the Heliod Company deck. Yeah, sweet.
All right, so 2 very different combo decks here.
Yep.
One completely creature based with kind of a beatdown plan B, and then we have a very spell based combo deck with a kind of like just control plan B.
Yeah, and something that's super noteworthy about this particular matchup is because the Grixis deck on the top here is a combo deck in and of itself, the infinite life combo out of our bottom player generally doesn't kill the turn it combos off. They have to untap and attack you with squirrels, which gives the control deck a chance to sweep the board, and it gives them a chance to just combo kill them back if they're at that point in the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to see the kind of the plan B of this Heliod deck, trying to put the pressure on the combo deck to either make them kind of slow down, take actions they don't really want to take, and then maybe the Scurry can come in later.
You got Narset here, probably going to be a draw a card plus hey look a distraction. Nicol Bolas passed over for a Search for Azcanta. Makes a lot of sense when you consider there is no third black source here.
Yeah, a little surprising gameplay-wise, though. Search for Azcanta is the kind of card that plays really well in longer games. Also very vulnerable to Skyclave Apparition. So vulnerable and also might not affect the game as it is being played at the moment. Whereas Bolas is a pretty big threat. Even if it dies, they'll kill something. Interesting choice there. But we're going to see the Skyclave get used aggressively here. There are 2 of them. Got to kill the Planeswalker. A little bit risky here because Narset would have died to combat damage anyway. And now if the Skyclave is killed, it'll be a 3/3 blocker as well.
Well, the 3/3 blocker would notably trigger life for the Soul Warden, which would allow them to grow their other thing up a little bit. I assume we're going to see a Tainted Pack get picked up here. We already have... Oh, this is interesting. That was Tainted Pack out of the deck, right? Yeah. So we have the Jace Wielder of Mysteries, part of the 1-2 combo in the Tainted Pack deck if you're just joining us. The Tainted Pack deck is constructed in a way that if you have your Jace Wielder of Mysteries... Is that his name? Jace Wielder of Mysteries? Yep. Looking for the card to pull up here. His static text means if you deck out while using his +1, you are able to win the game instantaneously. We have a 6th land coming off the top here, so that's going to be an option here.
Yeah, this is pretty good for our Tainted Pack play. They're at 7, but the Thirst able to kill the 4/4. Going to put this game basically on this company. How good is the company going to be? Will it be lethal? Leaving behind 3 power on the board plus the company. And has to be 7.
It is noteworthy too here that our Tainted Pack player has a Shockland as their 6th untapped land, so they need to yeah, I think these are going to be lethal, huh? Heliod and Soul Warden come into play here and pump up some counters, and then Skyclave Apparition turns the Heliod on next turn.
Probably going to do it, yeah.
You can see here, kind of the power of... Oh, they also... They also technically have just the full combo here, right, as well. But again, it doesn't win this turn strictly.
Exact example of when the combo is not going to do anything. I guess no, that doesn't work actually. Yeah. So the combo here is lethal damage because if you combo off and say go, you're definitely going to lose. The game needs to end this turn. So
Yep.
which it looks like it will do. Now,
the second Soul Warden actually does give you infinite damage, right? Because you Warden and then you Scurry Oak, and every time a squirrel enters play with the Scurry Oak, you get 2 life gain triggers to put 1 on the Oak and 1 onto something else.
For 2 counters, yes. But yeah, looking pretty good here for our Heliod player. All right, there you go. Nice fast game 1.
Don't worry, Jim. If this game goes too quickly, there's a food deck playing against Phoenix on the backup for us.
Oh, I can't wait. And it's cool though that this Heliod deck, it is definitely a combo deck. You know, it's definitely built to use the Scurry Oak combo and Heliod and stuff, but it just beats down pretty well. You know, eight Soul Wardens and 8 Johnny's Pride Mate S cards that grow and you gain life. It's just a pretty solid core that Goldfish is rather fast.
Yeah, and honestly, the non-combo aspect of the Squirrel deck is part of what gives it such a good matchup against the other creature decks, right? Like, this type of life gain style deck is something that's long given the fair creature decks of this format such fits, which, you know, in addition to the food deck, is part of the reason why we don't see decks that are just looking to attack in an honest manner very popular anymore in Historic.
Yeah, for sure. The 3 of these 4 decks are just brutal against creature decks. You know, this Heliod deck, Phoenix is very good, Food's very good, so you got to be doing something else with your attacking to make it work in this format.
Or have some kind of backup plan for when the attacking's not good enough. In this case, infinite squirrels.
Exactly. All right, going into game 2, it's interesting because like it's very hard to provide much commentary on the Tainted Pact deck because of how it's constructed. As a singleton, yeah, there's one Cathartic Pyre, and there's one Anger of the Gods, there's one Meetup Massacre, one Slundy Vision. So kind of just a crazy pile of cards. The deck seems very hard to play and very hard to build.
Yep.
We see the Johnny's Welcome again as the way to have a life gain effect in play that can't be killed too easily, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, we saw that come up earlier where the Johnny's Welcome are tougher to interact with than the regular creatures, which means it's just difficult for them to push you off of your actual combo. Something like Lunarch Veteran or the Soul Sister, much easier to kill.
So perfect answer for Thalia here in this Unholy Heat with 2 mana up. Being able to play it on curve is great.
The Plains, pretty good draw for our bottom player here. Gonna unlock their hand, let them play 2, 3, 4 right on curve here.
Yeah, and then a great draw in Gideon Blackblade. Excellent card for these creature decks against these control decks. Very hard to kill with removal, kills very fast, and it can also be an insurance policy against permanents. You know, it goes up to 6 really fast, and now playing a Jace, some other permanent can be easily answered by the Gideon.
Yeah, we see that Cathartic Pyre kind of get moused over in hand for our Grixis player as the Gideon hit the board like, well, that answer does not do anything here.
Yeah, Gideon's tough. Gideon is a hard one to remove. Very, very sticky threat. And attacks for a lot. 4 is not a small number.
Yep, closes things out. Difficult to answer. We get to jam Ranger if we want here. Draw a friend and deploy it perhaps.
So committed to playing whatever is going to come off this Ranger because they did not play the Veteran or the Welcome. We're going to see a Selfless Savior. So building a nice here.
Just making the board as medium as possible against potential sweepers. Missed a pretty important uptick there on the Gideon. It's not something that you have to do to make it a creature with this particular Gideon, so it can be easy to overlook if you're not gaining an advantage from the +1.
Yep. And as I said, it's -6 to exile a non-land permanent. So
it's been a long day. I was saying to Jim when we were on break waiting for this match, this is probably the longest open we've ever done. We've been live for 8 hours and 50 minutes at this point. So that means these players have been playing Magic for that long, essentially.
Yeah, definitely. There's an element to like the last round of a tournament of being kind of a battle of wills almost. Yep. You're not going to be as sharp as you were in round 1. Who can be more sharp?
Which honestly, talking about Phoenix versus food decks, like the Phoenix deck giving you more brain breaks throughout the course of the day has merit in that long battle of wits like you're talking about.
For sure. And Gideon here looking phenomenal. So the Meadook played around the Selfless Savior, but not the Gideon. And Gideon, again, super sticky threat, gets him for 4 every turn. And now our Sunday player can rebuild. The Grixis hand's pretty good. There's a tutor effect, removal spell or two, counter spell or two, but Gideon keeps on trucking.
Yep. 16 is going to turn into 12, is going to turn into 8, is going to turn into dead real quick over the course of the next couple of turns. Be interested to see if this collected company chooses to play around a sweeper by passing and trying to end of turn it, or if we try to play around a counterspell by jamming it now while the Grixis player's tapped out.
I think that's so hard to do against this deck because as it's Singleton's nature, it's just hard to know what they have or what to play around. So
yep. Instead, choosing to hold the collected company to rebuild afterwards. I kind of like this. The voice gets to turn into a 4/4 here, which against various damage-based removal like Cathartic Pyre plays around this while they're tapped out.
Yeah, this is great. And there's a Smoldering Suns, Cathartic Pyre, Anger the Gods, a number of 3 damage effects that are now not doing too much. And it looks like the Gideon's going up. So got the Gideon this time. So it would be on 7. Now it's on 6. It is -6 to kill a permanent. So a Jace or some other permanent might hit the battlefield, and Gideon can take care of it.
Grim Tutor's a card that I've seen in post board for our Grixis player in a lot of these creature matchups, and it's looked pretty atrocious every time. I feel like if I were looking to work on this Grixis deck, I want to think about my board plans in these matchups and figure out how we could not have this card in my deck in the post board games.
Yeah, we have a, kind of a right questions, wrong answers scenario here. Inquisition Kozilek for Collected Company, Cathartic Pyre for 4/4s, Aether Gust for white creatures, Supreme Will can go impulsing, I guess, and then Grim Tutor, it just hurts. 3 life's a lot, and doesn't affect the board at all. A card that, only sees play in the most combo of combo decks, and it's still pretty painful.
Yep. And it's an excellent card when your opponent's not pressuring. You're playing against blue-white control or even food to a degree. It's often going to be very reasonable there, but just not quite quick enough in matchups like this. Not only because you have to pay mana, but also because you have to lose life.
Yeah, and there's a huge cost to playing the discard spell last turn. Now, our Nice cannot play Supreme Will and Pyre or Gust, limited to 1 spell this turn. And I was surprised to see company here, and sort of like, now what? You gust it, but you take 9 and go to 3.
Yep.
And the board's very sticky here. It's very hard to remove Gideon and creatures at the same time. So 4 damage coming across my line. We're not going to see a double loot here. We're just going to go for it. Hail Mary to the end zone.
Yeah, this is your only out, right? You gotta hit your combo here.
That's one piece, but we needed land and Jace, so that is not going to do it.
I think that's going to be all she wrote here. We don't have any answers to this Gideon. We can spin tires a little bit more here. We can loot and make a treasure with the Prismari command to draw a discard, but I don't think there are 2 answers that clean this board up here, especially since the Heartless Act doesn't cleanly deal with the 4/4 that has 2 counters on it.
Well, actually, oh yeah, that's right. You can't kill the 4/4, correct. So if the Heartless Act was a Doomblade and the voice can be killed and the Lunar can be killed, that would be 2 life to go to 5 and maybe buy 1 more turn. But Heartless Act, not going to work on Voice of the Blessed.
I wonder what the out is here, right? Because we started Tainted Packing, so we think there's an out somewhere. So what is it? And we paused on the eliminate, making me think maybe we didn't have a goal here and we were just going to go through our deck. And there's the Jace. So if we hit the second Jace, this is over and we're done.
Right, so the clause on Pact is to not hit the same card twice. Hence why the deck is built as a singleton, but there are 2 Jaces and 2 Tainted Packs. So the goal is once you have 1 of each, you can combo and then have not miss. Shadow's Verdict.
The Shadow's Verdict drawn this turn would have been the actual Stone Cold best.
Yeah, I don't think I think we're looking for something here that doesn't really exist, unfortunately.
Even like an Unholy Heat doesn't. I guess Unholy Heat gets us out of it technically, right? Or a Fatal Push, because you don't die to the Gideon next turn.
Yeah, push works. Push works.
Push, Blood Chief's Thirst. There's the second Jason. We're done.
All right. Yep. So that is the fail state of Tainted Pact, and that's it. It failed. There's nothing else to say.
It's a close set. Good run for our Tainted Pact player. They were our lone undefeated at 7-0, 8-2 finish overall. Still a very respectable day, but it looks like our green-white player is going to be greeting someone else in the finals to play for our set championship qualifier invite. No real surprise there. Really good established deck in this format that's super powerful.
Yeah, and big ups to Nice here. I mean, playing this deck is very, very difficult. It's a really taxing deck to play. A lot of what practice and Magic is sort of like kind of programming your brain for the common things your deck does. What are your draws usually like? What's your ponder going to be like? What are you planning for? Kind of like routine some stuff. There's no routine for this deck. It's all single. You know, you can't plan out your land drops, you can't plan out your cantrips because they're just one of each, and and that makes it like very, very challenging to play. So big ups to Nice, great run, and Gideon unfortunately going to solo them here in game number 2.
All right, let's go ahead and pop on over to I believe our second match is still going. Let me double check before we dive in, because if they're done, we can get rolling right on in terms of files. But I would wager they're probably still going.
The food's never done. Come on.
Yeah, so that's what I assume, Jim. All right, so we've got Food versus Phoenix here. It looks like both players are.
Somehow they're in game 1.
We have they are not just starting, so we will be able to time shifted feature magic this at some point once they finish up in real time here. So let's go ahead and we will be starting from the beginning so we can see the entire story being told here. The Food deck, to its credit, I think is actually a pretty interesting deck to see played in non-mirrors that aren't taking forever. There's a lot of micro decisions to be made each turn in sequencing choices.
Strong agree. The mirror is the one really, really painful one. It's a decent hand for our Phoenix player. A Phoenix, an Opt, a Finale. Pretty good hand for our Food player. So the Valentin 1-drop here, looks a little innocent, 1/1 for 1, but has the ability where whenever a creature would die on your opponent's side, it gets exiled. You can pay mana to make a pest, but the exile is the important part. So if a Arclight Phoenix is killed, not going to the graveyard, it's going to exile, and that's a powerful thing to have access to. Plenty of ways for our Phoenix deck to kill it, but there's one more thing to deal with as the game goes on.
It's one of those extra things you have to like check this box before you actually get to do something meaningful now.
Yep.
This could be a game where we just see some chickens cast as 3/2 flying haste.
Yeah, a little out of order there, unfortunately, for the channeler. Would love to have seen that Phoenix 1 card down. But removal in hand, Medoc Massacre, Bone Shards, both reasonable kill spells. So, and a hard cast Phoenix, if it dies with the Valentin in play, will get exiled.
Yeah, that's true. So kind of a disincentive from doing that. There's an Unholy Heat. Probably just do that instead of casting a bird this turn.
Yeah, I think casting a bird is just asking for it to get exiled for sure. So
yeah, playing against Fatal Push seems not ideal. Okay. In this case, there's a Bone Shards instead of a Fatal Push, but similar effect here.
Yeah, now a Medoc Massacre would also exile both creatures as well, because it will see that Valentin will see them die, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, that is how Magic works. I think I kind of would have liked the Meat Hook here. I guess they want to prioritize keeping their Valentine in play. I guess you get to do this and make a pest token. Sure, this is cute.
That's some pretty thin value. That 1/1 pest not doing a ton, I guess. But so we're going to see. Wow. All right.
Really? Okay.
So Upheat ignoring the Valentin and just going for the Gilded Goose, trying to keep this engine under control with Trail of Crumbs. I suppose we could see a Finale here for 2 spells.
Okay, there's a Pillar of Flame. We didn't have a sorcery in the bin yet until we hit the pillar, right?
Oh, correct. Yeah, right.
And it is worth noting here that like the resources are kind of being exchanged here, but that Luris is still looming, and those Trail of Crumbs mean those food each represent a card here, and Deadly Dispute. The cards just keep coming in this green black deck.
Yep. Definitely a lot of pressure on the Phoenix deck to kind of get the game over with before these cards can come online, and that's not really coming to fruition this game. Now, the Trail of Crumbs cares about food being sacrificed, doesn't care about how they're sacrificed, correct?
Correct. So if you Deadly Dispute, sacrifice of food, you do end up getting to pay 1 extra to look at a card with Trail as well.
Okay. Should go for Meat Hook though, and the thing is that like this isn't a great Meat Hook, but as we've seen in prior matches already, just getting the enchantment Meat Hook Massacre in play is very good for this deck.
Yep.
It's an excellent element to have. So just taking the 1, killing the 1 thing, getting it down.
All right, here's Arclight. Worth noting that the Dean was exiled by Pillar of Flame, so it's not going to be able to be recast by the Luris this game.
Yeah, pretty big one actually. All right, there's your familiar. No sack outlet at present, but Trail of Crumbs pretty good at finding stuff to do.
Squirrel is kind of a roundabout sack outlet. You can pay 3 mana to sack something for it.
I have to imagine we'll probably just see a food sack here, because the gaining life is pretty nice too, because your goal is to not get cheesed out. The Golgari player, the control player, they need to not die. So having, kind of like the life gain deck we saw in the last round, having life gain be a part of your engine if your goal is to stay alive and do something, whether it's combo or grind, is a really nice asset to have.
Interesting. Sacrificing the plant to draw a card here. I suppose this drains them a little bit. Maybe they're positioning themselves to be aggressive here now. With the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, that could be a very reasonable outcome. We see them sack food here.
Squirrel does get big pretty quick.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to sacrifice in and out in this deck.
All right.
The Morality Spears, you don't know that there's a Finale in hand. Looks kind of appealing here because you're like, oh, they're on one card where the odds they can bring the Phoenix back.
Yeah, and that's part of the niceness of Finale. It's a little awkward as Graveyard Hate. It's a little awkward at times in general, but it is the one rawly powerful card that can bring back all of your Phoenixes no matter what, and get you card advantage as well. So I can cast both spells in the graveyard, counts itself also. That's all 3 spells you need for Arclight Phoenix.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see an opt here first from our Phoenix player.
Yeah, no looting notably, which is part of the you can loot and loot again and try and find more Phoenixes for Finale, but
yeah, at best just one Phoenix is going to be coming back here. Looks like I guess you could opt into a looting and then looting to ditch birds, but it's pretty high rolling.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to not see the Opcast first year. I just don't know what the benefit of waiting is.
I guess they just know what they want to be doing as is. Oh, we're just killing their stuff. Yeah, I guess this makes sense. Oh, wait, if we do that, we get rid of both the sorceries, right? Oh, no. Oh, no. It still says 4. It's not going to say 4 once it's on the stack, Jim.
Yeah. I guess pillaring the cat is really good, but it says 3 now. Uh-oh. Oh.
Wait, what? Oh. By the time the finale resolves, the finale's in the bench. Sure.
It puts them on the stack on top of it, but the finale actually has to resolve.
All first. That makes sense. The finale has already resolved by the time the cards it's casting go on.
It's the reason that they're in the semifinals and we're in the booth. Guys, just it is what it is.
Slow and steady. That's Jim and I's motto. Or kind of slow on the uptake.
Yep. So here comes Luris. But now, again, we're sort of seeing this like, all right, well, can our Phoenix player close them out before the engine gets online here? Trail of Crumbs is in hand. There are foods available. Luris is in hand too, but this is a clock. I'm going to go for the second trail here. A little bit greedy.
Yeah, these birds are going to close this job out pretty quickly.
All right. You got to cast that looting. Got to consider your options.
We're going to consider Ditch a Phoenix, draw a cantrip. Is going to be great. Nah, in for Darcy. In for the backup threat.
Yeah, pretty good one here. Pretty good one. I think you take that all day.
The Darcy means you have them dead through them only gaining 3 life next turn. We're going deeper. Okay, I mean, they could cast looting here and try and high roll another bird.
This is all right. Yeah, that's pretty aggressive.
It's an aggressive looting.
All right, so here comes 6. Now the problem is that this is not lethal next turn now because only 1 food will.
Well, to be fair, the Darcy wasn't going to be lethal either, but it tied up the resources of our green black player more readily.
Exactly, it made it so they couldn't actually do anything really. They could draw a card, I guess, but for the most part, they weren't going to affect the board at all. But now they have a little more buffer to play with Luris, to play a Goose. So took a risk and unfortunately did not really pay off. All right. Consider me this. No rebuy. Looting. Lance. Oh boy.
Yikes. And this is where the stabilization happens, right? The sky chickens can attack in here. One gets blocked, another food can get eaten. You're just nowhere near dead. I like this, just eating the food to try and guarantee this. Oh, maybe small mistake there. Should have sacrificed our bird to make a food.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I love the block there. Recognizing that, like, I'm only getting cheesed out here. We'll just do whatever we can to not take damage.
Yep. Honestly, they're close to dead, right? They have Luris plus Hive that could attack here.
Yeah, I think that they're going to maintain the just grindy, keep going stance. No reason to really push the issue at this moment.
Well, yeah, they could put them to 1. I was just counting to see if they could kill them. because the oven sacrificed it with the meat hook, so they could have done 6+1 there, so they were close to full dead.
Yeah.
Cauldron Familiar, easy lock up here. Luris gets to attack and gain 12, and it looks like we're going to be food up a game here.
Yep. Close one. Very, very close game. Feels very much like the matchup seems, where Phoenix has got to get to a good hand. They have the ability to. They're more efficient in what they do, but if our food player gets set up, the game is over. Just full stop.
Right, players looking to sideboard here, and I feel like the food deck gets better in the post-board games than the Phoenix deck gets, just by virtue of how good Graveyard Hate is against the Phoenix deck, and how mediocre the Graveyard Hate the Phoenix deck can play is against the food deck.
Yeah, I think it's also just like contextual to the Phoenix deck kind of needs to have a good draw. It doesn't want to play a mucky, dirty game. Whereas the Golgari deck does. And when both players have Graveyard Hate, the game tends to mug up a little bit. Things get ugly, cards don't do what you want them to, and then you end up in this sort of like sludge fest of a game, which is exactly where Golgari wants to be.
Yep. Could not agree more. I think this matchup is probably favored in towards the food deck for that reason. Both players have plans ready to go. This is almost assuredly not the first time either of these players have played this matchup. Two of the best decks in the format almost assuredly played this at other points in this tournament even.
All right, pretty good hand for our Phoenix player. Not so good for our Golgari player. We're going to send that one back into a pretty good one.
Cat, Oven, Meat Hook Massacre. Let's do it.
I'm missing some pieces, but again, the Cat Oven not nearly as good against the Phoenix deck as it is against other creature decks because the most creatures in the Phoenix deck have flying.
The Trail of Crumbs does a good bit towards stepping it up, though, because it means your loop is now going to start drawing you cards.
Yeah, that was huge. That was the missing piece for sure. Aggressive. I love it.
I don't know that I love bidding the third land here with Crackling Drake and Phoenix in hand.
Yeah, just being really aggressive, and I think that I don't necessarily know if that play was correct or not, but the mindset of like, I need to kill you. I need to bin cards,
for the record, I liked the Pillar of Flame. I guess binning the land means that you work towards your Delirium more is probably the mindset that we're in.
Yeah, I can definitely buy that. Getting up in the air is pretty important.
Because as you can see here, you just can't attack through the cat. This could be a pretty big mistake here. Gonna wait and see if the cat comes back here at end of turn and dies the Flame Blast Bolt. Good patience here. Definitely don't want to bring that cat back right away because of that.
Yep. And hand is just getting better and better here. Now our removal spell and the engine. So went from being okay to now being really, really good. Very aggressive.
These Unholy Heats just really aren't doing anything, so might as well play them to get these Surveil triggers and work towards our Delirium here eventually.
A Braid, not too bad, honestly. It breaks up part of this engine. It gets another Delirium, another Scryon for Delirium. Now we already have a land in the graveyard, so we get to keep the fourth land. I like that.
Yep, this enables the Crackling Drake next turn, which is unfortunately going to be faced with the reality of its own morality, but it is what it is.
We got an attack and we got a bite. Too tempting to not go for with the Trail of Crumbs activation available. Also, now the Flame Blast Bolt gets to come in, take out the familiar, and starting to pick us apart here. Now the oven is gone, the cat is gone, and things are starting to look up for our Phoenix players playing an incredibly aggressive game, but also a very tight game.
Yeah, the Meat Hook Massacre here is great. I feel like every time this card gets to kill something in this matchup, it's just above board, right? Like, you're kind of leaving it in just because the static text is good, and when it kills something, it's just, more than expected.
Yeah, the Mortality Spear and Push here are really, really pulling their weight. The ability to kind of just not die these flyers and they can buy more time. So our Phoenix player needs to find more. They are in a decent spot as of yet.
Wonderful to see. Really playing the squirrel out. Okay, I guess we can sack the food, draw a card, Fatal Push to Crackling Drake. I was thinking we might see Morality Spear this turn, but this lets us get the squirrel down and get it charging up, which is very reasonable.
Yeah, pretty good draw and pretty good sequence here. To be able to kind of like keep the cards coming, keep the life coming, and apply pressure to the board. The board looks very different with the squirrel in play. Without the squirrel, Phoenix players kind of got time to keep pressuring, but with the squirrel now in play too,
Yep. And this is
Right.
one of the things that's really interesting about both of these decks is that part of the reason why they're such incredible threats that they are in the format is we see Trail of Crumbs on one side providing an incredible amount of card selection and smoothing. We see all these cantrips on the Blue-Red Phoenix side. And these decks are just so much more consistent than most of the things that you see that are the alternatives in the format.
Absolutely. All right. Unfortunately, Arclight Phoenix playing defense is not a good place for a Phoenix player to be.
Yep.
That means the game is slowed down, and again, going to give all the time in the world for our food player to get everything online, which they almost have already.
Yep. We're going to
Just
see a
play.
food get sacrificed, draw a card, make this a 3/3. We're going to sacrifice the plant to. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's still the same. We're going to sacrifice the plant to this, make it a 4/4. And now we're on empty on the Phoenix side.
Yeah. Some sort of crazy looting sequence, maybe, but
Even then,
look,
they're still at 23, right? Like you put
yeah,
all you have to put like all 4 birds into play at this point, right?
yeah. I mean, like, maybe like looting into looting for bird. Ox of Agonis, draw 3 card. I don't even know. It's at this point the life goal is there, the engine's there, the threat is everything is there for
Yep.
our.
Okay. And here's the kind of recognizing the blood in the water on Jiggravy's side. Hive of the Eye Tyrant getting to fire up and eat one of these birds out of the bin. Also applying a little bit more pressure on the life total here.
Yeah, and again, that was part of that squirrel being a big part of the big picture here. So threat in play, all the pieces. Yeah. I see a village rights here probably. The problem is this is not the battle that our Phoenix player wants to be fighting. Yeah, a squirrel's dead, but
This extends the game. It
there's
means you're
so
going to
much
get to take a
more.
couple more draw steps potentially.
You know
Just,
who really
don't you
likes it?
love when your draw 2 draws 2 draw 3s, Jim?
Yeah, but who loves an extended game here is our food player. They've been playing extended games all day, so they're comfortable and happy with it. And
Yep.
looks like we have food in the finals.
Yep. Here's another Phoenix going out from the bin here. We have Heliod Company waiting in the finals for this food deck. And I'm actually interested to see how that plays out. Is this food deck able to interact appropriately with that deck? Because there is some interaction here with like the spears and the fatal pushes. There's a pretty good density of combo enablers in the green-white deck.
Yeah, I mean the meat of massacres just looks so good. The pushes look so good. And the thing is that it seems like the food deck will be able to shut down the sort of voice of the blessed kind of beatdown plan of the Selesnya deck, therefore making it rely more on the combo. But there's also a decent amount of removal spells here to break that up. So I think it's gonna be an uphill battle for a Selesnya player.
You're the green-black food player after the round before this. You're just like stretching out, like I got all the time in the world to make these decisions. There's no clock that I'm under.
This is weird.
So it's so strange.
Is Arena broken? What's going on here? My clock is not visible.
Get to kill that right out here. And remember, the consider on top really just doesn't mean much for our blue-red player because that Hive of the Eye Tyrant exiled the Phoenixes that were there potentially.
Yeah.
The cat is here. All right, I'm gonna speed us up to some fast food here. The finals started underway a little bit ago, so they should be past their 5 minutes. We're gonna dive right from this into the finals to see who we get to crown as a winner here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a card in the format that I could bring it back here in these colors. So even something like Planner Cleansing to wipe the board completely of all the enchantments and stuff. I mean, this hand just kills.
Yeah, it doesn't kill the Hive of the Eye Tyrant either, right?
Sure, that's true. How about Obliterate?
Obliterate.
For all of you Zoomers out there, 8 mana can't be counter, destroy everything.
Get it all gone.
Actually, wait. I don't think Obliterate kills enchantments. Actually,
oh, it might not because it's a red card, right?
Right. It would leave Planeswalkers and enchantments. So it would leave the 2 Trail of Crumbs and the Meat of Massacre in play. Not that they would do much with nothing else in play, but yeah, fun card. That card was in my cube for probably a lot longer than it should have been because of how cool it was with Planeswalkers. You would just like play a Planeswalker and play Obliterate and stuff, but it's a fun old boomer card. All right, Selesnya and Golgari Food in the finals. 2 of the better decks in the format. and they are playing for a basically a Pro Tour slot, a set championship slot for Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Pro level play is on the line here.
There's also $15 in Cool Stuff Inc. store credit, Jim.
That's right. And cool. That might actually be the real prize. And of course, both players have already won the actual real prize of skipping the ladder and going right to the qualifier, not needing to make top 1200 Mythic next season, which is also a nice prize too.
Avoid the grind. I assume we're going to see the second of Johnny's Welcome go away here. The rest of the hand obviously needs a little bit of lands for a green-white player, but otherwise pretty reasonable with Scurry Oak, Heliod. They actually have the full combo here technically, right? With the Welcomes, the Oaks, and the Heliod.
Yeah, I would be extremely surprised to not see a Welcome go here. Pretty redundant effect. Yeah, for sure. As far as sixes go, it's a pretty good one.
Yep.
All right, let's get going here. Let's crown a champion.
Food player is on the play here.
On the play with a good one, too. Trail Crumbs and Gilded Goose ready to go, and then 2 Fatal Pushes.
So that's worth noting, Jim. I called out that we had 4 different blue decks in our top 6 competitors when we went into 2 rounds ago, and there are no islands in this finals.
They're gone. They're gone.
We've been
These
banished.
Feel like very, very serious competitors in this format. Both feel very, very powerful. And both attack from multiple angles, too. All right, get the crumbs going. There's a squirrel.
And something that's noteworthy here is we talked about this infinite life combo deck having a way to lose against things like Tainted Pack. That's not the case here. If this, well, I guess Meat Hook Massacre. Is Meat Hook Massacre the case? Meat Hook does kind of screw with you if you get infinite squirrels, doesn't it?
Yeah, you would, I guess it's never infinite. Say it's 100 squirrels.
Sure, and then they gain 100 life, and then you redo it the following turn.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So Meat Hook can delay it and gain you a bunch of life, and then the clicking will
reinsert. Also buy you time to find that fatal push, whatever it is, to actually kill the creature.
Sure, yeah.
But with the Ajani's Welcome in play and the Heliod both available, those are, I think, almost impossible to remove for our green-black player. The Deadly Spear, whatever card can kill the Welcome, but not the Heliod. So with 2 Scurry Oaks here, could recombo pretty easily.
Yeah, I think we might see a really quick game 1 here on the back of the combo for our green-white player.
And this is a big win for the green-white player also because the Golgari food player's hand is really good here. They are firing on almost all cylinders. No cat yet, but double Trums, double Goose, Oven, Village Rites, Push. And now we have Push up here as well, too. So able to break up the Scurry Oak. We got to say a company here. I like this play a lot. I really like this choice.
Just kind of wait and see. They're not under any pressure of dying next turn, hoping to bait out some Morality Spears or Fatal Pushes on other non-Scurry Oak things from company. And who knows? The Collecting Company might just be an instant speed Scurry Oak.
Could be anything. Could even be a Scurry Oak. All right. So Trail of Crumbs. There's a Massacre. So
there's that Meat Hook we talked about being able to buy more time potentially.
And looking at the land too. There's the Meat Hook. Okay.
2 Trail of Crumbs. Yep, get to find the land here as well. And we talked about this a few times before, which is like the most obvious collected company in the world with this pass. Very clear to our green-black player what is going on here.
Nah, they got nothing. They're just flooded. Just flooded. Here comes Squirrel.
Interesting that we're attacking before we play the other scroll. I guess if they company inside of blocks, you want to be able to Meat Hook them. And that Meat Hook is face up, so that way they're not going to do it inside of combat. That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think playing the Squirrel there is definitely a little more value, but nothing else going on. So again, double push here is pretty big game. But we'll see what this company turns up. It's going to be a big one.
Great. Hit me, dealer. Remember that Johnny's Welcome, hanging out, ready to gain some life, regardless of what we find here. So even if there's not a Scurry Oak, there's at least a Skyclave Apparition. We've got some choices here. This is the finals of our tournament, Sporadic Penguin, as the title says.
Pretty good. All right, Voice the Blessed and Ranger Captain. Captain gets something else as well.
Yeah, Ranger's Captain gets to go ahead and fish up some utility here. Be interested to see if this Voice of the Blessed can get big enough to Fatal Push something off.
Yeah, The interesting thing here is there's no cat yet. So the big attackers are good. Of course, the flying on voice is good as well. It's going to draw push for sure. Get Soul Warden. There's your push. Again, of course, Stalker does not know there's another push waiting. I think our food player has just enough interaction here to pull this one out.
Yeah,
We're
they
two
might.
squirrel-
Well, the life total is still in a pretty safe spot. Another voice is good. Well, I'm interested to see how long and how patient our green white players. Like, do they feel like they're under enough pressure they need to start YOLOing this combo yet? Oh,
Okay.
there's a ranger captain to stop interaction this turn. I
Problem
didn't
is
even think about that. What?
The Meat of Massacre.
No, but the second Soul Warden is the second life gain effect, so you not only make an arbitrary number of squirrels, but you make them arbitrarily large too.
Oh, right.
Because you get two. Oh, really? Oh, I guess the voice gets arbitrarily large now as well. That's probably just as good. But worth noting that the Soul Warden would also be a way around this. But the voice is going to gain 100 or so counters here, and it will be indestructible.
So, all right,
yeah,
cool.
they're conceding because the voice is going to be very large and very indestructible, even though the meat hook could clean up the squirrels.
Right. Okay. Wow, that was impressive. That was a lot of interaction from our Golgari player.
Yeah, I mean, Ranger Captain of Eos, really powerful effect there, being able to lock out interaction. And then, honestly, that's a theme we see in these non-rotating formats. Interacting is often a fool's errand. You want to be doing your thing in a more powerful manner, and running them down is often optimal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then again, even though the removal spells were there to break up the creature part of what was happening, like it was still there. You know, they had to be there. You know, one of those pushes had to target that Voice of the Blaster. They were gonna be dead. So attacking on multiple angles here, and then flexibility of company as well to put you in a spot where you're not just like, here's my thing, allowing you the nimbleness of being able to say go, make your opponent deal with stuff on their end step and your turn.
We see one copy of Necromentia coming in here out of the sideboard. Powerful anti-combo card for our food player, able to name something like Scurry Oak or Heliod to cut them off of comboing. And fun little known fact about Necromentia's art, Jim. Did you know that the model for this card was asked to simply watch a green-black food mirror?
Learn something new every day. Learn something new every day.
Great two pretty quick keeps here. Both players keeping 7. Hopefully going to have an excellent game 2.
Yeah, good looking hand for our white player too. Yeah, welcome again, Skyclave. Just filled the curve out with that Moon Dancer company. All looking pretty good. Golgari side,
This is not going to be a happy Thoughtseize. This is one of those Thoughtseize where you cast it and you're like, oh my god, I have to go through all of this.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And like, you almost have to take the company, right? And just like plan to slog through the rest of this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Meat Up Massacre Wall is a very good card. It's not very good at sizing up against large threats. So it takes the company, but this Moon Dancer is going to be a 3/3 immediately, and then only go up from there.
Yeah, and this is another one of those spots where, you know, the Ajani Welcomes looked kind of strange to me when I saw this deck list at the start. I haven't seen a lot of variations of this playing it, but the fact that they're just an uninteractable life gain source by and large on a lot of these boards has been really impressive throughout the course of the tournament as we've watched Stalker play.
For sure, yeah. They'd be really bad against a lot of these Meat-Up Massacres. They've actually been really, really good for that.
Yep.
The pushes too last game. So, all right, there's a cat, but not much else here. No engine, no Trail of Crumbs, no ovens. And
we're kind of just like in a holding pattern here at this point, right? I mean, I guess you could like Skyclave, a Goose, or a Cauldron Familiar to push damage. Okay, that's what we're gonna do.
I think that the Skyclave here, it looks bad if there's a Deadly Disputer or a Village Rite, something like that. We know there isn't, thankfully, but this comes down, gains the life. And the big thing here, we're kind of in a stalemate, but this Moon Dancer is just scrying. Every creature cast is another scry, another scry, another scry. And I missed if it was top or bottom or not, but
I went bottom. We don't have a card on top of the deck up top.
Okay.
And one of the big things here is not only is it scries, but it's also getting that Dancer out of Meathook Massacre range like we talked about.
All right.
That's a creature too, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fifth white devotion here this turn.
Exactly 5. So looking pretty good. Yeah, Heliod, come on down.
You have to go ahead and put a counter on the Skyclave Apparition. You get a scry in, and gosh, if just some cats get.
All right. Open it up. Squirrels ahoy.
Okay, this might be a really quick finals, Jim.
Yeah, that is not going to help that much.
That is not a piece of interaction.
I think that's just it. Squirrel's great and all, but you can't draw a Fatal Push and a land. So there's Scurry Oak. We're all wrapped up here. I think Stalker BR is going to the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty Set Championship.
It looks like it. We have a Declaration Stone again. This is just one of those spots where like you just want to think about everything. They don't know the cards in hand, and this is a great heads up play because they're like, okay, target the squirrel. They might eat something in response. Now they're tapped out, and I just have like thumbs up. I don't have to think about anything. We just go from here.
Ear to ear, hit that space bar. You know, big smiles, big combos.
All right, creature combo and a concession from J Gravy. You know, congrats to Stalker. Congrats and condolences to J Gravy for making the finals and playing an excellent tournament all day. I'm surprised their brain still works after that mirror match that we watched. That was very impressive. Thanks to everybody for hanging out all day today. We had an excellent audience throughout the course of the day. If you're new to the channel, you had a bunch of followers, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoogland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. We do Magic the Gathering and a bunch of other games. My wonderful co-host throughout most of the day here was Jim Davis, also another excellent Magic content creator. You can find him on Twitch. You can find him on Cool Stuff Inc. You can find him on YouTube. Shout out to Brad Nelson for doing a little bit of commentary so Jim and I could each have a little dinner break earlier today. Shout outs to my buddies CJ and Mike and Matt for running backup feature matches, especially an extra shout out to Matt, who I roped into doing this at literally midnight last night when he had never done it before because we had an emergency. He got one of our regular people, David. I hope you're feeling better today. Shout out to my wonderful wife for not only wrangling our own 3 children, but also 152 children that were signed up to play in this tournament today. A final shout out to our wonderful sponsors. This tournament would not be possible without them. If you want to up your Magic game and make it to the Neo Set Championship and play in some of these excellent upcoming qualifiers, check out Metafy.gg. They're an excellent source of not only Magic tutoring from top players and Hall of Famers, but also lots of different players that are doing well on the Magic Arena ladder. You can check out who they have there. CoolStuffInc.com provides the prizes that all of our players play for past the Set Championship invite, so thanks to them. And then Untapped, if you want to hook up your Magic Arena with the best overlay tool to up your game from a data perspective, they're a great resource. There are a lot of great ways to get better and improve at Magic, and hopefully we'll see some of you back here again soon. Our next event, I'm going to click back over to that one. I'm going back and forth. Our next event is going to be on February 19th. I'm not quite sure what format we're going to be doing yet. Might be Historic, might be Alchemy. We're going to make that decision a little bit close, but if you're looking for an opportunity to qualify for the Set Championship yourself, you fell a little bit short today or couldn't play, there's a lot of other great tournament organizers on MTG Melee that are going to be putting tournaments on like this one throughout the course of January, where the first place player is going to be walking away with an invite. Did I forget anything, Jim? I just talked for a long while there.
No, we have a player going to a Set Championship. It's really cool having the big end of the tournament prize. I said this earlier. My favorite thing about a PTQ was you walk in the room, look at all the Magic players, and one person in this room is going to the Pro Tour. So now we have our player going to Set Championship. I know it's not a Pro Tour nomenclature.
I don't know if this is allowed on Magic social media, but I'm going to share a bit of optimism, Jim. Obviously, we don't know what the future holds, but I feel like Wizards doing, and this isn't just because it was beneficial for our tournament here, but just like the PTQ system in general is something that I always lauded as one of the best things about Magic organized play. And I think the fact that they're running this entire series of events through Melee is awesome. If people didn't hear, William Jensen, former MPL player, was recently hired by Wizards of the Coast to help sculpt the future of organized play. And he's a great person, a great Magic player who just has infinite experience with organized play. So hopefully the future of Magic organized play is bright. I know there's been a lot of pessimism surrounding the system with all the changes and staff and structure differences we've had over the last few years, but I think they seem like they're heading in potentially a good direction again.
Yeah, Huey's been around for a long time. Not to date him, but he is been playing on the Pro Tour for a very long time, a world champion. He's seen the Pro Tour era, he's seen the MPL era. He's kind of seen it all. So as far as experience goes, there's no one better. He was great, and I'm really also excited to see what he has in store for.
As one last show for myself, we've been live for 9.5 hours. This was one of the longest opens we've ever done. I blame the food mirrors and the Lotus Field decks. I appreciate you playing though all the same. Be sure to check out my YouTube channel. We were showing Magic coverage. I would bet we probably showed matches of Magic for over 8.5 hours. Of that 9.5 hours, we had a few 5-minute breaks here and there so we could catch things up and grab some bites to eat and switch out production stuff. But overall, ton of uptime as usual. Really happy with our production today. So thanks for watching, folks, and I'll see you real soon, hopefully. Everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend wherever you're at. Peace.
Good.